My teammates are all crazy. Chapter 58 to Chapter 111. In this round, Ane had shot himself in the foot. They did not expect PG to ban Sword Burial and Satan. They also did not expect Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura to be so strong. Ban was also taken aback. He believed that Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura was not weak. However, even though he said that he hoped for a miracle, he was still worried that his expectations of Jingyu were too high. In the end, Jingyu really created a miracle once again. This was no longer a matter of whether or not his expectations were met. It had completely overturned his imagination. Flower Petal of Datura is really suitable for a player like Jingyu who is good at calculation. Ban could not help but sigh. It's like nine-tailed fox. It's a test of a professional player's awareness and grasp of timing. However, if you can't keep up with the mechanics, it's useless no matter how good your calculations are. Tanghua added. Jinyu's strength lies not only in his precise grasp of timing, but also in his understanding and familiarity with assassin-type monsters. In this round, Ane's problem is very obvious. They don't understand the Flower Petal of Datura well enough. Therefore, when faced with the Flower Petal of Datura's stacking poison, their many attempts were in vain. They were unable to break through even after being wiped twice. PG's team was wiped twice by Ane. After the first wipe, they took the dragon and destroyed several of Ane's towers. They only had one tower each in the top and bottom lanes. The second wave of team battles erupted near the magic board in the bottom lane. Yihong's Heijiao obtained a quadruple kill. One of the kills was taken by Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. In the end, Ane's team managed to snatch the magic board. However, it was useless. PG still had the minions. Under the lead of the minions, they destroyed Ane's last two towers. 28 minutes had passed, and the score was 18-6. PG had 3 times more kills than Ane. There was no longer any suspense. Even if Ane managed to revive everyone before the territory was destroyed, there was nothing he could do. Ban announced the result of the match in advance. Congratulations to PG for defeating Ane 2-0 and becoming the champion of Group A. However, at the same time, congratulations to Ane for successfully advancing to the elimination round. Tanghua, the next time the two teams meet, it will be in an offline match. At the same time, the performance of the players in the 3D world would be broadcasted live. Hahaha, I'm looking forward to seeing PG's style in the 3D world. After that, Feng Luofan did not care about what the two commentators said. He looked at the Flower Petal of Datura who had been selected as the MVP on the screen and felt his blood boil. They could really win the championship this season. However, in the training room a few steps away, PG's players didn't care about the upcoming match at all. All of them began to unscrupulously scroll through Weibo, forums, and live streams. Yihong said, "Wow. Momo defeated KCC 2-0. Luo Yiming said, "What? What? I want to see." When he heard the name of Momo's team, Jinyu stretched his neck out curiously. He leaned his head closer to Yihong's computer screen, completely forgetting that Qin Fei was sitting next to him. Qin Fei leaned back, allowing Jinyu to lean in front of him. His eyes were filled with helplessness, but he also wanted to laugh. Yihong's screen was playing the match between Momo and KCC. Momo's jungler, Xi's, was as good as ever when it came to stealing dragons. KCC's overall ability was not as good as Momo's, so they could not steal Xi's dragons. They were swept by Momo in both matches. Luo Yiming said, "Ha ha 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 ha. Xi's is really good at stealing dragons." Yihong said, "They're willing to do anything to steal dragons." Hanleng said, "I heard that the members of this team are all very young. They have a bright future ahead of them." Jinyu couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to comment, he stretched his neck too far and lost his balance. He almost fell onto Qin Fei. Luckily, he had the speed of a bachelor for 20 years. He was able to support himself with one hand between Qin Fei's legs, the chair. Qin Fei said, F***CK. Jinyu said, F***CK. Qin Fei was shocked, but he was only stunned for a moment. He quickly calmed down and said jokingly, "What is this? The end of posterity palm?" Jinyu moved back as if he had been electrocuted. He retracted his hand and said, I'm sorry. Jingyu, who felt that he had done something wrong, immediately stopped being flirtatious. He put away all his arrogance and obediently looked into Qin Fei's eyes. Brother Fei, I didn't do it on purpose. Qin Fei obviously knew that he didn't do it on purpose. He just said it casually. Seeing Jingyu's "don't hit me, I'm super obedient" look, he couldn't help but laugh. And he did laugh. Ha, you're a wolf in sheep's clothing. As he spoke, he raised his hand and ruffled Jingyu's hair. Then, before he could react, he got up and left the training room. Jingyu looked at his back and was absent-minded for a while. He only felt that the part of his head that had been rubbed by him was numb. Yi Heng looked at him and then at Qin Fei. He couldn't help but complain, always running away after flirting. Serves you right for being single. Jingyu? Seeing Jingyu's surprised gaze, Yi Heng realized that he had accidentally spilled the beans. He quickly corrected himself. Oh, Brother Fei, if he runs away after flirting with his girlfriend like he did with you, he'll be single for the rest of his life. I see. Jingyu replied. He turned his head and looked at his computer screen. He was in a daze again. He couldn't explain why he felt so disappointed. By the time the match with Ain ended, it was already very late. Seeing that everyone was tired, Feng Luofan didn't force them to train. After Jingyu showered, he walked over to Qin Fei's room in his pajamas and knocked on the door. Brother Fei, I'm done showering. You can go shower. There was no response. But after a while, the door was pulled open. Qin Fei stood at the door with his upper body naked. He yawned lazily and said, got it. Jingyu stared at his chest in a daze. He didn't react for a long time until Qin Fei raised his eyebrows and said, is there anything else? Nothing. Jingyu came back to his senses. He felt embarrassed for being in a daze. He hurriedly turned around and opened his door. However, Qin Fei had no intention of letting him go. He chuckled and said, how many days have you been here? Why isn't there anything on the door? Jingyu turned around and looked at Qin Fei's door. Death to those who disturb my sleep was written on it. He then looked at his empty door. Do I have to put something on it? He was confused. It's not necessary. Qin Fei said carefully. It's just that, don't you think you'll be happy if you put something on the door? She would feel like she had taken over this room for herself. Unfortunately, Jingyu didn't get Qin Fei's point. Why would I be happy? Qin Fei's lips twitched. He didn't know what to do with Jingyu. Whatever. It's okay if you don't want to. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. Jingyu replied. Seeing that Qin Fei was about to turn and leave, he didn't know why he didn't want him to leave. He asked tentatively, can I put up a picture instead of words? Like Heart of Ice or something? Qin Fei looked back at him and replied casually, up to you. Then Jingyu was about to say that he could find a picture online and print it out when Qin Fei suddenly interrupted him. Oh, you really like Heart of Ice? Qin Fei sighed. He didn't know why, but he added, I remember that you like me too. How does it compare to Heart of Ice? Qin Fei paused. As if he was afraid that Jingyu didn't understand, he reorganized his words and asked again, between me and your Heart of Ice, who do you like more? After he asked, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Can they be compared? What are you thinking? However, before he could think about how to take back his words, he heard Jingyu reply without hesitation. Of course it's you. Qin Fei? After Jingyu said this, he seemed a little embarrassed. He instinctively took a step back and pressed his back against the wall. This angle was too convenient for Qin Fei to cabotin. However, in the end, Qin Fei still restrained his urge to cabotin Jingyu. After his Adam's apple trembled, he smiled and said jokingly, my name is Lilith. You know what to do, right? Jingyu blinked. After a while, he reacted. Oh, then I'll put Lilith on my door. As he said this, he suddenly thought of something and said, but can you give me an autograph? Sign on Lilith. In this world, there was more than one Lilith. However, Qin Fei only had one Lilith. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Okay, wait for me to take a shower. Jingyu, okay. The next morning, everyone in PG saw that there was an extra piece of paper on Jingyu's door. Lilith was printed on the paper, and Qin Fei's signature was at the bottom right corner. Next to the signature was a playful heart. Love. Heart. During lunch, Yi Hong looked at Qin Fei as if he was looking at a pervert. Finally, before the afternoon training started, he found an opportunity to speak to Qin Fei alone. Do you have any shame? Qin Fei was dumbfounded. What about me? Yi Hong, Jingyu is still a child. Qin Fei. I'm only 6 months older than him. Yi Hong, you even know his birthday? Qin Fei, it's in the contract. Yi Hong, it's not your contract. Qin Fei, that makes sense. Well, I secretly looked at it, and then? Yi Hong, do you have any shame? Qin Fei. I can't communicate with you. Get lost. Yi Hong, so, Jingyu is also that? Qin Fei, is he? I'm not sure. Yi Hong. If you're not sure, then why are you flirting with him? Qin Fei, I'll flirt with him first. If he is, he'll react sooner or later. If he isn't, then we're all good brothers. Perfect. You're awesome. Yi Hong was speechless. No, he still wanted to say, as long as you don't burn yourself to death when the time comes and you have nowhere to vent your lust, it'll be fine. Then he was sent flying by Qin Fei's kick. The knockout round would not start until next week. According to the official announcement, there would be a version change before the knockout round, some demons would be adjusted, and 2 new demons would be added. Now, the whole world was guessing which demons the officials would change, and what type of demons the 2 new demons would be, and what their positions would be. The forums were also discussing this matter. 58L, I think the Moonshade Spider will be weakened. 59L, it can't be, right? Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is so strong that it's like a bug, but not everyone is Jingyu. 60L, the Moonshade Spider might not be weakened, but Kamal and Azrael will definitely be weakened. 61L, there aren't many people who can turn the Moonshade Spider into a bug, but if there are people who can do it, does it mean that the Moonshade Spider's skill does have a bug? Then, it's possible that it will be weakened, right? In the past, it wasn't weakened because there wasn't anyone who could bring out the full potential of the Moonshade Spider. 62L, according to the previous poster, are the Heart of Ice and the Flower Petal of Datura going to be weakened too? After all, these 2 demons are like bugs in Jingyu's hands. 63L, ha ha ha, isn't the title of this post no prize guessing, which demons will be weakened? Why is everyone discussing whether or not Jingyu's demons will be weakened? If you're so afraid of Jingyu, why don't you suggest that Jingyu be weakened? 64L, the previous poster is right. How can you have the nerve to weaken a flower petal like the Heart of Ice? Rather than weakening the Heart of Ice, why don't you weaken the person? 65L, I bet 50 cents that the Heart of Ice won't be weakened. A few days later, the official Weibo account released the list of demons that needed to be adjusted. Brother 65's face was slapped swollen. The Heart of Ice was on the list. However, a few days later, 2 days before the start of the offline tournament, the official Weibo account released the official announcement of the demons being adjusted. Congratulations, Brother 65, he won the bet. The reason why the Heart of Ice appeared on the adjustment list wasn't because it was weakened, but because it was strengthened. Ain, who had just decided not to ban the Heart of Ice. Who's the organizer? Come out, we promise not to beat you to death. Heart of Ice's HP, defense, and damage were not adjusted. Only one skill was changed. The second skill, Snow Traction, was originally only able to connect to enemy magical beasts, but now it could also connect to friendly magical beasts. When Heart of Ice connected to an enemy demon, it would cause a certain reduction in speed. When Heart of Ice connected to a friendly demon, it would increase the movement speed of both itself and the friendly demon for a short period of time. This adjustment could be said to have greatly increased Heart of Ice's survivability. This way, after Heart of Ice killed an enemy demon, its second skill would be refreshed. It could connect to an enemy demon to continue harvesting heads, and it could also connect to a friendly demon to escape. Seeing this adjustment, all the teams that were about to fight PGs wished they could send a stack of blades to the officials. Jinyu's Heart of Ice was already very heaven-defying. Not only was it not reduced, but it was also strengthened. How were they supposed to fight it, and all the players who originally had Heart of Ice turned into Jingyu overnight? If Jingyu had not used Heart of Ice in the Pro League, the officials definitely would not have noticed this demon. They would not have spent so much effort on modifying this demon. This enhancement was all thanks to Jingyu. Similarly, because Jingyu had used it in the Pro League, the Moonshade Spider had also attracted the officials' attention. However, unlike Heart of Ice, the Moonshade Spider had really been nerfed. The officials had extended the cooldown of some of her skills. This had no effect on Jingyu's self-created combo, he could still use that combo. However, after using that combo, he had to escape. He could only use that combo again after the cooldown was over. Other than that, Kamal and Nine-Tailed Fox were also nerfed. Kamal's damage was lowered, and Nine-Tailed Fox's defense was weakened. There was also a strengthened demon, which was an elemental soul. Soul's position was as a control-type mid-laner. However, those who played mid-laners were more inclined to use magic damage to wear down the enemy's magical beasts or directly kill them in one move. As a result, there were very few people who could use their soul to summon this demon. It was even less effective than the Heart of Ice. Therefore, in this revision, the officials greatly increased the spell damage of the soul. Although it couldn't be compared to a real mage-type demon, the soul's troublesome skills were enough to make up for the lack of damage. The officials are really friendly to us. After reading the revised content, Yi Hong couldn't help but sigh. To sum it up, Yiming doesn't know how to use Kamal, so Kamal has been removed. My Nine-Tailed Fox was stuck in the ban position, so the Nine-Tailed Fox was nerfed. My soul is slippery, so my soul has been strengthened. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider was stuck in the ban position, so the Moonshade Spider was nerfed. Jinyu's Heart of Ice was slippery, so the Heart of Ice has been strengthened. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that this revision is super beneficial to us. Hanleng, isn't that right? What we know has been strengthened, and what we want to take but can't get has been removed. The officials are really friendly to us. Pfft, Qin Fei sneered and directly pointed out the truth. It's just because we don't play by the rules. Others used whatever was strong, and PGs took whatever was weak. Wasn't it natural for weaker demons to be strengthened? Then, those strong demons would never be able to get off the ban position in the PG's hands. It was normal for them to be nerfed. Therefore, the officials weren't biased towards any team or any person. They just made reasonable adjustments based on the actual situation. That afternoon, the game was updated, and all the demons on the list were adjusted. As for the two new demons, there was no news at the moment. They would probably appear after the finals. The elimination round was in 2 days. As the first offline competition of the LDPL, they had to decorate it grandly. First, they confirmed the location. It was in B City. PGs would have to take a 2-hour flight from S City. Then, the officials planned to film an opening video and play it on the big screen before the elimination round officially began to warm up the audience. In order to film this video, they invited all the top 8 teams, including ANE and SOS. PGs was also among them. When she received the notice, Xiaoyun almost thought that she had heard wrongly. We're filming too? Are you sure it's us? PG. Play gaily. After repeatedly receiving confirmation, Xiaoyun regained her composure. Okay, I got it. I'll be there 1 day in advance. Okay, thank you. Sorry to trouble you. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyun immediately left the room. She found Feng Luofan and told him what had happened. Feng Luofan was also in disbelief. The opening video and photos of the players? Xiaoyun, yes. They said that they want us to arrive at the venue 1 day in advance to take photos and videos. Time is a little tight. I'll book a plane ticket for tomorrow morning later. Let them pack their luggage tonight, we have to pack too. Feng Luofan, okay. After a brief discussion, the two of them relayed the news to the members of Team PG. Compared to the two of them, their reactions were much calmer. Qin Fei, oh, got it. Yi Hong, tisk, I really don't want to film. Luo Yiming, you have to make me look more handsome. Hanleng, okay, I'll pack my luggage later. All 4 of them responded, except for Jingyu, who remained silent. Fang Luofan subconsciously looked at him and saw that he had his head down and seemed to be thinking about something. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jingyu, is there a problem? Jingyu was stunned. He subconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Fang Luofan. After a while, he asked tentatively, do I have to show my face in the video and photos? Also, can I wear a mask in the offline tournament? Probably not. Fang Luofan responded. One of the purposes of the offline tournament is to prevent substitutes from playing. Pro players aren't allowed to cover their faces. Also, it's not convenient to command with a mask on, right? Yeah. Jingyu responded, seemingly a little disappointed. Fang Luofan, what's wrong? You don't want to show your face? Jingyu, it's okay. Fang Luofan, it's okay, you can tell us if you have any problems. If we can help you solve it, we'll do our best to help you. When he heard this, Jingyu clearly hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he responded calmly, it's nothing, I just don't want to show my face. If you have to, then go ahead, I don't mind. Although he said this, his expression didn't seem to be indifferent at all. However, since he said this, Fang Luofan didn't ask any more questions. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said, okay, then everyone go pack your luggage. After he said this, he turned around and walked to his room. He didn't notice that Xiaoyun, who was next to him, was looking at Jingyu's back with a thoughtful expression. After Jingyu returned to his room, the first thing he did wasn't pack his luggage. Instead, he took out his phone and opened a chat with someone. That person's ID was Jiao Weiqin. Jingyu, I made it to the knockout round. After sending this sentence, he hesitated for a moment before sending another message. Jingyu, the knockout round is an offline competition. After a while, the person with the ID Jiao Weiqin replied, Jiao Weiqin, congratulations, keep up the good work. I've been watching the live broadcast the whole time. When Jingyu realized that the other party didn't get the point, he couldn't help but frown. He carefully organized his words and sent a whole paragraph in one breath. Jingyu, the knockout round is an offline competition, so I have to show my face. I look like you. If someone notices us and investigates, it'll be easy to find out our relationship. If someone finds out what happened back then, what should we do? After sending this message, Jingyu waited for a full 5 minutes before he received a reply from the other party. It was only these 6 words, Jiao Weiqin, are you happy playing? Jingyu almost didn't hesitate to reply, happy. Jiao Weiqin, then don't worry about anything, just continue playing. Jiao Weiqin, Xiaoyu, remember, we didn't do anything wrong, so you don't have to take responsibility for anything. Jiao Weiqin, even if someone doesn't want to let us go, your mother isn't someone to be trifled with. I'll definitely protect you. Jingyu stared at these 3 messages in a daze. He felt his eyes sting. He wanted to reply, but he couldn't see the buttons at all. Jiao Weiqin, as long as you're happy, I have nothing to fear. Your happiness is my greatest happiness. Jingyu held back his tears and replied with one word, okay. Seeing this, Jiao Shi, who was removing her makeup in the dressing room, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She turned off her phone and smiled, good luck. Almost at the same time, Qin Fei's mother, Qi Xian, looked at the thick stack of documents submitted by her mail secretary with a playful expression, Jingyu, Jiao Shi. Ha, interesting. Jingyu's eyes were a bit red as he carried his suitcase out the door. Qin Fei opened the door at almost the same time as him, so he keenly noticed Lu Zhou's strange behavior and asked, what's wrong? Jingyu quickly shook his head. Nothing, you can go now. Okay. That night, Xiaoyun bought a plane ticket and came back. She briefly explained the process of taking photos and videos to the PG team. During the process, Jingyu looked like he wanted to say something several times, so it was hard for Xiaoyun not to notice. After explaining the process, she asked tentatively, Jingyu, do you have anything you want to ask? Jingyu was about to give up, but after Xiaoyun called him out, he hesitated for a moment before asking, can I wear makeup without a mask? Xiaoyun, light makeup is fine, but definitely not Halloween makeup. Jingyu, okay, thanks. Forget it. Xiaoyun stared at him for a few seconds, and after a moment of hesitation, she made a decision. Jingyu, come with me, let's talk alone. Jingyu looked up in surprise. Huh? Xiaoyun smiled. Don't be nervous, just talk. Jingyu, okay. Just like that, Jingyu was led into the conference room by Xiaoyun. After the conference room door closed, the other PG team members couldn't help but discuss. Hanleng, what did Sister Xiao talk to Jingyu about? Luo Yiming, I don't know, does Sister Xiao have a crush on him? What are you talking about? Yi Hong slapped Luo Yiming on the back. Sister Xiao probably saw that Jingyu was a bit nervous, so she wanted to talk to him and help him relax. Hanleng, isn't Jingyu a streamer? Why would he be nervous when participating in an offline tournament? Yi Hong, he never showed his face when he was streaming. Hanleng, oh, I think so. Qin Fei sat silently at the side. There was no expression on his face, but his mind kept replaying the scene of Jingyu when he opened the door. His eyes were a little red. Had he cried? Why did she cry? After closing the door of the conference room, Jingyu sat opposite Xiaoyun, feeling a little nervous. He felt that Xiaoyun must have known something. Xiaoyun did realize something. Not long after Jingyu sat down, she directly asked, "Do you know Jiaoxi?" Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. He tried his best to reply calmly, "I've heard of it. Many people say that I look like her." "You do look alike, you can tell at a glance." Xiaoyun said, "So, this is why you don't want to show your face in the offline tournament?" "Yes." Jingyu didn't refute and readily admitted, "If someone misunderstands my relationship with her, it won't be good for either of us." "You're really strange." Xiaoyun commented bluntly, "There are many people in the world who look like celebrities. They can't wait to ride on the popularity of celebrities, but you only want to avoid suspicion." Jingyu frowned. He was unhappy with Xiaoyun's tone. Everyone has different thoughts. "They can't represent me." "Oh, that's true." Xiaoyun obviously noticed the aggressiveness in her tone and quickly restrained herself. "Jingyu, there's a good saying that you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want to play professionally, you'll have to show your face in front of the public." "I know." Jingyu impatiently interrupted her and said what she wanted to persuade him first, "Since I've decided to play professionally, nothing can stop me. If I want to show my face, then so be it. I'm just casually asking if I can put on makeup. In short, I'll play well in the tournament and won't think about anything else. You can rest assured." Jingyu said this firmly and strongly, which made Xiaoyun absent-minded. It was as if she saw Qin Fei who ran away from home years ago. Years ago, when Qin Fei insisted on dropping out of school to play professionally, he also had the same expression and said something similar, "I want to play professionally. No one can stop me. If I want to cut ties, then so be it." You said it as if that man cared about me. In short, I'll stick to what I've decided. I won't regret it. Recalling Qin Fei's words at that time, Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Did I say something funny, Xiaoyun? Okay, I got it. Good luck." "There's nothing else." Jingyu secretly sighed in relief and stood up. "Then I'll go out." Xiaoyun, yes. Jingyu, thank you, sister. Xiao. Xiaoyun replied and watched Jingyu leave the conference room. She was absent-minded. In the end, she still didn't get anything out of him. Maybe it was a woman's sixth sense. Although Jingyu was very calm when he heard the name Jiaoxi, Xiaoyun felt that they didn't just look alike. There must be some kind of relationship between them. What kind of relationship could it be, brother and sister? The next morning, in order to catch the plane, everyone in PG, including the coach and the manager, got up early. Qin Fei was woken up by Jingyu again. But this time, he woke up very quickly. Almost at the same time that Jingyu wanted to pull his blanket, he opened his eyes and grabbed Jingyu's wrist, giving Jingyu a fright. Qin Fei, who was lying in bed, stared at Jingyu's face for a while and couldn't help but laugh. "You're in a good mood today?" Jingyu replied with a smile, "It's my first time playing in an offline tournament. I'm looking forward to it." "That's not what you thought yesterday," Qin Fei said as he sat up in bed. "Oh, is it that obvious?" Jingyu subconsciously reflected on his performance yesterday. But before he could think about it, he saw the blanket slide off Qin Fei's body, revealing his attractive upper body. Jingyu's gaze fell on Qin Fei's body, his eyes drifting. Qin Fei looked at his reaction with amusement. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay and watch me get dressed? Jingyu, who had recovered from his shock, turned around and left. I'm going down first. Before Qin Fei could react, Jingyu had already left the room and closed the door. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. It wasn't like he wasn't wearing underwear. Even if he stayed and watched him get dressed, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? After a while, the 7 people successfully boarded the plane. Before the plane took off, Fang Luofan hurriedly sent the tournament flow chart he had just received to their group. Jingyu opened the chart and saved it locally. Then, he opened it in the photo album and looked at it carefully. A total of 8 teams advanced to the knockout stage. After 3 rounds, the champion would be decided. The first round was a BO3. PG, ANE, and SOS didn't meet any of them. It was obvious that the officials had purposely arranged this. PG's first opponent was a team called DJSS. They didn't know how strong they were. The second round of the semifinals was also a BO3. If PG advanced to the semifinals, their opponent would either be PH or PUPJ. PH was a new team that had just been formed this season. PUPJ was a veteran team that had been formed for a long time and had never made it to the quarterfinals. The third round of the finals was a BO5. They didn't know which team would advance to the finals and become PG's final opponent. Jingyu was still looking at the tournament flow when Qin Fei, who was sitting next to him, suddenly opened the voice message Fang Luofan sent in the group. DJSS's mid laner is quite troublesome. I'll tell you the details when we get to the hotel. For now, everyone turn off your phones and rest. Jingyu subconsciously turned his head and looked at Qin Fei. Brother Fei, aren't you going to sleep? Qin Fei yawned. I'm just about to sleep. Luo Fan, that bastard, is so annoying. Can't he wait until we get to the hotel to talk about this? Did he have to flirt with me on the plane? A voice full of resentment immediately floated from behind. It was Fang Luofan. Hey, I heard you. Qin Fei, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Jingyu, Qin Fei immediately fell asleep. He closed his eyes and fell asleep in a short while. 2 hours later, Jingyu woke him up and exchanged a few moves with him while he was still in a daze. This time, across the corridor, Yi Hong, who was sitting opposite the two, saw the whole process of Jingyu waking Qin Fei up with his own eyes. He couldn't help but sigh. Amazing, amazing. As expected, you have some skills. Jingyu, are you very good at fighting in real life too? Jingyu decided to play dumb. I don't know if I haven't fought before. It's just a conditioned reflex. Yi Hong, amazing, amazing. You can tie with Brother Fei even with conditioned reflexes. No wonder your reflexes are so fast in the game. Jingyu continued to play dumb. Maybe. After getting off the plane, Xiaoyun first took the group to a hotel near the competition venue to make arrangements. Then, they went out for lunch and arrived at the location of the photos and videos at 1 p.m. sharp. Before taking the photos, Xiaoyun was worried that Jingyu wouldn't cooperate. She didn't expect that Jingyu would be the most cooperative one during the actual shooting. The style of the other members of PG, cameraman, are your eyes open? Qin Fei, I'm sleepy. Cameraman, open your eyes for a while. Just for a while. I'll snap it. It'll be quick. Qin Fei, shut up. You're so noisy. Cameraman, Yi Hong, this isn't good. Is my face that square? Cameraman, this. How about I change the angle? Yi Hong, why is it still so square? Is there something wrong with your camera? Cameraman. Inwardly, he was freaking out. Isn't there something wrong with your face? Luo Yiming, you have to make me look more handsome. Definitely. Cameraman wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'll try my best. Luo Yiming, no, this one won't do. It makes me look like a delinquent. I want the feeling of a flamboyant personality. A flamboyant personality, understand? Cameraman, Delinquents are quite flamboyant too. Luo Yiming, huh? Cameraman wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'll try my best. Han Leng, why is my angle so different from theirs? Cameraman. You're so tall. Are you 1.9 meters? Can you squat down a little? Hanleng, wouldn't that make me look less imposing? Why don't you make yourself a little taller? Cameraman put down his camera and quietly went to get a stool. Then, it was finally Jingyu's turn. Cameraman, raise your head. Jingyu obediently raised his head. Snap. Another shot. Cameraman, turn your head a little. Just a little. Jingyu obediently turned his head. Snap. Another shot. Cameraman, you look so obedient. Can't you act a little more fierce? After all, PG is a super fierce team. Jingyu raised his hands and formed claws. Ow, cameraman. Inwardly, I'm dead. How can he be so cute? He's so cute. Jingyu, you forgot to take a picture. Cameraman, it's okay. The first shot was pretty good. Come over and take a look. What do you think? Jingyu obediently came over. It's good. You did a good job. Cameraman. Inwardly, PG's jungler is a little angel. Qin Fei, who was watching everything from the side, couldn't help but laugh. This wolf in sheep's clothing. After the individual photos were taken, PG stood in 2 rows under the instructions of the cameraman and took a group photo. Thus, the photo session came to an end. Next up was the filming of the opening video. The rules for the opening video were as follows: all the members of each team would be in the camera, and one of them would be chosen to face the camera and say something to the other teams. Who should they choose? The other teams looked at each other and were hesitant. However, PG's team had a completely different style. Luo Yiming, me. Pick me, pick me. I've already thought of what to say, we're definitely going to be the champions. Watch me take you all to the top. Yi Hong. Please don't, this flag is making me nervous. Hanleng, I'll do it. I'm 1.9 meters tall. Just by standing there, I can scare the other teams half to death. Yi Hong, can the cameraman capture his face? What? Only his chest? Okay, pass. Next, Brother Fei? Qin Fei, TSK, a bunch of noobs. What's there to talk to them about? Yi Hong. You'll get beaten up if you do that. Feng Luofan was also annoyed by these people. He placed his last hope on Jingyu. Jingyu, say something. Luo Yiming, Jingyu, show them what you've got. Yi Hong, yeah, little Jingyu. When it comes to showing off, no one can beat you. Jingyu, == he really didn't want to talk to his teammates at all. However, when he saw that the camera was facing him, Jingyu sighed in his heart. He put on a very innocent expression and said blankly, I already used Heart of Ice on purpose. How can you still die? Yi Hong, ha. What the *CK do you mean by using Heart of Ice? Luo Yiming, there's nothing wrong with that. Jingyu said that his Heart of Ice was the weakest. I'll remember that for a year. Hanleng, I'll remember this for the rest of my life. However, after the update, Heart of Ice is no longer the weakest, right? Luo Yiming, I'm really looking forward to the reactions of the other teams when they hear this. Ha. Jingyu shrugged. Draw hatred? There was nothing to be afraid of. In PG, he was just like his mother, fearless. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw his I have someone backing me up, so I'm not afraid of anyone look. When he was well behaved, he was like a rabbit. When he was coquettish, he was like a fox. Occasionally, he would have a determined, fearless, and even ferocious side to him. This person was really interesting. Just like that, the video was recorded happily. After everyone returned to the hotel and packed up their luggage, Feng Luofan finally had the chance to talk about the match. Everyone in PG, except for Xiao Yun, gathered in Feng Luofan's room and stared at his laptop. Feng Luofan, the other members of DJSS's team aren't that good, but their mid laner is this M. You have to pay attention to him. The screen was playing a video of DJSS's match. From the spectator's perspective, M used his Scarlet Fury to get close to the enemy's top laner. He used 2 skills and 1 skill to control the top laner while dealing damage to the enemy's backline, taking the enemy's archer's head. Then, he immediately moved to dodge the mage's big move and turned around to kill the mage and top laner. When he saw that the enemy jungler's health was low, he decisively followed up with a normal attack. In the end, he happily got a quadruple kill. Luo Yiming, F***ck. Yi Hong, amazing. Han Ling, amazing, amazing. Fong Luofan, Am's movements are very agile and his skills are very accurate. You can see that his hand speed is very fast and he doesn't make any mistakes. Not only in the early stages, but his performance in the later stages is also very stable. He can be said to be the biggest dark horse in this season other than Team PH. What should I do? I'm starting to worry. Yi Hong felt a lot of pressure. Little Jingyu, hurry up and show off. Let me have some confidence in myself. Jingyu, this mid laner is very good. I feel like he's better than Brother Yi. Yi Hong, but his teammates are really mediocre. Jingyu watched the video seriously and didn't hear what Yi Hong said. DJSS's top laner is too weak. If he didn't retreat just now, the archer wouldn't have died. The support's rhythm is also hard to explain. And this jungler, I feel like his awareness is okay, but the timing of his rush isn't right. It feels like he's a beat slower. This team is completely led by Am alone. Fong Luofan, yes, I heard that Am is DJSS's captain and commander. This team is indeed led by him alone. Qin Fei, oh, that's a pity. Poach him to replace Yezi. Yi Hong, hey. Qin Fei was obviously joking, but he deliberately said seriously, but we already have a commander. Our commander can beat him, so forget it. Fong Luofan helplessly stared at him. In any case, we can't let our guard down in tomorrow's match. Especially Yezi. Play more steadily in the mid lane. Don't be reckless. Okay. Yi Hong replied gloomily. He decided to teach him how to play mid laner tomorrow. After the meeting, PG's players went back to their rooms. Their club didn't lack money, so they each had their own room. Because there were no computers in the hotel, they couldn't train, so they all went to bed early. The next morning, after breakfast, the 5 of them carried their usual keyboards and mice and rushed to the competition venue under Xiao Yun's lead. Fong Luofan went out early in the morning. He was the commentator for today's competition. The venue for the LDPL elimination competition was not big. The seats for the audience were only 5 to 6 times the number of seats for the players. There were only about 300 empty seats in the entire venue. After all, it was the first offline competition. They weren't sure how many people would come. Wouldn't it be awkward if only 100 people came after booking more than 1,000 people? However, it was obvious that the officials had put a lot of thought into the layout of the venue. The whole venue was filled with a sense of technology. There was a huge screen in the air. Even if one was sitting at a position furthest away from the screen, one could still see the situation on the screen clearly. It was like watching a movie. PG arrived the earliest and was the first team to arrive at the scene. They wandered around the venue unscrupulously. They touched the computer, moved the mouse, and sat on the gaming chairs to experience life. After doing what they should and shouldn't do, they finally welcomed the second team. The 2 teams met on the field. They looked at each other curiously. Which team was this? In the end, Luo Yiming from PG's side was the first to speak. Who are you? And, what happened to your eyes? One of the opponents was actually wearing a black eye patch over his eyes. The words "strangers are not allowed" were written all over his slightly young face. The next second, that person said seriously, "You actually found out, I won't hide it from you. I'm actually the inheritor of the true evil king's eyes." Geez? Yi Hong exclaimed. You're Momo's Geez, right? Geez, whose identity was instantly exposed, said, F***ck. How did you know? Are you also someone chosen by fate? Ha 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 ha. I thought you were a Chunibu on the internet. I didn't expect you to be so Chunibu in real life. Yi Hong went forward and patted the young man's shoulder. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm PG's mid laner, Leafs. You can call me Yezi. I really like watching you play. F***ck. PG? Xi's expressed that he was shocked. His teammates were also shocked. F***ck. Xi's reacted quickly and asked excitedly, which one of you is Jingyu? Is Jingyu here? Jingyu, who was called out, blinked. He hesitated for a moment before weakly raising his hand and pointing at himself. Me? In the next second, Xi's pounced on Jingyu. Aha! Jingyu! I'm your die-hard fan. Give me your autograph. I'm starting to practice Heart of Ice now. Although I lost this season and can't use Heart of Ice, I'll definitely make a comeback next season. Using Heart of Ice to pentakill is so F***king awesome. I #yen%. Jingyu, == he didn't expect Xi's to be so chinibu and a chatterbox. Just as he was about to ask him to calm down, he felt his body lighten. Jingyu blinked in confusion. Qin Fei grabbed Xi's by the back of his collar and dragged him far away. Qin Fei warned him, if you touch my jungler again, I'll teach you a lesson. Xi's was terrified. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't do it again. The second team to arrive was actually Momo. This was something no one in PG had expected. Momo had already been eliminated in the group stage, so she came as a spectator. The teams that advanced to the knockout stage had their own seats. Momo could only sit in the spectator seats. However, the match hadn't started yet, so she could sit wherever she wanted. Thus, Momo's entire team sat next to PG. The two teams chatted happily, especially Luo Yiming and Xi's. Before they met, Luo Yiming had threatened to kill Xi's. However, when they met, they chatted more happily than anyone else. Qin Fei and Yihong sat further away from them. Yihong couldn't help but sigh. Momo's team members are really young. Are they still in high school? Qin Fei yawned lazily. Who cares? Half an hour before the match started, PG's 5 players were called backstage by the staff. The other teams also arrived one after another. Unfortunately, they couldn't meet each other yet. Xi's followed his team and settled down in the spectator seats. After a while, he suddenly exclaimed, Jingyu hasn't given me his autograph. His best assistant, Kins, looked at him in disdain. Why do you want his autograph? If it were me, I would have taken a photo with him. F***ck. That makes sense. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kins, by the way, Jingyu is completely different from what I imagined. He looks so obedient. Geez, I want to know who the person who almost beat me up is. He's a little handsome. Kins, cough, I want to know too. Half an hour later, the first offline LDPL competition officially began, contrary to everyone's expectations. Other than the empty seats reserved for the 8 qualified teams, all the other seats in the competition grounds were actually filled. There were even people who entered the venue one after another, standing and waiting for the competition to begin. At 9 p.m., accompanied by passionate music, the lights dimmed and the spotlight locked onto the host. Then, the music stopped and the host's clear and magnetic voice sounded. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the LDPL knockout stage. I am the host, He. It has been 3 years and 3 months since the first Devil Lord Professional League began. He used his seductive voice to say a bunch of touching and hot-blooded words before finally getting to the point. Now, let us invite the 8 teams that have advanced to the knockout stage to enter. The first team is the second-place team from Group A, ANE. Following He's words, the big screen suddenly lit up and the photos of the 5 players were displayed side by side. From left to right, they were, top laner PL, mid laner Wing, archer GY, jungler Fly, support High. The 5 of them had the same style. They were all wearing white clothes and looking seriously at the camera. It was as if they were preparing to carry out a dangerous mission. Between the photos, there was a tearing effect, revealing the blue sky and white clouds behind. It gave people the feeling that this was a team that wanted to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Whether it was the name of the team or the IDs of the members, they were all related to the Sky team. ANE is a very old team. They have already participated in the Pro League for 4 consecutive seasons. In the previous 3 seasons, they had reached the top 8. Their current best result was 5th place in the 2nd season. Following the introduction of the host, the 5 members of ANE entered the stage one after another. They were all tall and skinny boys around 20 years old. Hee, this team's style is more cautious and steady. The players' survivability is stronger and they are good at chasing and attacking. Now, ANE's players have arrived. Let's welcome them to their seats with a round of applause. Intense applause sounded, accompanied by the background music of high morale. The 5 people in the arena bowed to the audience and walked to their seats. Hee, the second team is the first place team from Group A, PG. When the host shouted this sentence, he didn't know if it was his misconception, but he felt that the applause in the stadium became more intense. Coincidentally, the music reached its climax. The photos on the screen were replaced with PGs. They were also displayed side by side. From left to right, they were top laner Sleep, mid laner Leafs, Archer 1, Jungler GF, support HHH. The red and black tones and the explosive special effects formed a sharp contrast with ANE's photos. Xianxia squinted his eyes. His expression was lazy. He was like an emperor looking disdainfully at everything, sleepy. Yihong looked at the camera. His gaze was sharp as if he would kill someone in the next second, angered by the photographer. Luo Yiming slightly raised his head. His expression was fierce like a ferocious beast, enough personality, enough to be flamboyant. Han Lung's face was expressionless and cold, as if he was unapproachable. Is this photographer good or not? However, there was one photo that didn't look right. Jingyu was looking at the camera calmly. Even though he was wearing the same red and black clothes and had the same explosion effects around him, he still looked innocent and ignorant. Not long after the PG photos were released, there was a series of gasps and screams. ANE's side was also in an uproar. Fly, F***CK, this face, wing, beating us up is simply, Xianxia's appearance was impeccable. When Jingyu first met him at the entrance of the PG club, he was captivated by his appearance and stared at him for a long time. Yihong's face was a little square, giving people a mature and steady feeling. His appearance was slightly inferior to his 4 teammates, but he was the type that was more pleasing to the eye the more you looked at him. Luo Yiming was the youngest member of the PG team. Although the photographer took a fierce picture of him, because of his soft face shape, he gave people a childish and fierce feeling, which was a little cute. Han Lung's face, when he wasn't smiling, was a living example of a domineering CEO. In addition, Jingyu could wear a wig and a dress and become a good-looking crossdresser. Hi, TSK, is PG here to compete or debut? Hee, PG is a new team established last season. It's their first time participating in the Pro League, and they've made it all the way to the top 8. Their current best result is 8th place in the 3rd season. After a pause, he said, this team's style is quite fierce. Every player's ability to harvest is very strong. When PG participates in a match, the score is usually shockingly high. Now, PG's members are walking towards us. Let's welcome them to their seats with a round of applause. With Hee's introduction, the applause became even more intense. Yihong, wow, are we that popular? Luo Yiming, they must be attracted by my good looks. Han Lung, they must be. Attracted by Brother Fei's good looks? Han Lung couldn't help but sigh. What kind of world is this? Nowadays, all the good-looking people are gay. Jingyu? Jingyu thought he had misheard and cast an incredulous look at Han Lung. Seeing that Han Lung didn't notice him at all, he turned his gaze to Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't seem to have heard him at all and was even yawning. Jingyu wanted to ask Han Lung, what did he mean by that sentence just now? However, because of the situation and the sensitivity of this question, he chose to keep quiet in the end. Forget it, I'll ask him later. If he didn't mishear or misunderstand just now. If Brother Fei was really, then would he be able to pay attention to the stairs? Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded, startling Jingyu. He instinctively looked down at the ground and didn't trip on the stairs in front of his seat. Hee, next up is the second place team from Group B, PH. As soon as he finished speaking, PG's photo was replaced. 5 photos of PH appeared side by side on the screen. All of them were wearing blue and black colors and the background was made with special ice effects. The entire team gave off a cold and harsh feeling. Yihong stared at the screen for a while and suddenly exclaimed, Xianxia? Luo Yiming, eh? Seems like it. Han Leng, and that jungler, Xiao Wei. Jingyu was confused. After a long time, he couldn't help but ask Qin Fei next to him, Brother Fei, who are they talking about? Qin Fei wanted to reply I don't know to save time and effort, but for some reason, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and responded patiently, QZ Qing Zi, before you came, the top laner in our team couldn't keep up with the pace and was kicked out by me. That Xiao Wei was a jungler in our team last season. Oh. Jingyu understood. Ex-teammate? Not really. Qin Fei replied they didn't sign a contract with PG, so they can only be considered as people who played together before. Jingyu, oh, I see. Hee, PH is a new team that was just formed this season. They fought their way into the knockout round and can be considered the biggest dark horse of this season. Their style is more aggressive, especially their top laner and jungler. Their playstyle is very aggressive. I'm looking forward to their performance in the knockout round. Now, let's give them a round of applause and invite them to take their seats. The applause received by the new team was obviously much less than that received by the top 8 teams. Fortunately, the players of PH didn't care. They walked to their seats fearlessly. When they walked past the 5 players of PG, one of the players of PH seemed to stare at Qin Fei. Jingyu was stunned. He instinctively looked at Qin Fei and saw him looking at the photo on the screen leisurely. It was as if he didn't care at all. Jingyu thought that he had seen wrongly. However, the next second, he heard Yi Hong and Han Leng talking. Yi Hong, Qingzi just stared at Brother Fei, right? Han Leng, he's really angry at Brother Fei. Yi Hong, that's normal. If I could have signed PH, I would be angry too if I was forced to PG and was kicked out by a bastard called Qin Fei. Luo Yiming, Brother Fei is really heartless. Yi Hong, what are you talking about? Brother Fei didn't even put it in. How could he pull it out? Qin Fei, F*CK, Qin Fei was also impressed by his teammate's blabbermouth. Can you two be more filthy? Han Leng, speaking of which, I remember that Qingzi's background is quite complicated. He always brings his brothers to fight everywhere. I hope that after we beat them, he won't bring his brothers to kill us. Luo Yiming, Yi Hong, no way. Qin Fei was silent for a while before he said calmly, after the match with PH, everyone stay in the hotel. Don't go anywhere. Yi Hong and Luo Yiming and Han Leng? Jingyu, hey, are you serious? He. Next up is the 4th team. First place in Group B, SOS. He, this team is quite old. Like ANE, they have participated in the Pro League for 4 consecutive seasons. Their best record is 4th place in the first season. Healer support is SOS specialty. They always use healer support in every match. Like ANE, they are a team with a high survival rate. Let's give them a round of applause and invite them to take their seats. SOS photo was in a jungle camouflage. The post-processing was not bad, but because the team members were not very good looking, the visual effect was a little lacking. Yi Hong, wow, we finally see a team with a higher age group than us. Wasn't that so? The members of SOS were all around 25 years old, and one of them looked like he was almost 30. Han Leng, no wonder their hand speed is getting worse year after year. Then, the host, He, introduced the 5th and 6th teams. The 6th team was DJSS, PG's opponent. They were the first team from Group C. The content of the host's introduction was similar to Feng Luofan's analysis. In short, this was an explosive team led by a sorcerer. Jingyu paid special attention to Am's photo and real person. He was a tall and serious young man who did not seem to be much older than Ji's. The 2 teams from Group D were not famous. In Qin Fei's opinion, the situation in Group D was completely noobs. If any team in Group D entered the elimination round, they would only be crushed. The host could not introduce anything and hurriedly skipped over. After all 8 teams entered the arena, it was finally time for the exciting video segment. As the first offline competition of the LDPL, we are fortunate enough to invite the top 8 teams to record an opening video for us. The video records what the top 8 teams want to say to the other teams. What will they say? Without further ado, let's take a look. Following the impassioned voice of the host, the opening video that the officials had spent a week to produce was played on the big screen. The video began with a beautiful animation. Azrael, Heijiao, Kamal, Sword Burial, these powerful and domineering demons appeared one after another. The beautiful background and dazzling special effects were too much for the eyes to take in. The animation ended with Nine-Tailed Fox's big move. It was so shocking that it made people want to see more. Following that was the video of the top 8 teams. The order of the videos was based on the final ranking of the previous season. The first video to be played was the video of the previous season's first place, Mai. The atmosphere in this cautious and defensive battle team was harmonious. At the end of the video, it was their captain and mid-laner who gave a declaration of war. "If you have the ability, try and drag us down from first place." His arrogant tone showed the fearlessness of an esports player. Following that was the video of the previous season's runner-up, Kid. This team was known for their military style and harsh training. Everyone in the video was staring at the camera like a tiger staring at its prey, as if they were staring at the championship trophy. The one they chose to speak was their C shooter. His tone was 10,000 times more arrogant than Mai's captain. "Don't block the way. This time, the champion will be us." Last season's third place was Jock, a team that liked to stir up trouble. Their words were also full of their true colors. "Competition? You can't beat us. How about dancing?" As Jock's mid-laner spoke, he immediately danced awkwardly on the spot. In the end, he pointed to the camera with both hands. The fourth player, Ball C's captain, was their jungler. This young man, who had the title of the best jungler in the country, faced the camera with a confident smile. "As long as it's a prey that I've locked onto, it won't be able to escape from my grasp." Fifth place was Rule, and the one who announced this was also their captain. He played in the support position and announced with a serious face, "This season, we will win." The sixth team, SKR1, was known for their flexible lineup. The one who made the announcement was their top laner. "Guess what our lineup will be this season?" Seventh place, Ain craned her neck to wait for their video. PG also craned his neck to wait for his video. However, no. There was none? After the video of SKR1 ended, there was a summary from each person. "My mid laner, Season 4, here we come. Kid's Archer, Season 4, here we come. Jock's mid laner, Season 4, here we come. BAL C's jungler, we're waiting for you in the points competition. Rules support, we are waiting for you in the points competition. SKR1's top laner, we're waiting for you in the points competition." It was over. Perfect. Ain? PG? Luo Yiming, well, where are our people? Yi Hong, didn't you hear them say we'll wait for you in the points competition? People like us who are still struggling in the knockout stage probably don't deserve to be cut together with them. Han Leng, then why are we still filming? Since you've filmed it, you must be using it, right? Yi Hong, maybe. I just don't know where it will be used. While they were discussing, the host had already finished saying a bunch of blood-boiling words and announced the official start of the 4th season of the LDPL's knockout stage, the first offline competition. Then, a staff member walked in front of PG and gestured for the 5 of them to go on stage. Only then did PG realize, that's right. Their competition was the first round. The first round of the knockout stage is about to begin between PG and DJSS. Before the competition begins, let's watch a video together. Following the host's words, the big screen lit up again. After the 5-second introduction animation ended, the faces of DJSS's team appeared. DJSS? On the big screen, 5 teenagers were sitting side by side. One of them suddenly stood up and walked towards the camera. He raised his hand and pointed the camera at himself. He smiled evilly. "Are you afraid to meet us?" PG's team, we're not afraid. DJSS. Are the officials doing this on purpose? Are they trying to stir up trouble by releasing the video recorded by both sides before the battle? Then, the camera cut to PG's side. It was a mess. The 5 of them randomly found a seat and sat down. They were quite scattered and sat in all sorts of strange positions. As the camera moved forward and moved, PG glanced at the camera casually, as if they did not care about the camera at all. Finally, the camera focused on a clean-shaven young man. The young man looked at the camera blankly at first, then smiled and said in a very relaxed tone, "I've already used Heart of Ice to throw the game. You have to let me have fun. Don't die too quickly." DJSS. Jingyu, Neither DJSS nor PG expected the video to be played in such a manner. This way, their declaration to the other teams became a declaration of war against each other. The smell of gunpowder instantly became strong. DJSS was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they would not have recorded such a sentence, asking PG if he was afraid of meeting them. Wow, they must have lost their minds. However, the other teams and the audience did not even look at them, let alone criticize them. They were all discussing PG's video. Is he serious about using Heart of Ice to throw the game? F***ck, this is such a slut, this face and this sentence belong to the same person? At the same time, the bullet screen on the live broadcast was also restless frowny face using Heart of Ice to throw the game. I believe it. Ah, Jingyu is so handsome. This side profile is too good. The comments below the video were also soaring at a terrifying speed. Frowny face. When I saw the photo, I naively thought that Jingyu was a little angel, but, when I saw the photo, I recalled Jingyu's slutty voice and felt that something was wrong, until, when I saw the photo, I couldn't imagine that he was the one who controlled the pentakill with Heart of Ice, but, this slut is too demonic. My husband is still my husband, slutty as always. Today, I finally understand what it means to have the face of an angel and the slutty words of a demon. Mama, have you seen an angel turn evil? For a moment, the discussion about Jingyu was overwhelming, both inside and outside the stadium, online and in real life. This esports player who looked like an angel when he was quiet and shocked the audience with his slutty words was just as unbelievable as the Heart of Ice that he controlled. How many people were deceived by his photo and how many people were shocked by his slutty words in the video? Luo Yiming couldn't help but laugh as he replaced his keyboard. Ha 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 ha. I knew they would react like this. Yihong also couldn't help but laugh. Little Jingyu, look at how many people you've scared when you're slutty. Jingyu sighed helplessly and didn't want to say anything. If it weren't for the fact that he had been playing Heart of Ice for a long time and had developed a thick skin, at this moment, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement and said in a voice that only he could hear, "Don't mind it, you're not afraid of being criticized if you have the ability. In esports, being a noob is the original sin." Jingyu tilted his head and looked at him, smiling. Don't worry, since I dared to say it, I'm not afraid of being criticized. Heh. Qin Fei turned his gaze back to his keyboard, his emotions fluctuating. These words were domineering. He liked it. The host, He Yi, had already watched the video before the start of the match, so he was spared. He wasn't shocked by the huge contrast between Jingyu's before and after. He happily took in the audience's reactions, giving them enough time to recover from the contrast, and then opened his mouth again. Now, both sides have adjusted their equipment, logged into their accounts, and are ready for the match. Let's give a round of applause to Luo Fan and Yo-Yo to commentate for today. Accompanied by a burst of intense applause, the spotlight shifted to Feng Luo Fan and his partner Yo-Yo, who were sitting at the back of the stadium. The two wore more formal clothes today, one black and one white, complementing each other. On both sides of the stadium, where the two teams were sitting, a transparent cover suddenly rose, covering the two teams to achieve the purpose of soundproofing. Then, Feng Luofan's voice sounded. Hello everyone, I'm Feng Luofan. I'm very happy to be the commentator for the first offline match. Yo-Yo, hello everyone, I'm Yo-Yo. This is my first time commentating for an offline match, I'm a little nervous. Feng Luofan, it's okay, just commentate as usual. Yo-Yo, yes. Feng Luofan, this match is between PG and DJSS, so I won't introduce PG too much. They were in the top 8 last season, so those who follow the LDPL should know about them. DJSS is a new team centered around explosive mages. Now, both sides will draw for their sides. Yo-Yo, DJSS drew the blue team and got the first move. PG's luck isn't very good. Feng Luofan, DJSS has the right to ban demons first. The first demon they banned is Heart of Ice. After Fang Luofan read out the name of the demon, his eyes widened in disbelief. When he heard that Heart of Ice was strengthened, he knew that Jingyu's Heart of Ice would definitely be banned, but he did not expect it to be so fast. The first ban in the first match was given to Heart of Ice. It was unbelievable. Not only was Fang Luofan surprised, but the audience was also surprised. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. What about PG? Luo Yiming went holy sh*t, Luo Yiming, holy sh*t, the first ban is given to Heart of Ice. That's a little too much. Yi Hong, that's right. They actually didn't let our little Jingyu go easy on them. That's too much. Han Leng, since the other side is going overboard, we'll go overboard too, ban sword burial. Jingyu was about to say something and tell them not to get too excited and to ban the strong mid laner first, but before he could say anything, Luo Yiming had already quickly banned sword burial. Jingyu. Okay. Yo, PG's first ban is given to sword burial. Haha, as expected of PG. Since you banned me as a jungler, I'll also ban you as a jungler. So bold. Fang Luofan, but PG's choice in this match wasn't very wise. Against DJSS, it's better to ban the strong mid laner. Now it's DJSS's turn to ban demons. Who will they give the second ban to? Whoa, it's Lilith. Yi Hong, okay, 2 of them are gone. Luo Yiming, I'm guessing mine will be gone soon. Han Leng, you can use my life to fight. Luo Yiming, with the way Flower in the Mirror is playing, I really don't dare to use Wind of Condensation. Yo, PG's second ban is given to Heijiao. After Nine-Tailed Fox was removed, Heijiao has indeed become a bug-like existence. I think it's time for Heijiao to be removed. Fang Luofan, DJSS's third ban is given to Dark Cupid. It seems like they're planning to take either Kamal or Centaur as the bottom lane. Yi Hong, okay, 3 of them are gone. Wait. Which 3 players did they ban? Han Leng, Heart of Ice, Lilith, and Dark Cupid. Yi Hong, holy sh*t. Luo Yiming, holy sh*t. After confirming that he wasn't hallucinating, Yi Hong stared at the computer screen in a daze. It was as if he could already see his heroic figure flying with 5 kills. My life has been released. Seeing that, Yi Hong was about to slam the table and shout, watch my pentakill carry. Jingyu immediately poured cold water on him. Brother Yi, don't get too excited. Hearing this, Yi Hong's heart skipped a beat. Before he could respond, he heard Jingyu ask hesitantly, did the opposing mid laner use Nine-Tailed Fox in the previous match? No. Qin Fei was the one who responded. After saying this, Qin Fei paused for a moment and calmly added, but, we can't rule out the possibility that he will use it. In this match, DJSS had the first pick, so they had the right to pick first. If their mid laner had Nine-Tailed Fox, then Yi Hong, who rarely played against his own lifebound, would have a hard time. Nine-Tailed Fox was troublesome for other teams, and it was the same for PG. But if PG banned Nine-Tailed Fox just in case, and the opposing team did not intend to use Nine-Tailed Fox, then Yi Hong would probably regret it when he thought about it later. Jingyu looked at the last empty ban slot and could not make a decision for a long time. In the end, Yi Hong made the decision for him. Ban Kamal. The opposing team banned Yiming's lifebound, so we have no reason to release Kamal. Even if the archer is weakened, it will still be troublesome. Okay. Jingyu was convinced. He moved the mouse, selected Kamal, and clicked confirm. He knew that although Yi Hong said it seriously, he just wanted to use his lifebound in the Pro League, just like how he wanted to use Heart of Ice in the Pro League. Putting himself in Yi Hong's shoes, he decided to satisfy him. However, one should not raise flags. Most of the time, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Not long after Jingyu banned Kamal, Nine-Tailed Fox's avatar in the selected area dimmed. She had been selected. The person who chose her was the mid laner of DJSS, Fuck. Yi Hong couldn't help but slam the table. Jingyu also frowned and clicked his tongue. Nine-Tailed Fox being robbed was the worst possible outcome. Yi Hong had never fought against Nine-Tailed Fox before. Even he lacked experience in ganking this magical beast. After all, even among pro players, there weren't many who could play this magical beast well. And those who could play this magical beast well had a zero chance of obtaining it in the pro league. After Yi Hong finished cursing, he quickly calmed down and sighed inwardly, sorry. Jingyu was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Why are you apologizing? Yi Hong smiled helplessly. Apologizing at this time was indeed not his style. Or rather, it was not the style of PG. After all, it wasn't the first or second time that PGs would randomly ban and pick randomly. In the end, they would be more scared than hurt, and they would even sweep all the way to victory. However, this time was different. This was an elimination match. Who didn't want to be the champion of the league? However, there were some feelings that didn't need to be shared with others. Faced with Jingyu's question, Yi Hong didn't explain. He calmly analyzed the weakness of his magical beast. Nine-tailed fox's defense has been cut in half. So, as long as I can control it, you can definitely kill it with a combo. Come on, little Jingyu, okay? Jingyu didn't care about Yi Hong's momentary abnormality. After obediently agreeing, he began to think about how to deal with PG's lineup. He didn't hesitate for long. After all, the direction was clear, the mid laner had been robbed, and the archer had to be robbed. Yiming, centaur? Luo Yiming gestured an okay sign, give me the troops, the nine-tailed demon fox is just a matter of an arrow. For the other position, choose Satan. Jingyu spoke again. Qin Fei grunted and locked onto Satan himself. Feng Luofan, nine-tailed fox has been robbed by Am. This is a big threat to PG. However, PG's response was quite calm. He immediately locked onto Satan and Centaur. Qin Fei's Satan is excellent at tanking damage and chasing, while Centaur is a strong archer second only to Kamal and Dark Cupid. Based on the current lineup, both sides are evenly matched. Yo, yes. After the update, Nine-tailed fox's survivability has been greatly reduced. Once it is closed in, it can be instantly killed. It's a double-edged sword. After a pause, DJSS has locked onto the second monster. Top laner Azrael. The other position is Flower Petal of Datura? Yu Yu's tone was obviously a little surprised. Seeing Flower Petal of Datura, Feng Luofan also looked surprised. DJSS is using an assassin as a jungler. If I remember correctly, this is the first time they've used such a jungler this season. Yo, this is also the first time AMM's nine-tailed fox has appeared. DJSS's team is really good at hiding their strength. On PG's side, rather than being surprised, he felt more uneasy when he saw Flower Petal of Datura. Yi Hong, I think that in this match, they'll either push us to the ground and grind us to death. Han Lung, is it more likely that it's the former? Jingyu was silent for a moment. Ignoring the two, he straightforwardly ordered, lock Scarlet Fury and Mermaid. Yi Hong and Han Lung locked onto Scarlet Fury and Mermaid respectively. At this point, PG only had one jungler left. Qin Fei glanced at the lineup and frowned slightly. You're using Moonshade Spider? Jingyu replied with a Luo Yiming, with Moonshade Spider weakened, it won't be easy for us to play CC with this lineup. Can we do it? Jingyu, I don't know. Yi Hong, wow, I'm suddenly a little worried. DJSS chose Maha and Sarier for the last two positions, while PG locked onto Moonshade Spider for the last position. Seeing this lineup, Feng Luofan couldn't help but frown. PG's lineup isn't easy to play against. Even Yo, who was new to Devil's Lord, could see that Satan can't tank enough damage, Scarlet Fury can't deal enough damage, and Moonshade Spider can't coordinate with a CC support. PG only has an early advantage in the bottom lane. Won't it be difficult for PG in the later stages of the game? Feng Luofan, let's see how AMM's nine-tailed fox plays this round. Following their analysis, both sides entered the battlefield, and the match officially began. Jingyu planned to coordinate with the jungler. After clearing the junglers in the bottom lane, he immediately crouched in the bushes near the middle lane and prepared to gank the enemy's mid laner. Although Yi Hong lacked experience fighting against Nine-tailed fox, his mechanics and awareness were still there. After dodging Nine-tailed fox's skill, he immediately counterattacked. However, his opponent also zigzagged and perfectly avoided his skill. Both sides were in a stalemate for a long time. It was obvious that the enemy's mid laner was very vigilant. Even if Yi Hong purposely allowed his Scarlet Fury to be hit by Nine-Tailed Fox's skill and acted as if he was fleeing in panic, the enemy's mid laner was indifferent. He would rather hide under the tower and wait for the minions than chase after him. After several failed attempts, Yi Hong was at his wit's end. Jingyu couldn't possibly stay in the bushes forever. Therefore, he teleported across the middle lane and prepared to farm in the top lane. However, almost at the same time as he teleported, a small purple flower floated over, flower petal of Datura. Jingyu was shocked. He reflexively moved his mouse and had Moonshade Spider dodge the flower petal of Datura's teleportation. Then, he turned around and launched a combo attack. He used Spider Web and Bite to reduce the flower petal of Datura's HP to half. Jingyu's reaction is very fast. Feng Luofan couldn't help but praise him. Flower petal of Datura's timing to rush out can be said to be quite good. However, Jingyu still reacted in the shortest time possible by dodging and counterattacking. Now, Flower Petal of Datura has used Blink to escape to the bottom of the tower. Nine-Tailed Fox's second skill is still there. Moonshade Spider doesn't dare to chase after her. It decisively leaves and rushes to the top lane. Yo-yo, a frightening but not dangerous exchange. Neither side suffered any losses. Losses? Indeed, there were no losses. However, Jingyu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why is Flower Petal of Datura there? Her current equipment isn't good enough to gank, right? If even a jungler like him didn't know, how could the others know? The only thing he could do was guess. After suppressing the enemy's Azrael and clearing a wave of troops, Qin Fei calmly said, "AMM knew that you were in the bushes. That's why they ignored Yezi's seduction. They even asked their junglers to squat in the bushes to catch you." Catch me? Jingyu was puzzled. Yes. They don't squat in the middle lane and only squat in the jungler. Are you familiar with this playstyle? Qin Fei chuckled. It's really. Jingyu remembered when he ganked the bottom lane. He didn't squat in the middle lane and only squatted in the jungler. This team studied us. Qin Fei said this sentence with great certainty. Not only did they study our playstyle, but they also learned and imitated a lot. Yi Hong imitated us? Luo Yiming, F*CK, shameless. Jingyu, == the facts proved that Qin Fei's analysis was correct. After 5 minutes of the match, the magic board refreshed and a small team battle broke out at the bottom lane. Just as Luo Yiming's team was about to snatch the magic board, Nine-Tailed Fox suddenly blinked in and used Fox Demon's Fury to send the Minotaur, Mermaid, and Moonshade Spider flying in different directions. Then, it immediately threw a fireball at the magic board and took away its last bit of health. Blinking into the middle of the battle was Yi Hong's favorite thing to do. He never got tired of it. Only Yi Hong dared to use Fox Demon's Fury, a life-saving skill, as a crowd control skill. He didn't expect AMM to learn it all. In the end, DJSS won the team battle by exchanging 2 for 3. The Minotaur, Mermaid, and Moonshade Spider were all lying on the ground. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury escaped with only a sliver of health left. Hanleng, Yezi, is this AMM your fan? Yi Hong, wah, I don't want a fan who plays so well. It's too stressful. After 10 minutes of the match, the second magic board refreshed. DJSS's archer wanted to steal it but was discovered by Jingyu. With a series of combo attacks, the enemy archer and support were beaten to a pulp. At this time, the merfolk rushed in to protect the people, wanting to take the heads of the 2 people. They didn't expect the nine-tailed demon fox to flash over and directly stick to their faces. After the demon fox's fury flame, she followed up with a big move and added another skill. Good, the PGs were all left with only a sliver of health left. Moonshade Spider's skill was still on cooldown. The enemy's Flower Petal of Datura moved over and stacked poison crazily. Their hands went limp from killing. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury was left with only a sliver of health left. He was about to return to the city, but when he saw the mahjong game in the bottom lane, he came over to join in the fun. In the end, he lost a kill. As the top laner, Qin Fei probably couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly went berserk and jumped over the tower to kill the enemy Azrael. Then, he immediately rushed to the bottom lane, but it was too late. In the end, DJSS won the bottom lane team battle by trading 1 for 4. Total score, 7-4, DJSS in the lead with 7 kills. The MVP of this team battle was, without a doubt, AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox. It was Yihong's usual trick again. When AMM used it on the PGs, the effect was so obvious that the PGs wanted to beat up their teammates. Luo Yiming, Nine-Tailed Fox is so King disgusting. Yihong, shut up. You're not allowed to talk about my life like that. Han Lung, blinking in the face is so King disgusting. Yihong, no way. It's obviously so fun. Jingyu was getting a headache from their quarreling. Brother Yi, wake up. Nine-Tailed Fox is your enemy now, not your life. Yihong, no. I'm not listening. TSK, I don't believe that I'll lose to him in a match. Ayaya, Nine-Tailed Fox is so good looking. Jingyu, hey. Suddenly, Qinfei couldn't take it anymore. He said in an impatient tone, don't you guys know that there's a recording for offline matches? Everyone. There was a recording of the offline match? PG's team was shocked. Qinfei couldn't help but click his tongue. I can see that you guys don't pay attention to the officials anymore. The recording of the offline match will be released after the match. After a moment of silence, Luo Yiming's horrified voice could be heard. F***ck. I think I said something dirty just now. Jingyu. You said it now too. Yihong, did I go crazy just now when I looked at my natal character? Jingyu, so don't do it again. Yihong, but Nine-Tailed Fox is really good looking. Look at her waist, her breasts. Jingyu, Hanlung, it's fine if you didn't know just now, but take it easy from now on. CK. Flower Petal of Datura. Yiming, run, I'll protect you. Luo Yiming, protect my ass, we'll die together. Jingyu. Very good, he could already imagine how the netizens would react when the recording was released. It probably wouldn't be, ha 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 ha. It would be, ha 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 ha, crazy. Fong Luo fan, the score is 7-4, DJSS is in the lead. After the first 2 team battles, we can see that the DJSS team's playstyle is very flexible, especially AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox. They always catch the PGs off guard and make them unable to defend. After a pause, he said, personally, I think his playstyle is a bit similar to PG's Yezi. For example, he flashes and sticks to his face. Before today, other than Yezi, I've never seen any player use it so frequently. Yo, speaking of which, Flower Petal of Datura's gank was a bit similar to Jingyu's. Fong Luo fan, I can see that DJSS studied PG before the match. Their playstyle and rhythm in this match are all targeted at PG, so PG is having a hard time right now. It was indeed unbearable. Jingyu felt like they were fighting against a fake PG team. Surprise, face-to-face positioning and maneuvering, these were originally PG's characteristics, but now DJSS's team had completely copied them. Especially the mid laner Am. His Nine-Tailed Fox was exactly the same as Yihong's Nine-Tailed Fox in Jingyu's memory. It was just as wild, but just as intimidating. After being killed 5 times by AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox, Yihong had no choice but to admit that his Scarlet Fury was no match for the opponent. Yihong, Tisk, I finally know how the other teams feel when they face my Nine-Tailed Fox, it's disgusting. Luo Yiming, you're finally admitting it? It's really disgusting. Hanlung, so there's a reason why Nine-Tailed Fox can't get down from the ban position. Even if it's nerfed, it's still disgusting. Yihong clicked his tongue again. We can't hold on to the first tower. A few seconds later, PG's mid lane tower was destroyed by the enemy mid laner and jungler. The moment the tower fell, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider moved out of the bushes and spat out spider webs at the 2 players. Nine-Tailed Fox and Flower Petal of Datura were controlled by the spider webs. Both of them used Dispelling the control, and Nine-Tailed Fox immediately flashed back to its own tower. Jingyu wanted to chase after it, but Flower Petal of Datura held him back. After calculating the economy of both sides, he realized that he could not win and could only retreat. After the first 2 team battles, PG's economy was far behind DJSS's, and they were having a hard time. However, there were exceptions. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. This was the third time Qin Fei's Satan had single-handedly killed enemy Azrael. Moreover, it was another tower kill. Feng Luofan, Qin Fei's Satan is as ferocious as ever. Even though he's one level lower than Azrael and has one less piece of equipment, he still managed to tower kill Azrael. That's amazing. So cool. Yo-Yo had completely become Qin Fei's little fangirl. Every time I see Brother Fei tower kill, I feel so good. No matter what kind of monster he uses, he can play so fiercely. Feng Luofan, Satan is indeed very suitable for tower kills, but Azrael has the advantage in lane fights. However, Qin Fei is able to make Satan look like Azrael. Right after that, PG also showed off his skills at the bottom lane. While Flower Petal of Datura was still in the middle lane, Han Lung's mermaid decisively blinked into the tower and spat out bubbles to control Maha and Sarir. Luo Yiming's troops immediately charged into the tower and attacked the two players crazily. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has been killed. The fragile Maha was almost instantly killed. Sarir tried to escape after the crowd control was released, but Mermaid increased her speed and led her troops to attack. System, Centaur, double kill. System, enemy Sarir has been killed. After the double kill, Mermaid protected the Centaur with her shield and blinked out of the tower. She took a tower attack herself and only had a sliver of health left when she exited the tower. At this moment, the enemy's Devil's Snare Petals arrived, wanting to take away their remaining HP. Almost at the same time, the Moonshadow Spider flashed and moved, rushing over as fast as it could. It took the brunt of the Devil's Snare Petal skill for the two of them, then immediately counterattacked. Flower Petal of Datura's cooldown was still not over yet. He could only watch helplessly as his health was quickly depleted by Moonshade Spider's ferocious combo attacks. In the end, his head was taken away by a single arrow from the Centaur. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, enemy Flower Petal of Datura has been killed. Han Lung, beautiful. Let's go home. Luo Yiming, no. I want a pentakill. No one can stop me from getting a pentakill. Jingyu, wake up, you don't have enough health left. Yi Hong, I think, you guys are going to die. Following Yi Hong's words, a demon with a wonderful figure suddenly appeared on the screen of the three players. Ninetails swept across the screen in a domineering manner, accompanied by a shocking skill special effect. System, Nine-tailed Fox, single kill. System, our mermaid has been killed. System, Nine-tailed Fox, double kill. System, our centaur has been killed. System, Nine-tailed Fox, triple kill. System, our Moonshade Spider has been killed. The PGs were treading on thin ice. They had worked so hard to get a triple kill, but it was all returned to them by Nine-tailed Fox's ultimate skill. The mermaid and the centaur only had a sliver of health left, and the Moonshade Spider was an assassin. It didn't even last a second after being hit by Nine-tailed Fox's ultimate skill. Jingyu pursed his lips. In fact, he had a premonition that he would die like this before he rushed to the bottom lane to save the others. However, he still rushed over with a trace of hope. In any case, a 2-4-2 was still a trade, and a 3-4-3 was still a trade. The worst outcome was that he would die together with DJSS. He had calculated very clearly. With Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury dragging Nine-tailed Fox down in the middle lane, even if it only controlled him for a second, it would be enough for them to scatter into the nearby bushes and click the return button. Even if they couldn't all escape, it would be good if one of them could escape. But in the end, AMM didn't give them any time to hide. Did this mean that Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury didn't control him at all? Brother Yi, you didn't control him? Jingyu couldn't help but ask. Yi Hong looked at Scarlet Fury, who only had a sliver of health left after being teleported back to the city. He wanted to cry but had no tears. I blinked over to control him, but before I could use my skill, he sent me flying with Demon Fox's flaming bullet. Luo Yiming, you blinked and sent flying. How are you so good? Han Lung, the opposing mid laner is amazing. His reflexes are already beyond human limits, right? Jingyu, I think so. He calculated that Brother Yi would flash over to control him, so he used his skill at that moment. Yi Hong, sigh, I feel like we're going to lose this round. Yi Hong's intuition was right. At the 25th minute mark, Am's nine-tailed fox had a quadruple kill in the middle lane. In the end, it was killed by Qin Fei's Satan, but Satan only had a sliver of health left and was easily killed by the enemy archer. It was another round of 1 for 4, and PG was almost out of patience. The DJSS team won and took down the Mystic Dragon happily. System, the Flower Petal of Datura has conquered the Magic Dragon. System, the Magic Dragon army is about to attack. Seeing these two system notifications, the audience couldn't help but think of a magical limerick in their hearts. They were looking forward to the scene of PG going berserk and turning the tables. However, PG wasn't interested. Even though Jingyu was shouting, "Don't give up, we can win." In his heart, he knew very well that they couldn't turn the tables in this round. There was too much of a financial gap in the early game, and now they couldn't catch up at all. If DJSS got the Magic Dragon, there was nothing PG could do. Even so, Jingyu still calmly commanded his players to clear out the Magic Dragon army. Fong Luofan, PG is still as efficient as ever in clearing out the Magic Dragon army, but DJSS's players are harassing them. Nine-tailed fox is attacking. Are they trying to force a team fight? On the live stream, Am's nine-tailed fox suddenly rushed under the tower and used Fox Demon's Fury to break up PG's formation. He decisively used his ultimate, then, Azrael entered the tower and tanked the damage, while Maha hid in the back and attacked like crazy. Scarlet Fury immediately returned the favor with an ultimate after landing. He wanted to kill DJSS's backline, and the centaur was right in front of Maha's face. However, at this moment, Charlie activated his ultimate and increased his health. DJSS seized the opportunity to attack. Hanlang had already tried his best. As a support, he had already used all the skills he should and shouldn't, but he still couldn't save his teammates. In the end, DJSS's forced team fight ended with a 0 for 5. PG completely lost their chance to turn the tables. In this match, PG was completely suppressed by DJSS from start to finish. No matter how calm Fong Luofan appeared, he couldn't help but frown. As a professional commentator, he wouldn't be biased towards any team. He could only give an objective judgment of the match. DJSS can go ahead and take the first round. PG's players floated in the air and watched as DJSS followed behind the Magic Dragon army and destroyed their defense towers one after another, finally destroying their territory. How should I put this? Yihong retracted his hands from the keyboard and touched his earpiece. My life is amazing. I thought he was going to say something. Jingyu's lips twitched. He resisted the urge to beat him up and said as calmly as possible, "Our lineup wasn't good to begin with, and we were targeted like that. It's normal for us to lose. But it's okay. We still have a chance if we win 2 out of 3. We must win the next round. If they lost to DJSS in the next round, they wouldn't be able to play this season. They wouldn't even be able to enter the points competition, let alone the championship trophy. So, they had to win." Qin Fei clicked his tongue and the expression on his face was a little irritated. Obviously, he was very unhappy. "In the next game, if you take the Moonshadow Spider again, I will take the Catoptric Deflection." Jingyu froze for a moment and pursed his lips. Actually, he wanted Qin Fei to take Flower in the Mirror when he picked the demon in this round. However, their opponents in the knockout round were obviously not on the same level as their previous opponents. Was it really a good idea to swap positions with the support in such an important match? "Wait, let me think," Jingyu said, his mind in a mess. Hanlung relied too much on the demon in his lane. The only one he could use at the moment was Azrael, and the enemy's top laner seemed to like using Azrael. Although they could target Azrael from the start, it was too obvious that DJSS was imitating them. What if he stole both Moonshade Spider and Flower in the Mirror after they locked onto Azrael? After a while, Qin Fei seemed to have calmed down a little. He also felt that it wasn't good to swap positions with Hanling in the knockout round, so he said, "Or you can steal Sword Burial or Flower Petal of Datura." "It depends on what the enemy bans," Jingyu said, sighing in his heart. Until now, he had no idea what lineup to use in the next round. He could only make a decision when he was actually banned. 5 minutes later, the second round between PG and DJSS began. As the loser, PG prioritized banning the demon. The first ban spot was given to Hejiao. Then, DJSS's first ban spot was given to Nine-Tailed Fox without any hesitation. Heh. Yi Hong smiled as if he had seen through the world of mortals. It's really impossible for me to get a life item in the Pro League. So annoying. Why did all of you get your life items, but I didn't? Jingyu revealed a somewhat conflicted expression, not knowing how to comfort him. However, before he could speak, he heard Yi Hong let out a light laugh. Don't mind it, I was just casually ridiculing him. Actually, I'm quite happy to see my life on the ban. It means that my strength has been recognized by the other party, isn't it? Jingyu instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. Yi Hong looked away from his face and sighed helplessly. Then, he said in a firm tone, give me your soul for this round. Huh? Jingyu thought he heard wrong. However, Yi Hong's tone was unprecedentedly serious. If I can't beat Nine-Tailed Fox in a match, then I don't deserve her. I've seriously thought about it. If my opponent still uses Nine-Tailed Fox in the third round, I'll use my soul to match with your Moonshade Spider. Jingyu, wait. Why don't you just ban it? Yi Hong, a real man will never ban his life item. Jingyu, Luo Yiming felt as if his knee had been shot by an arrow. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider's combo had been broken, and the only thing left was for the other team to dispel the crowd control. In order to allow the Moonshade Spider to complete the combo, PG had to use a control-type demon to trick the other team into dispelling the crowd control. There were not many control-type demons in Devil Lord. The most commonly used ones were the control-type support Flower in the Mirror and the control-type midlaner Soul. Therefore, in a situation where he was certain that he couldn't take out Catoptric Deflection, Yi Hong's Elemental Soul and Jingyu's Moonshadow Spider was the best choice, and also the only choice. After thinking it through, Jingyu felt a little helpless. His teammates were always like this. They seemed to make unexpected decisions, but they were all tactics to win, but, after winning the second round, they would not ban themselves for the third round. Were they serious? The match had already started, so Jingyu did not have time to ask. After all, the third round would only begin if they won the second round. There was no point in asking Yi Hong if he was serious. In the second round, the lineups of the two teams were PG, Satan, Soul, Dark Cupid, Moonshade Spider, Sarier DJSS, Azrael, Scarlet Fury, Centaur, Flower Petal of Datura, Mermaid. Seeing this lineups, Fang Luofan instantly heaved a sigh of relief. In this round, one got Dark Cupid, and AMM did not get a strong midlaner. Their lineups are much more balanced than the previous round. Yo-Yo could not help but sigh. Yes, PG's lineups in the previous round were too difficult. In a situation where both teams were evenly matched, PG could only be crushed. Fang Luofan, AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox is indeed strong. Even with its defense greatly weakened, it was able to maximize the damage of Nine-Tailed Fox. This AMM player is not inferior to any of the midlaners of the top 8 teams. In the previous round, the reason why DJSS was able to crush PG was because AMM was carrying the entire team. It could also be seen from the performance of the players. Unlike PG, who was constantly communicating, DJSS only had AMM to talk to. The others did not even open their mouths. Obviously, they were completely under AMM's command. Rather than saying that this match was a contest between two teams, it would be better to say that it was a contest between AM and PG. Fang Luofan. Alright, let's start the match. Let's see how the battle will turn out after the lineups change. Yu, this is the first time an Elemental Soul has appeared after being strengthened. I'm looking forward to Ye's performance. Speaking of which, Yi is the only one who has used an Elemental Soul in the Pro League, right? Fang Luofan, yes. Yezi's card pool is unfathomable. There's almost no midlaner demon that he doesn't know how to use. Moreover, he doesn't just know how to use it. No matter what demon he uses, he will be able to maximize the value of that demon. The same skill could be used in multiple ways. There were so many combinations of skills that it felt like he was just randomly using them. However, he would always be able to achieve the best results. This was PG's Yezi. His ability to understand the game was definitely at the level of a genius. He was also willing to spend time experimenting. On the surface, he looked carefree and nonchalant. However, he was actually more meticulous than anyone in PG. To be honest, looking at PG's team, Yi Hong was Fong Luofan's favorite player. He liked his high IQ and EQ. The only worry was that his mentality was too easily broken. He would not be able to fight in the later stages of the game. However, looking at this match, Yi Hong's performance so far was quite stable. He seemed to be able to maintain his mentality well. Indeed, at this moment, Yi Hong's mentality was unprecedentedly stable. His mind was filled with the image of his soul pressing nine-tailed fox to the ground and rubbing it against him. In order to achieve this, he had to win this match. Therefore, he had to first press Scarlet Fury to the ground and rub it against him. Little Jingyu, come, Nakano combo. Yi Hong's tone was exceptionally excited when he said this. At this moment, Jingyu had just finished killing all the monsters in the jungle. He had his Moonshade Spider rush to the middle lane. Yi Hong, I'm guessing that Flower Petal of Datura is waiting there again. How about a double kill? Sure, Jingyu said. He was surprised. Your awareness is not bad. Why aren't you commanding? I can't do it. Yi Hong said this and did not say anything else. Did he have to say that he was the one commanding in the first few matches of last season's championship? Everyone knew that PG was crushed by the other 7 teams in last season's championship. There were a total of 14 matches, and they had a miraculous record of 14 consecutive losses. Jingyu did not ask any more questions. He crouched in the bush and took a deep breath. This match, he could not lose. He absolutely could not lose. DJSS was very strong, but the main reason was that AMM was strong. Therefore, he could not afford to make a single mistake in the gank mid lane. So far, including the previous match, Qing Fei's Satan had not been suppressed even once when he was facing off against Azrael. Luo Yiming, who had the Sagittarius, had also killed the opposing archer by leaping over the tower. In this match, he had Dark Cupid. It was impossible for him to lose. The main problem was the mid lane. In the previous match, the mid lane collapsed, and that was why he lost. This match, no matter what, he had to win the mid lane. Go. Following Jingyu's order, Sol, who was still killing off the enemy, suddenly flashed towards Scarlet Fury. First skill, Myriad Threads. Scarlet Wrath was entangled by the threads and couldn't move. After using this skill on her, the elemental spirit ignored her and used the second skill on the bushes beside her, Return of the Threads. The glowing silver thread wrapped around the devil's snare flower petals in the grass and pulled her out of the grass. Almost at the same time, the Moonshade Spider rushed over and bit Scarlet Fury. Then, the moment the effect of Myriad Threads disappeared, it cast a spider web at her. Chain control. Fong Luofan shouted excitedly. Sol's Myriad Threads has connected with the Moonshade Spider's spider web. Scarlet Fury is unable to move. She doesn't have much health left. Ah. First blood is born. Jingyu was highly focused and stunned Scarlet Fury with a series of combo attacks. Every attack hit her vital points, and she was finally defeated in one breath. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has died. Almost at the same time as Scarlet Fury died, the control effect on the flower petal of Datura disappeared. She turned around and fled. She teleported and flashed, and ran far away in an instant. However, the Moonshade Spider seemed to be in a frenzy. It also teleported and flashed, and chased after her without hesitation. The flower petal of Datura was panicked. However, the defense tower on the top lane was right in front of her. As long as she escaped, System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. Flower petal of Datura? Fong Luofan, beautiful. Not long after the match started, Satan pinned Azrael under the tower and kept licking his health. Then, just now, after Satan finished killing a wave of minions and reached level 6, he had an ultimate skill. He directly rushed into the tower and finished off Azrael's remaining health. Yo-yo, Satan left the tower and rushed to the middle lane. The flower petal of Datura is pincered. With the Moonshade Spider below and Satan above, the flower petal of Datura, who was sandwiched in the middle, felt despair. In the end, Satan drained most of his health, and he was killed by the Moonshade Spider with a normal attack. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy flower petal of Datura has died. Yo-yo, wow. This round, the PG has completely risen. 3 kills at the beginning of the match. Fong Luofan, yes, very good. Let's take a look at the replay. Look at this. After the Soul type controlled Crimson Rage, he threw the second skill into the bushes. This meant that the PG planned to gank 2 targets from the very beginning. Then, here, after Moonshade Spider killed Scarlet Fury, he chased after the Flower Petal of Datura. To be honest, this was not a wise move, but the direction he chased after the Flower Petal of Datura was very intriguing. It seemed like he wanted to block the escape route of the Flower Petal of Datura. At this moment, Satan used his ultimate skill and killed Azrael. Yo, so, Luofan thinks that this was the PG's plan from the beginning? No way, this is too far-sighted. Fong Luofan smiled. With Jingyu around, nothing is impossible. As the coach of the PG team, he knew the members of his team very well. He knew very well that the 3 kills just now were all part of Jingyu's plan. That was indeed the case. At the beginning of the match, Jingyu asked Qin Fei before he went to help the archer get the red blood. Can you kill Azrael at the 5th minute? Qin Fei calmly replied with one word, yes. It was as if what Jingyu asked was something that anyone could easily do. However, many professional players couldn't even reach level 6 in 5 minutes, with Qin Fei by his side, he always felt at ease. After receiving a positive answer, Jingyu did not have any doubts about Qin Fei. He followed the plan and forced the Flower Petal of Datura to the top lane. Qin Fei did not disappoint him. At the 5th minute, he killed Azrael and attacked the Flower Petal of Datura from both sides. Every PG player did not play according to common sense, but they were all synonymous with miracles. The moment he killed the Flower Petal of Datura, Jingyu could not help but feel a little emotional. Although his teammates always gave him a feeling that they were unreliable, he had to admit that each of them was very strong. They were all very strong. At the 7th minute, Dark Cupid suppressed the enemy and allowed Jingyu's Moonshade Spider to take down the magic board without any interference. The magic board was activated and flew straight to the middle lane. With it taking the damage, the revived Scarlet Fury did not even dare to enter his own defense tower. He shrank back and anxiously ran around in circles. See, you can't do it without Nine-Tailed Fox? Yi Hong looked at the other party who wanted to hit him but couldn't do anything. He couldn't help but gloat. Little Goldfish, Nakano Tandem, come again. Before Jingyu could respond, Hanlong could not help but retort, Yezi, your tone. Jingyu hasn't even said anything yet, why are you saying it first? Yi Hong, Tisk, you don't understand how I feel right now. Yi Hong could not help but laugh when he thought about how he would be able to use Soul to grind Nine-Tailed Fox into the ground. Conquering his own life and taking revenge for the first round. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Of course, this round had to be stabilized first. At the 15-minute mark, the middle lane was a huge team battle. Soul started the team battle with a big move, controlling all the DJSS members until they could not move. Then, with Satan's big move and Dark Cupid's crazy output, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider rushed up and used Shadow Flash, Spider Web, Bite, Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, Myriad Spider's Bite, Gluttony, Spider's Shadow Perplexing Track. After a series of combo attacks, he fled without even looking back. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has died. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy team has died. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Flower Petal of Datura has died. System, Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. System, enemy Mermaid has died. System, Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider, quadruple kill. Io shouted excitedly and almost slammed the table and jumped up. It's here. Jingyu's crowd control one-wave rush. Fong Luofan was relatively calm, but his face was full of excitement. Soul and Moonshade Spider's coordination is too good. After Soul was strengthened, the damage of his big move increased significantly. With the cooperation of all the PG members, it was almost an instant kill. Those who were watching the livestream couldn't help but spam 66666. The audience in the stadium exclaimed and roared one after another. As Jingyu's little fan, Ji stood up from his chair and shouted, Jingyu is awesome. Moonshade Spider is awesome. magic dragon bloodline is awesome. Beside him, Kins raised his hand and covered his face with a look that said, I don't know this person beside me. After PG's entire team wiped out DJSS, their HP was above the safety line, and they easily took down Magic Dragon. After that, DJSS had no way to retaliate. And all of this was because of the successful gank at the beginning of the match. If they hadn't successfully killed Scarlet Fury at the beginning of the match and suppressed their opponent's economy, PG wouldn't have been able to win so easily. AMM is very strong, Yi Hong commented. But we're not weak either. In a fight between strong opponents, the strength of the magical creatures was unreservedly displayed. If I had Nine-Tailed Fox, I wouldn't have left a single kill for them. Yi Hong, who had gotten high from the soul, said. At the same time, he set a flag. Before the start of the third match, Jingyu asked Yi Hong again, are we really not banning Nine-Tailed Fox? Yi Hong's answer was, as long as the opponent doesn't ban your Moonshade Spider or my soul, there's no need to ban Nine-Tailed Fox. Nine-Tailed Fox's survivability is much worse than Scarlet Fury's. Even Scarlet Fury couldn't break through our crowd control one-wave rush. Nine-Tailed Fox will only have a harder time fighting. That seemed to make sense, but Jingyu was still a little worried. He turned to Qin Fei and asked, Brother Fei, what do you say? Before Qin Fei could reply, Yi Hong complained, didn't I already tell you the reason? Why are you still asking Brother Fei? Don't you trust me that much? I don't trust you, Jingyu answered straightforwardly without any hesitation. Yi Hong shut himself up. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh, you have to pick yourself up from where you fell. Winning and losing is important, but it's a game. Being happy is more important. If you're not happy when you win, it's meaningless. Jingyu frowned slightly. He obviously didn't agree with this answer. What if we lose because we're happy? Qin Fei, then it means we're not strong enough. Jingyu. He actually had nothing to say. Qin Fei tilted his head and looked at Jingyu's speechless expression. He couldn't help but laugh and decided not to tease him anymore. He replied seriously, don't look at us like this. Whether it's me, Yezi or Old Han, we all really want to be the champion. Yezi's analysis was right. The combination of Soul and Moonshade Spider just happens to counter Nine-Tailed Fox. If the opponent doesn't ban Soul or Moonshade Spider, then it's fine even if we release Nine-Tailed Fox. I see Jingyu was convinced. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you believe me when I say the same thing, but you believe Brother Fei when he says it? Han Leng, what kind of tone did you use just now? Don't you have any idea? Speaking of which. Jingyu suddenly realized the bug in Qin Fei's words. You just said that you, Brother Yi, and Old Han all want to be the champion. What about Yiming? Qin Fei, oh, he's in charge of Wave. Jingyu, == After a short break, the third round between PG and DJSS began. After 3 rounds, both sides were tired. Qin Fei even started to yawn. However, Yi Hong, who was easily affected by the long duration of the competition, was very excited. He wanted the elemental soul, he wanted the elemental soul, he wanted the elemental soul. Important things should be said 3 times, even if he couldn't get his natal item, it would still feel good to beat up the person who stole his natal item. In the end, DJSS banned Heart of Ice, Lilith, and Dark Cupid. It was exactly the same as the first round. They didn't ban Moonshade Spider or Soul, so PG didn't ban Nine-Tailed Fox either. Then, when it was time to pick up the demon, DJSS took the first position and instantly locked onto the Soul. Everyone, huh? When it was PG's turn to pick the monster, Yi Hong instantly locked Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, Yi Hong looked at the nine-tailed, scantily clad, curvaceous woman on his screen. He was stunned for a long time before he found his voice. Am I dreaming? Can someone pinch me? The moment they saw DJSS lock Soul, all the PG members were a little stunned. It wasn't until Yi Hong reflexively locked Nine-Tailed Fox that everyone reacted, oh my god. The other party had really locked the elemental soul and even released the nine-tailed demon fox. Yi Hong, who had gotten his wish, felt like he was dreaming. Who's going to pinch me? Hearing this, Luo Yiming made a move to pinch Yi Hong, but Yi Hong nimbly dodged. Don't. You're pinching me too hard. Han Leng, is DJSS's team crazy? they're using whatever we're using? Why don't they just change their name to PG2? Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. How's PG2? Qin Fei, I told you, this team has studied us, especially that Nine-tailed fox completely copied Yezi's playstyle. Yi Hong, hey, don't talk about him as if he's on the same level as me. He's a knockoff, I'm the real deal, okay? Only Jingyu cared about the opponent's lineup. So, they're going to use Moonshade Spider this round and imitate my control of one-wave rush? Qin Fei, looks like it. Luo Yiming, then should we snatch Moonshade Spider? Qin Fei, don't. It's too risky to use Moonshade Spider when Soul is already snatched. As soon as Qin Fei finished speaking, Jingyu locked Sword Burial. Sword Burial? Qin Fei was stunned, he thought he would use Flower Petal of Datura. After all, compared to a warrior-type jungler like Sword Burial, Jingyu preferred an assassin-type jungler. The other PG members were in disbelief when they saw Jingyu lock Sword Burial. Luo Yiming was the first to cry out in surprise. Huh? Aren't you going to play Flower Petal of Datura? Jingyu calmly looked at his computer screen and gave a three-word answer. I want to win. Jingyu's desire to win was very strong, this was something the PG members had long realized. However, before today, no matter how much he wanted to win, he had never chased after a powerful version. Was it because he felt that his opponent's strength, so he decided not to go easy? Everyone in PG guessed and saw the other side lock Shinigami and Centaur after some hesitation. Whoa, I thought they would try to steal Satan. Yi Hong said, looks like PG2's imitation isn't complete enough. They only copied me and little Jingyu. Han Ling hit the nail on the head. They can't even beat our brother Fei with Azrael. Isn't Satan a death wish? Luo Yiming, that's right. Is our brother Fei someone that can be imitated? TSK, Qin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Can you two stop bragging? If you blow me up, who's going to take the damage for you? Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. They're not bragging. It's the truth. Qin Fei, Yi Hong, wow, this bragging, Han Lung, it's so fresh and refined, it's so flawless. Luo Yiming, brother Fei, blow him up. Qin Fei was speechless for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. When Jingyu finally reacted, he lowered his head and pretended that nothing had happened. Fang Luofan, PG has locked Satan and Maha. Both teams' top laners are still the same as in the previous two matches. In this match, DJSS has a greater advantage in the bottom lane. Yo-yo, however, PG's Yezi has nine-tailed fox. Won't the mid lane have an advantage? Not necessarily. Fang Luofan insisted on his objective view. It's obvious that DJSS is trying to imitate PG's strategy in the previous match. They're using Soul and Moonshade Spider to control the flow. If DJSS jungler has mastered Jingyu's self-created combo, then this strategy is perfect for countering Nine-Tailed Fox, who has low health and low defense. Ah, so you're saying that DJSS is purposely releasing Nine-Tailed Fox? Yo-Yo was shocked. But it's Yezi who has Nine-Tailed Fox. Everyone knows that Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox is very strong. It's almost unbeatable. Fang Luofan, AMM's Nine-Tailed Fox is also very strong. Maybe they're confident because they know how to play it. As for DJSS's actual thoughts, they could only find out after listening to the recording of the match. The commentator's guess was right. After PG locked onto Satan and Maha, DJSS immediately locked onto Moonshade Spider. In the end, both teams' lineups for the third match were PG, Satan, Nine-Tailed Fox, Maha, Sword Burial, Sarier DJSS, Azrael, Soul, Centaur, Moonshade Spider, Mermaid. When the characters entered the battlefield, Yi Hong said in a very pretentious tone, PG2, you're a lucky team to be able to witness my Nine-Tailed Fox. Although Luo Yiming didn't get an origin item, he was happier to see Yi Hong get one. Congratulations, PG2, you're about to experience the fear of being dominated by Nine-Tailed Fox. Han Lung, ha ha ha, after this match, PG2 is probably going to shut himself up. Jingyu, who was listening from the side, felt helpless and wanted to laugh. Does anyone still remember the original name of this team? Qin Fei, who cares? Beat PG2 in one go and let me go back to sleep. Jingyu, == okay. Jingyu, PG2, I'm coming Luo Yiming, oh. Jingyu is finally going to show off. Hanleng, okay, it's in the bag now. Yi Hong, ha ha ha. I'll take this pentakill. Jingyu, let's see who has the ability, hee hee. With Jingyu's voice, the atmosphere of the entire team instantly became much more relaxed and lively. Everyone was rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, waiting for the start of the match to go all out. A few seconds later, the battlefield loaded and the two teams rushed to their respective jungles. After helping the archer get the red blood, Jingyu immediately sent his sword burial to the middle lane. Not going to the jungles, but gank? Yo-Yo thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, just as Nine-Tailed Fox rushed to the middle lane to clear the enemy, Jingyu's sword burial suddenly rushed out and went straight for the bushes. His target was the Moonshade Spider in the bushes. Feng Luofan, both junglers chose to gank first, but sword burial made the first move and caught the Moonshade Spider off guard. Yo-Yo, Nine-Tailed Fox used a skill. It hit the Moonshade Spider. Sol also used a skill, but missed. On the huge screen, Nine-Tailed Fox zigzagged and brushed past Sol's crowd control skill. Before Sol could change targets and use a second skill on Sword Burial had already disabled the Moonshade Spider. In the nick of time, the Moonshade Spider flashed over the wall and hid in its own defense tower. Sword Burial, on the other hand, did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the enemy. He zigzagged in the opposite direction, dodged Sol's crowd control skill, and rushed into the enemy's jungle. Was he trying to counter the jungles? Feng Luofan could not help but laugh. Every time Jingyu gets Sword Burial, he will counter the jungles. Yo-Yo, he's a warrior-type demon, so his survivability is much better than an assassin's. So Jingyu ganked the middle lane to counter the jungles? That's right, that's it. Moonshade Spider returned to town with low HP, Azrael was pinned down by Satan, and Sol did not have the ability to solo Sword Burial. No one was watching over the enemy's jungle. Jingyu allowed his Zongjian to unscrupulously farm a wave of wild in the enemy's jungle. After killing the last monster, the recovered Moonshade Spider rushed back to its own jungle, and Sol cooperated with him to close in on Sword Burial. Jingyu hurriedly used discipline to kill the monster and sneaked into the middle lane. Along the way, Sol seized the opportunity to cast crowd control. Jingyu seemed to know that Sol would cast crowd control at that moment, perfectly dodging with a displacement skill, and then crouched in the bushes in the middle lane. Sol hurriedly cast a second crowd control skill into the bushes, and Jingyu did not hesitate to use Blink. He flashed from one bush to another, toying with the two of them in the palm of his hand. One wave rush? First, you'll have to crowd control me. Jingyu accidentally got high and said a few words. Then, he said, Brother Yi, let's fight. Okay. Yi Hong, who had been waiting by the bushes for a long time, heard the order and flashed his Nine-Tailed Fox to appear between Sol and Moonshade Spider. Second skill, Nine-Tailed Fox's Fury. Sol and Moonshade Spider were sent flying in different directions by the powerful flames. First skill, Fox Fire. A scorching fireball smashed into Sol, instantly taking away 1/3 of his HP. Almost at the same time, Zongjian attacked. He activated a skill, Sword Aura Possession, to strengthen himself. A series of combo attacks hit the elemental Sol, causing his HP to decrease at a terrifying speed until it finally reached 0. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Sol has been killed. First blood was born. AMM's mid laner, the team leader and commander, was the first to fall. Feng Luofan couldn't help but sigh. A control-type magical beast requires the player to have a strong prediction ability. Actually, AMM's prediction ability is not bad. The few times he used his skills, he grasped the timing quite well. However, Jingyu's prediction ability is not inferior to his. He can always use displacement or flash to escape at the crucial moment. Yo-Yo, that was too thrilling. If Jingyu didn't successfully dodge just now and got Sol crowd controlled, then it would be a different story. Seeing that Sol was dead, the Moonshade Spider wanted to escape, but his current position was very delicate. Nine-Tailed Fox was blocking in front of the enemy's defense tower, completely blocking his nearest escape route. Thus, if he wanted to escape, he could only go to the top lane or the bottom lane. But DJSS's top and bottom lanes were very difficult to fight. If he went over now, not only would he not be able to save himself, he might even drag his teammates down with him. Fight. Without any instructions from the Moonshade Spider made a decision on its own and bit at Nine-Tailed Fox. However, Sword Burial moved over at this moment and used its second skill, Block, perfectly blocking his skill attack, and immediately counterattacking. The Moonshade Spider, who had nowhere to run, could only struggle with all his might. In the end, Nine-Tailed Fox, whose second skill cooldown was over, finished off its head with Fox Demon's Fury. System, Nine-Tailed Fox, 1 kill. System, enemy Moonshade Spider has been killed. Okay, from now on, I'm going for a pentakill. Yi Hong boasted. None of you are going to steal my kills. Jingyu sent his Sword Burial to the enemy's jungle to steal loot while laughing and saying the same thing. It's up to each of you. Before the start of the third round, and really thought that he could suppress Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox. After all, he had spent a lot of time studying and imitating all the magical beasts that Yi Hong had used before. Whether it was Nine-Tailed Fox, Scarlet Fury, or Soul, he was familiar with all of them and was good at them. Therefore, he thought that since Yi Hong could suppress his Scarlet Fury with Soul, why couldn't he use Soul to suppress Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox? Nine-Tailed Fox's survivability was much worse than Scarlet Fury's. Once it was controlled, there was basically no chance of survival. Then, when it was time for the actual match, Soul released myriad threads, and Nine-Tailed Fox perfectly avoided the attack with snakeskin movement. Elemental Soul staked everything on this and flashed over, wanting to use inextricable threads. He thought that this would be foolproof. Even the Moonshadow Spider hidden in the bushes rushed out, ready to take the heads. Unexpectedly, when the two demons arrived beside the Nine-Tailed Fox, before they could even use their skills, they were sent flying by a fox's raging flames. Nine-Tailed Fox followed up with a big move, one skill after another, and the two of them were left with low HP. How many years do you think I've been playing Nine-Tailed Fox? Yi Hong's fingers nimbly tapped on the keyboard, all kinds of positioning and combos were at his fingertips. Okay, it's a double kill. As he spoke, he was just about to take the heads of the two magical beasts when a Sword Burial leisurely passed by. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, the enemy's soul has been killed. System, Sword Burial, 2 kills. System, the enemy's Moonshade Spider has been killed. It was indeed a double kill, but unfortunately, the heads weren't his. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jingyu, Jingyu, push the tower. Yi Hong. Coming. The two of them worked together to take down the enemy's tower in the middle lane. Then, Nine-Tailed Fox returned to the city to recover while Sword Burial continued to farm without restraint in the 4 jungle zones. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the game, but PG's economy was already far above DJSS's. The top lane was a repeat of the previous 2 matches. Sheen-Face Satan had pinned Azrael under the turret. The revived Moonshade Spider wanted to help, but it ended up being pinned under the turret as well. After all, after being killed several times by Sword Burial, his level and economy could no longer catch up. As always, Luo Yiming on the bottom lane was addicted to dealing damage to the enemy's face, and Maha's specialty was that he had short arms and high damage. Although he wasn't the strongest archer in this version, he was unexpectedly very compatible with Luo Yiming's style, and he didn't show any fear when facing enemies. In this match, PG completely suppressed DJSS in the top, middle, and bottom lane. DJSS was having a hard time. At the 17-minute mark, PG had taken down DJSS's second tower in the middle lane. When they discovered that DJSS's archer and jungler were playing magic in the bottom lane, they immediately gathered in the dragon pit to steal the dragon. Take it down in one go. Jingyu said as he led his Sword Burial shuttle through the bushes nearby to prevent DJSS from sending people to steal the dragon. Of course, DJSS wouldn't let them steal the dragon. Soul, who was crouching in the bushes, saw Sword Burial coming and cast his skill, Inextricable Threads. It's under CC. Yo-Yo exclaimed. Soul has CC ed Sword Burial. But Sword Burial can dispel CC ed. Huh? It's useless? Jingyu's Sword Burial could have dispelled CC ed, but he didn't use it. He waited until the CC's effect was dispelled, and then let Sword Burial, which had half of its HP, relocate into the dragon pit. At this moment, Moonshade Spider, who had taken down the magic board, rushed over. Under Azrael's protection, Soul chased after Sword Burial into the dragon pit. PG's team immediately stopped attacking the dragon and focused their attacks on the two of them. Nine-tailed Fox unleashed its ultimate skill, its 9 tails wildly attacking Soul. Soul also unleashed his ultimate skill, Puppet Necklace, reflecting all the damage done to him. Sarier also unleashed his ultimate skill, locking his HP and increasing his HP. Soul's reflection was ineffective, and Nine-tailed Fox was protected. The series of ultimate skills was dazzling, but in the end, no one lost much HP. Finally, Moonshade Spider arrived. Soul immediately unleashed his second skill, Return of the Threads, trying to trick PG's team into dispelling the CC ed. However, Sword Burial blocked it, another skill that didn't work, and AMM was going crazy. Moonshade Spider couldn't wait any longer. He used Shadow Flash and Spider Web to control PG's team. However, before he could continue his combo, PG's team dispelled the CC ed. Sword Burial's dispelling skill was used at this moment. After using it, he immediately moved to Moonshade Spider's side and attacked it with a combo. The rest of PG's team also seemed to have received instructions, and focused their attacks on Moonshade Spider. The poor assassin, Brittle Skin, didn't even last a second before he was beaten to the ground. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, enemy Moonshade Spider has been killed. The jungler is dead, attack the dragon. Jingyu ordered. PG's team ignored Azrael and Soul. They didn't even pay attention to the team that had just arrived, and continued to attack the dragon. They were being ignored? The team wasn't convinced. They charged into the dragon pit, intending to kill Sword Burial. However, they were sent flying by Nine-tailed Fox's flaming demon flare. Then, Satan changed his target and used all the skills that he hadn't used before. Finally, he used Great Sweep to kill the team. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy's team has been killed. The magic dragon's health dropped rapidly. DJSS's survivors stopped harassing PG and started attacking the magic dragon. When the magic dragon's health was low, they used their remaining skills. However, Sword Burial's punishment took away the last bit of the magic dragon's health, and their skills all missed. System, Sword Burial, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yo, PG got the dragon. Fong Luofan, that's the design of LD, no skill can compete with the jungler's punishment. Yo, so, Sword Burial saved the CC removal for the Moonshade Spider so that he could kill the Moonshade Spider? Fong Luofan, yes, once DJSS's jungler is dead, no one can use punishment. Yo, oh my god. Jingyu is too far-sighted. Fong Luofan, haha, maybe this isn't even considered thinking for him. Wasn't CC removal meant to deal with the Moonshade Spider's combo? He knew that the Moonshade Spider would come for the dragon after taking down the magic board. Of course, he saved the CC removal for him. Jingyu's plan was that simple. However, most players' first reaction after being CC'd was to remove it. Even if they knew that the Moonshade Spider would come for the dragon, they wouldn't dare to risk their health. After Jingyu's Sword Burial was CC'd, Soul and Azrael took out more than half of his health. After taking down the magic dragon, PG and the others immediately changed their target and started harvesting DJSS's survivors. Qin Fei's Satan was at the front, Luo Yiming's Maha and Yi Hong's Nine-tailed Fox were at the back, Han Lung's Sarier was in charge of increasing his speed and activating his shield, and Jingyu's Sword Burial was in charge of killing. They worked together and killed DJSS's survivors one by one with an unstoppable momentum. They arranged everything clearly. In the end, they traded 0 for 4, allowing DJSS's support to escape with only a sliver of health left. Yi Hong looked at the number of kills his team had taken. He didn't even have as many kills as Satan, let alone 5 kills. Yi Hong was speechless. TSK, you guys are too much. It's rare for me to get a nine-tailed fox. Can't you guys let me perform well? Han Lung, you used a weakened nine-tailed fox to suppress a strengthened soul. Be content. Qin Fei sneered. Who's not letting you perform? You haven't played CC'd for a long time. Who are you trying to blame? Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yo, after taking down the magic dragon, PG took down all of DJSS's towers in one go. I think it's time for another wave. Fong Luofan, all members of DJSS have revived. Can they defend their last territory? On the huge screen, all members of DJSS who had revived were clearing out the Magic Dragon army in an orderly manner. Not only were they not messed up, but they were even more organized than before. They were almost on par with PG's. Due to its territorial advantage, it could return to the spring water to recover at any time. DJSS struggled with all its might. It used soul control on the back row of the PG while the Moonshadow Spider rushed up from behind. Finally, it was able to complete a combo and complete the double kill. Nine-tailed Fox and Maha were the ones who died. The others were also left with only a sliver of health. Satan and Sword Burial worked together to kill the Moonshade Spider. They retreated under Saryer's protection. Attack the Phoenix! Jingyu shouted. He and Satan rushed toward the Underworld Phoenix in the middle lane. Both of them only had a sliver of health left. They had to constantly dodge the Phoenix's attacks. However, it didn't matter. DJSS was busy clearing out the Magic Dragon army and had no time to harass them. They could take their time. Finally, System, Sword Burial, conquering the Underworld Phoenix. System, obtain Nirvana's Flame. Nirvana's Flame increases the speed of health regeneration. Can revive teammates directly. Can also resist one critical hit. All PG's members were revived. Satan and Sword Burial's health also slowly recovered. The five of them regrouped and charged toward DJSS's territory. This time, DJSS could not hold on and was killed by PG in the territory. Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox obtained a quadruple kill. Although he did not get a quadruple kill in the end, he was already very satisfied. To be more precise, the moment he obtained the nine-tailed demon fox, he no longer had any regrets. Perhaps this was the last time he obtained nine-tailed fox in this season. However, what did it matter? He would not be able to obtain it in the Pro League. He could still use it in normal entertainment. The two golden words victory appeared on the huge screen. It was dazzling and stunning. The stadium was filled with cheers. Many people stood up from their chairs like Zhis and shouted at the top of their lungs. However, Zhis shouted, Jingyu is awesome. They shouted, Yezi is awesome, Nine-tailed Fox is awesome, PG is awesome. Fong Luofan could not hide his excitement. We won. PG defeated DJSS 2-1. Congratulations to PG for advancing to the second round of the knockout round. Thank you to both teams for giving us such an exciting match. At this moment, the transparent cover covering both teams opened. Both teams broke free from the atmosphere of the match. They were infected by the craze in the audience and felt their blood boil. Yo, after technical evaluation, the MVP of this match is Yezi's nine-tailed fox. There was no suspense. Yezi's nine-tailed fox was too good. AMM's elemental soul only controlled him once from the beginning to the end. Yi Hong was a little embarrassed by the praise. He raised his hand and scratched his face. He wanted to say something to express his current feelings, but before he could open his mouth, he saw a member of the opposing team take off his headphones and charge at him. What's going on? You can't beat me in the game, so you want to PK me in real life? Yi Hong turned to run, but Qin Fei grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Have some backbone. Qin Fei let go of Yi Hong after shouting. He stood in front of him and looked warily at the youth in front of him. This youth was DJSS's AMM. He was around 17 years old and his height only reached Qin Fei's collarbone. This youth, who always had a cold face in photos and videos, was clearly emotional. His face was slightly red and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes. Then, under Qin Fei's vigilant gaze, he looked in Yi Hong's direction and shouted excitedly, Brother Yi. I've liked you for a long time. You're too good. Can you give me an autograph? Yi Hong, 0, Brother Yi, your nine-tailed fox is amazing. I feel like I'll never be able to catch up to you. M suddenly choked up and covered his eyes. Wah, a 17-year-old youth cried like a 7-year-old after leading DJSS to lose to PG. Yi Hong stared at him blankly for a while. After making sure that he wasn't here to beat people up, he sighed helplessly and walked around Qin Fei. He raised his hand and touched his head. Okay, you can sign as many as you want. Wah, brother Yi, you're the best, couldn't wait to jump into Yi Hong's arms. I want A to sign. My name is AI Min, AI as an AI Li, Min as an agile. Okay. Little Min, I'll definitely sign it for you after the match. Yi Hong helplessly patted AI Min's back and gestured to the bodyguards that were about to surround them. The host was shocked by this sudden situation and took a while to react. Haha, so M is a Yezi fan. No wonder his style is so similar to Yezi's. He took the microphone and walked onto the stage. That really scared me. I thought you were going to beat someone up after losing the match. So you were asking for Yezi's autograph. After the host's explanation, the audience who didn't know the situation immediately understood and sighed in relief. AI Man also felt that his reaction was a bit too much. He covered his eyes again and didn't dare to face the audience. To be able to have a good match with his favorite esports player, he felt that he had no regrets in his esports career. Especially when Yezi used his famous demon, Nine-Tailed Fox. After the two teams shook hands and bowed to the audience, the host had no intention of letting them off. He raised the microphone and asked PG, the next match is between PH and LL. The winner will be your opponent in the next match. Do you have anything to say to them? The person who took the microphone was Luo Yiming, who was standing closest to the host. When he took the microphone, everyone in PG had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, Luo Yiming's first words were, whatever, they're no match for us anyway. The audience booed, but there were also people who laughed and cheered for PG. Alright, there's no esports without flirting. It's rare to have such an opportunity. I'll just play all the flirting that I didn't play in the video to satisfy my craving. With that thought in mind, Yi Hong snatched the microphone. If you have the guts, release my nine-tailed fox again. Next time, I'll definitely get a pentakill. Han Leng also grabbed the microphone and joined in the fun. We will definitely win the championship this season. Then, for some reason, the microphone ended up in Qin Fei's hand. Qin Fei frowned. There's nothing to say. We're not so bad that we can't even make it through the elimination round. After saying that, he casually threw the microphone to Jingyu, who was beside him. Jingyu had already said something in the video, but since he received the microphone, he naturally had to say, I hope someone dares to invade my jungle in the next round. Otherwise, I'll be too lonely. Wow, this tone is asking for a beating. The audience booed again. It was even louder than the booing Luo Yiming received earlier. Qin Fei, who was originally impatient, suddenly laughed. He had no idea that the cameraman had taken a close-up shot of him. Then, the audience gasped in unison and the bullet screen fell into a frenzy. Aha! Brother Fei is too handsome, my god. Oh my god, Brother Fei is inhumanly handsome when he laughs. Mom, I saw an angel. Is Brother Fei laughing because of Jingyu? Now that you mention it, Brother Fei and Jingyu look so compatible standing next to each other. Jingyu finished his rant and walked in front of the host with both hands holding the microphone. When he handed the microphone to the host, he smiled and said thank you. Even though it was very soft, it was still captured by the microphone. Oh my god, Jingyu is too obedient. Flirtatious and obedient. Little angel Jingyu, ah. Take care of this smile. I'll protect Jingyu's smile. Just like that, the bullet screen that was spamming 66,666 for PG's actions in the game was instantly drowned by a group of people who didn't know better. People who didn't know would think that this was a variety show instead of the live broadcast of the 4th season of the Devil Lord Professional League. The host, who received the microphone, smiled awkwardly but politely. His original intention was to let PG encourage his opponent. Even if he said, we'll be waiting for you at tomorrow's match, it would have been fine. PG made a flirtatious remark, this rhythm. After every match, the winning team would probably imitate them and make flirtatious remarks without restraint. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked in front of the 5 members of DJSS. As the captain and commander of this team, AI Min's emotions seemed to have stabilized a little. His 2 red eyes made him look like a rabbit. Coupled with his childish face, he actually looked a little cute. The host asked them, even though you lost to PG, you still won a match against him. This means that you are a very strong team. Furthermore, you are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. Is there anything you want to say to PG? Or you can tell him how you feel right now. AI Min took the microphone. After a moment of silence, he smiled helplessly. It's like this, we are still in our second year of high school. Next year, we will be in our third year of high school. We have to take the college entrance examination, so, after this season, DJSS is preparing to disband. Once this was said, there was an uproar in the audience. They couldn't believe it, so this was DJSS's last match? What a pity, they were so strong, especially the mid-laner AI Min was obviously reluctant to part with him. As she spoke, her eyes started to tear up again. I really like playing professionally. I really like it. I really want to continue playing like this until the end of my life, but, before he finished speaking, the microphone was snatched away. AI Min was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in confusion and saw Yi Hong's face. Yi Hong looked at him and smiled. Then, he said into the microphone in his hand, do well in your exams. After the exams, if you still want to play professionally, come and join PG. AI Min. Hearing this, before the audience could react, PG's teammates couldn't remain calm. They all rushed to the microphone and howled. Luo Yiming, what? Yezi, you're retiring? Han Lung, that's great. Such a reckless mid-laner should have been replaced long ago. Amidst the boos, Yi Hong resisted the urge to beat up his teammates and roared, who's retiring? A normal person's first reaction would be to be a substitute or to form a second team. How come you guys are saying that I'm retiring? Luo Yiming immediately looked disappointed. What, you still want to play? Han Lung sighed, I was happy for nothing. The audience burst into laughter. The host couldn't help but laugh as well. AI Min, who had been crying just a moment ago, raised his hand to cover his eyes and laughed uncontrollably. The sad atmosphere was swept away. As the losing team, DJSS didn't feel depressed at all after losing the game. AI Min's teammates patted his shoulders and back and cheered for him, go little Min. Do your best. Just like that, PG's team publicly poached a strong esports player during the live broadcast of the elimination round. The audience, both inside and outside the screen, laughed like crazy. Frowny face. Poaching people online is okay? What kind of idiots are PG? Ha ha ha, is this team trying to make me laugh to death so that they can inherit my Aunt Flower? I'm looking forward to the recording of the competition more and more. No one knew that over at Momo's team, Zhis had suddenly become very quiet. Until Kins, who was sitting next to him, nudged him with his shoulder and whispered, what are you thinking about? Zhis snapped out of it and whispered back, if we still can't make it to the top 8 next season, our team will have to. Kins interrupted him, Jingyu still owes you an autograph, right? Zhis paused for a moment, yeah. When you ask for his autograph, ask for his contact information. Kins smiled as he said, even if you have to roll on the floor and act cute, you have to be shameless and ask for it, okay? Geez? PG's competition for the day had ended. They could choose to stay on the field and watch the competition or go back to rest. As a team with more freedom, the 5 players naturally had to take care of their own areas. Qinfei wanted to sleep, so he went back. When Jingyu saw him leave, he left the field with him. Yi Hong stayed to give an autograph and share his experience with him as a mid-laner. Luo Yiming, who couldn't sit still, of course chose to stay and watch the competition. Han Lung was still worried, so he stayed with him. After that, the match between PG and LL ended with a 2-0 victory. PG won 2 matches in a row and advanced to the second round. After watching the competition, the PG players who stayed on the field only had one thought, what the F***ck? Another knockoff team. If DJSS and PG were imitating each other's playstyle, then PG and PG were similar in terms of playstyle. They were fierce, fast-paced, and unstoppable, however, this was understandable. After all, Qingzi and Xiaowai's playstyle was similar to PG's. That was why they had tried to get them to join the team. Who would have thought that after being chased away by Qinfei, they would form their own team? Yi Hong couldn't help but click his tongue. To be honest, it doesn't feel good to be imitated. AI Min felt like she had been shot in the knee. I'm sorry. Yi Hong patted her head, however, not everyone can imitate my playstyle. You're really good. AI Min's face suddenly turned red. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yi Hong, it's okay. It's been proven that knockoffs can't beat the original. We'll win the next round. At the same time, Luo Yiming and Han Leng went online to check PG's team name. When they saw that the team's full name was Play Happily, their expressions became a little strange. Luo Yiming, what the F***CK? We're called Play Gaily, they're called Play Happily? The translation is the same, okay? Why don't they just name themselves PG2? Han Leng replied seriously, we've already defeated PG2. This is PG3. Yes, PG3. Luo Yiming slapped his leg, that's too much. Not only are they imitating our playstyle, they're even imitating our team name. Let's see if I don't crush them in the next round. This time, Han Leng did not respond. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He just wanted to know if the top laner of PH, Qingzi, who had a lot of bad records, would really bring a group of people to kill them after they won against PH. The first day of the elimination matches ended smoothly. The 4 teams that advanced to the second round were PG, PH, ANE, and SOS. Other than PH, the other 3 teams were in the top 8. Even PH, out of the 5 of them, 2 of them had fought in PG, a top 8 team. After commentating for an entire day, Fang Luofan finally returned to the hotel to rest. He sat on the sofa and took a sip of water. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the teams that made it to the end of the season are still these few teams. Jingyu had followed Qin Fei back to the hotel early, so he didn't know the situation of the other 6 teams. When he heard this, he couldn't help but ask Yi Hong beside him, Brother Yi, who is our opponent for the next round? PH, Yi Hong replied. The one with PG's former teammates? Jingyu knew that his words weren't accurate enough, but it was more or less the same. Is this team strong? Before Yi Hong could answer, Luo Yiming beat him to it. How strong do you think a team created by someone who was kicked out by Brother Fei because they were too bad at the game? Jingyu, it wasn't just Luo Yiming, even Han Leng said, their style is quite similar to ours, but in my opinion, we're the ones who are fierce. They're the ones who are reckless. They don't use their brains when playing. If it weren't for their mechanics, I really don't know how they made it to the elimination rounds. Jingyu wouldn't say that. When he heard Han Leng's evaluation, the first thing he thought of was Luo Yiming. They don't use their brains, but their mechanics are okay. They're all in. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but complain, hey, can you two not be so subjective? I know you don't like PH's style and team name, but you don't have to say it to this extent, right? Han Leng. What do you think? Yi Hong coughed lightly and analyzed seriously, top laner Qingzi, there's only one word to describe him, reckless. He can still suppress his opponent when he has the economic advantage, but if he doesn't, he'll just be sending himself to death. There's no way he can beat Brother Fei. Jungler Xiao Wei had some skills, but his awareness was too poor. Our Jingyu could easily crush him. As for the others, I don't know them. But looking at their performance today, they didn't stand out at all. They were even worse than Momo. Tisk, Qin Fei couldn't take it anymore. What's the point of saying so much? They're just a bunch of newbies. Jingyu, well, he could tell that none of PG's members put the team they were going to face tomorrow in their eyes. If what they said was true, it felt like tomorrow's game would be a one-sided one. But it was better to listen to what the coach had to say. Jingyu turned to look at Fang Luofan, hoping that he would say something different. For example, you can't underestimate anyone in PH or you have to give it your all in every game. However, after Fang Luofan took another sip of water, he casually said, there's no pressure to play against PH, as long as you don't go crazy. There's still some time, let's review the game against DJSS this morning. Even the coach, this time, Jingyu had no choice but to believe that PH was really weak to a certain extent. Oh, it was a pity that the new devil had to be released after the elimination round. Otherwise, he could have used it tomorrow. While his mind was still wandering, Fang Luofan had already analyzed PG's performance in the 3 games today. Overall, it's okay, it's considered normal. You lost the first game mainly because you didn't expect your opponent to use nine-tailed fox. Yezi, you're worthy of praise for not having a mental breakdown after the first game. Keep it up. After a pause, he continued, but I still have to say something. Even if you used Scarlet Fury against nine-tailed fox, you shouldn't have been suppressed to this extent. Look here, Feng Luofan pointed at the video on his laptop and analyzed it seriously. Yi Hong sat beside him, pretending to be listening attentively, but his eyelids were drooping. Feng Luofan had probably sensed the exhaustion of the PG team, so he spoke faster and more concisely. The second and third matches were almost skimmed over. In the end, he even said, there are videos of the matches everywhere. If you have any questions, you can look for them online. After that, he chased PG's entire team out of his room. It was only after Jingyu returned to his room that he realized that Feng Luofan might not have sensed their exhaustion, but that he himself was exhausted. After all, he had commentated more than 10 games today. After taking a shower, he dried his hair and lay on his bed. Before going to bed, Jingyu habitually took out his phone and logged into Weibo to check the comments under his Weibo. He saw that someone had left a comment, Jingyu's voice is too recognizable. Only then did he realize that. That's right. The recording of the game. The day's game had already ended, and every game's video and audio had been released on various platforms. Jingyu went straight to LD's official Weibo and easily found the link to the recording of the game. He clicked on it nervously. Of course, he didn't want to listen to the recording of his team's game. On the contrary, he didn't want to listen to his own voice at all. It was too embarrassing. He was just a little curious about how the netizens would react after listening to the recording. Sure enough, it was similar to what he had expected. Frowny face, ha 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 ha, PG's team is poisonous. Oh my god, I'm laughing so hard. Yezi, I can't be confused by my own destiny. Oh my god, it's so good. Was the archer serious when he said he would die with the support? Ha ha ha, PG really has a lot of jokes. He could have made jokes, but he chose to play in the game. By the way, did Yezi set a flag? Yezi, I'll take the nine-tailed fox, I won't leave a single kill for the opponent. Oh my god, my kill. Ha 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 ha, Yezi is too funny. It feels good to slap yourself in the face. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud as he read the comments. However, he soon came across some of the more unpleasant comments. I feel like PG doesn't care about the game at all. Is PG serious about the game? Especially Yezi and One, they feel like they're just being perfunctory. Compared to DJSS's recording, I don't think PG deserves to win. Jingyu frowned. He was still hesitating whether or not to explain when he saw other netizens' replies. Frowny face in esports, noobs are the original sin. PG is strong. If you don't like it, go and bite them. Regardless of whether PG is serious about the game, their strength is obvious, right? DJSS didn't lose in vain. It's not that the strong win, it's that the strong win. PG is better than DJSS, that's how it is. Jingyu sighed in relief when he saw these replies. Yes, PG is strong. His teammates were all very strong. Out of curiosity, Jingyu listened to the recording of DJSS's competition. Sure enough, AI Min's voice was the only one from the beginning to the end of the 3 games. Her tone was calm and her instructions were crisp. It was obvious that her awareness and prediction skills were very strong. She was talented, had fast hands, good mechanics, and had a steady performance in the game. Even if she was defeated, she would never be defeated and she would never be defeated. Needless to say, AI Min was a very capable player. She was only 17 years old. If they could really create a PG second team with him as the core, they would definitely be very competitive in the future professional scene. It was great that Yi Hong had such a fan. Jingyu had completely forgotten that he had entered PG by following in Qin Fei's footsteps. Actually, it was the same no matter what field it was. One group of people influenced and attracted another group of people, causing new blood to be injected into the field. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. The second round of the elimination round began at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day. The second round of the elimination round was also called the semi-finals because the next round would be the finals. Fei slept until 11 o'clock before he got up to eat. This time, he woke up naturally and was no longer sleepy. He even felt like he had nowhere to vent his energy. Thus, he made a great decision: 0 pH. 0? Jingyu thought he had heard wrong. 0 pH was not something that PG had never done before, but this was the semi-finals. No matter how weak their pH was, it couldn't be weaker than the grassroots team they had faced in the preliminary round, right? However, Fei said in a very serious tone, the opponent gave us such a team name to disgust us. If we don't 0 pH, how can we make them realize the difference between a knockoff and a genuine team? Jingyu wanted to say something to wake him up, but before he could open his mouth, Luo Yiming interrupted him. Well said. If we don't 0 pH, they won't know why the flowers are so red. Yi Hong also said, they can only blame themselves for giving us such a team name to disgust us. Han Leng, we're already being discussed. If we don't disgust them, we'll write our team name backwards. Write it backwards? GP, what, Jingyu, == in the end, Jingyu did not find a chance to wake up his amazing teammates until the start of the match. Forget it, forget it. It's good to have fighting spirit. I'm very happy to commentate for today's match. Today's commentator was Aban. And Tanghua, today's match is the semi-finals. Out of the 4 teams, 3 of them have made it to the top 8. Wow, it must be very exciting, Aban. The first match of the semi-finals is between PG and PH. Without further ado, let's take a look at the band lineups of both teams. In the end, the demons banned by both teams were PG, Azrael, Heijiao, Kamal PH, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid. Then, when it came to the pick round, Jingyu chose to lie flat on the ground after seeing the lineups of his teammates. Fei, Sword Burial, the number 1 jungler in the version. I'm not going to tank this round. You guys save yourselves. I'm going to take the kill, Yi Hong, Soul, a control mid laner. Even if I can't kill you, I'll disgust you to death. Come on, let's kill each other. Who's afraid of who? Luo Yiming, Maha, the fastest archer. I want a pentakill. Don't steal the kill from me, Han Leng, Wind of Condensation. Hey, hey. Is it really okay for you to be a support archer? You're going to throw away your life just because you're going to crush the opponent? Jingyu looked at the lineups and felt a headache coming on. In the end, he chose Moonshade Spider, Control 1 Wave Rush. Who's crazier? In the end, the lineups of both sides were PG, Sword Burial, Soul, Maha, Moonshade Spider, Wind of Condensation PH, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Satan, Mermaid. This was the first time PG had used a 2-shooter lineups. Aban was shocked. PG has 2 shooters, and the second one is a support. How are they going to fight this? Fortunately, as a professional commentator, he quickly calmed down. If that's the case, the 2 archers will fight each other for economy. The PG's bottom lane will develop very slowly, but once it does, its damage will be explosive. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. After PG entered the battlefield, Wind of Condensation did not go to the bottom lane, but to the top lane. The support shooter went to the top lane? Then what about Sword Burial? After helping the sorcerer get mana, Sword Burial dived into the enemy's jungle. Counter jungle, okay, I've lost. Aban did not know whether to laugh or cry. The support shooter is developing in the top lane. In a solo counter jungle, PG's development will not be slow. In fact, it will crush PH. Tanghua, the question is, can Maha tank the bottom lane 1v2? The camera cut to the bottom lane. Luo Yiming's Maha shot arrows at the creeps. After a while, the enemy centaur suddenly shot an arrow at him. He easily dodged it with a slight movement, then continued towards the creeps. Without support, the speed of the creeps was a little slow. The centaur leveled up to level 2 first. He increased his speed and rushed towards Maha, wanting to take him down in one go. Maha made another slight movement and brushed past him. At the same time, he killed the last creeps and leveled up to level 2. He buffed himself and shot at the centaur. When the centaur was shot, he quickly dodged and counterattacked. However, Maha was obviously better at dodging and counterattacking. Every time, he could perfectly dodge the centaur's arrows and accurately hit his target. His every movement was minuscule, but the effect was remarkable. Yi Heng used Soul to toy with the opposing mid laner and even had the time to open the world map to check the situation at the bottom lane. He could not help but laugh. The opposing archer and support are probably doubting life right now. Han Lang, who was using the wind of condensation to deal with the enemy Quan Gu under the tower, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Although RC is a little stupid, his skills aren't just for show. Luo Yiming was very happy to be praised. Of course Jingyu felt a little helpless. Did you eat the phrase "there's a hole in your brain"? However, it was true that with Luo Yiming's skills, PH's bottom lane combo would not be able to do anything to him. A 1v2 was not a problem at all. After all, he was best at tangling with the enemy in front of him. As for his weakness, it was also obvious that he had poor awareness. However, it was fine. He, the jungler, would make up for it. Jingyu had his Moonshadow Spider hide in the underbrush of the bottom lane. He calculated the timing, and in the instant Satan rushed out, he used Shadow Flash and Spider Web to control Satan, who didn't have time to do anything, in place. Before the control removal equipment was dropped, Satan could only watch as the Moonshade Spider beat him up. Luo Yiming's Maha noticed Satan and conveniently Bayou him a few times. The mermaid hurriedly raised her shield and tried to save Satan. However, the Moonshade Spider had reached level 6 and could switch forms: Demon Transformation, Inescapable Net, Thousand Spiders Bite, Gluttony, Spider Shadow Maze, System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill, System, the enemy has died, System, Moonshade Spider, double kill, System, the enemy, Satan, has died. After the control effect disappeared, the support with low health tried to escape. However, before he could do so, Maha Bayou took his head. System, Maha, 1 kill, System, the enemy, mermaid, has died, 2 against 3, and it was a 0 for 3, the audience was in an uproar. The roars almost drowned out Aban's commentary. Aban, PG is too strong. He went 0 for 3, in the bottom lane right from the start. He asked someone to replay the previous scene. It's crucial for the Moonshade Spider to reach level 6 at this time. I'm guessing that this was within Jingyu's calculations. Jingyu is too strong. Tanghua could not help but exclaim, 1. This player is too amazing. He's a marksman, but he likes to stick close to his opponents. Aban, it's easier to hit at close range, but it's also easier to be hit by the opponent. However, even at such a close range, one was still able to dodge the opponent's attacks. It's obvious that he has fast reflexes. Yes, this was the PG position. A marksman with the agility of a wild beast, who could always predict the opponent's attack in the shortest amount of time and dodge in advance. He loved to stick close to his opponent's face and engage in close-range combat. When he first joined the team, Yi Heng teased him, only PGs like us can tolerate your playstyle. Han Lang, who had switched to support, raised a flag. Don't worry. My support is very good. I can protect you no matter how reckless you are. Then, he was saved by this rogue archer over and over again. Every time, Luo Yiming would stick close to his opponent and attract their firepower so that Han Lang could escape with his low health. Moreover, 9 out of 10 times, Luo Yiming would be able to escape with low health after sticking close to his opponent's face. He was not so stupid that he would rather sacrifice himself to protect his support, but he was confident that he could protect himself while protecting his support. He might not always succeed, but at least he had the ability to do so. PG's members were all quite unique. They never gave in to the established rules of the game, and always tried to figure out a playstyle that seemed to be unrecognized, but in fact could make the most of their value. Therefore, when Jingyu said that his most proficient magical beast was the Heart of Ice, the PG team easily accepted it. So what if he's good at Heart of Ice? In our team, we have a top laner who is good at everything, a mid laner who is cheeky, a marksman who likes to stick close to his face, and a support who can play from any position. Not long after the small group battle broke out in the bottom lane, Qin Fei Sword Burial sneakily cleared out all of the enemy's jungles, and then finally returned to his top lane. He directly rushed in from the back of the enemy's tower, and attacked from both sides with Han Lung's Wind of Condensation. The poor Quan Gu had nowhere to run. After a struggle, Sword Burial finally took his head. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. After killing Quangu, sword burial blocked a tower attack, then moved out of the tower and rushed to the middle lane with wind of condensation. The enemy mid laner seemed to have sensed danger. Even though he still had 2 minions left, he immediately turned and fled in the direction of his own territory. However, how could Yi Hong let him escape so easily? Sol directly flashed into the tower and used her second skill, Myriad Threads, to forcefully drag Peacock Plume back some distance. Then, she used inextricable threads to bind Peacock Plume and immobilize her on the spot. In order to catch up to this kill, Wind of Condensation not only used displacement, but also flash. In one breath, he arrived beside Sol and attacked Peacock Plume crazily. How could a weak mage withstand an attack from a marksman? Her health dropped at a frightening rate, and it was about to reach 0. At this moment, Sword Burial arrived, activated Sword Aura Possession, rushed under the tower, and killed Peacock Plume in 2 slashes, then moved out of the tower. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Seeing this scene, Yi Hong and Hanleng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hanleng said, "I can kill the scorpions." There was no need to risk entering the tower, right? Yi Hong said, "Forget it, don't talk about it. Can't you see that Brother Fei is in high spirits?" Qin Fei ignored their words and glanced at Jing Yu's kill count, 2. The number of heads he had obtained, 2. However, Moonshade Spider had 1 more assist than Sword Burial. No problem, again. 10 minutes later. Frowny Face. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Mermaid has been killed. System, Soul, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Qin Fei, Tisk, my kill. Jingyu, Tisk, Brother Fei has another assist. Yi Hong. Seems like he knows something. Hanleng. This? Who else would dare to steal the kill? Only the insensitive Luo Yiming was shouting blindly, "You 2 killed all the PH players in one go. Making me, the center of the team, feel like I don't exist." Qin Fei, shut up. Jingyu, let's see who's better. Luo Yiming. Huh? Something feels wrong? Speaking of which, aren't we supposed to fight dragons? After killing all the PH players, Qin Fei continued his tyrannical rampage in the enemy's jungle, while Jingyu swept through his own jungle. Both of them leveled up to level 13 at almost the same time. Then, it was another round of harvesting. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy has been killed. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Mermaid has been killed. System, Wind of Condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Hanleng, who accidentally killed the Quangu, said. Good job. Why are you apologizing? Luo Yiming was confused. Yi Hong, who had returned to the city to recover, covered his face with his hands. Well, how about this? I'll go AFK with old Han, and you guys continue. Hanleng also returned to the city and covered his face with his hands. This game is too scary. Sigh, it's too difficult. It's the most difficult game in history. Luo Yiming, wasn't it good? What's going on? Who can explain it to me? Finally, Jingyu could not hold it in any longer and declared war on Qin Fei. We're only competing in kills, not assists. Qin Fei, TCH, I'm not competing in assists with you. He was lying through his teeth. Hearing these 2 sentences, Luo Yiming suddenly understood. Are you guys competing to see who can kill more people? I want to play too. Yi Hong did not know whether to laugh or cry. If the PH players heard this recording, they would probably vomit blood and die on the spot. However, this was also good. They were the ones who were angry first, so they could not be blamed for going crazy later. As for how they would face each other in real life after winning this game, let nature take its course. Both the commentators and the audience were stunned by the outcome of the semifinals. Was PG too strong or PH too weak, or was it easier to crush a team with similar styles? Tanghua tried to find an excuse for PH's poor team. PH was founded by the team's top laner, QZ. Before Jingyu joined PG, QZ used to be PG's top laner. Later, he failed to fit in with PG's team and had to leave PG. Then, he founded PH and signed up for this season's professional league. It must be very stressful to play against a team he used to be in the semifinals. Aban did not sympathize with PH at all. Before the start of the elimination round, I went through every team's experience. To be honest, I think PH was lucky to make it to the elimination round. The teams they met in the preliminary round were not strong. In the group stage, they were placed in Group B with SOS. In the end, they lost to SOS 1-2 and barely made it to the elimination round. After a pause, he said, as a new team this season, it's quite impressive for them to win a round against a team in the top 8. However, those who have been paying attention to the previous seasons should know that SOS is getting worse and worse. Last season, they lost to PG and dropped out of the top 8. Well, after listening to your analysis, I suddenly feel that it's normal for PH to lose to PG. After all, PG this season is much stronger than last season. Tanghua realized that she could not save PH and decided to give up. However, even if they can't beat PG, they haven't gotten a single kill so far. Isn't that too pitiful? Yes, it was pitiful. It was so pitiful that the audience was already numb to PG's crazy killing mode. They no longer stood up and cheered like they did at the beginning. At the beginning of the game, the audience's reaction was like this: Jingyu is too good. Is Brother Fei finally going to dominate the jungle? Jingyu, go. Brother Fei is still your Brother Fei. At the end of the game, the audience's reaction was like this: oh, looks like PH is going to be wiped out again. PG is going to lose. PH, what are we eating tonight? Let's just walk around and eat whatever we can find. In the end, PG won 2-0 against PH. In the first round, PG only let PH get 2 kills in the second round, and it was Luo Yiming who gave it to him by jumping over the tower. In the first round, Qingfei used sword burial and got a total of 12 kills. Jingyu also got 12 kills. However, the MVP award was given to Qingfei. As a result, Jingyu kept pouting throughout the second round. In the second round, Qingfei used Satan and got 10 kills. Jingyu used the Moonshade Spider and got 18 kills. Moreover, he was judged as the MVP of that round by the technical team. In an instant, his entire fish was healed. Qingfei wanted to say that if he could snatch sword burial in the second round, he would definitely be able to achieve an even more terrifying result than the first round. However, when he turned to look at Jingyu and saw his satisfied expression, he suddenly did not care about anything else. He smiled helplessly and said, "You played well." Jingyu turned to look at him and smiled. You two. In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere on PG's side, Qingzi pulled off his headphones and smashed them on the ground after losing the match. Due to the cover, no one could hear what was going on inside. However, judging from the shocked reaction of his teammates, the headphones must have made quite a loud noise when they hit the ground. Qingzi was still not satisfied after smashing his headphones. He stood up and kicked over his gaming chair, and even threw his keyboard on the ground. The host saw the scene through the one-way glass and was shocked. What's going on? What happened? Come and take a look. The bodyguards around the arena immediately moved and surrounded the 5 players of PH. The spectators were also silent as they nervously watched the unforeseen event on the stage. Not long after, the transparent cover opened on both sides. PG's players left their seats and were shocked when they saw the situation on the other side. Yi Hong, who was the most timid, immediately slipped behind the other 4 players. Luo Yiming frowned and cracked his knuckles, but no sound came out. However, he still had to act cool. What's going on? Do you want to PK in real life? After saying this, he retreated behind Qingfei with a serious expression. If it's a fight, Brother Fei, go. Hanling also frowned and pulled Luo Yiming and Jingyu behind him. You guys hide behind Brother Fei and me. If a fight really breaks out, don't worry about us and just run. In real life, Luo Yiming could not bring himself to say things like, if we die together. When he heard this, he obediently nodded. Jing Yu, on the other hand, did not say a word from beginning to end. When he left his seat and saw the opposing team surrounded by bodyguards, he did not even blink. Xianxia clearly did not expect his actions to alarm the bodyguards. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he naturally did not dare to make a move. However, he could not take it lying down. He raised his hand and pointed at Qin Fei and shouted, "You F** king know how to top yourself. And you F** king top yourself? Are you messing with me?" Qin Fei narrowed his eyes. He was too lazy to respond. "You call people to come and go as you please. If you're not happy, you want people to scram. What do you think you are, an emperor?" The more Xianxia spoke, the angrier he became. "If it weren't for you, I would have F** king joined my team." Hearing this, Luo Yiming could not hold it in anymore. He hid behind Qin Fei and Hanling and shouted back, "You'll be a substitute even if you join my team. You came to PG because you didn't want to be a substitute. Don't put all the blame on Brother Fei, okay?" Hanling also said, "You're all adults. Can't you be more mature? It was your own decision to give up MY and come to PG. Before you came, our coach said very clearly that it was up to Brother Fei to decide whether you can stay or not. You agreed." Since his teammates had spoken, Qin Fei naturally could not pretend to be mute. He also said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let me ask you one thing, with the way you played today, what qualifications do you think you have to join PG?" This one sentence made Xianxia speechless. After a short silence, he tried to ask his teammates for help. "Xiao Wei, you say it." Xiao Wei, who had also been in PG, actually took a step back when he heard this. He had a look that said, "You can't see me." Xianxia was so angry that he wanted to beat him up. "Coward! Didn't you have a lot of fun cursing Qin Fei in private? You don't dare to do it in front of him?" "No." Xiao Wei was about to cry. Tisk, so annoying. Qin Fei did not want to be entangled with this group of people anymore. He turned around and said, "Let's go, back to the hotel." This time, no one wanted to stay to watch the game. Everyone silently followed behind Qin Fei and walked to the side door of the stadium. The host scrambled to save the situation. It took him a lot of effort to persuade PH to leave the stage. He then asked the staff to check the damage to the equipment. After such a thing happened, Xianxia and the others held back their anger and sat in the audience. In the end, they could not hold it in and left the stadium one after another. The host hurriedly gave a look to a few bodyguards to follow them to prevent the two teams from causing trouble outside the stadium. After returning to the hotel, Qin Fei sternly gave the order, "Don't even take half a step out of the hotel." No matter how good he was at fighting, he did not dare to fight Xianxia head-on without knowing how powerful he was. The news spread quickly on the internet. Not long after they returned to the hotel, there were a lot of discussions on the forum, such as PGs in the semi-finals defeated PH, PGs not satisfied, scolding PGs after the game. The public opinion was unanimously on PG's side. I went to look up the full names of PG and PH, and then I found out. PH is too disgusting. It's good that PG didn't beat them up, but they still want to beat PG? In esports, noobs are the original sin. Husey wants to enter PG with such noobs? Who gave them the face? You can't beat them in the game, so you want to PK them in real life? Don't be an esports player if you can't afford to lose. Reading these comments and replies, PG's mood improved a lot. Nothing happened in the afternoon. At night, except for Brother Fei who was still sleeping, the other four gathered in Yi Hong's room to play the mobile version of Devil Overlord. The full name was Devil Overlord, Demons Contend for Hegemony. Yi Hong, Yiming, why did you die again? Luo Yiming, I must have played a fake Dark Cupid. Hanling, do you think you're playing the PC version? Take it easy. Jingyu, it's okay, I'll carry you. Yi Hong, why did you die too? Jingyu, TSK, I must have played a fake Heart of Ice. Yi Hong did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, after losing 3 rounds in a row, the 4 of them uninstalled the game. Yi Hong, sigh, it's hard to play if it's simplified. Jingyu, if only Brother Fei played with us. Luo Yiming, my mouth is so dry. Hanleng, Yezi, go get Yiming a glass of water. Yi Hong, why does it have to be me? Luo Yiming, I don't want to drink water. Do you have drinks? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. I want to drink too. Why don't I go downstairs and buy some? You guys can tell me what you want to drink. Yi Hong, that's good. Thus, the three of them reported all the drinks and snacks they wanted to drink to Jingyu. Jingyu remembered everything after hearing it once. He took his phone and took the elevator downstairs. The three of them continued to chat. After a while, Luo Yiming wondered, where did Jingyu go to buy drinks? When is he coming back? Speaking of which, he's such a nice guy. Yi Hong, yeah, little Jingyu is a nice guy. He never loses his temper or throws a tantrum. He takes the initiative to do a lot of things. Hanleng, he gives off a very obedient vibe. Judging from his temperament, he doesn't seem like an orphan struggling to make a living at all. Yi Hong, speaking of which, I've always suspected that he's a rich kid who ran away from home. Think about it, before they could analyze the situation, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Yi Hong was stunned for a moment. He walked over to the door in confusion. Who is it? It's me. A one-word response with a familiar domineering tone. Brother Fei? Yi Hong opened the door. It was indeed Qin Fei standing outside. He still seemed a little sleepy. He yawned as he walked into the room. He looked around and said, "You guys are pretty brave. You guys played a mobile game in Rio. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the coach?" After he said this, he suddenly froze for a moment. He asked in confusion, "Where's Jingyu?" Yi Hong hadn't realized what was wrong. He casually replied, "He went out to buy drinks." F***ck. Qin Fei cursed and turned to leave. As he left the room, he shouted without looking back, "I told you guys not to take even half a step out of the hotel. Where's your brains?" Then he slammed the door shut with a bang. Yi Hong. Oh no. Will little Jingyu be in danger? Jingyu took his phone and took the elevator downstairs. There were not many things in the hotel's supermarket, so he chose to go to a nearby supermarket. Drinks, snacks. Oh, and some wet wipes for Brother Yi. After checking everything and making sure he did not miss anything, Jingyu paid for it with his phone. After the waiter helped him pack the bag, he smiled and thanked him. Then he took the bag and left the supermarket. It was already very dark, but the street was brightly lit. Jingyu walked in the direction of the hotel as he recalled the competition. He felt that his life had never been so fulfilling. He looked up at the twinkling stars in the night sky and took a deep breath. For the first time, he felt that it was great that he was still alive. Then, he lowered his head and met 5 pairs of unfriendly eyes. Jingyu stopped in his tracks. He confirmed again that there were indeed 5 people standing in front of him, and their gazes were indeed on him. There was no mistake, their target was him. The faces of the 5 people were unfamiliar. They were between 20 and 30 years old. Judging from their clothes, they were the type who often hung out outside. Jingyu frowned and tightened his grip on the bag. Looking for me? What's the matter? He had to figure out their purpose first. Did they randomly pick a target to rob, or was it because of PG and PH today? Or, were they sent by that person? The person walking in front narrowed his eyes and raised his chin. He said in a tone that said, "I am the best, you are PG's new jungler, right? Come with us." Jingyu looked at him calmly. Why? No reason. The other person sounded impatient. Come with us. Don't worry about anything else. He paused. Oh, don't worry. As long as you are obedient, you won't get hurt. So, you want to kidnap me to threaten Brother Fei? Jingyu felt that this was the most likely scenario. After all, PH's QZ hated Qin Fei to the core. Her ultimate target would definitely be Qin Fei. Or maybe she wants me to disappear for a while until the end of the finals? That didn't seem likely. Rather than letting PG lose without a fight, the government would probably call the police to find his whereabouts and confirm his safety. Hearing these 2 guesses, the other party seemed to be stunned for a moment before saying, "Oh, you don't seem to be afraid at all?" When I heard the recording, I thought she was a slut. I didn't expect her to be so calm in person. Bitch. Jingyu resisted the urge to hit her and quickly scanned the surroundings with the corner of his eyes. The path ahead was blocked, and the left was not easy to go around. He could try to go to the right, and if it really didn't work, he could run back and look for an opportunity to break through. Okay, the plan worked. The league tournament was not over yet. He did not want to fight with anyone. It would be bad if he was banned. Therefore, the best choice was to retreat and hide in the hotel. With that thought in mind, Jingyu grabbed the shopping bag tightly, took a deep breath, and silently counted down from 3 in his heart. When he counted to 1, he suddenly dashed towards the space on the right side of the 5 people. You. The 5 people obviously did not expect him to suddenly make a move. Fortunately, they reacted quickly enough. The person closest to him directly greeted him with a fist. You want to do this the hard way? Jingyu lowered his body and dodged the fist, but the second person directly reached out and grabbed his arm. Not good. I'm still too slow. Jingyu quickly turned around and used a shoulder to hit the person's arm hard, forcing him to let go. He then continued to run forward, only to find that someone had run in front of him at an even faster speed, blocking his path. Jingyu wanted to retreat, but found that there were people behind him. After a moment of hesitation, he was surrounded by 5 people. Sigh. He sighed and slightly loosened the hand holding the shopping bag. In the end, he still had to fight. You're so uncooperative, it's difficult for us. One of the 5 people cracked his knuckles. Another person directly ordered, knock him out. Well, there's no one around. It'll be difficult if there are more people. Okay, I'll do it. The person who said this rushed in front of Jingyu and threw a punch. However, almost at the same time, Jingyu let go of his hand and let the shopping bag fall to the ground. Then, he grabbed the person's wrist, put his other hand under the person's armpit, and turned around. Shoulder throw. Ah, Jingyu, kill, enemy passerby A was dead. F*CKU, the second person was enraged. He also rushed towards Jingyu and punched him in the face. Jingyu received the punch and did not even blink. He suddenly tilted his head and just missed the punch. He grabbed the person's arm and used the inertia to throw the person in front of him, causing him to trip over the person in front of him and hit him hard. Both of them groaned at the same time. Jingyu, double kill, enemy passerby B was dead. F*CK, let's go together. With this roar, the remaining 3 people rushed towards Jingyu. Jingyu expressionlessly calculated the 3 people's positions and the speed at which they were approaching him. At the perfect moment, he leaned back and avoided the 2 people's fists. Then, he used his hands to support himself on their shoulders and jumped up. He retracted his legs and kicked out forcefully, hitting the person in front of him in the chest. That person lost his balance and fell backward. His back made close contact with the ground. Jingyu, triple kill, enemy passerby C was dead. There were only 2 people left. After Jingyu landed, he grabbed the 2 people's arms and pulled them hard. Then, he suddenly let go and rushed forward. He grabbed the shopping bag on the ground and ran towards the hotel. Due to inertia, the 2 people's bodies collided with each other. After the collision, it was too late for them to chase after Jingyu. The 3 people on the ground stood up one after another. Although they were not injured, they did not look good. F*CK, he's trained. Forget it, don't chase. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to beat him. Just like that, Jingyu escaped safely. He slipped back to the hotel. When he pressed the elevator button, he was so nervous that his heart almost stopped beating. When the elevator opened, he immediately got in and kept pressing the close button. He waited until the elevator door really closed. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. Ding! There was a soft sound. When the door opened, Jingyu looked at Xianxia outside the door. Xianxia looked at Jingyu inside the door. Both of them were stunned. It was only when the elevator door started to close that Xianxia reacted. He reached out to block the door. With his other hand, he grabbed Jingyu's wrist and dragged him out of the elevator somewhat rudely. I told you not to go out. I'm sorry. Jingyu had just gone through a big escape and was now panting heavily. Noticing that he was out of breath, Qin Fei suddenly realized something. He grabbed him by the wrist, turned him around, and dragged him to his room without any explanation. Jingyu followed him passively while holding up the shopping bag in his other hand. This, I haven't given them, give your ass. Come here, I have something to ask you. Oh. Just like that, Jingyu entered Qin Fei's room together with the shopping bag in his hand. After Qin Fei closed the door, he let go of Jingyu's wrist and turned to look at him. The word unhappy was written all over his face. However, the first words that came out of his mouth were these 4 words. Are you hurt? Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He felt that this question was a little subtle, but he still instinctively replied, no. How many people did they have? 5. Jingyu realized that something was wrong after he answered. How did Qin Fei know that he had met people? Was it because he was panting too hard just now? In fact, before Jingyu answered 5, Qin Fei wasn't sure if he had really met people. He was just trying to get information out of him. He didn't expect that he would really get something out of him. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. Did they fight? Jingyu's hand that was holding the bag tightened. He turned his head slightly and said, no. Look at me and answer. Qin Fei almost shouted this sentence. Jingyu was shocked. He instinctively turned his head to look at him. He wanted to say no again, but he couldn't make a sound. Qin Fei had to ask again, did they fight? Jingyu pursed his lips. In the end, he said weakly, yeah. Were they hurt? Qin Fei continued to interrogate him. Jingyu said, no, I knew what I was doing. At least there was no blood. Qin Fei asked, were there any surveillance cameras around? Jingyu said, no. Qin Fei asked, where are they? Jingyu said, not many. So there were people? Qin Fei frowned. This was a little troublesome. However, before he could think of a solution, he heard Jingyu say, there were 2 women. They were walking with their backs to me, so they probably didn't see me. There was also a grandfather and a granddaughter. They were talking to each other. Even if they did notice me, they probably only saw my back when I was running away. Also, my clothes today are quite ordinary, so they should be fine. After hearing this, Qin Fei was stunned. He looked at Jingyu in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he could notice so many details when he was surrounded and had to fight. This observational ability, He couldn't help but laugh. You're very skilled, aren't you? You must have fought a lot in the past, right? Jingyu pursed his lower lip and turned his head away again. He didn't respond for a long time. Brother Fei wouldn't hate him, right? After all, he had always given people a very innocent feeling. Although he didn't mean to, he did deceive the group of teammates around him. While he was still self-reflecting, a hand suddenly appeared on his head. Qin Fei raised his hand and touched Jingyu's head. He said softly, you're lucky this time. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, it won't affect tomorrow's competition. Jingyu felt the sensation on his head, and his nerves immediately relaxed. He even closed his eyes in comfort. Qin Fei withdrew his hand. City B is Qingzi's territory. There are many people he can order around. So, until the competition is over, you're not allowed to go out alone. Do you hear me? Okay. Jingyu nodded obediently. Qin Fei, then I want to ask, who did you learn your skills from? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. He raised his eyes and looked at Qin Fei. He quickly looked away and finally responded with 2 words. Self-taught. After a pause, he took a deep breath nervously and spoke again. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Brother Fei. Can you keep this a secret for me? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. What is it? I fought with someone, and Jingyu carefully looked at Qin Fei again. He lowered his head. Also, I used to fight a lot. I don't want Brother Yi and the others to know. Qin Fei, oh, why should I promise you? Actually, even if Jingyu didn't say it, Qin Fei wouldn't tell anyone else. However, for some reason, Jingyu's current state made Qin Fei want to bully him. Jingyu was indeed stumped by this sentence. He wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll do anything." "You can do anything?" Qin Fei repeated in disbelief. The expression on his face suddenly became a little strange. Then, for some reason, he raised a hand and poked Jing Yu's chest with his fingertips. He deliberately drew it down. "Really, anything?" The thought-provoking action and tone made Jing Yu's mind go blank for a moment. A few seconds later, his heart suddenly beat faster. He almost couldn't help but reply, "Yes, if it's you. I'll do anything." After saying that, Jing Yu pursed his lips and didn't dare to look into Qin Fei's eyes. He felt ashamed. Qin Fei stared at him blankly, feeling a surge of emotions. F*ck, who could stand this? The two of them were silent for a while. Qin Fei didn't say anything, so Jing Yu didn't say anything either. Qin Fei didn't let him go, so he stood there obediently without moving. In the end, Qin Fei spoke first. "Are you?" At that moment, he almost asked, "What's wrong? Are you a gay? You said you liked me before, is that what I'm thinking now?" However, when he thought of the finals tomorrow, his voice stopped abruptly. If he asked, no matter what Jing Yu's answer was, it could affect his condition for the competition tomorrow. If Jing Yu's answer was what he wanted, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't push him down on the spot and make him unable to get out of bed for a whole week. God knew how hard it was for him to hold it in, especially when he heard Jing Yu's words just now. But what if he was overthinking and Jing Yu didn't mean that? That would be awkward. In the end, Qin Fei sighed secretly and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Okay, but I haven't thought of what to do with you yet, so I'll owe you for now." Jing Yu was stunned for a moment and nodded, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. God knows how much courage it took for him to say, "I'll do whatever you want me to do." He just wanted to test if Qin Fei was the same as him. Was it possible for him to, even before he said that sentence, he was already prepared to be pushed down, even if all the bones in his body were broken by Qin Fei, he could still persist until tomorrow's final. However, Qin Fei didn't let him do as he wished. He couldn't help but feel disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. "Owe me for now, fine, I'll wait for you to f*ck me." "No, I'll wait for you to order me to do whatever you want me to do." Jing Yu felt that he was hopelessly conquered by Qin Fei and was willing to do anything for him. When he watched Qin Fei play through the screen, he didn't feel this way. Now that he saw him in person, he couldn't help but want to get closer to him, to get his attention, to keep his eyes on him, to see the scenery reflected in his eyes, to see no one else but himself. Especially that day when they came back from their date, Jing Yu couldn't lie to himself, he enjoyed the time he was alone with Qin Fei. Originally, he was satisfied with fighting side by side with Qin Fei and did not intend to change anything. However, when he entered the venue for the offline match, he clearly heard Han Lung say, "What kind of world is this? Nowadays, all the handsome people are gay." He was handsome. Gay. Was he referring to Brother Fei? If so, Jing Yu felt that he had a good chance, but what if he heard wrong and asked Qin Fei rashly and got hated by Qin Fei? If that happened, not only would he not be able to sleep with him, he wouldn't even be able to be his brother. After waiting for so long, he finally got such a good opportunity to test him, but in the end, it was probably because he wasn't gay enough that he messed it up. Fortunately, Jing Yu wasn't someone who gave up easily. If the first test didn't work, he would find another opportunity. When the finals were over, he would do everything he could to determine Qin Fei's sexual orientation. Just as he was thinking this, a hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder, scaring Jing Yu. Qin Fei was also shocked by his reaction. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted and joked, "What are you thinking about?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything too overboard." Jing Yu, "No. It doesn't matter how overboard. I have a strong tolerance, trust me." Qin Fei patted him on the shoulder and said, "I've said what I wanted to say. You can go to Yezi's place. They probably don't know that you're back yet." "Okay." Jing Yu nodded obediently and hesitantly looked at Qin Fei. When he saw that Qin Fei didn't want to say anything else, he tentatively took 2 steps back and said, "Then I'll be leaving?" Qin Fei, "Okay." Jing Yu, "I am really leaving?" Qin Fei, "Of course." Jing Yu, "Can I really leave?" Qin Fei, "Do you need me to kick you?" Jing Yu, Oh, I'm leaving. Qin Fei, Jingyu took a few more steps back until his back was against the door. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he turned around and opened the door. Qin Fei watched him leave his room. After he closed the door, he raised his hand and covered his eyes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This damn fish is so king seductive. Jingyu carried the shopping bag to Yi Hong's door and knocked. Soon, the door opened and Yi Hong's relaxed face appeared. However, at this moment, his face was full of seriousness. When Yi Hong saw Jingyu, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly welcomed him into the room. After closing the door, he looked him up and down and said, "Little Jingyu, are you okay? You didn't get into any danger, right?" He definitely couldn't tell him that he got into a fight. Jingyu smiled and handed the shopping bag to Yi Hong. "No, I was safe the whole way. Here, the things you wanted." Yi Hong took the bag with mixed feelings. Even though Jingyu said that he was fine, he still felt a little guilty. "I should have stopped you from going out. I'm sorry, I got high and forgot about your I was the one who asked to go down." Jingyu wasn't used to being apologized to. "It's okay, I won't go out again." Hanleng, we were all dumbfounded. "Really? I'm really sorry this time." Jingyu, even Luo Yiming, who hated apologizing, stiffened his neck and said uncomfortably, "I'm sorry. Don't be like this, I'm back safe now." Jingyu said helplessly. The nervousness and disappointment he felt when facing Qin Fei suddenly disappeared. He suddenly remembered. "Oh right, where's the coach? Is he back yet?" "Yi Hong, not yet, but you don't have to worry about him, he has bodyguards." Jingyu, "That's good." Yi Hong, "Oh right, about Brother Fei, I came over from Brother Fei's place." Jingyu interrupted him and took out his drink from the shopping bag. He walked over to the sofa and sat down. "I bumped into him as soon as I got out of the elevator. We chatted for a while." Yi Hong's face turned pale when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at Han Lang and Luo Yiming and found that they didn't look too good. In the end, Yi Hong asked with trepidation, "He didn't hit you?" Jingyu looked surprised. "Why would he hit me?" He paused and said, "He just yelled at me." Yi Hong's lips twitched. Fine, he should have known. Qin Fei really treated Jingyu differently. If any of them disobeyed Qin Fei's orders and went out without permission, they would probably be sent flying out of the window by Qin Fei. Fine, it wasn't that bad, but a beating was unavoidable. Indeed, more than an hour later, Qin Fei came to Yi Hong's room and said, "Whoever dares to take half a step out of the hotel will either die outside or come back and be beaten to death by me." PG and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Then Qin Fei softened his tone and said, "Tomorrow is the last game, so play well. After the game, let's go out together. Eat, drink, sing karaoke or anything. It's my treat. You don't have to spend a single cent. Just bring someone." "Oh, oh, oh." Luo Yiming was the first to exclaim excitedly. "Can we order everything on the menu?" Qin Fei glared at him. "Don't waste food. Order everything and eat it all." Han Lang, "Drinking is good. I've never drunk with you guys before. Let me put it this way, I've never gotten drunk." Qin Fei's face was cold. "If you get drunk, go back by yourself. No one will help you." Yi Hong, "Is there anyone who can sing karaoke? I want to sing." "An esports player who can't sing isn't a good mid-laner." Luo Yiming, "Me too, me too. It's time to show you the power of my tone deaf." Qin Fei didn't respond. He subconsciously turned to look at Jingyu. He saw that he was deep in thought and didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, Jingyu's mind was full of, "I wonder how good Brother Fei's alcohol tolerance is? Is it possible to get him drunk? If I can get him drunk, will I be able to get information out of him? They say that the truth is revealed when drunk. If I can really get Brother Fei drunk, I'll definitely be able to get information out of him. Oh right, isn't there a saying called drunken sex? If I can confirm Brother Fei's sexual orientation, should I just seduce him and let him sleep with me? That way, when he wakes up and sees me lying next to him, he'll definitely take responsibility." At the same time, Qin Fei was thinking, "I wonder how good Jingyu's alcohol tolerance is? If I really go drinking tomorrow, I'll try to get him drunk. I'll take advantage of his stupor to get information out of him. If he really is, I'll King confess when he wakes up. If I succeed, I'll push him down. I'll definitely make him unable to get out of bed for a week. TSK, who can withstand this kind of behavior? If this goes on, his body will suffocate. Just like that, the two of them separately made plans for tomorrow night. At night, Feng Luofan returned to the hotel. The first thing he did was gather everyone in PG in his room and say, "ANE won the match against SOS. Qin Fei, as expected. Yi Hong, SOS, this team really can't make it. Han Leng, so we'll be playing against ANE in the finals? Luo Yiming, we beat ANE in the group stage, so there shouldn't be any pressure in the finals, right?" Feng Luofan glared at Luo Yiming. In the group stage, we did beat ANE 2-0, but both matches were very difficult. We could have been overturned at any time. Don't get cocky just because you won 2 matches. Luo Yiming lowered his head in repentance. Feng Luofan spoke again, but this time he looked at Jingyu. Jingyu, in the 2 matches against PH today, the opponent didn't ban you from using Heart of Ice. Why didn't you use it? Jingyu stared blankly for a moment before replying obediently, "I saw that Brother Yi had sealed soul, so I wanted to use Moonshade Spider to coordinate with him. Also, in today's 2 matches, our lineup was already weak. If I used Heart of Ice, we wouldn't be able to make it to the later stages." Feng Luofan nodded. Yes, that was an excellent decision. It seemed that it wasn't an illusion. Jingyu was becoming more and more focused on winning matches instead of enjoying the thrill of using weaker demons to carry him. This was a good thing. Feng Luofan pursed his lips and spoke again. "How's your Heart of Ice? Do you know how to use the new skill?" Jingyu, "I do." "Don't worry, it's not a problem." "That's good." Feng Luofan nodded again before saying seriously, "Be prepared. Tomorrow, the opponent will definitely let you use Heart of Ice." This was the conclusion that Feng Luofan came to after watching ANE and SOS match today. ANE's current fighting style was too focused on weak demons. ANE defeated SOS 2-0, announcing the downfall of SOS. After failing to enter the top 8 for 2 consecutive seasons, the support rate for this team kept dropping. On the other hand, PG's support rate skyrocketed this season, even surpassing ANE's. However, most people still felt that ANE had a higher chance of winning. On the Devil Lords official forum, a discussion thread titled "ANE and PG both advance to the finals, who will be the champion?" silently appeared on the front page. 75L, to be honest, I feel that either team has a chance of winning. Speaking of which, no matter who wins, ANE and PG both have the right to participate in the points competition, right? 76L, yes, before the competition officially starts, both of them have the right to participate in the top 8. However, whether or not they win the championship is still very different. 77L, I still support ANE. Last season, ANE crushed PG. There was no suspense. 78L, upstairs, wake up. You must have forgotten that PG defeated ANE 2-0 in the group stage this season. 79L, it's only the group stage. As long as they advance, it'll be fine, right? I feel like ANE didn't play seriously at all. 80L, TSK, why are there still people who don't believe in PG's strength after winning so many matches? 81L, it's not that I don't believe. PG is very strong, but ANE is stronger. 82L, +1, ANE is much more stable than PG. Every time I watch PG's match, my heart trembles. 83L, I don't care. I bet that PG will win. I won't accept any rebuttals. PG and ANE, who were fully focused on their preparations, naturally didn't know about this thread's existence. Feng Luofan's analysis was correct. ANE was determined to target Jingyu's Heart of Ice. Sword Burial would be snatched if they could, but if they couldn't, they had to ban it. In this version, the number 1 jungler was in Jingyu's hands. They couldn't even defend their own jungler, let alone counter him. Also, one of the Moonshade Spider and Soul had to be banned. Jingyu's one-wave control style had already affected the entire LD circle. More and more people were practicing the Moonshade Spider, trying to copy Jingyu's self-created combo. The reason was simple, strong. With the assistance of a control-type fiend, the Moonshade Spider's combo was simply unbreakable if it was practiced well. In the end, there was only the flower petal of Datura left among Jingyu's usual demons. Every time Jingyu used this demon, he didn't get many kills, but the final statistics of the damage would be very explosive, and he would often silently become the MVP. Ain had also thought about whether to target the flower petal of Datura, but later realized that they did not have an effective strategy against this demon. Besides, this demon was indeed the most troublesome assassin-type jungler. Therefore, before a new magical beast appeared, even if they did not want to face the heart of ice that had beaten them to a pulp, they had no choice but to use it as a breakthrough point and carry out high-intensity targeted training. Sigh, I really hope there's a demon that can suppress contestant Jingyu. The next day at 6 p.m., the finals began. Before going on stage, Ain's captain and commander, Hai, confirmed with his teammates one last time. Our strategy is, top laner PL, kill Heart of Ice. Mid laner Wing, don't let him appear on stage. Archer GY, we can lose the team battle, but Heart of Ice can't live. Jungler Fly, fighting. After one person shouted, Ain's morale soared. When they went on stage, they had the aura of a bandit entering a village. They couldn't wait to immediately start the match and beat PG to a pulp. However, how could the host let the two teams finish the match quickly in the finals of the best-of-5 match? After inviting the two teams onto the stage, he immediately started the battle. Ain and PG have accumulated grievances for a long time. In last season's official competition, these two teams also reached the finals. In the end, Ain defeated PG 3-1 and won the championship. Then, in this season's group stage, PG defeated Ain 2-0 and could be considered to be proud and elated. Now, these two equally matched teams had finally met once again. Right here. In the finals of the 4th season of the Pro League. Just who will emerge victorious from this battle that seems to be predestined? Before the match starts, let's hear the thoughts of the two teams. After saying this, the host walked in front of Ain's team and asked them, "Do you have anything you want to say to PG?" It was an obvious flirtatious talk segment. Ain, who lost to PG in the group stage, had already reached the limit of their patience. The moment the host finished speaking, they all grabbed the microphone and spoke without restraint. Top laner PL, Qin Fei, don't think that I'm really afraid of you. Today, I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy. Mid laner Wing, opposing mid laner, listen to my advice. You'll get into trouble sooner or later if you continue like this. Take it easy. Archer GY, PG's weakest player is an archer. I'm not scared at all. Jungler Fly, sword burial is mine. If I can't get it, you can't get it either. Support High, the championship will definitely be ours. It's not too late for you to forfeit and go home. Then, the host took the microphone in front of PG's team and asked the same question. PG only sent one player. Jingyu took the microphone and smiled at Ain's team. He only said one sentence in a very leisurely and casual tone, "Is it really okay for you to raise so many flags?" As soon as he said this, the entire audience burst into laughter. The comments were even more dazzling. Frowny face, ha 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 ha. Jingyu is too showy. Ain did raise a lot of flags. There's nothing wrong with that. Asking for Ain's current psychological trauma. The host must have let Ain speak first on purpose. Ha ha ha. Just like that, the morale that Ain had built up with great difficulty before going on stage withered. After both teams took their seats and tested all the equipment and confirmed that there were no problems, the transparent cover rose and the competition officially began. Feng Luo fan, it's finally the finals. Yo, yes, finally. Feng Luo fan, this is my first time commentating on the finals. One of the teams is led by me. The pressure is huge. Yo, haha, then Luo fan must be supporting PG to win? I'll support Ain then. The two of them introduced the basic situation of the two teams in the finals. Then, they began their commentating. Feng Luo fan, we can now see that the two teams have chosen are, PG, the blue team will go first, Ain, the red team will go second. PG has the right to ban the demon first. After a pause, they decisively banned Flower in the Mirror. High's Flower in the Mirror is indeed very tricky. Yo, it's Ain's turn now. they banned. Eh? Sword burial. Looks like Fly was serious about what he said before the competition. Even if he can't get it, he won't give the other team a chance to get sword burial. Fong Luo fan, but this way, Ain will have one less ban spot. I don't think it's very wise. After all, even if Ain didn't ban sword burial, Jingyu might not necessarily get sword burial. Jingyu's desire to win was very strong, but all this time, he was more inclined to rely on his own skills rather than the strength of his demon to win the competition. He felt that this kind of victory was meaningful. This was the true meaning of victory. The finals were a best of 5. It gave both teams more chances to test each other. Therefore, the probability of Jingyu using Heart of Ice in the first round of the finals was almost 100%. Fong Luo fan, PG gave the second ban spot to Heijiao. If this demon isn't removed, she probably won't be able to be released for the rest of her life. Yo, even if you remove her, she might not be released. Look, Ain banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Even if Nine-Tailed Fox is removed, those who know how to use her will still be able to make use of her. Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox carried a match the day before yesterday. As long as a team watched that match, they won't dare to let Yezi get her again. Fong Luo fan, that's true. Now, both teams only have one last ban spot left. Who will PG ban? Azrael. Yo, Azrael can also be removed. But if PG bans him, Kamal will be released. Fong Luo fan, I don't think it's a problem. After Kamal is removed, his damage won't be as overpowered as before. Now, the number 1 archer is either Dark Cupid or Centaur. Yo, I think Ain will pick Dark Cupid for the last ban spot. Eh? Yo watched in disbelief as Ain picked the last ban spot. It wasn't Dark Cupid, Lilith, or Satan. It was the flower petal of Datura. In the first match of the finals, Ain gave both bans to PG's jungler. Their goal was clear, and that was to target Jingyu. It was as if defeating Jingyu was equivalent to winning the match. Maybe they were right. After all, before Jingyu joined PG's team had been crushed by Ain. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to conclude that PG's team had become so strong because of Jingyu's addition. But Ain had probably forgotten. Last season, PG's team had been crushed by them not because of their jungler, but because they didn't have a top laner who could keep up with their pace. Back then, PG's jungler was the biggest headache for Ain. Back then, the jungler was Qin Fei. Now, he was PG's top laner. When they saw Ain ban Flower Petal of Datura, PG's players almost laughed out loud. I'd been underestimated too. Qin Fei said as he instantly locked on Lilith. Then, he leaned back slightly and narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. You want to kill my jungler? You'll have to step over my dead body first. On the side, Jingyu's face turned red when he heard this. He couldn't help but lower his head. Qin Fei glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. When he saw his reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. Let's try a jungler combo this round? Okay. Jingyu agreed without thinking. Qin Fei, I'll tank, and you'll counterattack. Don't worry, I'll protect you even if I die. Jingyu pursed his lips. I won't let you die. I'll kill whoever dares to hurt you. Wait, what did you two just say? Yi Hong suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. It's just a competition, why are you making it sound like you're going to a battlefield? Luo Yiming, Isn't a competition the same as going to a battlefield? Yi Hong, no, that's not the point. The point is their conversation just now. Han Leng, bueno? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yi Hong, that's not the point either. Forget it, I can't talk to you two straight men. Holy shit? Yezi, you're not a straight man? Luo Yiming was shocked. Holy shit. You can openly come out of the closet in the finals? Han Leng was shocked x2. Holy shit. I'm not. Yi Hong was almost driven crazy by their ability to grasp the main point. Qin Fei glanced at him indifferently. We're recording. You can come out of the closet after the competition. Yi Hong's lifeless face. JPG, you're the one who has the least right to criticize me. Jingyu pretended that nothing had happened and said very calmly, the other side will probably try to snatch Dark Cupid. Let's take Centaur and Mermaid in the bottom lane. Luo Yiming, okay. Hanling, no problem. Just like that, the topic that Yi Hong had started was easily turned around. Lilith was targeted first, and then it was Ain's turn. She almost instantly targeted Dark Cupid. However, the other fiendish demon they chose was beyond everyone's expectations. Yo-Yo directly exclaimed, eh? Ain targeted Soul? This is the first time their family has picked Soul. Why is this control-type fiend so popular after being strengthened? Fang Luofan thought about it calmly and came to a conclusion. I think Ain is trying to stop PG from using the combination of Moonshade Spider and Soul. They banned Jingyu's two junglers the moment they appeared. Now, they are trying to steal Soul and stop Jingyu from using the Moonshade Spider. It's obvious that Jingyu is giving them a lot of pressure. In this competition, they are targeting Jingyu. Yo-Yo, now that you mention it, indeed. Jingyu seems to only have the Heart of Ice left. So is Ain planning to target the Heart of Ice? While she was talking, PG quickly chose his man and Mermaid. Then it was Ain's turn. This time, Ain hesitated slightly longer and finally targeted Satan and Quangu. Yo-Yo, Satan and Quangu. If you compare these two fiends, Satan should be the jungler. Fang Luofan, PG targeted Scarlet Fury first, and then Heart of Ice. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the audience. Words like wow, Heart of Ice, Pentakill, and let's go, could be faintly heard. They couldn't suppress their excitement. This was an atmosphere that couldn't be felt in an online competition. Fang Luofan was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Looks like everyone is looking forward to Jingyu's Heart of Ice. Yo-Yo, haha, it's easy to understand. After all, Heart of Ice hasn't appeared in the Pro League after the revision. As the #1 Heart of Ice in the Chinese server, how can Jingyu not use Heart of Ice? Now, Jingyu's Heart of Ice was recognized as the #1 in the Chinese server. His Moonshade Spider could be copied, and Flower Petal of Datura had many imitators. Only Heart of Ice, he was the first person who dared to use Heart of Ice in the Pro League. Other than him, there was no one else. Almost all the professional players knew that Jingyu's Moonshade Spider was strong in combos, his Flower Petal of Datura was strong in timing, and his Heart of Ice was supported by his skills and hand speed. It wasn't Heart of Ice that was strong, but himself. Since the 4th LDPL, when the players of Devil Lord mentioned junglers, they would definitely mention Jingyu. When Jingyu was mentioned, it was impossible not to mention his Heart of Ice. It was obvious how popular he was now. It was no wonder that the audience was so excited when they saw him use Heart of Ice. They thought that this was the most exciting part of the match. However, when they saw the last demon chosen by ANE, the entire audience was in an uproar. The commentator was shocked. Yo-Yo, Peacock Plume? The last demon chosen by ANE is actually Peacock Plume. But they've already chosen Soul support. Fang Luofan, who had reacted, couldn't help but exclaim. ANE wants to use Soul support. This is going to be interesting. On PG's side, when he saw that ANE had locked onto Peacock Plume, Jingyu was also surprised. He hurriedly reminded Luo Yiming, Soul is a support. Archers, pay attention to avoid his skills when you're in line. Luo Yiming, F***CK, Soul support. Jingyu could hear the shock in Luo Yiming's voice. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but before he could say anything, he heard Luo Yiming say, why didn't we think of that? Hanleng, yeah. I can use Soul support too. It's a control, damage, and distance advantage, it's a great support. Luo Yiming, let's practice after the finals. Hanleng, okay. Jingyu, alright, his teammates' ability to grasp the important points was really outstanding. In the end, the lineups of both sides were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Centaur, Mermaid, Heart of Ice, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Dark Cupid, Soul, Satan on the giant screen. The live stream cut to Heart of Ice's perspective. From the start, he followed Qin Fei's Lilith to the upper jungle. After the two worked together to get mana, Lilith went to the top lane to clear the enemy while Heart of Ice went to the upper jungle to farm. Fang Luofan, this time, Jingyu chose to farm in the upper jungle. Let's see where ANE's jungler is. The camera cut to ANE's Satan in the lower jungle. Fly's position is very suitable for gank the bottom lane. Yo-Yo explained. Soul is at the bottom lane. Once Soul controls Centaur, Fly Satan can rush up at any time. Eh? What happened at the top lane? Just as Yo-Yo was explaining, on the minimap from God's perspective, Lilith and Heart of Ice pushed into the enemy's turret. Yo-Yo immediately cut the camera to the top lane and saw Lilith protecting Heart of Ice as she exited the turret. At the same time, the system's merciless voice sounded. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Yo-Yo, eh? Eh? What happened? Let's take a look at the replay. The screen immediately replayed the battle in the top lane. After Heart of Ice killed a wild monster and reached level 2, she went to the bushes in the top lane. Almost at the same time, Lilith forced Quangu back into the turret and continuously used her attacks to lit Quangu's HP. Quangu finished off a wave of minions with difficulty and was about to retreat back to the base to recover. Before he could turn around, a blue light beam connected with Lilith. It was Heart of Ice's second skill, Snow Traction. After this skill was modified, it could connect with teammates to increase the speed. In the next second, Lilith accelerated into the turret and attacked Quangu with an unstoppable momentum. Heart of Ice also pulled herself to Satan's side and attacked Quangu with an ice blade, easily taking away his HP. In the end, the two killed Quangu by leaping into the turret and killing him, someone in the audience exclaimed. The commentator was also excited. Yo-Yo, wow. This is Heart of Ice's second skill after the modification. It's so useful. Fong Luofan, most importantly, it was used at the right time. Their coordination was impeccable. Their teammates also gave high praises. Yi Hong, nice Han Lung, I knew that you two would be strong when working together, but I didn't expect you to get a kill right at the start of the game. Luo Yiming, ha, Ane's top laner said that he wasn't afraid of Brother Fei. That was a slap in the face. Yi Hong, hey, wait, where are you two going? Qin Fei, noobs, can't you see? Jingyu, counter jungle. On the big screen, Lilith and Heart of Ice were working together to kill the enemy's top laner. They ignored the minions and their own jungle and rushed toward the enemy's top laner. The enemy's top laner was dead, and the enemy's jungler was farming in the bottom lane. The top lane was unguarded, and Lilith and Heart of Ice swept through it. Fong Luofan felt so sorry for Ane that he wanted to laugh. Peacock Plume quickly realized that Lilith and Heart of Ice were counter-jungling. He went to harass them, but nothing happened. Satan finally arrived, but it was too late. Yo-Yo, Ane's economy suffered a great loss this time. Working together in the top lane is really suitable for counter-jungling. Fong Luofan, Quangu has revived, Lilith has returned to the top lane to clear minions, Heart of Ice has continued farming in her own jungle, and the bottom lane has been left to the archer. Luo Yiming's squad shot the enemy archer to a critical level. After they failed to pursue him, they started farming in the bottom lane under the protection of the mermaid. Their level and economy were increasing rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, the PG's economy had completely suppressed Ane's. 5 minutes later, the magic board refreshed, and Heart of Ice followed behind Lilith as they rushed toward the magic board. Before they arrived, Soul, who was crouching in the bushes, successfully controlled the centaur. The team battle was about to begin. Satan immediately activated his second skill and accelerated toward the centaur. The mermaid protected the centaur with her shield, then released a bubble at Dark Cupid to control him, but he nimbly dodged it. Just as the centaur's health was about to hit rock bottom, Scarlet Fury arrived and controlled Dark Cupid with a blood coil. Peacock Plume, who was facing Scarlet Fury, did not follow. Then, just as Qin Fei's Lilith and Jingyu's Heart of Ice were about to arrive at the battlefield, Peacock Plume hid in the bushes and attacked. His target, Heart of Ice, the two, who were already prepared, immediately dodged to the left and right. Heart of Ice connected with Lilith, and Lilith quickly circled to Peacock Plume's side. Heart of Ice pulled herself over, and together with Lilith, they attacked Peacock Plume like crazy. In the end, Heart of Ice finished off the enemy with a normal attack. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Actually, as soon as Peacock Plume used his ultimate, all of Ane's members had already rushed toward her. Quangu even used his ultimate to teleport himself to the side of the three players. However, no one expected Peacock Plume to die so quickly. In the blink of an eye. When Xianxia saw Quangu rushing over, he didn't even blink, and directly had his Lilith suppress it. Quangu wanted to kill Heart of Ice, but Lilith blocked his way. Immediately after, Dark Cupid and Soul arrived. Before they could react, they saw a blue light connect with Lilith. Lilith suddenly burst forth, and used her skills to attack Dark Cupid. Just as Lilith rushed into the middle of the four enemy demons, Heart of Ice pulled herself over, ultimate. The violent snowstorm engulfed the four demons, immobilizing them on the spot. Lilith's skills drained their health. Scarlet Fury seized the opportunity to use his ultimate, and the Centaur also decisively used his ultimate, crazily attacking the enemy. The four enemy demons' health dropped at a frightening rate. Heart of Ice saw the opportunity, and threw an ice blade, taking away Dark Cupid's head first. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has died. After killing the enemy demon, the displacement skill refreshed, and Soul floated over to deal a normal attack. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Soul has died. The displacement skill refreshed again, and before Satan could even float over, the enemy's last bit of health was sucked away. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Satan has died. Quangu saw that the situation was not good, and turned around to escape. This time, Heart of Ice connected to Lilith, and Lilith used her acceleration skill. With the acceleration effect of snow traction, she caught up in one breath. Then, Heart of Ice pulled herself over to Quangu's direction, and used Ice Blade. System, Heart of Ice, pentakill. System, enemy Quangu has died. System, the magic dragon will respawn in 1 minute. Ear-piercing screams erupted from the audience, and they almost penetrated the transparent barrier that isolated the players. Heart of Ice is too strong. The number 1 player in the country, Heart of Ice. Jingyu. 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 The audience went into a frenzy. This was the first time such a frenzied and shocking scene had occurred since the start of the offline tournament. Feng Luofan and Yo-Yo couldn't even speak, their voices were drowned out by the screams, and they couldn't even hear themselves. Unlike the excited audience, the players on ANE's side didn't look too good. They had spent a lot of time preparing their strategy, but it didn't work, and their performance was worse than in the group stage. After a period of silence, Hai gritted his teeth and said, "The top laner's protection of the jungler is too good. Change our strategy and kill Lilith first." When Hai said this, he didn't realize the terrible consequences of his decision. Before ANE's team revived, PG took the magic wheel and destroyed ANE's mid lane tower. ANE's mid lane tower was also destroyed by Xianxia's Lilith and Jingyu's Heart of Ice within 5 minutes of the start of the match. In less than 10 minutes of the first match, PG had obtained an overwhelming advantage. Yo-Yo, I think PG is going to win this match. What does Luofan think? Feng Luofan, until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown. He didn't want to raise flags for his own team. 1 minute later, ANE's team revived and the magic dragon spawned. Jingyu roughly guessed the location of ANE's team and decisively said, "Attack the dragon." Hearing the order, PG's team immediately gathered in the dragon pit. Lilith directly used her skills to attack the magic dragon's face. After stabilizing the aggro, the centaurs hid behind him and dealt damage. Scarlet Fury occasionally used skills and the mermaid contributed a small amount of damage. The magic dragon's health began to decrease at a steady rate. Jingyu let his Heart of Ice hit the dragon twice and then retreated while saying, "They're coming to steal the dragon. Supports, prepare your shields. Backline, pay attention to dodge." A few seconds later, now. Supports, activate your shields. Following Jingyu's words, Hanlong didn't even think and immediately activated his shield to protect the 4 of them. At almost the same time, the enemy Peacock Plume and Soul skills were thrown over. The damage was absorbed by the shield, but the crowd control effect was still there. Hanlong's mermaid was hit and was unable to move for a moment. Heart of Ice, who had long left the dragon pit before the skills were thrown, wasn't affected at all. Jingyu clearly saw the skills of the two. When the skills dissipated, he immediately used his second skill, Snow Attraction, to connect with the enemy Peacock Plume. However, he wasn't in a hurry to pull himself over. He wanted to know where Ain and the other three were. After a while, the three of them appeared, but from another direction. The Quangu revealed its true form, extended its spine, and crossed the wall outside the dragon pit. Its sharp teeth bit Lilith and pulled itself to Lilith's side. Dark Cupid also teleported into the dragon pit, hiding behind Quangu and attacking Lilith crazily. Immediately after, Satan activated his second skill, Demon King's Intimidation. He sped up and went around the wall outside the dragon's pit, then unleashed his ultimate skill on Lilith. Lilith's HP dropped at a frightening rate as she was surrounded by three people. However, Qin Fei didn't even frown from the beginning to the end. Instead of retreating, he continued to attack the Quangu closest to him. Relying on his heaven-defying lifesteal ability, he managed to keep his HP up and down for a long time. Scarlet Fury was entangled with Peacock Plume on the other side. The centaur continued to attack the dragon while dodging Soul's crowd control. After the mermaid was freed from the crowd control, she immediately used all her skills that she should and shouldn't. She tried to save Lilith, but the effect was minimal. Jinyu could only watch as Qin Fei was targeted, but he couldn't rush over to save him. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. In the end, he still prioritized the victory of the team battle. He teleported Heart of Ice to Peacock Plume's side and took away her last bit of HP as quickly as possible. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After killing the enemy demon, the teleportation skill was refreshed. Jinyu didn't even blink. He quickly connected to Soul and sent him back to the fountain. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Soul has been killed. No. I have to be faster. I have to be faster. If I'm faster, I can save Brother Fei, Jinyu urged himself in his heart. His fingers tapped faster and faster on the keyboard. Heart of Ice turned around and teleported to Quangu. He didn't even think about it before pulling himself over. However, he was still a step too late. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, our side Lilith has been killed. Seeing this system message, Jinyu seemed to have heard a pop sound. It was as if a string in his brain had snapped. You dare to kill my brother Fei? He shouted in dissatisfaction. He had Heart of Ice open up and sent a barrage of attacks to Ane's remaining 3 demons. The concentrated attacks made it hard for them to breathe. Ane and the other 2 simply didn't have a chance to escape. One by one, they were crushed to death in the dragon pit. Yihong's Scarlet Fury opened up at this time and got a double kill. The last kill was Heart of Ice. At the same time, Luo Yiming's team also successfully took down the magic dragon. System, Centaur, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Another team wipe, and they didn't even manage to snatch the dragon's Ane. They wanted to smash the keyboard. Top laner PL, F***CK. What's the situation with Qin Fei's Lilith? She can't even be killed. Mid laner Wing, it's my fault. I used my ultimate too early. The shield cancelled it out. Archer GY, even if it didn't hit him, he shouldn't have been fighting for so long. Did he use a lifesteal spell? Her health is going up and down, but she just can't die. That's too disgusting. Junglerfly felt like he had encountered a fake Lilith. Captain, this won't do. In the time it takes to kill Lilith, PG has enough time to wipe us out several times. Especially Heart of Ice. Did you see how heaven-defying his control was? He didn't give us a chance to steal the dragon at all. The support high couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he forced himself to maintain a calm tone and said, PG knows that we want to target Heart of Ice, so in this round, Lilith has been protecting Heart of Ice the entire time. It seems that we won't be able to get Heart of Ice in this round no matter what. But at the same time, their protection of the mid laner and Archer will weaken. We can try to break through the mid laner and Archer. Ane and the others agreed. Just like that, the strategy to target Heart of Ice was defeated. But was it over just like that? Maybe it was for Ane. Qin Fei, who had been beaten to death, didn't care at all. Jinyu, who had witnessed everything, looked at the enemy's territory on the minimap and narrowed his eyes dangerously. How dare you target my brother Fei like this? You're finished, At the same time, PG was also discussing what had just happened. Yihong, wow, brother Fei, you're so pitiful. You got beaten up by 3 people in the dragon pit. Qin Fei didn't think much of it. It took 3 people so long to kill me. They're really noobs. Han Leng, Yiming, the archer, was fighting the dragon on the side. They didn't even look at him. Luo Yiming, brother Fei's aggro is really good. Yihong, ha ha ha, what's wrong with Annie's team? They're targeting this and that. Can't they just have a fair 5v5 match? Qin Fei, if they could beat us fair and square, they wouldn't need to use this method to break through. Luo Yiming, but targeting brother Fei? I'm afraid they've lost their minds. They talked back and forth. They didn't notice that Jingyu was silent and expressionless. He looked like he would either explode in silence or perish in silence. Qin Fei vaguely sensed something. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and wanted to laugh. This guy, he's not thinking of avenging me, is he? That's true. A few minutes later, PG and the others advanced with the magic dragon army. Heart of Ice, however, waited by the magic dragon's side. When the magic dragon appeared, she immediately took it down single-handedly. Then, she followed the magic dragon straight to the middle. After the magic dragon took damage from the tower, she connected her Heart of Ice to Dark Cupid, who was cleaning up the magic dragon army under the tower. She floated over and dealt a huge blow. The blizzard took away a lot of Dark Cupid's HP and immobilized him under the tower. Heart of Ice finished a combo and easily killed him. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has been killed. After killing the enemy archer, Jingyu didn't hesitate. He rushed to the top lane and connected his Heart of Ice to Qin Fei's Lilith. Qin Fei, who was being accelerated, immediately understood. He activated his skill and pressed into the tower. Quangu and Satan, who were caught off guard, immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, Lilith and Heart of Ice chased after them and gave them a good beating. Satan, who had relatively less HP, quickly fell to the ground. Heart of Ice, who had refreshed his second skill, connected to Quangu, who had flashed away. He, a fragile assassin, was going to fight the tank like Quangu one-on-one. Wild Bone felt that he had a chance, so he immediately turned around and tried to kill Frozen Heart. However, he did not expect Lilith to go all out, spreading her wings and flying right into his face. In the end, he didn't manage to hurt Heart of Ice at all. Instead, Heart of Ice took his head. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Ane's top laner and jungler had a mental breakdown. Jungler Fly, F***CK, what kind of grudge do you have against me? Top laner PL, why didn't you push the tower when you could? Do you like to jump towers and kill people? Then, until the end of the first match, both of them were killed by Heart of Ice countless times. Dark Cupid was also targeted. Since he was a fragile marksman, Dark Cupid died more times than the other two. As for the mid laner and support, they thought that they were going to die several times, but they were lucky enough to survive. Even if they died in the end, they were killed by other PG players. Finally, when the match was about to end, Fly was the first to react. Say, are the 3 of us being targeted by Heart of Ice? PL, huh? Fly, don't you think that he's targeting us? It's normal for marksmen to be targeted, but why are we being targeted as well? Being attacked until he started to doubt his own life, GY chuckled and made a random guess. Is it because we killed their captain in the dragon pit? Originally, he was just saying it casually. However, after he said it, Ane fell silent as if he had spoken the truth. He couldn't help but think back to his words. TSK, it can't be true, right? On PG's side, Yihong quickly noticed Jingyu's abnormality. When he saw that he was chasing after Ane's players, he couldn't help but remind him, hey, little Jingyu, push the tower. Jingyu calmly replied with 3 words, you. Guys push. Yihong, what about you? Jingyu, kill. Yihong, kill who? Jingyu, kill them all. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never seen such a cold side of Jingyu. Ane's match had probably touched little Jingyu's bottom line. In the end, the first match ended at 21 minutes. A&E fought desperately for more than 10 minutes, but in the end, they couldn't make up for the difference in level and economy. They were wiped out over and over again. Dark Cupid died the most, and almost all of his kills were taken by Jinyu. Because he was the one who killed Lilith in the end. A&E's players looked at the word fail on the screen in silence. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. After a while, the jungler Fly said hopelessly, "Heart of Ice, should we ban him?" But if they banned him, how were they going to fight? Before the start of the match, A&E's strategy was to target Heart of Ice. If they banned Heart of Ice, how could they continue playing? Hai thought about it seriously and made a decision. No, we'll still target Heart of Ice in the next round. We underestimated how difficult Lilith is to deal with. Her economy was behind from the start, so it's normal for us to lose. We have to pull ourselves together in the next round. After a pause, he gave the order. Ban Lilith and snatch Sword Burial. A&E and the others agreed. Hai said, there are still 4 rounds left. We still have a chance. If we win the finals, we'll have barbecue tonight. A&E and the others cheered. Their low morale finally rose a little. A few minutes later, the second round began. In this round, the final lineups of both sides were PG, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice A&E, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Soul, Sword Burial. A&E banned Lilith first and snatched Sword Burial. Their lineups were more in line with their usual style than the previous round. Perhaps they were traumatized by Heart of Ice. This round, they didn't target Heart of Ice right from the start. Instead, they targeted Scarlet Fury in the middle lane and killed her twice. The first time, at the 6-minute mark, was when A&E's Soul controlled Sarier in the bottom lane. PG's Dark Cupid and Heart of Ice moved over to help. While Scarlet Fury was fighting Peacock Plume, A&E's jungler Fly and top laner PL moved at the same time. They rushed up and grabbed Scarlet Fury while she was fighting Peacock Plume. No matter how fast Jihan's reaction was and how he flashed into the tower in time, he couldn't escape the calamity. The enemy, Wild Bones, used a large-scale attack to block Scarlet Wrath's retreat. Zhongjian moved up and used his skills to slash wildly, taking the enemy's head. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, Scarlet Fury has died. Oh, ain't strategy has changed. Feng Luofan could tell at a glance. In this match, they also had their eyes on Heart of Ice, but they didn't chase after Heart of Ice right from the start. Instead, they took advantage of the time when Heart of Ice went to the bottom lane to kill Scarlet Fury in the middle lane. Qingfei's Satan is chasing after the Quangu, but he didn't make it in time. Yo-Yo, however, the situation at the bottom lane is not optimistic. As if to prove Yo-Yo's words, just as she finished speaking, Jingyu's Heart of Ice jumped over the tower and killed the enemy support. System, Heart of Ice, kill. System, Soul of the enemy team has died. After Jingyu killed Soul, he watched as the enemy team flashed and charged toward the second tower. He escaped faster than anyone else. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid and Hanlung Sarier were low on health and had to return to the city to recover. At this level, Heart of Ice was still unable to solo the magic wheel, so Jingyu decided to wait for Dark Cupid to recover before fighting the magic wheel. The second time A&E killed Scarlet Fury was at the 7th minute. Jingyu, Luo Yiming, and Hanlung were fighting the magic wheel together while guarding against A&E's archer and jungler. Unexpectedly, A&E's archer came, but the jungler and support went to the middle lane. The enemy team's Soul was hiding in the bushes and successfully crowd-controlled Scarlet Fury. Then, the enemy team's Peacock Plume used its ultimate and Sword Burial moved forward to attack, killing Scarlet Fury once again. System, Sword Burial, kill. System, Scarlet Fury has died. When A&E's archer saw the system notification, he immediately turned around and fled back to his own tower. It turned out that he only wanted to divert PG's attention and had no intention of stealing the magic wheel. Wow, are they targeting me again? Yihang rubbed the back of his sore hand before he revived. You can't beat Brother Fei, you can't beat our little Jingyu, so you want to beat me? A&E, you're playing with fire. However, during the team battle in the middle lane, A&E turned their attention to Heart of Ice. The moment Heart of Ice used its ultimate, Sword Burial moved forward to block it. Then, the enemy team's Soul flashed to crowd control Heart of Ice. Sword Burial slashed twice and killed the fragile Heart of Ice without even using a skill. After killing Heart of Ice, Sword Burial's teleportation skill refreshed. He immediately moved to Scarlet Fury's side and activated the skill, Sword Aura Possession. A complete combo hit Scarlet Fury and killed him in one breath. Scarlet Fury used its ultimate at the last moment before it died, but it was reflected by Soul. Then, the enemy team's Peacock Plume used its ultimate. Quangu pressed forward, and the centaur chased after it and attacked crazily. Dark Cupid was killed, Saryer's health increased, and Satan took Peacock Plume's head. In the intense team battle, there were continuous deaths of magical creatures. System notifications appeared on the screen one after another. Feng Luofan was speaking so fast that even he could not hear what he was saying. Peacock Plume is dead. Satan activated Demon King's aura and wanted to continue killing the centaur, but Quangu stopped him. The centaur took the initiative to charge at him, and Satan's health dropped rapidly. He dodged it. Satan dodged the centaur's skill. He killed the centaur. The centaur is dead. Saryer healed Satan, and Satan escaped with Blink. Quangu and Sword Burial immediately chased after him. Quangu successfully stalled Satan, and Sword Burial used its ultimate to kill Satan. Yo-Yo was completely stunned. It took him a long time to find his voice. Oh my god. The tempo of both teams was unbelievably fast. In the end, A&E won the team battle by exchanging 3 for 5. However, PG's performance was not inferior at all. Especially Qin-Fei's Satan. Even when his own sorcerer and archer were killed, he still managed to take down 2 enemies in a row. That's amazing. Now, A&E's Quangu and Sword Burial are fighting the dragon. Feng Luofan was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen A&E's tempo so fast. It seemed that their training was not only focused on Heart of Ice. On PG's side, the last player to die, Han Lang, took a deep breath and said, "It's my fault. I turned in my shield too late." He had thought that A&E would target Scarlet Fury and wanted to keep He Hong alive. Who would have thought that they would suddenly focus on Heart of Ice? Jingyu pursed his lips. I was wrong too. I underestimated them. I didn't expect Sword Burial to have such good timing. After a pause, he said, "It's okay. Let's defend." However, after both teams revived, A&E, who had taken down the magic dragon, went crazy. The 5 of them gathered together and destroyed 3 towers in PG's mid lane. It was as if they would lose if they did not seize the opportunity. No matter how sturdy PG's defense was, it could not stop their fast-paced offense. In the end, A&E won the second match of the finals with an absolute advantage, 1-1 draw. Then, in the third match, A&E, who was the winning team, banned Sword Burial again. The 5 of them tried to copy the previous match and target PG's mid lane. However, Scarlet Fury and Heart of Ice, who had been prepared, worked together to kill them. At the 18-minute mark, in the team battle in the mid lane, PG traded 2 for 5 and wiped out A&E. After taking down the Magic Dragon, they followed the Magic Dragon's army and destroyed A&E's territory to obtain victory. 2-1, PG in the lead. They were evenly matched. The intense battle made the live audience and the people watching the live stream high. The screams in the stadium did not stop, especially during the team battle between the 2 teams. Everyone was cheering for the team they supported and exclaiming at the shocking battle scene. The bullet screen on the livestream was flooded with comments. Frowny face, they're both too good. I've never seen such an exciting match. No matter who wins, I can accept it. Go PG. Go A&E. After a short break, the players from both teams returned to the stage and prepared for the 4th match. A&E went first, PG went second. It was another match in A&E's favor. Han Lung pondered for a while and suggested, should we ban Sword Burial? After all, in the second match, A&E, who had obtained Sword Burial, seemed to have changed teams and defeated them in one go. Jingyu pursed his lips and did not immediately reply. To be honest, he did not really want to ban Sword Burial. Banning Sword Burial would be like admitting that his Heart of Ice was inferior to the other team's Sword Burial. However, for the sake of victory, he was willing to compromise. Okay. As soon as he said this, he heard Qin-Fei say lazily, why ban Sword Burial? It's as if we're afraid of their Sword Burial. Yi Hong also said, "That's right. Why should we ban sword burial? Our little Jing Yu can kill him in a matter of minutes." Qin Fei, Yezi took Soul. They used Soul to disgust us for 3 matches. It's time to disgust them back. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Yi Hong rubbed his palms together. I want to show them the right way to play Soul. Thus, in the 4th match, both teams banned the same number of demons as they did in the 2nd match. However, in the pick segment, after ANE got Sword Burial, PG got Dark Cupid and Soul, PG got Soul. Fang Luofan's eyes lit up. When he was commentating the 2nd match, he had wanted to say that Yi Hong could actually steal Soul. Seeing PG steal Soul, the hearts of ANE's team members dropped. Jungler Fly, what should I do? Should I steal Moonshade Spider? Support high, don't. Moonshade Spider doesn't have control coordination. As long as the other party has control dispellers, you're finished. Actually, even without control coordination, Moonshade Spider's combo was still heaven-defying. The key was to find a suitable entry point. But ANE's current opponent was PG, and PG's jungler was Jingyu, the founder of the Moonshade Spider's control one-wave attack. They were probably out of their minds to show off Moonshade Spider in front of the founder. In the end, ANE's jungler position was Sword Burial. He thought that ANE would use Moonshade Spider as a jungler, but he didn't expect Fang Luofan, the last position of PG, locked, Heart of Ice. The entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone in ANE was dumbfounded. Fly, are we being underestimated? They clearly knew that their strategy was to target Heart of Ice, but they still used Heart of Ice after snatching Soul? PL, F*CK. F*CK them. After both sides adjusted their sprite commandeering and equipment, the countdown ended and the battlefield loaded. Before entering the battlefield, everyone on PG's side took a deep breath and shouted, "Luo Yiming, win in one go. I want to eat a big meal. Sing karaoke." Yi Hong, after being tortured by ANE so many times, it's time for them to have a taste of defeat. Han Leng, let's win the championship this season. We can do it. Qin Fei, if we dare to lose this round, everyone will train for another week. Jingyu, charge. If PG won the 4th round of the finals, then they would be the champions of this season's Devil Lord Pro League. If PG lost, then the 2 sides would have to play one more round, making it a full 5 rounds. Under the nervous gazes of the audience, both sides entered the battlefield. For this round, the lineups chosen by both sides were PG, Satan, Soul, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice ANE, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Mermaid, Sword Burial. Before entering the battlefield, Yi Hong closed his eyes and emptied his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he was highly focused on the match. 3 months ago, in the finals of the 3rd season's official competition, PG and ANE also fought. In the end, PG only won the 1st round, and played worse and worse in the later rounds. In the 4th round, he was completely crushed by ANE. All of this was because PG's players had never played such a high-intensity match before. After playing 4 rounds in a row, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even lift a finger. Only Qin Fei and Han Leng were playing steadily. Luo Yiming had already started to crazily deliver kills. Yi Hong was even more distracted and dazed during the match, causing his demon to hit the wall and miss. However, this season, Yi Hong felt that he had improved a lot. No problem. I can hold on. The match has been going on for more than 10 minutes, and Magic Dragon has refreshed. So far, neither side has gotten many kills. On ANE's side, the jungler has only killed PG's mid laner once. On PG's side, in the small group battle just now, Dark Cupid and Heart of Ice jumped the tower and killed ANE's team and Mermaid. As Fang Luofan explained, he was worried for his own team. The biggest problem for PG's team was that they couldn't play in the late game. It wasn't that they were all fully equipped and had no level or economic advantage, but that PG's team had limited stamina. Especially Yi Hong, after fighting 4 matches in a row, it wouldn't be strange if he collapsed at any time. However, to Fang Luofan's surprise, Yi Hong's soul had performed well so far, and there were almost no mistakes. At the 12th minute, Qin Fei's Satan forced the Quangu back and immediately rushed to the middle lane. The enemy mid laner sensed danger and turned to run. Yihang's soul flashed over and used two skills one after another to forcefully drag him back to the tower. At this perfect timing, Heart of Ice appeared and connected to the enemy mid laner. Before the crowd control effect on him was removed, it would be a huge blow to him. Chain control. Yo-Yo screamed. Peacock Plume can't move. Satan's here. Satan tanked the tower and unleashed his ultimate. Heart of Ice immediately returned and released Ice Blade. System, Heart of Ice, kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Almost at the same time as Peacock Plume was killed, enemy Sword Burial arrived and attempted to kill Satan. Ultimate, Thousand Swords, Yihang's soul immediately blocked the attack. Ultimate, Puppet Strangling Technique, all the damage was reflected. Sword Burial was hit by his own ultimate, and his health dropped by a third. At the same time, Heart of Ice connected to Satan, and Satan rushed out of the tower. Knowing that he couldn't kill Satan without his ultimate, Sword Burial decisively left the middle lane and went to farm in the jungle. Peacock Plume was killed, but the economic gap between the two teams was not too far apart. After Ain's bottom lane team cleared the minions, they immediately rushed to the middle lane and cleared the mage's minions. As a result, the PG's team had no way to push the tower. Neither team had lost a single tower. Without a team, they couldn't focus on fighting the dragon. The match was in a stalemate. At the 15-minute mark, Luo Yiming was getting anxious. He wanted to kill the enemy team by force, but not only did he fail, he almost lost his life under the tower. Fortunately, Hanlung's Sarier saved him in time, and he retreated with only a sliver of health left. Hanlung, hold on, see position. Luo Yiming, I was so close to killing him. So angry. Jingyu wanted to comfort his teammate, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something twice, but stopped himself. At this time, Qin Fei spoke, TSK, this fight is so boring. Do you want to do something? Yihang immediately replied, sure, what do you want to do? Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could stop him, Qin Fei said, Yezi, switch lanes with me. Old Han, use ad equipment. Yihang, okay Hanlung, I was waiting for you to say that. Jingyu? Luo Yiming, what about me? What about me? What do I have to do? Qin Fei said, well, I'll just play the center position. Luo Yiming, okay. What do you mean, just play and see position? Jingyu was about to go crazy. Wait a minute? It's the finals. Are you sure you want to do this? The person asking was Jingyu. Qin Fei smiled helplessly and had to give a reasonable explanation. Actually, it's like this, Ane played too cautiously this round. I can't kill Quangu, and Yezi can't kill Peacock Plume. If this continues, we won't know what will happen in the later stages of the game. It's better to switch lanes and observe the situation. Even though Yezi can't kill Quangu after switching lanes, I can kill Peacock Plume. Seems like, there's nothing wrong with that, Jingyu, then why don't we let Brother Han play ad equipment? Qin Fei, isn't it because our C position is making me nervous? I need a backup. Jingyu, oh. Hanlung. Back up my ass. Don't you know how to talk? Luo Yiming, huh? Just like that, under the shocked gazes of the commentator and audience, PG switched lanes. Feng Luofan was stunned for a moment before he explained, PG's top and mid have switched lanes. Qin Fei Satan has moved to the mid lane. Yo-Yo, huh? Won't Satan and Peacock Plume feel pressured? Not long after she finished her sentence, she was slapped in the face. Just as Peacock Plume was about to retreat to the bottom of the tower after clearing the minions, Qin Fei Satan charged forward with his second skill. Peacock Plume decisively used his ultimate to kill Satan, but Satan dodged the attack perfectly with his acceleration. At the same time, he closed in on Peacock Plume and used his ultimate, Hand of Darkness. Peacock Plume took the full brunt of the ultimate and blinked back into the tower with only a sliver of health left. Satan used Blink without hesitation and chased after Peacock Plume. He used Magic Bullet to blow up Peacock Plume's last sliver of health. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. The entire kill took only a few seconds. Yo-Yo was shocked. It took her a long time to find her voice. As expected of Brother Fei. Feng Luofan couldn't help but laugh. He explained, demons like Satan and Sword Burial are the most suitable to carry towers. Quangu's health and defense are relatively high, so it can't be killed in a short time. However, if it was Peacock Plume, it would be crippled even if it didn't die after 3 skills. This is probably the reason why PG's top and mid laners suddenly switched lanes. Looking at the top lane, Yi Hong's soul would occasionally throw out crowd control skills, causing Quangu to doubt his life. Although he couldn't kill the enemy's top laner, he still annoyed him enough. On the bottom lane, Luo Yiming once again tried to cross the tower and kill the enemy. Hanlung's Sarrier used his ultimate to lock his health and increase his speed. Hanlung chased after Luo Yiming into the tower and attacked the enemy twice. System, Sarrier, 1 kill, system, the enemy has been killed. What the F***CK? Ane's archer, GY, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the death details. Is Sarrier's damage this high? HI clicked on the equipment of both teams and said. A support item. A support item in the finals? GY was convinced. PG's team is really toxic. A few minutes later, Qin Fei's Satan once again crossed the tower and killed Peacock Plume. Then, Heart of Ice arrived and destroyed the tower in the middle lane with him. This was the first tower to be destroyed in the match. Jingyu immediately ordered, the enemy's vision in the middle lane is gone. I'll go to the bottom lane to distract them. You guys go and kill the dragon. Okay. Everyone responded. Satan was the first to enter the dragon pit and kill the dragon. Heart of Ice rushed to the bottom lane and swapped positions with the support archer to expose herself to the enemy's minions. At the same time, Soul pretended to return to the city to recover and ran toward the dragon pit. Yo-Yo was scared out of his wits. PG is fighting the dragon. Will Ane notice? Not yet. Feng Luofan's tone was calm, but his heart was racing uncontrollably. Quangu is leading the top lane and wants to take down the tower in the top lane. Centaur and Mermaid are facing Heart of Ice at the bottom lane and don't dare to go up. Sword Burial is going to the bottom lane. Peacock Plume is also going to the bottom lane after reviving. They want to kill Heart of Ice. Yo-Yo, ah. Sword Burial is going to the back. Heart of Ice is surrounded. Jingyu calmly hid Heart of Ice under the tower. Centaur and Mermaid were in front of him and Sword Burial was behind him. He was in a very dangerous situation. Not long after, Peacock Plume arrived and directly used cast amplification towards the tower. At the same time, Sword Burial and Centaur forced their way into the tower. Jingyu opened his eyes wide and let Heart of Ice move in a beautiful zigzag way. He barely dodged Peacock Plume's big move and only lost a little bit of his HP. Then, he released a second skill, followed by Sword Burial, to pull himself over. He deliberately slowed down the pace and blocked with his buried sword. Now, after catching sight of Sword Burial's block, Jingyu used the moment the block disappeared to activate Heart of Ice's big move. The blizzard whistled past and froze all 4 enemy demons. Then, Heart of Ice decisively flashed over the wall and rushed in the direction of the magic dragon. Jingyu, support, pick me up. Hanlung, coming. Soon, the crowd control effect of Heart of Ice's big move disappeared and Sword Burial died tragically under the tower. The other demons flashed and chased after Heart of Ice. In the nick of time, Hanlung's Sarrier appeared right in front of Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice used its second skill, Snow Traction, which had just refreshed, and accurately connected to the Sarrier. It pulled itself over and sped towards the dragon pit. This time, Ane couldn't catch up to Heart of Ice no matter how hard he tried. Quangu, who had destroyed the first tower on the top lane, immediately rushed to the dragon pit. He had just discovered that the PG was fighting the dragon, but before he could rush over to snatch it, he was immobilized by soul control. At the same time, Heart of Ice arrived in time to hand over retribution to the magic dragon. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yi Hong, nice Hanlung, steady, brothers. Luo Yiming, quick, quick, quick. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Jingyu, kill the Quangu. Soul Flash caught up to the Quangu who was trying to escape and used its second skill to drag him back. Satan sped up and pressed forward. Dark Cupid directly teleported to the Quangu's face and dealt damage. System, Dark Cupid, kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Jingyu, kill the Minotaur. As soon as the enemy Minotaur arrived, Hanlung's Sarier chased after it and gave it a good beating. Satan then flashed back and tanked the damage while attacking the Minotaur, lowering his already low health even further. Peacock Plume was also affected and only had a sliver of health left. He was barely saved by the mermaid's shield. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice rushed forward and activated unlimited harvesting mode. After killing Peacock Plume, the teleportation skill would be refreshed. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed again. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed again. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed again. System, Heart of Ice, kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Minotaur has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy mermaid has been killed. ANE's team was in complete despair. PL was about to explode. F*CK, Heart of Ice is a vase? If I hear someone say that again, I'll tear their mouth apart. Fly was about to collapse. I don't deserve to be a jungler. GY was about to give up on life. Hehe, Wing was about to give up on talking. In the end, Hai sighed and took off his headphones. We lost. In the fourth round of the finals, PG got the Mystic Dragon, and the entire team was wiped out. Final score, 3-1, PG won. They had won the Pro League Championship. Ah, Luo Yiming stood up and screamed. Yi Hong stood up and hugged him, screaming along with him. Han Lung also roared as he jumped up from the gaming chair and gave the two of them a big bear hug. Qin Fei took off his headphones, relaxed, and leaned back. After admiring the golden word victory on the screen for a while, he looked up and saw his teammates go crazy. He couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu subconsciously turned to look at him. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he subconsciously raised the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Qin Fei seemed to have noticed his gaze. He turned his head and looked at him, giving him a fright. Before she had time to look away, she heard Qin Fei tentatively ask, "Can I drink?" Huh? Jingyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that Lu Zhou was talking about the celebration tonight. He quickly replied with one word, yes. Qin Fei, beer isn't enough. How about red wine? Jingyu, white wine. I can do it. Heh. Qin Fei smiled playfully. Don't regret it. The audience went wild. All the audience members who supported PG stood up, and the applause and cheers didn't stop for a long time. Feng Luofan tried his best to raise his voice amidst the noise. Let's congratulate PG for winning the finals. Yo-Yo also shouted with all his might. Last season, ANE beat PG 3-1. This season, PG beat ANE 3-1. As expected of a fated match. Feng Luofan, but congratulations to ANE for advancing to the quarterfinals. Yo-Yo, whether it's PG or ANE, they're both worthy of being in the quarterfinals. I'm looking forward to their performance in the quarterfinals. As the two commentators shouted themselves hoarse, the transparent screen opened, and the two teams left their seats and came to the host's side. They were so close to each other, but the difference in atmosphere was like heaven and earth. ANE's team was in low spirits. Just as the staff passed the trophy to PG, ANE's jungler Fly was the first to break down and burst into tears. Support Hai quickly hugged him and patted him on the back. It's okay, it's okay. There's still the quarterfinals. Don't cry, good boy. It was as if she was comforting a child. The host originally wanted to ask how the two teams felt, but with this sudden change, he didn't know whether to continue asking or not. In the end, he decided to ask PG first. Congratulations to you for winning the official competition. May I ask if you have anything to share with everyone? Luo Yiming instinctively wanted to snatch the microphone, but Yi Hong snatched it away. After Yi Hong glared at Luo Yiming, he picked up the microphone and used his comfortable voice to speak unhurriedly. Ain is very strong, especially when it comes to jungler Fly. His awareness and mechanics are much stronger than last season. So, there's nothing to cry about losing to us. It's not that you've become weak, it's us who've become stronger. Fly popped his head out from Hai's embrace and blinked. Yihong looked at him and smiled. In the competition for the top 8, with your current strength, you definitely won't be at the bottom. Let's do our best. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an intense round of applause from the audience. They were applauding for his thoughtfulness and at the same time encouraging Ain. Good luck. Come on, everyone. Xiaofei, you can do it. Mama loves you. Fly lowered its head shyly and replied softly, he would do his best. In the top 8 competition, he also wanted to achieve 5 kills. He couldn't let Jingyu steal all the limelight. At the same time, the bullet screen on the livestream frowny face. Oh my god. Is Yezi so heartwarming? This Yezi, I love him. PG's members are really good at flirting. I didn't expect them to have such a heartwarming side. Then Yihong handed the microphone to Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming was warned by Lu Zhou's stare. He puffed up his cheeks and reluctantly changed what he wanted to say. GY, I admit that you're pretty good. I look forward to playing against you next time. Do you have anything else to say? His last question was directed at his teammate. Hanlong shook his head. Qinfei completely ignored it. Jingyu hesitated for a second before he took the microphone. If you like me, please follow my Weibo. My nickname is Jingyu, not salted fish. I'll post videos from time to time. You're welcome to watch them. The audience burst into laughter. The bullet screen on the livestream was filled with all kinds of, ha ha ha, frowny face ha 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 ha, is it okay to advertise online? I'm Jingyu, I bring salt for myself. Ha ha ha, Jingyu is so cute. Am I the only one who's curious about the video? When Qinfei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and messed up Jingyu's hair. Unexpectedly, this scene was captured by the camera. It immediately gave a close-up. There was a collective gasp from the audience. Most of them were women. The bullet screen was a mess. Frowny face. Ah, I'm dead. How can he be so flirtatious? Aha. I'm screaming like a fujoshi. Brother Fei is so flirtatious. Jingyu is so cute. Oh my god, please be together. This is a textbook example of a head-touching killer. Someone even shouted on the spot, be together. Qinfei smiled and retracted his hand as if he hadn't heard anything. Jingyu, on the other hand, lowered his head and blushed. Yihong chuckled in his heart. If you listen to the recording of the match, you'll be even crazier. Trust me. In the end, the championship trophy was held by Luo Yiming. As the youngest member of the PG team, the excitement on his face hadn't faded since he won the match. He wanted to hold the championship trophy for the rest of his life. When the 5 of them left the stage, one person suddenly left the audience and rushed over. Jingyu! Jingyu! He was stopped by the bodyguards. He could only wave at Jingyu in an attempt to attract his attention. He succeeded. Jingyu looked over and saw the person waving his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was Ji's, Momo's jungler. Beside him stood Qin's. Momo's support. Jingyu hesitated for a moment before walking over. What's wrong? Ji's looked conflicted. You promised me an autograph. Oh, I forgot. Jingyu said regretfully. Do you want me to sign it for you now? Do you have a pen and paper? Ji's was about to say yes, but before he could speak, Qinfei walked over and grabbed Jingyu's hand. If you want to sign it outside. You won't be surrounded if you sign it here. Jingyu said, oh, right. Just like that, Qinfei grabbed Jingyu's hand and dragged him away. Ji's was stunned for half a second before he ran after them with Qin's. When they were outside, Jingyu finally fulfilled his promise. He used a black marker to sign his name on Ji's white short-sleeved shirt. He signed Jingyu with the word fish in the shape of a fish. It was very cute. After he signed it, he remembered that his ID wasn't that. He signed PGGF under Jingyu. Thank you. Love you. Ji's gave Goldfish a big hug. After he let go of Goldfish, he suddenly put on his conflicted expression. I know I'm asking for too much, but can you give me your contact number? Ji thought that Jingyu would hesitate for a while, but he didn't expect him to say without thinking, okay, add a button? Aha. Jingyu was a little angel, just like that, ZHIS was successfully added to Jingyu's QQ account. It was as if he could already see his bright future after joining PG. After PG left the venue, they went back to the hotel to rest for a while. When Feng Luofan finished his work and was ready to come back, everyone left for a nearby hotel. PG's team arrived first. Feng Luofan was a little late. When they arrived at the private room that Qin Fei had booked, Luo Yiming and Han Leng went to order food. Yi Heng was still worried, so he followed them. Only Qin Fei and Jingyu were left in the room. Qin Fei subconsciously looked at Jingyu. He saw him shrink back and look at the wall. Jingyu, inner thoughts, I'm going to get Brother Fei drunk. I'm so nervous. You. Qin Fei wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he still talked about the match. In the match, you chased after the opponent's archer. Did you want to avenge me? Qin Fei's tone was teasing. Jingyu's face turned red and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. But in the end, he took a deep breath and turned to look at Qin Fei. He almost couldn't hear it. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? It's just a match. What if you beat him until he's autistic? Jingyu was silent for a while, then he stiffened his neck and said, salad. This guy, Qin Fei's heart was itching. Jingyu was always so obedient in front of him, even submissive. But he was surprisingly insistent on certain things. He thought he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He didn't expect him to be a little wolf dog. After a while, Yi Heng and the others came back after ordering. Feng Luofan also quickly arrived and picked up Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was so busy these days that she didn't sleep much. Because of Team PG's outstanding performance this season, a bunch of sponsors came to their door. In addition, there was an invitation to the top 8 teams to practice. Team PG's uniform design also made great progress. Xiaoyun, as the team's manager, had never been so busy since PG was founded. But for some reason, the busier she was, the happier she felt. She felt that she was no longer an outsider. She was working hard with the members of PG in a different way. So, how could she miss out on the celebration tonight? This was the first time the 7 of them had a meal together, and it was quite joyous and harmonious. With Luo Yiming, the person who would die if he didn't speak, there would never be an awkward silence. In addition, with Han Leng's support and Yi Heng's control, everyone in Team PG enjoyed the meal very much. Jingyu took 2 bites and looked around. Looking around, there was only beer on the table. Not to mention white wine, there wasn't even a shadow of red wine. He couldn't help but feel uneasy, worried that Qin Fei would go back on his word. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Brother Fei, where's the wine? Qin Fei looked at him in amusement. You want to drink that much? No. Jingyu nervously turned his head and stared at his bowl. I just asked casually, oh no, did Brother Fei find out about his plan? Qin Fei didn't care and continued to eat. After a while, the waiter came with 2 glasses of wine on the tray in his hands. The golden wine shone brightly under the light, overflowing with color. Here's the wine you wanted. The waiter smiled and put the 2 glasses of wine on the transparent turntable. Then, he threw a small glass full of white wine into each of the glasses. Deep water bomb, please enjoy. Jingyu looked at him in confusion. Before he could react, he saw Qin Fei reach out a hand, touch the turntable, and turn the 2 glasses of wine in front of him. He gave one of the glasses to Jingyu. This one is yours. Jingyu leaned on the table and stared at the glass of wine. There was a small glass inside the big glass. Apart from that, he couldn't see anything special. Oh, where's the white wine? Deep water bomb, what's that? Qin Fei could tell at a glance that Jingyu had never seen a deep water bomb before. He couldn't help but smile. This time, he was in the bag. Sure enough, Jingyu played with the deep water bomb in the cup and looked at him in confusion. Just 1 cup? Qin Fei picked up his cup and took a sip. He said casually, let's drink first. Jingyu sighed inwardly. He felt that his plan to get Qin Fei drunk had encountered an unprecedented obstacle. He picked up the deep water bomb and took a big gulp. Then, he felt. Something was wrong. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, leaving behind a burning sensation. It was clearly the taste of strong alcohol. It was quite tasty. Jingyu took another sip. This time, he drank less and savored it carefully. Thus, his plan to get Qin Fei drunk was thrown out of his mind. His mind was filled with, What is this? It's delicious. What is this? Is it also a type of white wine? Qin Fei looked at him and couldn't help but want to laugh. He laughed. Now you're like a cat again. Jingyu, meow. Yi Hong glanced at the two of them. After holding back for a long time, he couldn't help but remind them, you two, take it easy. Especially little Jingyu, hey. Little Jingyu. Jingyu raised his head in confusion and looked at Yi Hong. Perhaps because he raised his head too quickly, he actually felt a little dizzy. However, he recovered quickly. What's wrong? Yi Hong looked at Jingyu's flushed face and knew that he was only one step away from getting drunk. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you don't know how to drink, don't drink like Brother Fei. If something goes wrong, we have to take responsibility. Was he questioning his alcohol tolerance? Jingyu was unconvinced. I'm not drunk. Do I look drunk to you? Yi Hong said coldly, yes. Jingyu, that's because there's something wrong with your eyes. I can hold my liquor very well. Even white wine could be drunk in one gulp. I only drank 2 mouthfuls of this wine, how could I be drunk? Yi Hong's face remained cold. You've become more talkative. Jingyu, that's because you said I was drunk, but I'm not drunk. I have to explain myself. Also, I'm usually quite talkative. After all, I'm a game streamer. I have to talk when I'm streaming. Otherwise, some of the viewers will feel bored. Sigh, you guys don't know how tiring it is to stream. If it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't do it. All of you have always wanted to hear me say something flirtatious, but I actually don't like to say it. It's all because of the needs of the live stream, so I deliberately practiced it. As I practiced, it became smoother and smoother. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He elbowed Qin Fei and said, look at him. I'm dying of laughter. Stop him. Don't let him drink anymore. Qin Fei was also amused by Jingyu's chatterbox appearance. He helplessly reached out to touch his cup. Alright, don't drink anymore. Drinking too much is bad for your body. However, Jingyu slapped his hand away and puffed up his face in dissatisfaction. I'm really not drunk. Why don't you guys believe me? I won't be drunk after 10 more cups. As he spoke, he picked up the remaining half cup of deep water bomb and downed it in one gulp. Yi Hong was really worried sick for his teammates. Qin Fei immediately reacted. He wanted to snatch Jingyu's cup, but he was still a step too late. Jingyu was still sober after downing half a cup of deep water bomb. After putting down his cup, he reached out to touch Qin Fei's cup. I can still drink. He had completely forgotten the purpose of his drinking. Qin Fei clicked his tongue. He picked up his cup as quickly as possible and downed it in one gulp. Yi Hong, F***ck, you too. Crawl back if you're drunk. Jingyu, I'm not drunk. Qin Fei raised his hand to ruffle Jingyu's hair. Then, he gently smoothed his hair. You're not drunk, you're not drunk. I know you can hold your liquor very well. Are you full? Eat some more food. Jingyu, ouch! Jingyu picked up his chopsticks and picked up the food he wanted. He missed the first time and successfully picked up the food on the second try. After putting the food into his bowl, he obediently ate. It looked like he wasn't that drunk. However, only he himself knew how dizzy his head was at that moment. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and his whole body was shaking. He seemed a little drunk. And, his consciousness, was getting, the chatter and laughter of the people around him gradually faded away. If he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't know what they were talking about. Even if he tried very hard to listen, it would take some time before he could understand what they were saying. However, Jingyu forcefully held on, not allowing himself to reveal a drunken state. until everyone finished eating and was ready to go back. He seemed to be standing up steadily, but in the next second, his whole body went limp and he was pulled into Qin Fei's arms. Qin Fei wrapped one arm around Jingyu's waist and the other hand on his shoulder. Looking at his closed eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. He fell asleep. Yi Hong glared at him. Isn't it because you forced him to drink? Qin Fei felt wronged. Did I? He was the one who wanted to drink. Yi Hong, sigh, forget it. I'll send him back. Qin Fei, no need. I'll do it. Yi Hong glared at him again. If you do, who knows what will happen? Don't you know your own sexual orientation? Qin Fei raised one hand and swore to the heavens. If I don't ask for his permission, I'll be struck by lightning. Yi Hong, oh, so you mean that as long as he agrees, you'll do whatever you want to him? Qin Fei laughed teasingly. Both of us are willing. Why not? Yi Hong was speechless. Yi Hong was so tired. Yi Hong didn't want to care anymore. Okay. If you want to send him back, then send him back. He was quite confident in Qin Fei's character. Even if he wasn't. Qin Fei wanted to send him back. What could he do? Fight with him? In the end, he would definitely be pressed to the ground by Qin Fei and beaten up one-sidedly. When they returned to the hotel, it was already very late. Qin Fei carried Jingyu in his arms and came to the door of Jingyu's room. After putting Jingyu down, who was already sleeping soundly, he put one hand around Jingyu's waist and the other hand touched Jingyu's trouser pocket. Jingyu relaxed in Qin Fei's arms. His hot breath blew on Qin Fei's collarbone, making it harder and harder for Qin Fei to control himself. After touching Jingyu's other trouser pocket and confirming that the room card wasn't there, Qin Fei clicked his tongue and carried him to his room. He carried him with one hand and used the room card with the other to open the door. After entering the room, Qin Fei threw Jingyu onto his bed and closed the door. He looked back at Jingyu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and sighed helplessly. In the end, he didn't even have time to ask a single question because he was drunk. He stared at Jingyu on the bed for a while. His gaze slid down his body and fell between his legs. Qin Fei was a little annoyed as he took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. After taking off his clothes, the cold water poured down on his face, and the heat in his body finally subsided a little. Qin Fei took a cold shower and came out wearing only a pair of underwear. After returning to the bed, he adjusted Jingyu's position and covered him with a blanket. Then, he got into the quilt on the side. Tonight, he could only make do with this. Qin Fei didn't think that he was a good person. Most of the time, he acted for his own benefit. As long as he was happy, he didn't care about what others did. However, perhaps because of his parents' influence, he was very cautious and principled when dealing with relationships. His principle was that unless he got the other party's permission, he would never touch a finger of the other party. However, just because he didn't touch the other party didn't mean that the other party wouldn't touch him. A few hours later, just as Qin Fei was half asleep and half awake, he felt someone touching him. Qin Fei didn't think and threw a punch. Unexpectedly, the other party easily caught his fist. Sensing that something was wrong, Qin Fei sleepily opened his eyes and met a pair of blurred eyes. It was Jingyu. Jingyu was half on top of Qin Fei, holding his fist with one hand and calling out softly, "Brother Fei, Qin Fei? What's going on?" A dream. Qin Fei used the nails of his other hand to dig into his palm. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. This time, he was completely awake. Lying on the bed with his eyes open, he quietly looked at Jingyu. After lying down beside him, Jingyu hugged his arm and tried to wrap his leg around him. "Brother Fei, Qin Fei. You're testing my endurance." The body temperature that was pressing against him was frighteningly hot. At the same time, he could feel his intense heartbeat. Jingyu enjoyed the feeling of his heartbeat speeding up. He rubbed his head against Qin Fei's shoulder as a sign of goodwill. Then, he touched Qin Fei's hand and led it towards himself. "Brother Fei, touch me." At that moment, Qin Fei heard a pop sound. It was a string called rationality in his head that snapped. His mind went blank for a moment, and he finally recovered from the huge shock with great difficulty. "Very good, there was no need to confirm." This bastard beside him was definitely the same kind of person as him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to open his mouth with a slightly hoarse voice. You like me? Jingyu replied without hesitation, yes, I like you very much. As he spoke, he let his hand touch Qin Fei. F***ck, who the F***ck could resist this? Qin Fei barely maintained his last bit of rationality and grabbed his restless hand. Are you awake now? Jingyu looked confused. After a while, he opened his mouth again, but he didn't respond to Qin Fei. Instead, he seemed to be saying to himself, it's okay, it's just a dream, but it's so real. Whatever, I'll go all out. After saying this, Jingyu suddenly became violent and pressed his entire body against Qin Fei's body. F***cku, Qin Fei pushed Jingyu's face away. Wake up, this is reality. However, Jingyu turned a deaf ear to him and looked as if he wanted to sleep with Qin Fei. Because of this, the two of them fought on the bed. After a round of entanglement, Qin Fei rolled off the bed awkwardly. He was really angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. Obviously, Jingyu thought that he was dreaming and wanted to sleep with him in his dream. Or be slept with by him in his dream. It wasn't impossible to satisfy him, but Qin Fei didn't want to take advantage of him. He didn't want to sleep with a drunkard. Just like that, one of them sat on the bed while the other stood by the bed and looked at each other silently for a while. Then, Jingyu cried out, you won't even let me have my way in my dream. Wah. Qin Fei, who was covered in finger marks, was speechless. Jingyu cried very sadly. As he cried, he curled up into a ball on the bed and began to sob. I like men. I like Brother Fei. I can't help it. I know it's not normal, but, Qin Fei was shocked by the sudden change. After a while, he came back to his senses and sighed helplessly. He climbed back onto the bed and stroked Jingyu's head to comfort him. Then, he gently hugged him and let him lean into his arms. This guy is so attractive even when he cries. There's nothing abnormal. I like men too. I like you, Qin Fei said naturally. After saying that, he felt a little emotional. Was this his confession? It felt a little dull. It didn't have the thrilling feeling that he had imagined. However, Jingyu acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to talk. After he was satisfied, he was tired. He closed his eyes and fell into Qin Fei's arms, snoring. Qin Fei was speechless. Alright, for a drunkard, this drunken madness was considered to be quite good. Thus, that night, other than a few fingerprints on Qin Fei's body, nothing else happened. The next day, Qin Fei woke up before Jingyu. Even he was surprised. However, after he put on his clothes, Jingyu woke up quickly. He rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. He looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Even though the rooms in the hotel were very similar, he still recognized that this was not the room he was staying in. He couldn't help but frown. Then, he turned his head and met Qin Fei's inquisitive gaze. Qin Fei sat on the sofa not far away with his legs crossed. He supported his head with one hand and stared at him. His eyes were full of curiosity. Are you sober? He deliberately emphasized the word sober, but Jingyu didn't care. He subconsciously nodded and raised his hand to support his dizzy head. Was he drunk? Just as he was about to ask Qin Fei, he saw Qin Fei squint his eyes and say tentatively, last night, Jingyu thought he was going to talk about him being drunk. He looked at him obediently and waited for his next sentence. However, Qin Fei's next sentence was, last night, you said you like me. What? Jingyu was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. There was a moment when he even forgot to breathe. What's going on? Did I sleep talk last night? What kind of dream did he have last night? He vaguely remembered that it seemed to be related to Qin Fei. Then, for some reason, he felt a sense of loss. Wait, that's not the main point. The main point is that Brother Fei knows about it. Knowing that he liked him was. Oh no. Will Brother Fei think I'm a pervert? He won't hate me, right? Qin Fei didn't know that Jingyu's imagination was running wild. After waiting for a long time for a response, he impatiently added, you even touched me. Jingyu's mind went blank. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Touched who? Qin Fei felt that Jingyu's reaction was a little strange. Just as he decided to stop probing and confess directly, someone suddenly knocked on the door. He was stunned for a moment. He hesitated for a moment between continuing to confess and opening the door. In the end, he clicked his tongue and got up to open the door. The person standing outside the door was Yi Hong. Why? Why is he here so early in the morning for an inspection? Is he really worried about me? Qin Fei frowned. Just as he was about to say that he didn't do anything, Yi Hong said with a serious face, Jingyu is here? Qin Fei, yes. But I didn't do anything. Yi Hong, tell him to come here for a bit. Qin Fei. Huh? Qin Fei realized that Yi Hong's intentions were different from what he had imagined. He put on a serious tone and asked, what happened? Yi Hong, I'll tell you later. Is Jingyu awake? If he's awake, tell him to go to the coach's room. He paused for a second and said, Sister Xiao is there too. If Xiao Yun was there, it might not be about the game. Qin Fei was silent for a while. In the end, he didn't ask anything. He turned around and looked at Jingyu. You heard everything? Jingyu nodded. His shock was instantly replaced by uneasiness. All kinds of negative emotions intertwined with each other. He was a little confused. Qin Fei, you didn't shower last night. Take a shower before you go. Jingyu, okay. After saying this, Jingyu mustered up his courage and looked up. He looked deeply into Qin Fei's eyes and said firmly, I'm sorry about last night. I'll explain. Qin Fei was stunned. Before he could react, Jingyu left his room as fast as he could. By the time Qin Fei realized what he meant, Jingyu was long gone. Yi Hong, who accidentally overheard this, widened his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Why does it feel like he slept with you? F***CK. Qin Fei kicked the bed. Jingyu must have misunderstood something. He didn't mention last night's incident to condemn him, damn Yezi. Would it kill him to knock on the door after he confessed? Luckily, they were all in the same team. They saw each other every day, so it was easy to catch him. Next time I catch him, I'll just confess directly. After Jingyu returned to his room, he took off his clothes as fast as he could and went to the bathroom to take a shower. While he was taking a shower, his mind was filled with what Qin Fei had just said. Confess? Touch? When he was drunk, he was so unrestrained. Sigh, I don't know if Brother Fei hates me or not. But, this is good too. Some things, since I've already said it, I might as well say it out loud. The next time I see Brother Fei, I'll seriously confess again. Whether I live or die, it's all in Brother Fei's hands. After Jingyu took a shower, he dried his hair and changed into clean clothes. He took the room card and went to Feng Luofan's room. Then, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiao Yun sitting on the sofa. Her expression seemed to be somewhat serious. What does she want to talk to me about? Jingyu guessed as he sat down across from Xiao Yun. As soon as he sat down, he heard Xiao Yun speak in a serious tone, Jingyu, you really don't have anything to do with Jiaoxi? Hearing Jiaoxi's name out of the blue, Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. In the end, he braced himself and replied with 2 words, no. Then, he asked anxiously, what's wrong? What happened? You really don't have anything to do with her? Xiao Yun obviously didn't believe him. After she asked this question, she didn't wait for Jingyu's response and began to talk about what happened. It's like this. After the photos of you participating in the offline competition were posted online, many people said that you look like Jiaoxi. For example, you're the male version of Jiaoxi. That's nothing. The problem is that yesterday afternoon, someone suddenly revealed on Weibo that you're Jiaoxi's son. They even listed a bunch of evidence. For example, you're both from S-City, and Jiaoxi really did go missing for a few months when you were born. This incident caused quite a stir on the internet. Now, Jiaoxi's fans are questioning her and demanding an explanation. After all, she claims to be in her 20s. If she really is your mother, she'd probably be in her 30s right now, right? Some fans don't want to believe it, so they're pointing the finger at you. They say that you're trying to defame Jiaoxi or ride on Jiaoxi's popularity. Speaking up to this point, Xiaoyun seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and revealed a disgusted expression. A bunch of morons. They're going overboard with their words through the screen. Xiaoyun, anyway, if you really have nothing to do with Jiaoxi, then leave this matter to me. It's okay to sue people for spreading rumors. But if... Has Jiaoxi responded? Jingyu suddenly spoke up and interrupted Xiaoyun. His tone was a little anxious. Rather than worrying about himself, he was more worried about Jiaoxi's situation. Xiaoyun and Feng Luofan looked at each other and understood what was going on. Then Xiaoyun replied, not yet. Whether it's Jiaoxi or her management company, they haven't made any statements on this matter. I'll try to get in touch with them later and discuss a solution. After a pause, she calmly looked into Jingyu's eyes and said, before that, let me confirm with you one last time. You really have nothing to do with Jiaoxi. Jingyu fiercely bit his lower lip. Even though he had already prepared himself when he decided to participate in the offline tournament, he was still very worried about Jiaoxi when the expected thing really happened. After a period of silence, he sighed and admitted, yeah, Jiaoxi is my mother, but I can't let her fans know about this. It wasn't easy for her to become so popular. If this matter affects her career, I really don't know what to do. Don't panic. Hearing that Jingyu was a little out of control, Xiaoyun quickly comforted him. It's not that serious. It's not to the point of no return. You just need to tell the truth and leave everything else to me. Trust me, everything will pass. You and Jiaoxi will be fine. Okay, thank you. Other than that, Jingyu really didn't know what else to say. At the same time, Qin Fei learned about the entire incident from Yihong. After he sent Yihong away, he immediately called his mother, Qi Xian. Not long after, the call went through. Qi Xian's playful voice came through the phone, oh, little boyfriend is in trouble and you're already calling me? Qin Fei went silent for a moment before he said, you're quite well informed. If I'm not wrong, you've already investigated Jingyu's background? Qi Xian, of course it's because of you. Qin Fei, so, Jingyu's mother is really, Qi Xian, yeah, he's practically carved out of the same mold as his mother. I have to say, Jiaoxi's genes are really strong. Qin Fei, cut the crap. Is there a way to help them? Hey, how can you talk to your mother like that? Speaking of which, you're underestimating me. Qi Xian sneered. There are many ways. It all depends on what Jiaoxi chooses. Oh yeah, are you the top or the bottom? Qin Fei, I'm the top. No, can't you answer me seriously? How can I help? Qi Xian, that's none of your business. I'll try my best to help. She paused for a moment before she continued, Ayaya, the more I look at your little boyfriend, the more I think he's my cup of tea. He's so pretty, so he should look good in a dress, right? You can bring him over some other day. I'll give him a few dresses to wear. I have wigs and other things too. I can even do his makeup myself. Do you know what's so great about wearing a dress? If you don't lift his dress, you won't know if he's wearing pants. Maybe he's not wearing anything. Isn't it very exciting, very sexy, very? Qin Fei decisively hung up the phone. After Qin Fei hung up the phone, he thought of a question. If Jingyu's mother was Jiaoxi, who was his father, however, he didn't want to call back at all. God knew that his mind was filled with images of Jingyu in women's clothing and his perverted behavior of lifting up Jingyu's skirt. It was poisonous. On the other side, Xiaoyun also asked Jingyu curiously, can you tell me who your father is? Jingyu replied without hesitation, I don't have a father. Xiaoyun looked into his eyes and saw the toughness in his eyes. She was instantly defeated, okay, that's not important. As long as you know that Jiaoxi is your mother, that's enough. After a pause, she said, that's all. You can go back to your room and rest. Okay, Jingyu replied and stood up from the sofa. Just as he was about to turn around and leave the room, he heard Feng Luofan remind him, don't look at Weibo during this period of time. Don't reply even if you do. Jingyu, okay, I know. It was impossible not to look at Weibo, not in this lifetime. After Jingyu returned to his room, the first thing he did was pick up his phone and look at Weibo. He easily found the Weibo post that revealed the news. It was accompanied by 9 long photos and indeed a lot of evidence, but none of it was conclusive. It was just that the details were too detailed and too many coincidences were connected together to create a feeling of this is inexplicable. However, this didn't mean that it was inexplicable. It was just a bit difficult to explain. What was really unbearable were the comments from the netizens. They criticized Xiaoxi for lying to her fans, criticized the two of them for using each other's popularity, and criticized the two of them for creating hype. There were all kinds of nasty comments. Fortunately, whether it was Jingyu or his mother Xiaoxi, they weren't weak people. They had survived the most difficult period of their lives. In comparison, the comments online were nothing. Jingyu was still hesitating whether he should send a message to Xiaoxi to share his situation, but before he could do so, he received a message from her. Xiaoxi, don't forget what we said before. Focus on the competition and don't worry about anything else. Jingyu sighed and replied, don't worry, since I've chosen this path, I won't give up halfway. After sending this message, he thought for a moment and sent another message, take good care of yourself. It doesn't matter what the comments on the internet say. Nothing must happen in real life. Xiaoxi, haha, don't worry about that. Don't forget who you trained with. Jingyu, Xiaoxi, I watched the live broadcast of the finals. It was so cool. Do your best in the points competition as well. Jingyu, okay. After sending this message, Jingyu waited patiently for a long time. After confirming that Xiaoxi wouldn't send any more messages, he turned off his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled helplessly. As expected of his mother. It seemed like he didn't have to worry too much. Then on brother Fei's side. Jingyu raised his hand and covered his eyes. It was time to die. After a while, someone knocked on Qin Fei's door. Qin Fei's first reaction was to think that it was Yi Hong. He got up from the sofa and walked over to open the door. However, he was surprised to see Jingyu outside the door. He froze. Jingyu had worked hard to muster up the courage, but the moment he saw Qin Fei, he immediately lost most of it. After a moment of silence, he tried to speak. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Can I come in? Come in. Qin Fei turned around and sat down on the sofa. He took 2 clean glasses and poured 2 glasses of water. After Jingyu closed the door, he approached Qin Fei with fear. Qin Fei, come and sit down. Jingyu, okay. Jingyu slowly moved to sit opposite Qin Fei. Do you want some water? Qin Fei pushed a glass full of water to him. Thank you. Jingyu subconsciously picked up the glass and tried to take a sip of the water. The temperature was just right. Then, there was a moment of silence. Jingyu, inner thoughts. Oh no, what was I going to say again? I forgot all about it. Qin Fei, inner thoughts. She sent herself to me. Should I confess? Something like this suddenly happened on the internet. Would it be a good time to confess? I feel like I'm taking advantage of her. Jingyu, inner thoughts. Oh right, I have to explain what happened last night. I wanted to take the opportunity to confess, but something like this suddenly happened on the internet. I have to explain what happened last night first. Qin Fei, inner thoughts. Forget it, the confession can wait. But it doesn't stop me from flirting with him. With this thought, the two spoke at almost the same time. Jingyu, brother Fei, about what happened last night. Qin Fei, about what I told you this morning. Both of them were stunned for a moment before Jingyu admitted defeat. You go first. Qin Fei glanced at him and said bluntly, don't mind what I told you this morning. I didn't take it to heart. Because I like men too. Jingyu. Qin Fei had always been straightforward. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Besides, you were drunk at the time. No matter what you did, it wouldn't be strange. Jingyu stared blankly at Qin Fei. He didn't know what he had said. His mind was filled with the words I like men too. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. He opened his mouth slightly and the words to confess were on the verge of coming out. However, at this moment, Qin Fei leaned forward, reached out a hand, and gently scratched Jingyu's nose. So, don't think too much, idiot. Boom, something in Jingyu's head exploded. The residual sensation on his nose was a little numb, causing his whole body to tremble. His mind was blank, and he lost the ability to think. Xianxia didn't care about Jingyu's shock. He retracted his hand and said, "Let's go out for a meal after we're done with this online thing? Just the two of us." It shouldn't be a problem to confess then, right? This wasn't the first time they had gone out for a meal alone. However, this time, both of them knew that the other party was gay, so they invited each other out. After Jingyu came back to his senses, he felt his eyes sting. "Okay." He said this word with a trembling voice. Then, he felt that it wasn't enough to express his feelings, so he firmly added, "Even if I have to crawl, I'll crawl over." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. What the hell? They were going on a date, not a war. This guy. Could he be any more honest? "Okay, it's a promise," he said with a smile. In the afternoon, the group packed their luggage, checked out, and took a flight back to S City. The next day, Xiaoyun successfully contacted Jiaoxi's agency. After a few days of discussion, both parties released a statement on their official Weibo. The statement released by Jiaoxi's agency was a response to every piece of content on Weibo. For example, the reason why Xiaoxi disappeared was because her acting skills had hit a bottleneck during that time and she wanted to rest for a few months to adjust. Another example was that Xiaoxi liked to watch LDPL's live broadcast because she liked the game Devil Overlord and would play it when she had nothing to do. In short, it explained every suspicious point involved in the Weibo post. It seemed to be clarifying, but from beginning to end, it didn't say anything like Jingyu isn't Jiaoxi's son. PG's official Weibo statement was stronger and a straightforward response. They didn't take advantage of the popularity and didn't sensationalize it. The club will use legal means to pursue the person who posted and reposted the rumors to the end. PG's fans were overjoyed when they saw this statement. Ha ha ha, as expected of PG. Even a statement is so fierce. It's much stronger than Jiaoxi's. The entertainment industry is so troublesome. I don't care who Jingyu's mother is. I just want to watch Jingyu play a game. I just want to watch Jingyu play a game +1, speaking of which, Jingyu hasn't streamed in a long time. Is he still streaming? PG, can other people's streams be arranged? In contrast, Jiaoxi's reaction was much more intense. Some netizens accepted it, while others found the loopholes in the statement and asked Jiaoxi to give a more accurate explanation. In the end, because the tone was too harsh, the first group of netizens counterattacked. The two groups of netizens fought on Weibo and cursed at each other. Jiaoxi's management company secretly controlled the comments and led the situation in a direction that was beneficial to Jiaoxi. Although the scolding war didn't stop, the company had achieved its goal. It was only a matter of time before this matter was settled. All they had to do now was to stabilize it. At the same time, LD's official Weibo released the time and location of the top 8 competition. It was set to be a week from Monday, in District H of S City. District H. Luo Yiming cheered. We'll go there from here. It's an hour and a half by subway. Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, the officials are really nice to us. Han Lung, the announcement of the new demon is out too. Look. Luo Yiming, what is it? What is it? In an instant, other than Qin Fei who sat still like a mountain, everyone gathered behind Han Lung's sofa and stared at his phone screen. Jingyu also squeezed next to Yi Hong and peeked at Han Lung's phone screen. Just this morning, after LD's official Weibo released the time and location of the top 8 competition, they released another announcement of the new demon. It was 2 moving silhouettes with a description. One of the silhouettes was the image of a long-haired girl. Below her waist, there were 2 slender wings. There was a flickering light flowing on her right hand, like a flame. The caption was, "The flame flowing on my fingertips is my burning love for you. One day, I will burn everything and sacrifice all the beauty in the world to you, Han Lung, mage?" Yi Hong, there's a 9-tailed fox with the fire element. Could it be an archer? Luo Yiming, oh, a loli? I love lolis the most. The other silhouette, from the silhouette, was a youth wearing an assassin's outfit. He held a short knife in his hand and had 2 belts around his waist. The end of the belt was made into a flame-like special effect. Luo Yiming, a jungler. Yi Hong, an assassin jungler. Han Leng, an assassin jungler can't be wrong. Jing Yu, oh, oh. The caption below the silhouette was, "As long as there is light, I can go anywhere. Everywhere I go, blood splatters, can you catch me?" As soon as the announcement of the new demon came out, the pro circle was in an uproar. Whether the fire element girl was a magician or an archer, that youth, whether it was the silhouette or the accompanying text, clearly pointed towards an assassin jungler. Now, looking at the entire pro circle, there was only one person who specialized in assassin junglers, and that was Jingyu. When the new demon was first released, it would definitely be strong. If it was banned, there would be one less banned spot. Jingyu's card pool was already too full to ban all of them. In a week's time, he would cause another bloody storm in the quarterfinals. Not only were the pro circle panicking, Weibo and the forums were also discussing this matter. Frowny face, there's an assassin in the new demon. Would I say that I already expected this? The developers really love assassins. The assassins in League of Legends are all good-looking. The developers have always liked assassins. With Jingyu in this year's LDPL, the possibility of an assassin appearing is even higher. Ha ha ha. It's practically tailor-made for Jingyu. I'm suddenly looking forward to the quarterfinals. Will Jingyu use the new demon as a jungler? Then, the next day, Devil Lord's version was updated, and 2 new demons were officially released. That youth was indeed an assassin jungler. He had short silver hair, blood-red eyes, and a black mask on his face, revealing half of the blood-red pattern engraved on his face. He wore a black assassin outfit. The fabric on both sides of his waist was hollowed out, and there were 2 very long black belts tied around his waist. The closer to the end, the wider the belt became. Under the moonlight, the end of the belt was faintly discernible, like a burning flame. Mysterious and handsome. This demon's name was Fleeting Shadow. Looking at the other demon, it was a little dark-type loli. Big golden waves, blood-red eyes. Her dress was red and black. It was very complicated and indescribably gorgeous. Bright flames twined around her fair and slender fingers, and sparks flew between the gaps of her fingers. Through the screen, it was as if one could feel the heat of the flames. The wings behind her were black and very thin. It didn't look like they could support her flying, but more like decorations. This demon's name was Wami Liuhua. Yi Hong's guess was right. She was a shooter. The official explanation was that her body was made of fire, so her fire damage was a physical attack. Alright, there's nothing wrong with it. I have to say that the modeling of this game is getting better and better. Yi Hong logged into his account and admired the image of the 2 new demons. He could not help but sigh. Too bad they're not mages. After Jingyu bought the plunder shadow, he replied without turning his head, "Actually, you can try to see if you can use Sagittarius." Yi Hong, well, I still enjoy the pleasure of sweeping away all the remaining HP in one go after a mage activates his ultimate. Luo Yiming, it's obviously more fun to use archers to harvest heads. Qin Fei, cut the crap. Give it a try. As soon as Qin Fei spoke, everyone obediently quieted down. Luo Yiming began to seriously check Wan Miliuhua's skills. Jingyu directly clicked on match, entered the selection interface, and locked the plunder shadow. Yi Hong, who had walked behind him to watch the game, saw this scene and couldn't help but complain, directly matching? Aren't you afraid of being scolded? Jingyu smiled. It's okay. I'll get the hang of it very quickly. If this came from someone else, Yi Hong wouldn't have believed it. But if it was Jingyu, he didn't know why, but he immediately believed it. However, after 25 minutes, Jingyu's side lost. They lost miserably. Jingyu's plunder shadow had 4 kills, 12 deaths, and 8 assists. Qin Fei sat next to him and watched the whole game without saying anything. He patiently waited for him to finish, then calmly asked, "How do you feel?" Jingyu took off his headphones and thought for a while before replying, "The big move is very interesting, but it's hard to control." Qin Fei, how long will it take to practice? Jingyu, 3 days. 3 days at most. Qin Fei, okay. After Qin Fei said okay, he didn't pay any more attention to Jingyu's side. He believed in Jingyu. He said that Jingyu would take 3 days, so he would definitely be able to do it. Behind the two, Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jingyu, when you said that you'd get the hang of it very quickly, I was already imagining your heroic figure of 5 kills. What happened? Jingyu shrugged. It's harder than I thought. But if you practice it well, you'll be very strong. At the same time, Luo Yiming finished his game. It took him 23 minutes to win. Yi Hong hurriedly leaned over and asked, how was it? Luo Yiming's expression was a bit conflicted. How should I put it? The skill is very complicated. I didn't understand it at all. But I just randomly pointed and inexplicably wiped out the other party. I really don't know if it's the demon that's too strong, or if I'm too strong. Yi Hong. The opponent was too weak. In short, after the new demon appeared, Jingyu and Luo Yiming's training content became training the new demon. But Jingyu still used Heart of Ice in his livestream at night. The bullet comments were a bit puzzled. Why didn't you use Shadow Glimpse? I want to see Shadow Glimpse. Use Shadow Glimpse in the next round. One person's blood letter asking for Shadow Glimpse. Jingyu smiled helplessly. I'll definitely use it in the quarterfinals. Let me maintain a bit of mystery for now. The truth was, he hadn't practiced it to the point where he could show it off, so sorry. At the same time, comments about the 2 new demons gradually appeared on the internet. Damn, the 2 fiendish demons that appeared this time are so difficult. Wanmi Liuhua's skills are a bit like the Moonshade Spiders. It has 2 sets of skills and can switch forms. Has anyone researched a combo yet? How do you use Shadow Glimpse? It can instantly appear anywhere on the map. That's too much of a bug. The problem is, I don't know how to use it. Are the developers planning to challenge the limits of human beings this time? I think the developers were provoked by Jingyu and want to challenge Jingyu's limits. The ultimate move of Shadow Glimpse, Flickering Light Glimpse, allowed the user to appear anywhere on the map within 5 seconds by using the buffer time and direction of the skill with a mouse click. The release of the skill could be interrupted, but after the skill was released, it couldn't be interrupted until the user appeared at the target location. It could be said that once this skill was mastered, it would really become a bug in the game. Unfortunately, so far, no one had been able to use the ultimate move of Shadow Glimpse freely. Even Jingyu was still at the stage of figuring it out. However, Jingyu's feeling was that 3 days was enough. Give me 3 days, and I'll make Shadow Glimpse the #1 jungler in this version. At noon the next day, when it was close to noon, the others went out to look for food. Only Jingyu, who had just finished a round, started another round without any hesitation. Sitting next to him, Qin Fei wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he also started another round in silence. 20 minutes later, Qin Fei was the first to finish the game. He looked at Jingyu's screen and saw that the enemy's territory was about to be destroyed. He quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Let's have lunch together at noon." Jingyu was stunned. Before he could react, Qin Fei added, "We made an appointment before." Yes, they had made an appointment before. When the matter on the internet was more or less settled, they would go out for lunch together. Now, the war of words on the internet had more or less stopped. Jingyu nodded. After destroying the enemy's territory with Shadow Glimpse, he took off his headphones and turned to look at Qin Fei. "Let's go." Qin Fei stood up from his chair. "Is there anything in particular you want to eat?" Jingyu stood up as well. "You decide. I'll go with you. I'll go wherever you go." I knew it. Qin Fei randomly picked one of the few options that he had thought of. Steak? Jingyu, sure. And so, after a while, the 2 of them appeared at a steakhouse. This time, Qin Fei brought Jingyu to a private room. The 2 of them sat side by side on a sofa. Just like last time, Qin Fei took care of everything. Jingyu was only responsible for eating. After the waiter left with the order, Qin Fei put one hand into his trouser pocket and pulled out a small box. Jingyu looked at the box in confusion. Before he could react, Qin Fei handed the box to him. "For me?" Jingyu hesitantly took it. "What is it?" "Qin Fei, you'll know when you open it." Jingyu guessed what was in the box. His heart began to race. He opened the box with some anticipation. Sure enough, it was a ring with a red string on it. Jingyu picked up the ring and saw the letters engraved on it, QF, Qin Fei. I had someone make it for me when I flew back. Do you like it? Qin Fei said as he hooked the red string around his neck. There was indeed a ring on the string. Jingyu didn't need to look to know what was engraved on it. Jingyu, his name. Jingyu felt that his eyes were about to tear up again. A few months ago, he still thought that he shouldn't have been born in this world. He didn't expect that a few months later, it turned out that in this world, other than his mother, Xiaoxi, there was someone else who was willing to cherish him and love him. Why are you crying again? Qin Fei smiled helplessly. He let go of the ring and reached out to Jingyu. He gently wiped away the tears in the corners of his eyes. It's fine that you cried like a ghost when you were drunk, but don't cry anymore. Jingyu, Qin Fei retracted his hand and stared deeply at him for a while. Suddenly, he said word by word, Jingyu, I like you. Jingyu raised his eyes and looked into his eyes. His emotions fluctuated. Qin Fei, actually, after I found out that you like me, I wanted to confess the next morning. Qin Fei, but I felt that a simple confession would be too dull and wouldn't be sincere enough. In the end, I decided to come back first. Qin Fei, after I came back, I asked someone to make this pair of rings. But we still have to compete, so it's not convenient to wear them on our hands. So, I wanted to string them around my neck. Qin Fei, sigh, why are you crying again? Jingyu tightly held the rings in his hand. When Qin Fei said the words I like you, he could no longer hold back his tears. As Qin Fei spoke, more and more tears fell from his face. He couldn't wipe them away anymore. Forget it, forget it. Cry if you want. Qin Fei pulled Jingyu into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and gently kissed him on the forehead. Idiot. After saying these two words, he reached out and pinched Jingyu's chin. His gaze moved away from Jingyu's slightly opened lips and looked into Jingyu's moist eyes. He jokingly said, Now, do you know why I booked a private room? Jingyu didn't respond to Qin Fei's question. He let Qin Fei pinch his chin and closed his eyes, as if he was at the mercy of Qin Fei. Thus, Qin Fei lowered his head and kissed his lips. It was a gentle and long kiss. After the kiss, both of them were somewhat unsatisfied. They couldn't wait to move on to the next step. However, their remaining rationality told them that this was a restaurant, not a hotel. He had no choice but to give up. Jingyu sighed regretfully. After putting the red string around her neck, she snuggled into Qin Fei's embrace, enjoying the warmth of being hugged. No one had ever hugged him like this since he was a child. Even his own mother, Xiaoxi, had never given him such warmth. After all, he was not worthy. Did you know? Actually, I shouldn't have been born into this world, Jingyu suddenly said. Why? Qin Fei asked subconsciously. Jingyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he talked about something else. It was revealed on Weibo that my mother was pregnant with me before the Lunar New Year. I'm 20 now. Qin Fei nodded and continued to listen to him patiently. Jingyu said, Actually, my mother's real age this year is mouth. Qin Fei? 20 years ago. How is that possible? Jingyu didn't care about Qin Fei's surprise and continued, When she was pregnant with me, she was still young and didn't know how to go to the hospital. She didn't even realize that she was pregnant. Jingyu said, When I grew up, she told me that she was scared when she gave birth to me. She wanted to strangle me, but she couldn't do it in the end. Jingyu said, It took her a long time to accept this fact. Then, she decided to take responsibility for me and raise me. Hearing this, Qin Fei roughly understood why Jingyu and Xiaoxi were unwilling to admit that they were mother and son. It turned out that Xiaoxi didn't want to give birth to Jingyu, but it was an accident. Then, Xiaoxi couldn't have been. Qin Fei hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, So, you don't know who your father is? To Qin Fei's surprise, Jingyu replied, I know. After a pause, he continued, When I was 5 years old, the man who got my mother pregnant found me and my mother and said that he wanted to take responsibility for us. But his father didn't agree. Jingyu said, Because of this, he had a fight with his father. Then, he came to live in our house on his own. He bought me a lot of toys and said that he would send me to kindergarten. Jingyu said. However, he got into a car accident on the way to the kindergarten. Jingyu, he died. Qin Fei? This plot was really full of ups and downs. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write like this, right? Probably because he felt that he had established a relationship with Qin Fei and had someone to rely on. Jingyu said all the things that he had been holding back for more than 10 years. I almost died too, he said. Fortunately, my mother was worried about him sending me to kindergarten, so she chased after me in her agent's car. She got me out of the car in time and sent me to the hospital. Of course, she also sent the man to the hospital, but his injuries were more serious than mine. In the end, they couldn't save him. At this point, Jingyu thought of something and laughed. There was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. That was 15 years ago. I was 5 years old, and my mother said I was 5 years old. In order to take care of me, she turned down all the jobs that she received and didn't receive. This was the real reason why she suddenly disappeared from the public eye for a few months. Qin Fei didn't expect things to turn out like this. Obviously, Jingyu didn't tell Xiaoyun about this. Now, he told him everything in one breath. However, at this moment, what Qin Fei was most concerned about was the car accident intentional or an accident? Jingyu interrupted him and spat out these 2 words firmly. At least, that was the result of the police investigation. Not long after the car accident, the driver jumped from a tall building. The police determined that it was a suicide for fear of punishment. The driver's background couldn't be any simpler, and they couldn't find anything. Even if Xiaoxi repeatedly emphasized to the police that long before the car accident, they had been surrounded more than once and narrowly escaped death, the police didn't change the results of the investigation. They only said that they could send someone to protect them for a while. However, it was better not to let Qin Fei know about this. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. It would only add to his troubles. Qin Fei saw that Jingyu didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more. At this moment, the waiter pushed the door open and came in with the steak. Jingyu almost reflexively pushed Qin Fei away and sat up straight. After the waiter left, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? Shy? Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then snuggled back into his arms, a little. Qin Fei took the opportunity to wrap his arms around his waist and whispered in his ear, "Since you've decided to be with me, you're not allowed to run away from me." His warm breath blew on Jingyu's ear, and the numbing feeling gave him goosebumps. However, he resisted and didn't hide. Then, he firmly said, "I won't run away." This guy, he was really too straightforward. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Jingyu's lips. But this time, it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and it disappeared in an instant. Jingyu had already closed his eyes and was ready. When his lips didn't move for a long time, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Qin Fei in confusion. This reaction really made Qin Fei's heart itch. He wanted to push him down on the spot, but in the end, he controlled himself. "Do you want to be kissed by me that much?" Jingyu pursed his lips and said, "Yeah." Qin Fei, "Then let's use this as a reward. The top 8 competition is about to start. I'll reward you for every round you win. How about that?" Jingyu? TSK, should I say, as expected of the PG team captain? How can a kiss be related to the competition? Jingyu was convinced. However, thinking about it carefully, this was also good. He would have more motivation to win the competition. Brother Fei was probably worried that his performance in the competition would be affected by his relationship, so he came up with this idea. However, he still wanted to take a mile after taking an inch. The reward is only a kiss? Is there anything else? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. What do you want? Jingyu looked at him seriously and said, "I want you." He almost didn't hesitate to say these 4 words. Qin Fei saw the hidden toughness in his eyes and instantly thought of the messy night after he got drunk. He felt a little helpless. "Aren't you afraid that I'll make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights? Qin Fei was really worried that his confession would affect Jingyu's performance in the competition. Was he too impatient? However, Jingyu's response was, "Go ahead. I can get up. It definitely won't affect the competition." Qin Fei. Are you F*** king doubting my ability? Jingyu, no, in the end, Jingyu was defeated. Then tell me, when are you going to sleep with me? Xianxia thought about it seriously and felt that he should give Jingyu something to look forward to. He said, after the competition in the top 8, 7 days. After the competition, we'll sleep. Are you satisfied? Jingyu was satisfied. He replied with an and secretly sighed in relief. He had never felt safe since he was young, so he always felt that if he didn't sleep with someone, it meant that they weren't together. However, with this agreement, it was fine. With this promise, even if he didn't really sleep with someone, he felt a lot more at ease. Then, Jingyu, who had calmed down, thought of a question. There's a reward if I win. What about if I lose? Xianxia, good question. What kind of punishment do you want? Jingyu. Why did he have to dig a hole for himself? After a moment of silence, Jingyu tentatively suggested, if you lose, I'll give you a mouthful. Xianxia. Was it too late for him to take back his words? In the end, Xianxia's response was, we'll talk about it when the time comes. In any case, it won't be too comfortable for you. So, in order to avoid punishment, do your best to win every match. Jingyu, okay. After lunch, the two returned to the club. Jingyu logged into his account and practiced glimpse without much rest. He used a new alternate account. The ID was the same as Xianxia's alternate account. It was a string of messy English letters, quer. The reason why he used an alternate account was that he hadn't practiced glimpse to the point where it could be used. On the other hand, he didn't want other teams to know about his training progress. Thus, he used this newly created account to play ranked from 0. Every game he played, he was able to instantly lock on to fleeting shadows. He spent an entire day playing until he reached the diamond rank. Then, he was stuck at this rank for 2 days. After reaching this rank, it was difficult to advance further. After all, his teammates and enemies weren't weak. He needed to start paying attention to his lineup and cooperation with each other. As for Jingyu, no matter what his teammates took, he would only lock on one demon, and that was glimpse. This action undoubtedly aroused the anger of his teammates. They all complained frowny face glimpse playing ranked. Is it poisonous? Just now, he encountered glimpse and lost so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left. He wanted to play ranked to calm himself down, but he encountered glimpse again? It's over, it's over. He's definitely going to lose this round. Can I report my teammates? I want to report him right now. Damn, can't you find a match when you train a new demon? What's in it for you to play ranked? Jingyu didn't feel bad at all when he saw these complaints. Instead, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Ever since he joined PG and started playing as a professional player, the number of people who complained about him became fewer and fewer. Some of them even worshipped him. For example, frowny face Jingyu? F*CK, real person? Ah, take a picture as a memento. Jingyu, I like you so much. Good luck. This round is in. Heart of Ice, go. Pentakill. Now that he thought about it, he really hadn't heard any complaints in a long time. Jingyu looked at the complaints on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Then, his fingers danced nimbly on the keyboard as he typed a sentence. Ally, quer, glimpse, what are you panicking for? My glimpse is sneaky. If you don't believe me, look at my win rate. His teammates didn't believe him. They all clicked on Quer's personal information to look at his career data. In the end, they found that he only used one demon frequently, and that was glimpse. Win rate, 85.9%. What? Seeing this win rate, the teammates who were complaining about glimpse of shadow fell silent. What did it mean to have a win rate of 85.9%? On average, he only lost 1 or 2 matches in every 10 matches. Many professional players couldn't even do that with sword burial. Was it because of a god? His teammates clicked on Quer's recent matches and looked through them patiently. They couldn't find a single match that was marked as a team. Every single match was a solo match. Looking at the results of the most recent match, Quer's glimpse of shadow, 11 kills, 0 deaths, 8 assists. Previous match, 13 kills, 0 deaths, 2 assists. Next match, 10 kills, 0 deaths, 5 assists. These were the matches that he won. Then there was the most recent loss, Glimpse of Shadow, 9 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists. He was named the loser's MVP. The row of 0 deaths made one's scalp tingle. His teammates were still in shock. Before they could express their opinions, the countdown ended and everyone entered the battlefield. Xianxia was hoping that someone would share their thoughts after seeing his win rate. However, up until the 5th minute of the match, there was only dead silence in the chat. He couldn't help but feel a little lonely, but he didn't care too much about it. At the 5th minute, his Glimpse of Shadow rose to level 6 and had an ultimate skill. Coincidentally, the mid lane mages were both at low health and had retreated to their respective towers to prepare to return to the city. Xianxia smiled and suddenly said, "As long as there's light, I can go anywhere." As soon as he said this, he clicked the mouse to drag the ultimate skill and released it at the right time. On the screen, the black-clothed assassin instantly turned into a silver flash. With a whoosh, he directly teleported from the jungle to the enemy's mid lane tower, behind the enemy mage. Xianxia spoke again, "Wherever I go, blood splatters." Almost as soon as Glimpse of Shadow appeared, Xianxia had him use a skill called Shadow Blade. The black-clothed assassin's dagger viciously pierced through the enemy mage's weak body, easily emptying his health bar. System, Glimpse of Shadow, 1 kill, system, enemy. Heijiao has died. Sword Burial had originally wanted to capture the sorcerer, but when he saw Plunder Shadow, he hurriedly teleported to the bottom of the tower, intending to kill him. However, before he could use the skill, the Plunder Shadow had already turned into a silver streak of light and left the enemy's tower, appearing in front of his own tower. As long as he was within 5 seconds, he could use Fleeting Shadow a second time, a third time, and a maximum of 3 times. This time, Xianxia was no longer satisfied with just speaking. He directly typed a line and sent it out. System, Sweeping Shadow, can you catch me? Of course, he repeated it verbally. Hearing this, Qin Fei, who was sitting next to him, sneered. Yihong couldn't help but complain, "Little Xianxia, what are you mumbling about?" Xianxia, "It's a line from Fleeting Shadows." Yihong, F***ck, I couldn't tell. How did you manage to say such cool lines in such a flirtatious manner? Xianxia, Yihong, he's a good assassin, but you imitated him into a flirtatious B***tch. Xianxia. Of course not. Yihong, of course, you can ask someone else if you don't believe me. Hanleng, it's true, I had goosebumps just now. Luo Yiming, so flirtatious that the fire in my hand was extinguished. Xianxia. Okay, I'll be more careful. 10 minutes later, Fleeting Shadows double-killed him. Xianxia, run further away. Xianxia, you can't catch me. Hehe. Xianxia, crawl over here and bite me to death if you can. Xianxia, F***ck, I almost died, I'll run away. Haha, I won't die. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like little Xianxia really likes Fleeting Shadows. Hanleng tried to hold back his laughter. F***ck, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect you to be like this, Xianxia. Luo Yiming laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia, are you sure you want to be like this in an official match? What good will it do you to make your teammates laugh to death? Finally, at 23 minutes, the match ended. Xianxia's Fleeting Shadows had 14 kills, 0 deaths, and 3 assists. He was the MVP. At the same time, he said goodbye to the Diamond Division that he had been stuck at for 2 whole days. He had been promoted to the Master Division. Looking at the golden badge of the Master Division, Xianxia took off his headphones in satisfaction. Then, he was drowned by the ridicule of his teammates. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Xianxia, that's enough. Hanleng, Xianxia, you have a profound understanding of what it means to be flirtatious and feel good at the same time. Flirtatious and feel good at the same time. I'm dying of laughter. Yihong, after fighting for more than 20 minutes and talking flirtatious words for more than 20 minutes, aren't you thirsty, little Xianxia? Xianxia, 0 what did I say? Xianxia, who didn't have a clue about his flirtatious behavior, looked innocently at Qin Fei beside him. Brother Fei, before he could ask the question, Qin Fei had already raised a hand to cover his eyes and laughed softly. Xianxia, Qin Fei had enough of laughing. He reached out to stroke Jingyu's hair and said dotingly, "It's okay, you can say whatever you want." we'll get used to it. Then, he retracted his hand and asked casually, so you've mastered fleeting shadows? Yes. Jingyu replied, and his tone suddenly became proud. I said it would take 3 days. Today is the 3rd day and I've mastered it. My win rate for fleeting shadows is now 86% Qin Fei, amazing. Luo Yiming, F*CK, are you serious? Your win rate in a solo match is heaven-defying. Jingyu, I haven't lost a single match since this afternoon. I raised my win rate in one go. Yi Hong, not bad, not bad. No wonder you're the #1 assassin in the Chinese server. Hanling, Jingyu, we'll rely on you for the points competition. Carry us. Jingyu smiled. Sure. His answer was direct and straightforward, and he was full of righteousness. Then, he asked Luo Yiming, Yiming, how's your Wanmi Liuhua? Luo Yiming, it's okay, it's easier than Kamal. This devil is quite strong. I have a 75% win rate even after a few random fights. Well. Jingyu was a bit confused. How about this, there's still some time before the points competition. I'll help you figure out a combo? Luo Yiming, oh. Okay. I'll leave it to you. In fact, Luo Yiming had already figured out a set of combos. But he still believed in Jingyu. He was looking forward to seeing Jingyu produce a better answer than him. Just like that, the PG team raced against time and happily trained. They were completely unaware that in the afternoon, a post titled Diamond Tier player surprisingly appears in the Chinese server's Fleeting Shadows suddenly went viral on the Devil Lord's official forum. 0L, the poster is a Diamond Tier player. I played 10 ranked matches in 2 days. I met a jungler called Core 3 times and saw him use Fleeting Shadows all 3 times. The first time I met him, I naively thought that he was here to help me improve my ranking. In the end, I was beaten to the point of being autistic. I was shocked, okay. Fleeting Shadows, the poster felt that he was at a disadvantage because he didn't understand Fleeting Shadows, so he immediately went to research this monster. That's why the second time I met him, I was quite confident. In the end, I was beaten to the point of being autistic once again. Damn, he's too strong. As long as you have low health, you'll be harvested. No matter where you hide, he'll find you and kill you. Then, none of us can kill him. So, the third time I met this Quer, can you imagine my despair? Sure enough, it was another match where I was suppressed. 1L, Fleeting Shadows? Is the poster serious? 2L, it can't be, right? I heard that Fleeting Shadows is quite difficult. This morning, I saw a bunch of people complaining that Fleeting Shadows is difficult to use. There's a big shot who mastered it so quickly? No, I have to search for this Quer. 3L, Quer. Replying to the poster, I also met this jungler in the same diamond tier. But I'm his teammate, ha. This person is really awesome. He can carry me all the way. 4L, I met Quer in the same diamond tier. 1 teammate, 1 enemy. There's only one word to describe it, strong. It's so strong that it's like a bug. Could it be a Smurf account of a professional player? 5L, I'm the second poster. I'm back after searching for Quer. This person actually only used Fleeting Shadows. Can you believe that his win rate is 86%? 6L, damn. It's fake, right? I want to search too. 7L, Poster hug. I'm also a diamond tier. I met Quer once. He was really being suppressed and beaten up. 8L, Am I the only one who wants to complain about the poster's luck? He was matched with Quer 3 times, and they were all enemies. Isn't his luck too bad? 9L, I'm also a diamond tier matched with Quer. We're teammates. Before the match started, I was complaining about him. In the end, my face was slapped swollen. He's really too strong. I believe you when you say he's the #1 Fleeting Shadows in the national server. This building appeared around 4 in the afternoon. In just 1 hour, it had a few hundred stories. If it was in the past, Jingyu would check the forum before going to bed at night. However, the intensity of his training had been too high recently. As soon as his body touched the bed, he was so sleepy that he couldn't even open his eyes. Thus, he didn't play with his phone much. The other people in PG didn't have the habit of checking the forum at all. Thus, until the competition for the top 8 began, they didn't know that Jing Yu's fleeting shadows had become popular even before they appeared in the competition. It was unknown how the players who were discussing core would react when they saw Jing Yu's fleeting shadows in the competition. On the last weekend before the competition for the top 8 began, Qin Fei went to bed early. However, no matter how he tossed and turned, he couldn't fall asleep. This was quite rare for him. After all, he had the constitution of an instant sleeper. Once he fell asleep, it wasn't easy for him to wake up. Even 10 alarms wouldn't wake him up. It wasn't because of the upcoming competition for the top 8. It was because he had seriously digested the information that Jing Yu had revealed to him. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Was the car accident really an accident? Jiaoxi's experience, the scars on Jing Yu's body, and his skills, all of these gave Qin Fei a premonition that this wasn't over. Could that car accident have been caused by someone? Someone wanted to kill Jing Yu? The most likely person was undoubtedly someone on Jing Yu's father's side. But why would they want to kill Jing Yu's father as well? Qin Fei tossed and turned in bed for a while. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore. He sat up and called his mother, Qi Xian. Not long after, the call went through. Although Qi Xian was still awake, she was unhappy that Qin Fei called at this time. Her voice was full of impatience. Why do you have to call me at this time? Can't you fend for yourself? Qin Fei ignored her impatience and asked directly, who is Jing Yu's father? TSK, do you think I'm an intelligence station? Qi Xian yelled. She looked down at the information in her hand and replied expressionlessly, I don't know. How can you not know? Qin Fei didn't believe her. Jing Yu's surname is Jing. If we start with this surname, we can more or less. Qi Xian, shut up. Qin Fei obediently shut up. Then, Qi Xian, who was holding the phone in one hand and touching the information in the other, narrowed her eyes and said calmly, you're wrong. The surname Jing is not Jing Yu's father's, he followed his mother's surname. Qin Fei? Jiaoxi changed her name, Qi Xian said. Her original name was Jing Shi. She was an orphan. When she was 12 years old, she was discovered by a talent scout as she begged on the street. In the end, she signed with Jiao Tang Entertainment, that was when she changed her name. Qi Xian, after this name, there are too many things that can be found out. She didn't want to admit that she was related to Jing Yu by blood, probably because of this. Jing Yu's father's surname was not Jing, this lead was gone. Actually, before Qin Fei asked this question, Qi Xian had already tried to investigate Jing Yu's father, but to no avail. Even she herself was surprised by this result. But it wasn't too surprising. After all, she wasn't a god. She couldn't possibly have everything in the world under her control. If she was really that powerful, she wouldn't have been cheated of her money and body by Qin Fei's father. Thinking about that man made her angry. She only found out that he was married after giving birth to his child. She had fed her sincerity to a dog. She was a dignified CEO of a corporation, yet she had become a mistress for no reason. Fortunately, this dog of a son was quite good at recognizing his master. Even though he had been fed false information since he was young, he still followed her scent all the way here. She couldn't shake him off. Thinking of this, Qi Xian's mood improved a lot. Her anger from being disturbed before she went to bed dissipated a lot. She spoke again in a gentler tone. I will continue to investigate Jing Yu's father. I will let you know if there is any progress. She paused. Speaking of which, you are so worried about your little boyfriend. Did you manage to get him? Don't let your hard work go to someone else's wedding dress. No. Qin Fei smiled. I've caught up with her. He sounded a little proud when he said these 5 words. Hearing this, Qi Xian was stunned for a while before she reacted. She couldn't believe it. Really? Someone like you is actually willing to do it? Qin Fei felt uncomfortable when he heard this. What do you mean by someone like me? What's wrong with me? Qi Xian, you are the same as your father. Just because you are handsome, your temper is worse than anyone else's. Don't think that I don't know just because I don't watch the professional league. The internet says that you are fierce. Qin Fei? Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, that fierce is referring to, Qi Xian, you still dare to talk back? Alright, whatever you say. Qin Fei really couldn't outtalk his mother. His tone was somewhat helpless. Mother, whatever you say is right. That's more like it. Qi Xian liked Qin Fei's obedience in small matters. He was obviously a very stubborn and self-centered person, but he was very open-minded when it came to small matters. He never went head-to-head with her, and almost always went along with her. However, it was also because she was his mother. Qi Xian knew her son quite well. Qin Fei's temper was indeed bad, and he would explode at the slightest provocation. However, he had enough patience and tolerance for the people he truly cared about. He would rather suffer some losses to make them happy. It looked like an alpha wolf, but it was actually a loyal dog. Alas, what a pity, the man who suited her taste so well was actually her own son. Qi Xian sighed regretfully. The pig that I worked so hard to raise is finally going to eat someone else's cabbage. Qin Fei. If I'm a pig, what are you? Qi Xian, to feed pigs. Qin Fei. There's actually nothing wrong with that, Qi Xian. When are you going to bring your little boyfriend over for me to see? This wasn't the first time Qi Xian had asked this question, but this time, Qin Fei was able to answer. After thinking seriously for a while, he gave the answer. After the elimination round. After the competition, I'll bring him over to see you. After a pause, he added, don't scare him with women's clothing. Qi Xian, okay, I'll prepare women's clothing in advance and wait for him. The two of them chatted for a while more before saying goodnight to each other and hanging up. After that, Qin Fei laid back on the bed. He recalled the peaceful look on Jing Yu's face when he was nestled in his arms. He secretly swore, no matter if someone wanted to harm Jing Yu or not, he wouldn't let that person succeed. Jing Yu was under his protection. Sunday. Finally, it was the last day before the elimination round for the top 8 officially began. Before today, PG had already played against a few of the top 8 teams in mock competitions. There were wins and losses. In almost every game, both sides were just testing each other and didn't show their true strength. In one game, PG even let go of all their members and gave them a novice gift pack. The reason was that JOK actually let the new second team play against them. Hey, little brats, have your hair grown out yet? In that game, of course, PG won in the end. Using 5 novice demons that no one knew how to use, they completely defeated JOK's second team. Yi Hong, they want to test our strength, but they don't want to expose their own strength. How can there be such a good thing? Han Leng, JOK's mock competition is too careless, right? Luo Yiming, originally, I had a good impression of JOK. At least, he was better than Kid. Now? Hee. Jing Yu, I can see that these strong teams don't take us seriously. Qin Fei, that's normal. In their impression, we're still the weak team that they completely destroyed. After all, PG had scored a terrifying -14 in the previous season's points competition, which was the lowest score since the LDPL was held. This score was obviously difficult to convince the public. Not to mention the top 8 teams, even the teams that had been defeated by PG jumped out to ridicule PG, and gave PG the title of fake top 8. Forget it, it's fine. Jing Yu smiled. This season, I'm here. Luo Yiming, that's right. 5 kills and flying. Yi Hong, little Jing Yu, we'll rely on you for the points competition. Crush them with 14 points. Han Leng, this battle will make us rise. Qin Fei looked at their excited expressions and smiled without saying anything. At the entrance of the training room, Xiao Yun, who had just walked in, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. Jing Yu is really popular. After sighing with emotion, she raised her voice and said, alright, all of you take a break. The team uniforms have been made and sent over just now. Try them on. Team uniforms. Luo Yiming was the first to exclaim and jumped up from his chair. Where is it? Where is it? The 5 of them left the training room one after another and came to the hall. At a glance, they saw 5 sets of team uniforms lined up on the coffee table. Xiaoyan smiled at their surprised expressions and said softly, there's a name embroidered under the collar. don't take the wrong one. The 5 of them found their team uniforms and began to try them on the spot. This set of team uniforms that Xiaoyun had spent a week meticulously designing. The combination of red and black was full of explosive feeling and was very domineering. Team PG's logo was printed on the back in eye-catching red. One could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a pig, but it was actually designed with the 2 letters PG. Below the pig-shaped letters was PG's full name, Play Gaily. One had to be happy when playing games, there was no point in being unhappy. How do you feel? Xiaoyun asked the 5 of them. Luo Yiming, handsome. Han Leng, domineering. Yi Hong, it's the feeling I like. Sister Xiao, you've worked hard. Xiaoyun directly ignored Qin Fei and asked Jingyu, what do you think? Unexpectedly, Jingyu didn't even notice her question. He walked in a circle in front of Qin Fei and asked him, Brother Fei, does this suit me? Qin Fei smiled, handsome. Jingyu also smiled, not as handsome as you. Xiaoyun. Did I just eat a mouthful of dog food for no reason? Wait, what's going on with these two? Qin Fei and Jingyu's relationship wasn't told to anyone in the team. There were 2 reasons, one was that Jingyu wasn't ready to come out of the closet to his teammates, and the other was that Qin Fei was worried that his teammates would think too much after finding out about it. For example, the Wuxia alliance was a strategic necessity, not a public display of affection, therefore, this matter would have to wait until the points competition was over before discussing it. TSK, he suddenly realized that after the points competition, there were a lot of things to do, rolling in the sheets, announcing their relationship, meeting the parents. Qin Fei was really looking forward to it, but also felt that it was troublesome. On Sunday afternoon, the 5 PG players put on their new team uniforms and took a bunch of photos. Individual photos, group photos. Front, side, back. Why did it feel like they were taking prison photos? When it was almost over, Jingyu, who had wanted to say something several times, finally couldn't help but reach out and tug at Qin Fei's sleeve. Qin Fei turned to look at him, what's wrong? Jingyu averted his gaze and said uncomfortably, I want to take a photo with you alone. Pfft, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. It's not a big deal. After saying that, he hooked his arm around Jingyu's neck and motioned for the photographer to take another photo. The photographer didn't think too much and chose the best angle. Click, later, the photo that was sent to Jingyu's phone was like this. Qin Fei casually hooked his arm around his neck, and he was almost nestled in Qin Fei's arms. The 2 of them were relaxed and smiling. Although they were wearing aggressive team uniforms, it felt like a spring breeze. The night before the game, Jingyu stared at the photo on his phone for a long time, then hugged the phone to his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. We will win the points competition, he said firmly. I will also help you win the championship. Once, I played for Heart of Ice, and from now on, I will play for you. No matter what you want, I will give it to you, as long as I can give it to you. You can order me to do anything, and I will not resist. For you, even if my bones are broken, I will gladly endure it. Jingyu repeated these words in his heart, then closed his eyes and sighed. Brother Fei, for the sake of me being so obedient, never leave me alone. The next day, the top 8 points competition officially began. On the day of the game, PG's team took the subway early to the venue. Compared to the knockout round, the venue for the top 8 points competition was obviously much larger. Taking advantage of the fact that not many people came, Jingyu stood on the stage and looked up. The rows of seats were densely packed, making him dizzy, but at the same time, he was a little excited. When the game started, would these seats be full? Would there be so many people watching their game live? Jingyu imagined the spectacular scene of the audience applauding and cheering for the exciting moments of the game, and he couldn't help but laugh. If that was the case, he had to play well. At 9 o'clock, the originally empty auditorium suddenly became a sea of people. The host arrived and announced the official start of the top 8 points competition. Under his introduction, the 8 strong teams entered the venue according to the final ranking of the last season. First place, My second place, Kid third place, Jock fourth place, Ball C fifth place, Rule sixth place, SKR 1 seventh place, in 8th place. PGPG was the last team in last season's top 8 points competition, but this season, when it was their turn to enter the venue, the applause and cheers from the audience were not inferior to that of the other teams. Yi Hong was about to be overwhelmed by the momentum of the audience. Damn. Are our popularity that high? No one replied to him, because, in the midst of the enthusiastic cheers, no one could hear him. The host's voice was transmitted to every corner of the venue through the microphone. Last season, PG's performance in the standings competition was not satisfactory, which made them receive a lot of doubts. Many people said that it was an accident that PG was able to enter the top 8, and that they did not have the qualifications to compete with the top 8 teams. However, this season, PG once again entered the top 8. They used their results to prove that they indeed have the ability to compete with the top 8 teams. PG is back. Yes, we're back. Xianxia said to himself, not caring if anyone could hear him. In the invitational tournament before the official tournament, the officials had chosen SOS between PG and SOS. This meant that PG had lost the chance to advance to the point competition before the official tournament. They had to start from the qualifiers, go through the group stage, the knockout stage, and so on. They had to overcome all obstacles and fight their way into the top 8 with their absolute strength. At the beginning of the tournament, all the players who supported PG were worried for PG. However, as the tournament progressed, PG's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. This season's PGs were as ferocious as before, but they were more stable and mature. If someone were to compare the results of PGs in the past 2 seasons, they would realize that this season's PGs had taken as many kills as the previous season, but their survival rate had greatly increased. Not only was PG back, but he was even stronger. Following the host's introduction, PG entered the arena. Wearing their team uniforms, they stood neatly under the dazzling spotlights. Everyone seemed to be glowing. In the audience, applause and cheers rose and fell one after another. Some people even excitedly waved homemade support signs with pictures of the 5 players during the knockout stage. They had also overcome all obstacles and fought their way into the top 8. This time, no one doubted PG's strength. Looking at the crowd of support signs from afar, Luo Yiming couldn't help but complain, I suddenly feel like we're holding a concert. His voice was very loud. Standing beside him, Han Leng heard him and instinctively replied, maybe it's because of Brother Fei and Jingyu's good looks. There were indeed a lot of people who were attracted by Qin Fei and Jingyu's good looks. Most of them were female fans. Some liked Qin Fei's handsomeness, some liked Jingyu's cuteness, and some liked the indescribable harmony when the two of them stood together. After PG's players were seated, the host's introduction came to an end. Okay, now that the 8 strong teams are here, let's quickly start the first part of the point competition, drawing lots. Following his words, a form suddenly appeared on the big screen above the arena. The first line of the form was the date. The competition would last for 7 days, so the dates of the 7 days were marked, from the 22nd to the 28th. The first column was the time. There were 4 matches a day, so the times of the 4 matches were marked, 9 a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. That's right, this was the schedule for the top 8 tournament. However, at this moment, this form did not have the names of the teams, only the numbers. For example, the first match on the first day was 1 versus 2, the second match was 3 versus 4, and so on. Now, all the teams would draw their own numbers in order to determine the competition schedule for the top 8. Yi Hong, if I remember correctly, the computer used to sort everything automatically? At this time, the stadium was much quieter, so PG's teammates all heard Yi Hong's words and responded one after another. Luo Yiming, yeah, why is it so complicated now? Han Leng, it's an offline competition, so of course I have to act cool. Yi Hong, so who should we send up later? Luo Yiming, Jingyu. Han Leng, I vote for Jingyu. I knew it. Jingyu smiled helplessly. Xiao Yun said that he was PG's favorite, but he didn't think so at all. Look at how happy his teammates were egging him on. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Qin Fei, but he didn't expect that Qin Fei was also looking at him. Seeing him look over, Qin Fei couldn't help but smile and encourage him. I'll leave it to you, good luck. Jingyu, yeah. I'll do my best. He suddenly became excited, and he couldn't wait to rush up the stage and draw his number. However, just as Jingyu was about to give it a try, Yi Hong poured cold water on him. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by good luck? We're the last to go up, we don't have a choice. That's right. Jinyu suddenly felt that he was a bit stupid for being so excited. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he saw how self-deprecating he was. He raised his hand and patted his head. Just think of it as going for a walk. Jinyu narrowed his eyes comfortably. Yeah. First, let's invite the first team to come up on stage and draw their number. The host looked at my team. Who is my team going to send up? Haha, it's our captain. My team didn't hesitate for long before sending their captain and mid-laner onto the stage. This mature and reliable man walked up to the host and put his hand into the lottery box with a serious face. Finally, he pulled out a purple ball with the number 4 on it. Host, my number is out. It's number 4. Following the host's words, the number 4 on the big screen was replaced with my in an instant. Number 4. Today's match is at 1 p.m.? Hanleng said as he looked at the form. Yeah, Yihang replied. Today's match in the afternoon is better, so there's still time to prepare. If it's the first match in the morning, we'll start the match as soon as we find out who our opponent is. We won't be prepared at all. Luo Yiming, I don't know which team will be so unlucky as to draw the morning match. The second team to draw their number was Kid. They drew a blue ball. Number 2, the first match of the morning. Luo Yiming, PFFF, Yihang, ha, I'm happy to see that. Hanleng, but Kid is very strong. I don't know which team is so unlucky as to meet them on the first day, and it's the first match of the morning too. They're completely unprepared. During the official finals, the commentators thought that PG and ANE were archenemies. Maybe that was true for ANE, but for PG, they only had one archenemy. It wasn't ANE, but Kid. This team had decisively kicked Feng Luofan out of the team because of his injury. Luo Yiming liked to attack close to his face, so they didn't let him play. Clearly, PG's hatred was at its maximum. Feng Luofan wanted to see this team lose even in his dreams. Luo Yiming also wanted to shoot this team that had played him for months into a sieve. They didn't let him play and didn't allow him to transfer. Kid's face was as big as the moon, however, Kid's strength was there for all to see. Last season, he was second in the finals, and this season, he was first in the invitational. It wouldn't be easy for PG to see Kid lose. They didn't know how they would play against Kid now. The third team to draw their number was JOK. They drew a green ball, number 6. The fourth team was ball C. They drew a brown ball, number 7. The fifth team was Rule. They drew a black ball, number 8. Whoa, ball C and Rule? Yihang raised his eyebrows. The two teams are about the same in strength. I think it'll be a stalemate. Not necessarily. Xianxia replied. Rule's ranking is the same as SOS. They get worse every season. If SOS decline is due to their age, then Rule's decline is completely due to their lineup. Rule's team liked to play with the same lineup until the end. Unless their first pick was banned, they wouldn't change their lineup even if they lost a match. They played stubbornly and inflexibly. They thought that they would be invincible if they trained a demon well. However, they didn't know that after a few seasons, other teams had already thoroughly studied their lineup and playstyle. They had formulated a series of countermeasures against them. If Rule is still so conservative this season, they will pay a heavy price. Xianxia predicted. Yihang was skeptical. The sixth team to draw their number was SKR. 1. They drew an orange ball, number 5. This meant that their opponent would be Jock, who had drawn number 6. Yihang, terrible. Hanleng, I'm up against Jock in the first match. What a tragedy. SKR. 1 and Rule were polar opposites. If Rule was conservative, then SKR. 1 was crazy at any time. They never had a fixed lineup and played very flexibly. The lineup they used in the Pro League was their first attempt. They played as they practiced, so they had a lot of openings and couldn't move up in the rankings. However, why did this style sound so familiar? Jinyu silently looked at his teammates and didn't say anything. Finally, the draw came to an end. There were only 2 teams left to draw. ANE was the first to go on stage. They drew a red ball, number 3. Their opponent was the previous season's champion, Mai. A&E's jungler, Fly, was sent to the stage to draw their number. He stared blankly at the screen as number 3 was replaced by A&E's team name. Luo Yiming laughed without restraint. Ha ha ha. There's a team even worse than SKR. They're directly facing the champion team. After laughing, he realized that his teammates were not saying anything. He turned his head in confusion and saw Hanlin frowning, as well as Yi Hong, who was on the verge of tears. Luo Yiming didn't understand. What's wrong with you guys? Qin Fei calmly glanced at him and kindly reminded him. What's the last number? Luo Yiming looked at the screen. There's only number 1 left, wow. We're number 1. Yi Hong sighed as if he had lost his life. I say, look again. Who's number 1's opponent today? Luo Yiming looked carefully. His face twisted. Kid, today's first match, Kid. A few minutes ago, they were still rejoicing in Kid's misfortune. They sympathized with his opponent today. Now, a few minutes later, they were speechless as they looked at the number 1 on the schedule. Following the host's invitation, Jingyu calmly stood up and went up to the stage. He took out the last ball in the box, the yellow number 1 ball. There was no suspense. The audience sighed. They were all sighing at PG's luck. It was really too bad. A&E couldn't help but sigh. I thought we were already miserable enough. I didn't expect PG to be the most miserable. One was the 8th place team that had been crushed by 7 teams in the previous season's points competition. The other was the 1st place team in this season's invitational tournament. The 2 teams with such a huge disparity in rankings were going to meet each other in such an unprepared situation. How would they end up fighting? The host said something else, but PG wasn't listening. Jingyu nervously asked Luo Yiming. I remember that kid likes to use a double archer formation? What archers are they good at? Luo Yiming was silent for a while before replying. He said, there's no archer that kid isn't good at. Hearing this, Jingyu stared blankly. Before he could react, he heard Luo Yiming say seriously, this match, we definitely can't lose. I'd rather lose to A&E than lose to Kid. Jingyu could completely understand Luo Yiming's feelings. In the past, he had been ridiculed by his teammates and the bullet screen for his instant lock on Heart of Ice. The more he was ridiculed, the more he wanted to play Heart of Ice and smash their faces. Luo Yiming was probably the same. Kid didn't recognize his playstyle and looked down on him. The more this was the case, the more he wanted to prove his strength to Kid. But, to be honest, this match with Kid wasn't going to be easy. As soon as they found out that their opponent was Kid, they were about to start the match. Kid wasn't prepared either, but PG was still the champion of the official competition. All of the top 8 teams would pay attention to them. Especially this season, PG had signed a new jungler. Under the jungler's leadership, the entire team had a new look. Early on, when they had advanced to the knockout stage, many of the top 8 teams had already begun studying their playstyle. They didn't know if Kid was one of them. After Jingyu drew his number, the host announced the end of the draw. Without giving them much time to prepare, he directly announced the start of the first round of the top 8. PG vs Kid. The photos of the main members of the 2 teams were displayed side by side on the big screen. The versus in the middle was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Luo Yiming looked up and was amused. On the right was Kid's face. It felt like he was just a passerby. If you threw him into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find him. On the left was PG. Just Qin Fei alone was enough to raise PG's overall appearance. In addition, Jingyu's face was similar to Jiaoxi's. He could definitely enter the entertainment industry. PG's appearance beat Kid's. Our face won. Luo Yiming shouted in surprise. Yi Hong glared at him. The Pro League isn't a competition of face. Luo Yiming, This time, the 2 teams' rooms were arranged very far apart. They were on opposite sides of the arena, above the entire arena. PG's 5 players climbed the stairs to the left room. They couldn't see the big screen anymore. The noise of the audience also disappeared as the door closed. At the same time, the image of the 2 teams sitting down appeared on the big screen from the camera in the room. Host. Now, we can see that the players of both teams have taken their seats and are starting to adjust their equipment. Just as the players were about to enter their passwords to log in, the image on the screen changed and the faces of the two commentators appeared. This time, they didn't show their faces in front of the audience. They chose to commentate backstage to avoid being affected by the audience's reaction. The commentators. And I believe everyone. Both of them had been commentators for the LDPL since the first season. They had a lot of experience in commentating. Aban smiled shyly on the screen. Haha, you flatter me. In terms of strength, I'm still not as good as a professional player. Host, let's talk about Xianxia again. Xianxia can be said to be played by Aban. LD was the first MOBA game she came into contact with. However, her comprehension ability is very high. She was a little rusty in the first season, but in the second season, she was a very good player. Now, she's Aban's exclusive support. Before Xianxia could say anything, Aban beat her to it. Ever since Xianxia became my support, I've never reached the Overlord stage. Just as he finished speaking, he was hit by Xianxia. That's because you didn't play much this season. So what if I'm a support? Let's not talk about anything else. I'm quite confident in my own rhythm. Besides, if I support you in ranking, your chances of winning aren't low. Aban, hahaha, I'm just kidding. You're not bad at all. My support is none other than you. The host, alright, there's no time to lose. Let's start today's competition quickly. Following the host's words, the two sides threw the dice to determine their factions and entered the ban and pick segment. Aban could not help but sigh when he saw the two sides confirm their factions. PG's luck is very bad today. He's on the red side. The kid on the blue side will go first. He'll ban the demons first. Xianxia could not help but sigh. PG's luck is really bad today. He drew a kid on the first day, and he's the backup. It'll be very difficult for him, right? After a pause, she could not help but ask curiously. What does Aban think PG's chances of winning this round are? This kind of question had to be answered carefully because it was easy to be slapped in the face later. Aban was a professional commentator, so of course, he couldn't say everything he wanted to say. He replied ambiguously, it's hard to say. Kid defeated the champion team MY in this season's invitational tournament and took first place. There's no doubt about his strength. But PG is also very strong this season. He defeated ANE 3-1 in the official finals. This is PG's first time fighting against Kid after changing the members of his team. It's hard to say how the fight will turn out. Xianxia understood and followed Aban's words. Looks like this will be a very suspenseful match. Let's wait and see who's stronger between Kid and PG. After a pause, she said, okay, we can see that Kid's first ban is Lilith. It looks like Kid is more afraid of PG's previous jungler, Xianxia, than PG's new jungler. Aban, ever since Xianxia joined, Lilith has been used very frequently. This early stage devil is the image of PG's early stage team. Kid's decision to ban her was a very wise choice. Then, PG decisively banned Kamal. As expected, he banned Archer. Kid's captain, Archer LLY, is probably the best archer in the Chinese server. His Kamal and Dark Cupid are both very good. Xianxia, Kid's focus is on archers. After all, he's the C position. After a pause, she said, oh, Kid's second ban was not hesitant. He banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Aban, even if some fiendish demons are weakened, in the hands of those who know how to use them, they are still terrifying. Xianxia, yes. Currently, other than JOK's XD, only PG's Yezi knows how to play Nine-Tailed Fox. Aban, PG's second ban was given to Centaur. He's still an archer. Xianxia, let's see who Kid's last ban spot will be given to. Aban, it's amazing that Kid doesn't have a new jungler that specifically targets PG. As soon as he finished speaking, Kid chose the last ban spot, Moonshade Spider. Aban couldn't help but laugh. Haha, as expected, there's no way to ignore Jingyu's existence. Then, it was time for PG to choose the ban spot. For once, PG hesitated. Jingyu nervously asked Luo Yiming, Yiming, what's the ban? Luo Yiming was also a bit nervous. Don't ask me. Even if I was with Kid 4. A while, that was a few months ago. Who knows what's going on with them now? Actually, before the point competition started, Feng Luofan had helped them analyze the current situation of the top 8 teams. Basically, he had arranged a practice match and analyzed it for one round. But now, PG's players suddenly realized that they had fought against most of the top 8 teams in the mock competition. Even if many of the teams fought half-heartedly, even if Jock was directly sent to the newly formed second team, they had still fought against them. But Kid hadn't come to them even once. Even if Feng Luofan didn't like Kid, he wouldn't reject Kid's invitation for a practice match for personal reasons. Therefore, the only reason was, Kid didn't want to play against PG in the first place. Didn't this mean that they didn't care about PG at all? Coincidentally, PG's first opponent was Kid, who hadn't played against them in practice matches. They didn't have much information on them. Jingyu anxiously looked at the countdown next to the ban spot. At this moment, Qin Fei spoke in a very calm voice. Ban sword burial. Jingyu stared blankly for a moment. Before he could react, he had already banned sword burial. Then he remembered and asked, why ban sword burial? Without knowing what to ban, there's a high chance that the other team will pick it, and there's a high chance that we won't pick it, Qin Fei said, looking at him with amusement. You're going to use Heart of Ice, right? Yeah, Jingyu admitted without hesitation. Luo Yiming immediately said, you're not going to use Shadow Glimpse? Jingyu, I've only practiced Shadow Glimpse for 3 days, and I'm only at the master level. I'm not sure if it'll work against a pro player. So for the first round, I want to use the most familiar team to see the situation first, so that I can adapt to the situation. Luo Yiming, so it's like that. Jingyu, in short, we'll use our most familiar team for the first round, and then we'll adjust for the next round. Yi Hong, that's all we can do for now. While they were talking, Kid had already chosen their first demon. A flame suddenly ignited on the big screen. After swaying enchantingly for a moment, it suddenly exploded, turning into a sea of fire. A girl wearing a complicated long dress walked out of the flames. She spread out her black wings and waved her hand. The flames around her condensed into her palm, twining around her fingers and shuttling back and forth between her fingers. This girl with wavy blonde hair and dark red eyes flickered with blazing flames. She faced the camera and smiled as she said her line. The flames flowing through my fingertips are my passionate love for you. Tanghua immediately cried out in surprise. Wan Mi Liuhua. Kid's first demon is Wan Mi Liuhua. They didn't expect to see a new demon appear in the first round. The audience cheered. On PG's side, after a short silence, Jingyu finally calmed down and said, grab Dark Cupid. Almost at the same time he said these words, Luo Yiming had already locked onto Dark Cupid. Jingyu was about to ask Qin Fei to lock Satan when Qin Fei said calmly, Yezi, Heijiao. Archers and sorcerers were the core of the DPS. Since Heijiao was a strong sorcerer, they had to grab as many as they could. Thus, after Kid locked onto Wami Liuhua, PG locked onto Dark Cupid and Heijiao. It was Kid's turn to pick a demon again. Aban was worried for PG. PG is a team that doesn't play by the rules. This time, they chose a strong archer and strong sorcerer. It looks like they're very wary of Kid's strength. Let's see what he'll pick for the second and third positions. Huh? Tanghua exclaimed when she saw the demon that Kid had picked. Maha and Wind of Condensation. Are they archers too? Aban, maybe he just picked them to show off, and locked them? Aban was about to say that Kid was just showing off and would soon switch to a demon. He didn't expect Kid to lock them so decisively. Wanmi Liuhua, Maha, Wind of Condensation, 3 archers, Aban's heart raced. He was looking forward to the outcome of this round. As we all know, Kid's team likes to use archers. They often use a double archer lineup in matches. However, this is the first time they've used a triple archer lineup. Tanghua, wow, so Kid is planning to play post-production? I can foresee that this team's damage will be explosive in the post-production. PG's team was shocked when they saw Kid lock onto 3 archers at once. Jingyu began to get nervous once more. This is the first time we've encountered such a lineup. We have to fight in the early stages. In the later stage, he will be crushed to death in the spring. Qin Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Xianxia was acting a little strange today. Although Xianxia had always placed great importance on winning or losing, he had never shown this kind of emotion, especially before entering the battlefield. But today, Qin Fei could not help but reflect. Was it the reward and punishment measures that he had privately formulated with him before the competition that had given him pressure? Her original intention was not to let him get carried away by his relationship and perform badly in the competition. But now, it seemed like it had the opposite effect. At this point, it was impossible for him to tell Xianxia that his words were not valid in front of the recording equipment and his teammates. Besides, Qin Fei couldn't guarantee that Xianxia would return to normal if he cancelled the reward and punishment measures. Maybe he would think too much during the match because the cancellation was too sudden. He could only let nature take its course. With that in mind, Qin Fei pursed his lips and looked at his computer screen, pretending that nothing had happened. In the end, the lineups that the two teams chose for this round were PG, Satan, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice Kid, Wanmi Liuhua, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Flower in the Mirror, Maha. After the two teams exchanged monsters, it was very clear where Kid's monsters would be. Tanghua, Kid's top laner, got Wanmi Liuhua. Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror went down, and Maha is the jungler. A ban, bringing out 3 archers in the first round of the elimination round. Kid is very brave. As the two casters spoke, the two teams entered the battlefield. After Xianxia helped Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid get red in the jungle, he led his Heart of Ice farm in the jungle. As Qin Fei cleared the monsters, he also paid attention to Xianxia's situation. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no problems with his performance. In the first 5 minutes, the two teams didn't make any big moves. At the 5th minute, Qin Fei and Luo Yiming tried to kill Kid's top laner and archer with the tower, but they were able to escape. Not only did they fail to kill their opponents, but they also almost died under the tower. Tanghua, Kid is playing very cautiously in the beginning. He's focusing on his own development and avoiding direct confrontations with the PG. A ban, yeah, Kid's position is very clear. He needs to develop and play the late game. In this round, it's up to the PG to take advantage of the early game, suppress Kid, and win in one fell swoop. After 6 minutes, except for the support, both teams had reached level 6 and had big moves. On the road, Qin Fei estimated Wanmi Liuhua's HP. He felt that if his hand speed was fast enough, he could definitely kill her while tanking the tower. The problem was that Kid's top laner, KKA, was also a player with fast hand speed. Wanmi Liuhua's skills also gave this new archetype ghoul a very strong life-saving ability. It could be said that it existed to prevent situations like tanking the tower. Should he go or not, Qin Fei chose to wait and see. A ban, Qin Fei is as fierce as ever. Although this time, he seems to be leisurely filling in the creeps, as soon as Wanmi Liuhua comes out of the tower, he'll fight back. Tanghua, Qin Fei is really strong. So far, no player has been able to beat him in lane. Almost all of them have been suppressed under the tower. A ban, Kid's Ka is also very strong. Qin Fei's suppression doesn't affect his rhythm of filling in the creeps. So far, there's not much of a gap between their finances. Then, the screen panned to the middle lane. Heijiao was facing off against Peacock Plume. Heijiao still had a big advantage. Yi Hong's Heijiao was also suppressing Peacock Plume under the tower, but he didn't dare to go too deep. As soon as he sensed Maha's presence, he would immediately return to a safe position. Again, there wasn't much of a gap between their finances. In the bottom lane, Luo Yiming had his own Dark Cupid. Under Sarier's protection, he tried to get close to Wind of Condensation a few times, but Wind of Condensation easily pulled away. Then, Flower in the Mirror threw a crowd control, but Dark Cupid dodged it. Neither side could hit the other. They could only continue to fight while filling in the creeps. The top, middle, and bottom lanes were all in a stalemate. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the PG side was getting more and more uneasy. Luo Yiming was the first to lose patience. F***CK, if we can't even suppress him in the early game, how the hell are we going to fight him in the late game? Han Leng hurriedly said, stay calm. LLY is Kid's trump card after all. You just have to stay in line with him and wait for Yi Zi to come over. Yi Hong pursed his lips. Jingyu, when are you coming over? After letting Heart of Ice kill the last monster in the top lane, Jingyu calmly replied, I'm coming. Both of them knew that they didn't have to kill the enemy mid-laner. As long as they could bring the enemy down to critical health, they could help the bottom lane and break the stalemate while the enemy went back to the city to recover. The problem was that even if they thought this way, the kid definitely had his own thoughts. Jingyu, don't push too hard before I come over. As soon as Jingyu finished speaking, the enemy Maha charged out of the bushes. The first feather hit Heijiao, but the second one missed. Thanks to Jingyu's reminder, Heijiao had moved to the bottom of the tower in time. Yi Hong, who had dodged the attack, still had lingering fears. He actually charged out directly. What a straightforward fight. As he spoke, he threw a water spout at Maha, successfully pushing Maha up. Maha's footsteps paused for a moment, and at that moment, Jingyu's Heart of Ice arrived. Before he rushed out of the bushes, he released a second skill as fast as he could and connected with Maha. Not a good position. Jingyu clicked his tongue. Even though he said that, he still let his Heart of Ice float towards Maha along with the cold light. He decisively released a big move, Blizzard engulfed Maha, but Peacock Plume dodged it. His position really wasn't good, and he couldn't control both monsters. However, if he didn't make a move now, Maha would be far away, and his position would be even worse. Therefore, Heart of Ice still moved over. Then, when he released a skill, Yi Hong also seized the opportunity to release a big move. A spectacular wave surged towards Maha, drowning her in an instant. At the same time, Maha also attacked Heart of Ice, and Peacock Plume followed up with a big move. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. System, Peacock Plume, 1 kill. System, Heart of Ice has died. Both junglers died almost at the same time, and both mid laners were still in a stalemate. The situation didn't change. Wait, was there really no change? Aban clicked on the economy of both sides and immediately found the problem. Kid's economy is over PG. Huh? Why? Tanghua exclaimed. The top, middle, and bottom laners are all in a stalemate, and Kid's top laner is always suppressed by PG. Why is Kid's economy rising faster? It's because of the jungler. Aban said. It's because Maha's farming speed is faster than Heart of Ice, so Jingyu knew that he would die if he rushed up to kill Maha, but he still rushed up. Tanghua, but this is just a stalling tactic. Almost at the same time that Tanghua said this, Jingyu gave an order. The enemy jungler is dead. Yiming, quickly farm. Luo Yiming, okay. He wanted to farm, but he was entangled by the enemy's Wind of Condensation and couldn't get away. Wind of Condensation's damage wasn't high, but it relied on its long arms to lick Dark Cupid's health from time to time, and it actually showed signs of suppressing Dark Cupid. This is unbelievable. Aban looked at the situation in the bottom lane and couldn't help but sigh. LLY's Wind of Condensation is suppressing one's Dark Cupid. You have to know that Dark Cupid is the strong version, and Wind of Condensation is rarely used. Tanghua, last season, LLY liked to use Wind of Condensation. After all, Wind of Condensation has long arms. It was important for archers to have high damage, but the most important thing was to be able to hit the enemy demon. If they couldn't hit it, it was useless no matter how high the damage was. The current situation was that Wind of Condensation was constantly licking Dark Cupid's health, but Dark Cupid's damage couldn't reach Wind of Condensation. However, very soon, Wind of Condensation couldn't reach Dark Cupid either, because Luo Yiming retreated to the jungle behind the tower. Aban, is one planning to make up for his economy by farming the jungle? The junglers on both sides haven't revived yet, so farming the jungle now is. Before he could say wise, Dark Cupid, who had finally reached the jungle, suddenly circled around and teleported back to Wind of Condensation, hitting Wind of Condensation several times in a row. Tanghua, ah. Dark Cupid rushed back? Wind of Condensation reacted quickly and immediately teleported into the tower. However, Hanlung Sarier immediately used Blink to catch up to Dark Cupid and used his ultimate, Speed Lock. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid didn't even think about it. With the buff from Sarier's ultimate, he rushed into the enemy tower, teleported, and chased after Wind of Condensation and dealt damage, Wind of Condensation probably didn't expect Dark Cupid to suddenly go berserk. Before he could even use Blink, he was killed by the tower. Flower in the Mirror actually chose to throw crowd control at the critical moment instead of using his shield. In the end, he was able to crowd control Dark Cupid and let the tower kill him, but he couldn't protect his own archer. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Wind of Condensation has died. System, Flower in the Mirror, 1 kill. System, Dark Cupid has died. Seeing this system notification, Xianxia, who had just revived, almost vomited blood. What happened to the jungler that I told you to farm? Luo Yiming, however, let out a sigh of relief. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. I finally killed him. Awesome. Alright, you have to be happy when you're playing a game. However, Xianxia opened up the economy of both sides. After Maha's revival, the kids' economy skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. The PG couldn't catch up anymore. Even if Xianfei abandoned the tower and went to the mid lane to kill Peacock Plume at the 10-minute mark, it didn't help the PG at all. At the 11-minute mark, Xianxu's Heart of Ice had crowd-controlled the enemy's bottom lane composition. Dark Cupid successfully killed both of them. However, the enemy Maha arrived quickly and killed Heart of Ice in one hit. Then, she chased after Dark Cupid and left him with low health. Even if Dark Cupid managed to escape, he didn't dare to steal the magic compass with his low health. After Maha took the magic compass, she and Wanmi Liuhua pushed down the first tower in the mid lane. Then, they pushed down the second tower and then the third tower. With more archers, they could push down the towers faster. Xianfei and Yihong couldn't stop Kid at all with their economy behind. It was already good enough that they could protect themselves. Then, while the PG was busy clearing out the minions, Kid stole the magic dragon at lightning speed. System, Maha, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Seeing these two system notifications, the 5 PG players clicked their tongues. They couldn't have been more miserable in this round. No matter how strong Xianxu's desire to win was, he couldn't say things like hang in there, we can turn the tables in this situation, so he simply kept silent. Xianfei resisted desperately for a while, but after he was insta-killed by each of the 3 archers, he said helplessly, we lost. Let's get ready for the next round. The front line couldn't tank enough damage, and the back line couldn't deal enough damage. This round, the PG team had lost completely. But hearing Xianfei say it, Xianxia was still a little disappointed. He couldn't help but sigh. Then, he heard Xianfei's next sentence. It's normal to win and lose in a game. This round was hard to begin with. If we lose, we lose. Win the next 2 rounds. Xianxia replied with a Xianfei asked, do you have an idea on how to defeat Kid? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then replied seriously, I'll use Glimpse in the next round. In the first round between PG and Kid, PG lost, and after 10 minutes, it was a one-sided match. Aban had expected PG to lose against Kid, but he did not expect the loss to be so devastating. After Kid destroyed PG's territory, it took him a long time before he found his voice again. Kid won this round in a very dominant manner. He achieved such a remarkable result on his first use of the 3 shooters lineup. No wonder he got first place in the Invitational. Tanghua also said, shooters are the center position. Kid shooters are elites who stood out from the Devil's training. PG just got into the top 8 and he met Kid. What bad luck. On PG's side, after a short silence, the atmosphere eased. Yihong rubbed the back of his hand and said, Yiming, you shouldn't have set up flags before the match. You have to know that things like flags are used to fall. Luo Yiming, who was still in a daze, came back to his senses. Then what should I say? Kid will definitely win the next round? F***ck Yihong couldn't help but curse. Then he said, you're not setting up flags, you're jinxing yourself. Can't you not talk about winning or losing and just do your best? Hanleng, don't talk about it. I don't believe in these metaphysical things. All I know is that we've already lost a point. If we can't get back around from Kid, we'll be back to last season's cycle of being crushed by the other 7 teams. Yihong, F***ck. You're setting up flags one higher than the other. Can't it be better? Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. All of you shut up. You can only win the next round, not lose. Yi Hong, you're coming too? Jingyu, who was surrounded by flags, twitched his lips and said helplessly, brothers, calm down and listen to me. Everyone instantly fell silent. 4 pairs of eyes turned to look at Jingyu. Then Jingyu said calmly, next round, I'll use Fleeting Shadow. Fleeting Shadow is awesome. Luo Yiming shouted, but Han Leng covered his mouth and signaled him to be quiet. So Jingyu continued, if they want shooters, give them shooters. I couldn't catch them with Heart of Ice, but Glancing Shadow was a different story. However, we don't have any experience fighting against Wanmi Liuhua. Even Brother Fei didn't have an easy time fighting against this new demon beast. Therefore, we have to fight for Wanmi Liuhua. Qin Fei was the same as the other 3. He carefully listened to Jingyu's words, but he heard something else. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jingyu had finally calmed down. Before the start of the last round, he had clearly lost control of his emotions and appeared very nervous. He was not like his usual self at all. But now, whether it was his tone or his demeanor, he had returned to his usual state. No matter how much he wanted to win the match, he would not show his emotions completely. Instead, he would use his own practical actions to pursue the victory of the match unremittingly. Jingyu, I'm guessing that the kid's ban position won't change in the next round, but our ban position will change. We'll ban Kamal, Centaur, and Wind of Condensation. Yi Hong was stunned. Why Wind of Condensation and not Maha? Jingyu, because of Flower in the Mirror. Han Leng, yes, Flower in the Mirror is too difficult to deal with. With 3 shooters on the other side, it's no joke to be controlled. As long as you were controlled by Flower in the Mirror, you would basically be killed in one shot. Yi Hong had another question. Since we're going to fight for Wanmi Liuhua, why don't we ban Dark Cupid and release Centaur? No. Jingyu's response was very decisive. We're going to go first in the next round. If we ban Dark Cupid, it'll be the same as telling the kid that we're going to fight for Wanmi Liuhua. Do you think the kid will release this demon to us? Yi Hong, that's true. And so, in the second round between PG and Kid, the Kid's 3 ban positions were the same as the previous round, and PG's side switched to 3 shooters. Tanghua, PG banned 3 shooters. A ban, obviously, the Kid's 3 shooters lineup put a lot of pressure on PG. This round, the Kid won't be able to get Wind of Condensation. What lineup will he choose? A ban had just finished his sentence when he saw PG instantly ban Wanmi Liuhua. He was stunned for a moment before he said, after banning 3 shooters, PG stole another one. Wanmi Liuhua is a new demon. In the previous round, the Kid used her to fight Kaka. This demon's skill greatly increased her survivability. She's very suitable to fight against demons like Satan, who's good at tanking towers. This round, Wanmi Liuhua is in the hands of PG's shooters. I wonder how we'll fare. Tanghua, we can see that the Kid is starting to hesitate. Obviously, PG's decision to ban Wanmi Liuhua was completely unexpected. But, the Kid didn't hesitate for long. He chose Dark Cupid and Maha. He's banned. A ban, now, the Kid has 2 shooters. I wonder if he'll use a 3 shooters lineup again. As for PG, he'll ban Satan and Heijiao. Tanghua, let's see who the Kid's 3rd shooter will be. The remaining shooters aren't suitable for the Pro League. Sword Burial. In the second round, the Kid gave up on the 3 shooters lineup and returned to their usual 2 shooters lineup. Choosing Sword Burial meant that Maha was no longer a jungler. He could be a top laner. Sure enough, when they changed their lineup, their opponents would also change. This time, however, the 5 players of PG were very calm. It wasn't because the Kid was short of a shooter. It was because they were about to give everyone, including the commentators and the audience, a surprise. Tanghua, the Kid chose Peacock Plume for the other position. A ban, the last 2 positions, jungler and support. I wonder who they'll choose. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, PG chose Sarier first. Then, he chose the other position. In the middle of the screen, where the devil appeared, the background suddenly darkened. The clouds parted, revealing a bright moon. Then, a silver light flashed out of nowhere. It hid in the moonlight, then suddenly flashed in front of the camera. The young man in black shook off the blood on his blade in a domineering manner. He sheathed the shiny dagger in the scabbard at his waist. The two black belts on his waist fluttered behind him with his movements. He looked indescribably elegant and mysterious. Then, the young man looked at the camera with his blood-red eyes. His lips moved under the mask. With his sexy and hoarse voice, he coldly said his debut line, "As long as there's light, I can go anywhere." After locking on, the young man unsheathed his dagger and pointed it at the camera. "Can you catch me?" Locked, the commentators were stunned. The audience was stunned. After a few seconds of silence, deafening screams erupted from the audience. Even the contestants fighting in the battle rooms could hear them. Aban reacted before Tanghua did. The first thing he said was in a hoarse voice. "PG has locked on Fleeting Shadow. Is Jingyu going to use Fleeting Shadow to fight in the jungle?" Tanghua also exclaimed. "Ah. Fleeting Shadow. Locked. It's locked. I didn't expect to see it in the Pro League." On Kid's side, the 5 players were stunned when they saw that PG had locked on to Fleeting Shadow. They had never thought that someone would use Fleeting Shadow in the Pro League. Naturally, they hadn't made any preparations. Their understanding of Fleeting Shadow was limited to what skill it was. But it should be fine, right? After all, the internet was full of complaints about Fleeting Shadow. A large number of people had even jointly petitioned the officials to change Fleeting Shadow's skill. This meant that there was indeed a problem with Fleeting Shadow's skill. PG was probably thinking that since they were going to lose anyway, why not use them to train new devils? Thinking of this possibility, Kid's players smiled contemptuously. They confidently locked on to the last devil with Azrael as support. Since Wind of Condensation had been banned, Flower in the Mirror couldn't coordinate with him to fight crowd control. Thus, they might as well use the support of the top devil to fill the gap of the tank. Thus, the final lineup for the second round was as follows: PG, Satan, Heijiao, Wanmi Liuhua, Sarier, Fleeting Shadow Kid, Maha, Peacock Plume, Dark Cupid, Azrael. Sword Burial. Aban was really looking forward to this lineup. He was also worried for PG. In this round, the strong top laner, jungler, and archer are all on Kid's side. On the other hand, PG has 2 new devils. Although I'm looking forward to Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow, this lineup is really making me nervous. Tanghua was more objective. The comments on Fleeting Shadow online aren't very good. They all say that the ultimate skill is hard to control. I don't know if Jingyu will be able to control it. Wanmi Liuhua's skills are also very complicated. In the last round, Kid's economy increased too quickly, so Wanmi Liuhua basically just stayed at a standstill. He didn't use many skills or change forms. I wonder how Wanmi Liuhua will perform in this round. Aban, no matter what, this round is really worth looking forward to. I'm still very confident in Jingyu's performance. Some people might say that I'm not objective, but I still want to say that Jingyu is the most outstanding player I've ever commentated on, whether it's in terms of awareness or mechanics. Tanghua, hahaha, is this the legendary beauty is in the eyes of fanboys? But Jingyu is really good. I'm also looking forward to his performance. Without further ado, let's see how this round will turn out. At this moment, neither the commentator nor the audience knew. When PG lost the first round, the live broadcast screens of all the major platforms were flooded with comments like, -14, and, fake top 8. Last season, PG slapped all his supporters in the face with the final score of, -14, under the expectant gazes of millions of viewers, causing a large wave of fans to turn against him. This season, PG's support rate finally recovered, but in the end, he lost to Kid in the first round of the tournament, and lost so miserably. This undoubtedly hurt the hearts of a wave of fans. However, both anti-fans and true fans were very concerned about PG's performance in this season's tournament. Therefore, they were invisibly competing. Anti-fans spammed, -14 curse warning, while true fans spammed, -14 curse breaking, go. Anti-fans spammed, fake top 8, while true fans spammed, PG top 8 deserved, go. The two groups of people's comments intertwined and slid across the live broadcast screen, forcing people to block out words like, -14, and, top 8, to prevent it from affecting the live broadcast experience. However, at this moment, PG's fans only had one thought in their minds, and that was to win. When they entered the battlefield, Qianfei suddenly laughed. 1v2, how exciting. After a pause, he continued leisurely, the last round was too serious, it didn't fit our style at all. This round, let's go all out. With him taking the lead and encouraging them, the others secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luo Yiming, Wanmi Liu's opponents don't know how to play at all. Let me teach them. Han Leng, that's right. Our Wanmi Liuhua is going against 3 by himself. So what if he has 2 shooters? We won't be afraid even if he uses 3 shooters. Yi Hong, there's still a glimpse of little Jingyu. We're counting on you this round, 5 kills and flying. Jingyu took a deep breath and laughed. Okay, 5 kills and flying. I'll keep my word. The second round officially began. When the characters loaded into the battlefield, Jingyu couldn't help but think, what if Luo Yiming had obeyed his command in the last round and hadn't turned around to kill Wind of Condensation, but had instead stayed in the jungle? Perhaps PG's economy could catch up, but only to the extent of catching up. Because of their lineup, it would be very difficult for them to catch up. Just like what Luo Yiming had said, if they couldn't suppress the opponent in the early game, how could they fight in the late game? However, Luo Yiming's disobedience still gave Jingyu a headache. He would leave this problem for the coach to teach him a lesson during the replay. On the big screen above the arena, the camera cut to fleeting shadow right from the start. Everyone, including the commentators, was very curious about how Jingyu's fleeting shadow would turn out. In the first 5 minutes, neither side made any big moves. Tanghua had to talk to Aban to prevent an awkward silence. Has Aban used fleeting shadow before? Aban's response, only on the practice field. I didn't dare to play ranked or matchmaking. Tanghua, why is that? Aban, he's afraid of being scolded. Just like what the internet says, fleeting shadow's big move is very hard to use. If he only uses other skills, he's not as good as the enhanced Heart of Ice. Tanghua, so Jingyu is using fleeting shadow instead of Heart of Ice because he's planning to use his big move? Nonsense, Aban was a bit helpless. The highlight of fleeting shadow is its big move. To be honest, when I first saw the skill and hadn't actually tried it yet, I thought that fleeting shadow would be stuck in the ban position. But after actually using it, I realized that his big move is very inhuman and can't be controlled well. In short, I feel that fleeting shadow needs to be practiced. If you want to play fleeting shadow well, you need to practice. Tanghua, how many days does Aban need to practice it? Aban, I'm not a pro player, so I might not be able to do it even if I practice for a few months. As for the professional players, it depends on their comprehension ability and compatibility with the magical beasts. He paused for a moment. For example, Player 1. He's a very intelligent shooter. I feel that he doesn't rely on his skills most of the time. Instead, he relies on his intuition. Of course, his skills are also very good. However, when he uses Kamal, his instincts will be greatly reduced. His positioning and everything else will be slower. This means that his compatibility with the fiendish demon is not high. Tanghua, oh, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. I wonder how compatible Jingyu is with fleeting shadow. Jingyu's glimpse of shadows had just leveled up to level 6 after killing the last wild monster in the upper jungle. He now had an ultimate skill. Before this, he had been playing very quietly. Other than reminding Yi Hong and Luo Yiming to be on the lookout for sword burial, he hadn't said much. However, the moment fleeting shadow leveled up to level 6 and obtained an ultimate skill, he couldn't help but say, "Alright, your daddy has awakened." Luo Yiming was the first to burst out laughing, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "We can go wild now, right?" Yi Hong, you're talking as if you haven't gone wild before. The opening of this round was pretty much the same as the previous one. The top, middle, and bottom lanes were all in a deadlock, but the top and middle lanes were very stable. Only Luo Yiming on the bottom lane would occasionally jump over the tower to scare the opponent's ace. There were a few times when he almost died, but he was saved by Han Ling's shield and his own positioning. But now, he could go wild without any scruples. Jingyu ordered, "Everyone, jump over the tower and kill as fast as you can. I'll finish the job." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei Satan was the first to rush into the tower with a skill. Enduring the damage from the tower, he attacked Maha randomly and used an ultimate skill to take away more than half of Maha's health. At this level, Maha's damage wasn't enough to insta-kill Satan. Seeing that she was about to be killed by Satan, she didn't hesitate to use Blink to escape. Qin Fei Satan didn't chase after her. Instead, he decisively retreated and left the enemy's tower. Then, a silver light flashed and something appeared behind Xianxia. With a single attack, she lost a portion of her HP. System, Fleeting Shadow, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. At the same time, in the middle lane, Yi Hong's Heijiao moved into the tower and instantly cast Water Spout. After sweeping up enemy Peacock Plume, he didn't hesitate to use an ultimate skill. Peacock Plume's health was almost depleted after being hit by a Water Spout and an ultimate skill. He decisively dodged Yi Hong's follow-up skill, Dragon Tail Whip. Just as he was thinking about how to counterattack, a silver light suddenly flashed under the tower. Half of Fleeting Shadow's body was floating in light and shadow. The moment he appeared under the tower, he used a normal attack and easily took away Peacock Plume's remaining health. Yi Hong's Heijiao had already flashed out of the tower and retreated to his own tower when his skill missed. System, Fleeting Shadow, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. In the bottom lane, Luo Yiming, who had endured for 5 minutes, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. With Saryer's ultimate and the buff from Lock-on Health, he directly had his Wanmi Liuhua rush into the tower and flash behind enemy Dark Cupid. The moment he moved, he used his second skill, Scorch, to offset Dark Cupid's movement. Then, he threw out a skill, Flowing Fire, to engulf Dark Cupid in a sea of fire. What followed was, of course, a normal attack. However, as Kid's ace, the enemy archer LLY wasn't a pushover. Under the protection of the support shield, he dodged the attack and circled behind Wanmi Liuhua. Then, he flashed away from the tower and went to the second tower. Now, he could escape, right? Just as LLY thought this, a silver light flashed on the screen. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed at him. LLY? System, Glancing Shadow, triple kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has died. With Dark Cupid dead, Jing Yu's Glancing Shadow didn't even look at him. He used his second skill, Shadow Strike, to rush to the first tower and kill the support. At the same time, Luo Yiming's Wanmi Liuhua activated his flame shield and took a hit from the tower. Then, Saryer activated his shield and took a hit from Wanmi Liuhua. The time between the two hits was enough for Wanmi Liuhua and Glancing Shadow to work together and kill Azrael. So what if he was the first top laner? As a support, his level and economy weren't high enough. Once the archer died, he was just a paper tiger. System, Glancing Shadow, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. At that moment, 10,000 Extinguishing Wildfire and Sweeping Shadow only had a sliver of HP left, and they were under the enemy's defense tower. Zhang Jian, who was passing by, did not hesitate at all. He moved into the tower and wanted to kill the two of them to take revenge for his teammates. However, he didn't expect Wanmi Liuhua to be waiting for him. The moment he moved into the tower, she changed her form and revealed herself. On the screen, the cute little loli suddenly grew taller. Her clothes were torn apart and her skin turned red. She was almost one with the flames. In her flame form, she used her second skill, Heatwave Assault. 3 consecutive heatwaves pushed Sword Burial out of the tower. Glancing Shadow then moved forward and attacked. Sword Burial didn't move anymore. He decisively blinked away. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he continued to move towards Wanmi Liuhua. Luo Yiming immediately had Wanmi Liuhua activate her third skill, Flame Barrier. A huge barrier enveloped Sword Burial. While he used his first skill, he also took damage from the tower. Luo Yiming then had Wanmi Liuhua use her first skill, Annihilation. A ball of flames flew towards Sword Burial. If it hit, it would silence him and prevent him from using any skills for a short period of time. However, Zhang Jian reacted quickly and used Block to block it. At this time, Wanmi Liuhua only had a sliver of health left. Jingyu shouted, "Retreat, I'll take care of it." However, he was still a step too late. Sword Burial used his ultimate and took away Wanmi Liuhua's remaining health. Hanleng Saryer decisively gave up on his own archer and healed Glancing Shadow. Thus, Jingyu's glancing shadow caught up to Sword Burial without hesitation and killed him in a few hits. System Sword Burial, first kill. System Wanmi Liuhua has died. System Glancing Shadow, pentakill. System Enemy Sword Burial has died. After killing Sword Burial, Glancing Shadow's teleportation skill refreshed and he left the tower with a shadow strike. Plunder Shadow pentakill. Everything happened within a minute, especially the first 3 kills, which were harvested within 5 seconds. System notifications popped up one after another on the screen. They didn't give anyone a chance to react. The entire stadium was silent. The casters were also stunned for a while before they reacted. Tanghua, pentakill? Glancing Shadow pentakill? What happened just now? Aban, can you please replay Glancing Shadow's perspective? The screen quickly replayed Glancing Shadow's perspective. A minute ago, he was still farming in the jungle. Not long after he reached level 6, he suddenly used his ultimate and appeared under the top lane of the enemy's tower. He used a basic attack to take away Maha's remaining health. Then, he teleported out of the tower and used his ultimate again to appear behind Peacock Plume. He used another basic attack and teleported out of the tower. At this time, there was only 1 second left on his ultimate. Jingyu decisively used it. Glancing Shadow appeared in the bottom lane and cooperated with Wanmi Liuhua and Sarier to kill Kid's archer, support, and jungler in one go. This pentakill was replayed 3 times on the screen. Then, Aban finally found his voice. PG's coordination is too good. This pentakill was achieved by the teamwork of the teammates. The teammates were responsible for crippling Kid's Hellion, and Glancing Shadow was responsible for taking the kill. Oh my god! Can Glancing Shadow be used like that? Tanghua watched it 3 times in disbelief. How did Jingyu just happen to appear behind the enemy's Hellion? Is this something a human can do? Aban smiled. Jingyu is really unbelievable. Maybe this is the true way to use Glancing Shadow. As I said before, Fleeting Shadow is a demon that requires proficiency. I think Goldfish must have spent a lot of time practicing to be able to control Fleeting Shadow's ultimate move to such an extent. Hearing Aban's words, the bullet comments on the screen couldn't help but explode. F***CK. Glancing Shadow was released 3 days ago. No matter how much he practiced it day and night, it's only been 3 days. This isn't the Glancing Shadow that I know. How is Jingyu always able to play the Assassin Hellion to new heights? This is the difference between a human and a god. Wait, doesn't anyone find this scene familiar? I want to say that I think I know which god Quir is. On the official forum of Devil Lord, the thread titled Diamond Tier shocking appearance of the number 1 shadow of the server had already sunk, but it was suddenly pushed up again. But because everyone was busy watching the livestream, there weren't many replies at this time. Jingyu, who didn't know anything about this, was already high from playing. Jingyu, your daddy is here again. Jingyu, hee hee, you can't hit me, hee hee. Jingyu, little crispy skin, don't run. Do you know about flickering light and passing shadow? Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that after this recording was released, Jingyu would become popular. The other teammates also tacitly kept silent, not wanting to remind Jingyu that he was acting up again. Because when Jingyu said something flirtatious, it meant that he was having fun. And when he was having fun, the other party's mentality was usually on the verge of collapse. Jingyu's mouth was full of obscenities, but his mind was highly focused. Sweeping Shadow was being played around with by him. He took the head of whoever he wanted, but no one was able to hit him. His attention was all on the game, so he didn't know anything about his flirtatious words. Jingyu, hello, big brother Sword Burial Aya, how did you die? Since you're dead, I'll gladly accept the title of the number 1 jungler. Jingyu, how could you not bring me to play Mahjong in the bottom lane? I'm very good at Mahjong. Jingyu, hurry up and admit defeat. I'm still waiting for Brother Fei's reward. Qin Fei, Yihong and Luo Yiming and Hanling, ? Finally, Qin Fei couldn't help but cough and remind him, Jingyu, stop messing around, let's fight the dragon. At this time, Flashing Shadow killed Maha and Dark Cupid, and there was still 1 second left for the big move. Jingyu decisively used his ultimate skill, allowing his Fleeting Shadow to instantly appear in the dragon pit. 2 of the enemy archers were instantly killed. This magic dragon couldn't be more comfortable with PGs. Soon, Luo Yiming's Wanmi Liuhua arrived and sped up the process of taking down the magic dragon. System, glimpse, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Tangua, PG got the magic dragon. In this round, Kid is completely suppressed by the PG. He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. A ban, this kid obviously didn't expect the big move of the sweeping shadow to be so compatible with PG's style. Without the sweeping shadow, PG's ferocious fighting style would be a total loss. Tangua, kid, you're becoming more and more cautious. Returning to the city at half health isn't good for your development. A ban, yes. However, after Shadow Glimpse's level and economy increased, mages and archers couldn't escape from Shadow Glimpse even if they had half of their health left. As long as Shadow Glimpse was powerful, Kid was bound to die. This round, Kid lost. Kid had never expected that after they had crushed PGs, they would be crushed by PGs. So, when the word defeat appeared on the screen, Kid's side was deathly silent. After a long time, someone finally said, ban Sweeping Shadow for the next round. On PG's side, the 5 players cheered when they saw the victory on the screen. Luo Yiming, ah. We beat Kid. Yi Hong, it's all thanks to little Jingyu. Han Leng, yeah, as long as little Jingyu is flirtatious, we won't lose. Yi Hong, ha ha ha, don't say that. People will say that PG won with metaphysics. Jingyu took off his earphones and suddenly heard these words. Only then did he realize, what? I'm flirtatious again? Luo Yiming, good flirtatious. Wonderful flirtatious. So flirtatious. Jingyu, equals Yi Hong, by the way, when you were flirtatious, you said that Brother Fei would give you a reward if you won the game. What did that mean? Hearing this, Jingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed in his heart. He couldn't have let it slip, right? Before he could think of a response, Qin Fei said calmly, sit down, what are you doing? He had only won 1 round. It wasn't like he had won the kid. We're in a point game. If we win 1 round, we'll still have 0 points. Han Leng, but this way, we won't be able to get a score like -14 this season. At most, we'll get -13. Yi Hong, F***CK. Another F***King flag. While the two of them were arguing, Jingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't ready to come out to his teammates, let alone Jiaoxi. Sigh, he didn't know what Jiaoxi's reaction would be if she found out that he liked men. Jingyu tried to imagine Jiaoxi's reaction, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't imagine it at all. They hadn't talked to each other face to face for a long, long time. Jingyu didn't even know what Jiaoxi liked or hated, his vision blurred for a moment. Before he could come back to his senses, a hand appeared on his head. Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and met Qin Fei's meaningful gaze. Qin Fei saw him look over and patted his head. Then, he retracted his hand and smiled. You played well. Keep it up. Yes, yes. Jingyu replied happily. That moment of melancholy disappeared in an instant. I'm no longer alone. Coming out, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if the whole world hates me, as long as Brother Fei is by my side, I don't have to worry about anything. The third round between PG and Kid began quickly. Kid went first and gave the first ban to Fleeting Shadow. Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow was the MVP of the second round. He had 16 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. This crushing record made people's scalps tingle. Tangua, what a pity. I haven't had enough of Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow yet. A ban, haha, it seems like Kid can't think of a way to counter Fleeting Shadow, so he can only ban him. Tangua, speaking of which, I've noticed that games with PGs always end really quickly. A ban, that's right. PGs either defeat their opponents quickly and win the game, or they lose quickly. This has a lot to do with PG's style. Tangua, okay, I know. PGs are a very early team. While they were talking, PG banned Kamal, and Kid banned Lilith. A ban, Qin Fei's Lilith probably won't be released this season. PG gave the second ban to Wanmi Liuhua, and Kid banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Tangua, oh, even Wanmi Liuhua was banned. Two new devils are going to be banned one after the other. I feel like they'll be eliminated soon. A ban, new devils are definitely strong when they're first released. I just didn't expect a pro player to train so well in such a short time. But personally, I feel like Kid's Wami Liuhua isn't as strong as PG's Wami Liuhua. In the last round, once Wami Liuhua lasted so long under the tower. It was really incredible. PG gave the last ban to Wind of Condensation, another archer. They had no choice but to give 3 bans to archers. After playing against Kid, you would know that their top laner and jungler were as good as their ace when it came to archers. No wonder they were a team famous for their archers. Then, it was Kid's turn to pick the devils first. They didn't hesitate to target Dark Cupid. Then, PG also didn't hesitate to target Maha and Sword Burial. PG locked Sword Burial. Aban exclaimed. Jingyu gave up on Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider and switched to Sword Burial? It was obvious. After Jingyu locked onto Sword Burial, he took a deep breath. It's the last round. We can't lose. Qinfei wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. Tanghua, Kid locked onto Centaur and Mermaid. They should be the bottom laner. Dark Cupid is probably the top laner. Aban, PG locked onto Satan and Heijiao. It's the same lineup as the previous 2 rounds. Tanghua, Kid only has 2 spots left. Who will they pick? Huh? Under the incredulous gazes of the commentators and the audience. A devil that shouldn't have appeared in the Pro League appeared out of nowhere. Sandy, the Thunder Elemental Spirit in the newbie gift pack, Aban couldn't help but laugh. Kid's team is really daring. After losing the first round, they're using a 3-archer lineup again. One of the archers is Sandy. Right after he finished speaking, it was PG's turn to choose. PG only had 1 support slot left, and he hesitated for a moment. After a while, a lump of earth appeared in the middle of the screen. After a few transformations, it turned into a young man with brown eyes, the Earth Elemental Spirit, Gulen. Aban choked. Tanghua exclaimed, another newbie gift pack. PG's team is as tough as ever. Since they're using the newbie gift pack, I'm using it too. Ha ha ha, this team is really interesting. In the first round of the elimination round, 2 more newbie devils appeared after the 2 new devils. Everyone's jaws dropped. However, because of this, the atmosphere in the stadium was hyped up. Cheers rose and fell. In the end, the lineups of the 2 teams were as follows: PG, Satan, Heijiao, Maha, Gulen, Sword Burial Kid, Dark Cupid, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Mermaid, Sandy. On PG's side, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the lineups. Kid, you're really good. Luo Yiming, of course. Don't you think I'm good, since I was born as a kid? Yi Hong, Tisk, scolding a kid one moment, then praising a kid the next. That's enough of you. Luo Yiming, Kid is inhumane, but that doesn't mean he's not good, the 2 things don't conflict. Jingyu ignored him and continued to give orders. Brother Han will go to the top lane after the big game, and Brother Fei will go to the jungle with me. Both of them agreed. Jingyu, in this round, we have to stop them from developing. At the same time, on Kid's side, everyone was rubbing their hands together, ready to take revenge for the previous round. Kill, Sword Burial. We can't let this end like this. He got 16 kills in the last round. We have to kill him at least 16 times this round. Suddenly, LLY seemed to realize something and asked casually, right, what's the name of their archer? His teammate replied, real name? Who cares? He betrayed us and joined PG's side. Let's not talk about him. That's right. Look at how he's playing. He keeps rushing to his death. I thought he was on our side. He's just a noob. Don't worry about him. Kill, Sword Burial. LLY replied with an N, but still frowned. Was he a noob? He didn't think so. Soon, the 3rd round began. This was the last round of the first round, and it directly decided the final score between PG and Kid. It was already lunchtime, but none of the top 8 teams had left. Originally, they had planned to leave when PG was completely dominated by Kid in the first round, thinking that there was no suspense in the outcome. They didn't expect PG to lock onto Fleeting Shadow in the second round. Out of curiosity, they decided to sit and watch for a while longer, but once they started watching, they couldn't move. Was Fleeting Shadow really that good? Was there no way to counter it? Then, in the third round, Fleeting Shadow was banned, Wanmi Liuhua was banned, Kid locked onto Sandy, and PG locked onto Gulen. The eyes of the other top 8 teams almost popped out. Was this really possible? Tanghua, if I remember correctly, this should be Sandy's first appearance in this season's Pro League? A ban, yes, PG used Gulen in the previous matches, but this is the first time Kid is using Sandy. Tanghua, actually, I thought that Jingyu would use Moonshade Spider. A ban, maybe he realized that assassin-type monsters are too easy to one-shot in front of Kid's 3 archers, so he changed his lineup. Indeed, in the first round, Jingyu had used Heart of Ice to successfully connect to the enemy archers several times, but he didn't dare to pull himself over. It was too hard to dodge an arrow from each of the 3 archers, and he would be one-shot if he wasn't careful. If he used Moonshade Spider, Yi Hong would have to use Soul, and Kid would use Heijiao, which would deal even more damage. After thinking about it, Sword Burial was the safest choice. It had high HP, and it had blocking skills. Most importantly, Sword Burial could be used to counterattack. Jingyu's goal was very clear, to stop Kid from developing and help his teammates gain the early game advantage, so that they could defeat Kid in one fell swoop. After all, their team style was to fight in the early game, and the later the game, the harder it would be. 6 minutes after the match started, Han Ling's Gulen reached level 6, and he returned to the city to replenish his health. After replenishing his health, he slowly moved to the top lane. Gulen was probably the slowest monster in Devil Lord, and one could fall asleep just by watching him move. After much difficulty, Qingfei Satan moved to the top lane, and Gulen's top lane. Candy was a little confused. PG's support went to the top lane to fight against Dark Cupid while the top laner went to the middle lane. What is PG planning to do? Ban, should we look for a breakthrough? If the two sides continue to be in a stalemate, even though they seem to be evenly matched, it will be very disadvantageous for PG as an early-stage team. Candy, oh right, so Kid's strategy is to drag things out? Ban, you can say that. And PG's strategy was to gain the upper hand in the early game. Qingfei Satan rushed to the middle lane, and Jingyu's Sword Burial arrived at the same time. The two hid in the bushes in the middle lane, one on the left and one on the right. However, the commentators and viewers could see that Kid Sandy seemed to have sensed something and moved to the middle lane. In an instant, the middle lane was filled with undercurrents. On the surface, only Yi Hong's Heijiao and Kid's Peacock Plume were facing each other, but danger lurked in every direction. At this moment, Jingyu said, "The enemy jungler is in the bushes on the left. Brother Yi, listen to my command and flash over to him. Leave Peacock Plume to me and Brother Fei." Yi Hong, roger that. Then, just as Peacock Plume's speed reduction skill was dodged by Yi Hong, Jingyu ordered, "Go." Yi Hong used his flash reflexively and appeared in the bushes where Sandy was hiding. Then, he used his ultimate. First, he used his ultimate, then used Water Spout to push Sandy up. Sandy had no way to escape. He took the full brunt of the ultimate, and his health dropped by half. However, since he was still a player from Kid's team, he reacted quickly. Sandy dodged Yi Hong's skill and immediately used a speed reduction skill on Yi Hong's Heijiao. At the same time, the enemy's Peacock Plume used its ultimate on Heijiao. However, just as Peacock Plume was about to use its ultimate, Jingyu's Sword Burial flashed and repositioned himself between Peacock Plume and Heijiao. He blocked Peacock Plume's ultimate and counterattacked. Qingfei Satan rushed over with a speed boost skill. He used his ultimate on Sandy and threw a skill at Peacock Plume. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Sandy has died. System, Satan, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. Beautiful. Ban could not help but exclaim. He did not hide his support and admiration for PG's team. Jingyu's block was amazing. His timing was perfect. If he didn't block it, Yezi's Heijiao would have died. Tanghua, Kid's jungler already knew that PG was going to catch him, but he definitely did not expect PG to catch him first and then the sorcerer. Ban, let's watch the replay. Yezi was the one who initiated the small team fight in the middle lane. His position was very dangerous. If not for Jingyu's block, he would not have survived. It's obvious that Yezi trusts Jingyu a lot. Tanghua, in the end, it was Brother Face Satan who took the lives of both players. His timing and position were perfect. It reminded me of when he was still a jungler. Tanghua paused as if she had thought of something. Aban, if Brother Fei and Jingyu were to be compared, who do you think is better at jungling? One was the former jungler, and the other was the current jungler. They were both core members of PG and had led PG to the top 8. Who was the better jungler between the two? Aban smiled. This is not a comparison. Their jungling styles are very different. Jingyu is an assassin jungler. Even if he uses sword burial, he uses sneak attacks more often. Qinfei's jungler is more like a top laner. He basically fights head-on. Whether he uses Satan or sword burial, he will charge head-on and overtake the tower. Tanghua, kid's mid lane is down. On the big screen, Yi Hong's Heijiao, Jingyu's sword burial, and Qinfei's Satan worked together to take down kid's mid lane tower. Heijiao then returned to his own tower to recover. Jingyu and Qinfei rushed into the enemy's jungle hand in hand. Ban, PG is planning to counter jungler. Tanghua, counter jungler is a good way to widen the economic gap. However, if the top laner and jungler counter junglers together, won't the top lane be lost? Following Tanghua's words, the screen cut to the top lane. Hanlung's Gulan was suppressed by the enemy's Dark Cupid under the tower. Gulan was slowly replenishing his creeps. Although he was not as good as Dark Cupid, he did not give Dark Cupid any chance to enter the tower. Aban, Gulan is a defensive creature. It has slow movement speed and low damage, but its defense is very high. It looks like Kid won't be able to take down PG's top lane in a short time. The problem is the bottom lane. PG's bottom lane has no support, and only one archer is left. How long can he last against Kid's archer and support? The screen cut to the bottom lane again. Luo Yiming's Maha was also suppressed under the tower. He kept moving around to avoid the enemy's attacks while replenishing his creeps. Not only did he not show any signs of being suppressed, but he also seemed to be doing it with ease. Tanghua could not believe it. One is fighting against two enemies alone, and he is not at a disadvantage at all. This is unbelievable. Aban smiled. Don't underestimate one. His playstyle has been criticized by many people, and I didn't understand why he liked to stick close to the enemy's face. But now, I think it's wise for him to stick close to the enemy's face. He has faster reflexes than the others, and it's easier for him to gain the upper hand. As if to prove Aban's words, after Luo Yiming's Maha cleared a wave of creeps, he suddenly closed in on LLY's creeps and hit him twice in a row. LLY reacted and quickly counterattacked, but Maha dodged it. Then, Maha flipped his hand and shot 2 feathers at the creeps. Mermaid spat out a bubble in time to block the second feather and protect LLY. Then, she spat out another bubble to control Maha, but Maha dodged it cleanly. After Maha retreated under the tower, Luo Yiming couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, running away after provoking. How exciting. Han Leng, who was clearing creeps on the top lane, couldn't help but remind him, Yiming, don't play around when I'm not around. If you die, we will lose. Yi Hong also couldn't help but say, Yiming, I don't want to criticize you, but can you have some self-awareness as the center? The enemy has 3 archers, and we only have you. Luo Yiming was stunned for a moment. The words "and we only have you" really pierced his heart. He immediately pouted and replied with a guilty conscience, okay, I won't play around. I will stay calm. After all, I am the PG center. His teammates breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Sister Xiao said that he was the PG center's favorite. Luo Yiming was the PG center, right? Sometimes, he was really curious. Why did Luo Yiming become a professional player? Brother Fei had said that he, Yi Hong, and Han Leng, no matter how they looked on the surface, really wanted to win the championship. But Luo Yiming, it was fine if he played around during normal times, but when it came to official matches, no matter how many times he was lectured by the coach, there would be times when he would disobey orders. No matter how badly he lost, he would quickly come back to full health. It was as if he didn't care about the outcome of the match. 1 second, he was being attacked by the enemy demons until he doubted his life. The next second, he would jump up from his chair and say that he could carry the team with 5 kills. He really couldn't understand this person. To be honest, when he first joined PG, the 2 people Jing Yu wanted to strangle the most were Yi Hong and Luo Yiming. But now, his cooperation with Yi Hong was getting better and better, and he was becoming more and more familiar with Luo Yiming's playstyle. He began to accept and try to understand them. On the surface, Yi Hong looked cynical, but in his heart, he couldn't be indifferent to victory or defeat. He wanted to win the championship, not for himself, but for the whole team. Because he was someone who cared about his teammates. He trusted them wholeheartedly, and at the same time, he worked hard for the team's victory. What about Luo Yiming? System Maha, 1 kill, system the enemy has been killed, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Finally killed him. You think you can beat me with 2 against 1? Too naive. Hearing his arrogant laughter, Jing Yu couldn't help but laugh. Maybe he was thinking too much. In fact, Luo Yiming was a very simple person. He was a professional player because he liked it. He liked the game and enjoyed the process of the game. Compared to the result, he cared more about the process. He wasn't bothered by victory or defeat. He just enjoyed the moment when he killed the opponent. For a professional player, this kind of mentality was obviously not desirable, but Luo Yiming had enough strength to make up for it. Even so, he still had to ridicule Jing Yu. What about the one who told you to hide under the tower and clear the enemy? Yi Hong, Yiming, why don't you try again? Han Leng, if I had known, I would have used Sarier as an AD. Qin Fei, if we lose this game, Yiming will be the scapegoat. Luo Yiming. Scapegoat? Why? I managed to kill the other party's trump card while I was alive. What was the most important thing about being an archer? It was the positioning. If he chose a good position, he would be able to ensure his survival while maximizing his damage. This was the awareness that a shooter should have. The reason why LLY was able to become Kid's trump card and win MVP in almost every game was because he was good at picking his position. He would either keep a distance from the enemy monsters or hide behind his teammates to block the damage. He would hide for as long as he could. That was how LLY did it. He kept himself alive until the end and dealt the highest damage in the team. However, in the first match of the quarterfinals, he met a weird archer called One. In the first round, LLY took Wind of Condensation and One took Dark Cupid. LLY took advantage of Wind of Condensation's long reach and kept a distance from One's Dark Cupid, licking his blood from afar. He forced One to retreat to the bottom of the tower and then into the jungle. It seemed like he had the upper hand, but he didn't feel good. Why couldn't he kill him? Just as he was about to turn around and clear the minions, he saw One, who had retreated into the jungle, suddenly jump over the wall and come face to face with him. He was shocked. No matter how fast he reacted and retreated to the bottom of the tower, he was still chased down by One's Dark Cupid and killed by the tower. Although Dark Cupid died under the tower in the end, LLY couldn't let it go. Because if it wasn't for that tower, he would have been the only one to die. Even the support would have followed him. In the second round, LLY took Dark Cupid and One took Huami Liuhua. That match was a painful memory for Kid. As long as the fleeting shadows were big, they had to be on guard against the fleeting shadows. However, was his shadow the best? Yes, Jing Yu's shadow was good, but he was just killing people. Most of Kid's HP was taken out by the other PGs. LLY took Dark Cupid and fought against One's Huami Liuhua. He was crippled several times and almost doubted his life. Am I such a noob? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Huami Liuhua had trained, but he felt that he wasn't as strong as Kamal and Dark Cupid. In the end, his Dark Cupid was beaten by One's Huami Liuhua under the turret. How could he let go of this? In the third round, LLY took the Centaur while One took the Maha. LLY thought, there should be no problem this time, right? Centaur was the stronger version, while Maha was the sewer in the sewer. It was obvious who was on top. In the end, PG support abandoned One and went to the top lane. LLY was so angry that his liver hurt. He felt that he was being looked down upon. He decided to teach One a lesson, so he hid behind the support and attacked Maha furiously. Then, he saw something that he couldn't believe. Maha, who had zero self-defense ability and had no displacement ability, was able to dodge most of his attacks with nimble movements under one's control. That's it? No, not yet. After one cleared out a wave of soldiers, she actually attacked him without hesitation. In a 1v2 situation, she didn't immediately hide under the turret, but took the initiative to attack. Ly couldn't believe his eyes. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and immediately moved behind the support. He didn't expect one's Maha to decisively flash and directly appear behind him to attack him. Decisive and precise, Maha was the fastest and most difficult to control. Demon and Devil Lord, but in one's hands, she was like a fish in water. For a moment, Ly even had an illusion that Maha on the screen was alive and wasn't being controlled. Instead, she attacked him spontaneously. The final result: frowny face system, Maha, 1 kill, system, our troops have been killed, one's Maha, in a 1v2 situation, killed Ly's troops alive. This was simply a miracle, my god. One is too amazing. Tangwa couldn't help but exclaim, she actually dared to flash behind the troops without any support. How confident must she be to be able to do that? Aban also sighed, flashing behind the troops is equivalent to cutting off one's escape route. If she can't kill the troops, she'll be the one to die. One is too confident. The commentator had a god's perspective, which was why he said that. What about the players? All the PG members were sweating profusely at Luo Yiming's performance and wished they could take over his mouse and keyboard. The members of KID were in disbelief. Ka, the top laner, couldn't help but ask, Captain, what's wrong with you? The mid laner who said Luo Yiming was a noob said angrily, F***ck, you can still die in a 2v1? Can you do it? Ly frowned and didn't want to admit that he was inferior, so he could only shout, shut up. Unexpectedly, the mid laner didn't let it go, F***ck, I just called that kid a noob in front of the recording device. If we lose this game because of him, it'll be too embarrassing. Ly, I told you to shut up. Jungler, pay attention to the jungle. Tangwa, KID's archer is dead and the support can only retreat to the tower. One is having a much easier time now. Aban, yeah, this way, PG's economy will grow faster. Aban said and asked someone to check the economy of both sides. He almost thought he saw wrong. Wow, PG's economy has surpassed KID's. Tangwa, that's fast. Aban, but KID's mid laner and jungler revived and are approaching Jingyu and Qin Fei. Tangwa, KID's support has also gone over. Jingyu and brother Fei are about to be surrounded. While the two of them were talking, Jingyu's buried sword stole the red light from the enemy's jungle. He directly moved over the wall and arrived at the border between the enemy's jungle and his own. Since the archer is dead, let's fight the magic board. Yiming, come quickly. Luo Yiming, coming soon. Jingyu's sword burial, Qin Fei's Satan, and Luo Yiming's Maha all gathered around the magic board and took it down as quickly as possible. The moment they took down the magic board, the enemy mid laner and jungler arrived and tried to ambush them, but Jingyu noticed it first. After blocking the mid laner's big move, he quickly retreated with his teammates. Jingyu, don't push too deep in the mid lane. Just bring the minions there. Jingyu, Yiming, switch lanes with Brother Han and kill Dark Cupid. Following Jingyu's orderly command, the entire PG team moved at the same time. They cleared the minions and switched lanes. Qin Fei's Satan was the first to enter the top tower and try to kill Dark Cupid. However, Dark Cupid teleported and flashed to the second tower. He probably sensed that PG wanted to kill him and decisively fled. Thus, PG successfully took down the top tower. Almost at the same time, KID took care of the magic board in the mid lane and rushed to the top. Jingyu, retreat to the bottom lane. Tangwa, we can see that PG is gradually gaining the upper hand. KID's rhythm is being disrupted. Aban, yes, KID is being led by the nose by PG. When KID took down PG's top tower, PG also took down KID's bottom tower. The scales of victory slowly tilted towards PG's side. However, at the 12th minute, a team battle broke out in the bottom lane. KID's mid laner used a big skill in the bushes and caught Jingyu off guard. His block was a beat too slow and he only managed to block the skill that followed. Jingyu's sword burial was at critical health. He wanted to give up gank and run away, but the enemy mermaid blinked over and spat out a bubble that trapped him. He immediately used crowd control, but he couldn't dodge the enemy mid-laner's slow skill. Luo Yiming's Maha was blocked by the mermaid. He killed the mermaid, but he couldn't kill Centaur. Lly's Centaur charged over, but his target wasn't him. Instead, it was Jingyu's sword burial. The accelerated Centaur versus the slowed sword burial. The outcome was clear. Frowny face system, Centaur, 1. Kill, system, sword burial has died. Hanling used his shield just in time, but he only managed to protect Luo Yiming's Maha. When he saw the notification, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Why are they all attacking you? Jingyu looked at the death countdown on the screen. When he spoke again, his tone was normal. They're going to fight the magic board. Yiming and Brother Han, listen to my commands. When I say go, charge over and see if you can steal it. The two nodded. A few seconds later, Jingyu shouted, go. Hanleng charged over first and used slow on the monsters near the magic board. Then, Luo Yiming's Maha stuck close to the magic board and dealt damage. Unfortunately, the enemy jungler was also there. He used retribution to take down the magic board. Damn it, I didn't steal it. For a moment, Luo Yiming's Maha was in a dilemma. Fortunately, Yi Hong's Hejiao arrived quickly and used Great Tsunami on the monsters, successfully killing Peacock Plume. System, Hejiao, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. The enemy Centaur and Sandy were low on HP, but the two archers' damage output wasn't just for show. They instantly killed Maha, who was closest to them. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, our Maha has died. Qin Face Satan arrived and used the ultimate skill, Hand of Darkness on the enemy's Centaur. The Centaur decisively flashed and dodged it. Then, he chose his position and dealt damage like crazy. Hanleng's Gulan sacrificed himself to protect Yi Hong. Almost at the same time, Yi Hong flashed to Sandy's side and killed him with a combo, while he was killed by the Centaur's arrows. System, Centaur, double kill. System, our Gulan has died. System, Hejiao, double kill. System, enemy Sandy has died. System, Centaur, triple kill. System, our Hejiao has died. Realizing that the team was not going to win, Qin Fei clicked his tongue. Between biting the bullet and escaping, he finally chose the former. He directly used Flash to get close to the Centaur's face and used two skills one after another. Finally, he took away the last bit of his remaining HP, but he also died in the hands of Dark Cupid, who arrived last. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Centaur has died. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, our Satan has died. In the end, Kid traded 4 for 5 and won the battle. PGs were wiped out. The commentators and audience sighed when they saw the result. Tangua, what a pity. Wasn't that right? The economic advantage they had painstakingly gained was lost in the battle. Not to mention, Kid even got the magic disc. Dark Cupid was the strongest archer in this version of the game, and he alone was enough to take down the towers. Before PGs revived, Dark Cupid used the magic disc to take down 2 towers in the middle lane. The tables had turned, however, there was still a chance. Jingyu, Kid is going to fight the dragon. We must take down the dragon. As long as they could take it down, they would win. On the other hand, if Kid got the dragon, PGs would not be able to turn the tables. Victory or defeat depended on this. Tangua, Kid's jungler, went to the dragon pit as soon as he respawned. He's probably trying to take down the magic dragon before PG's team respawns. I wonder if PG will notice it. Aban, Jingyu's sword burial rushed to the dragon pit as soon as he cleared the mid lane. He must have noticed it. Tangua, Centaur is also respawned. Kid has 3 archers, so he has an advantage against the dragon. As they spoke, Kid's jungler decisively opened fire on the dragon while Dark Cupid leaped over the wall and joined him in attacking the dragon pit. The magic dragon's health dropped rapidly. Jingyu had his sword burial hide in the bushes near the dragon pit. He was too far away to see the magic dragon's health, so he could only make a rough estimate. He was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. The opponent had 3 archers, and killing the dragon was a matter of minutes. The timing to rush in and snatch the dragon was crucial. I'm going in, Qin Fei suddenly said, and had Satan rush into the dragon pit with his second skill. As soon as he entered, PG immediately had the view of the dragon pit. He saw that the magic dragon was only left with a sliver of health after being ravaged by Kid's 3 archers. "Everyone go! Quick, quick, quick!" Jingyu shouted anxiously. He used reposition to rush into the dragon pit and used block to block the enemy's peacock plume. After that, he used retribution on the demonic dragon who only had a sliver of health left. Almost at the same time, the enemy jungler used punishment, and Yi Hong's ultimate came crashing down on the magic dragon. The result? System, Sandy, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. TSK, this result was undoubtedly a huge blow to PG's morale. One of them clicked his tongue. However, Jingyu did not give up. Wipe them out. Qin Fei, kill Centaur first. Luo Yiming, Centaur 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 Centaur. Han Leng, I've got it. Go. On the big screen, Han Leng's Golan successfully controlled the centaur and mermaid. Almost at the same time, Satan and Maha attacked the centaur in a frenzy. Maha crippled the centaur first, and Satan's great sweep took away its remaining HP. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, the enemy has been killed. However, on Kid's side, almost everyone threw their skills at Jingyu's sword burial. Sandy, Dark Cupid, and Peacock Plume followed up with a combo of skills. Jinyu's sword burial didn't even have time to use blink before he was killed in the dragon pit. System, Dark Cupid, kill. System, the enemy sword burial has been killed. Han Leng had used his shield as quickly as possible, but he still couldn't save sword burial. He could only chase after Luo Yiming and try his best to block as much damage as possible. With Golan, a defensive magical creature, tanking the damage, Luo Yiming's Maha was able to deal as much damage as he wanted. He actually managed to get a triple kill. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, the enemy's mermaid has been killed. System, Maha, double kill. System, the enemy's peacock plume has been killed. System, Maha, triple kill. System, the enemy's Sandy has been killed. At this point, Kid only had Dark Cupid left. After killing Yi Hong's Heijiao, he used Blink to escape. Dan narrated the entire process of this group battle in real time, the speed of his narration reaching the limit of what he could do. Sweets also cried out in surprise. KKA has escaped death once again. This is the second time his Dark Cupid has escaped from PG's ferocious attacks. A ban. In the end, PG traded 2 for 4 and won this battle. Now, their archer and support are leading the middle lane, and their top laner is leading the bottom lane. The magic disc still has 10 seconds to refresh. Can PG make it in time before the magic dragon army arrives? At this point, both the live audience and those watching the livestream subconsciously held their breaths. The atmosphere in PG's and Kids' rooms was also solemn. Jingyu looked at the death countdown on his screen. After a while, he finally found his voice. It's impossible for them to win this battle. Hold on, brothers. Qin Fei, push the towers with one roar. Push as many towers as you can before the magic dragon army arrives. Luo Yiming, they're pushing. Han Leng, TSK, Kid is so ruthless. I feel like he's targeting Jingyu. Yi Hong, I think so too. He's focused on Jingyu. Our little Jingyu is so pitiful. After a moment of silence, Jingyu said calmly, I wasn't standing in a good position just now. There was nothing I could do. Han Leng, to get the dragon. Too bad we didn't get it. Yi Hong was about to reply when he suddenly realized something and changed the topic. Isn't it just a magic dragon? If we lose it, then so be it. We're the best at cleaning up magic dragon armies. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, that's right. Hold on. Jingyu, okay. Listen to my command later. Hearing Jingyu's words, Yi Hong was secretly relieved. Just now, he didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Jingyu's tone was a bit depressed, as if he was blaming himself. It wasn't his fault. A ban. Qin Fei Satan single-handedly took down the magic board. PvP successfully pushed down the second tower in Kid's middle lane. Unfortunately, the magic dragon army has set out. The magic board was destroyed. PvP couldn't push down the third tower and had to retreat. Tangua, the game has been going on for 29 minutes. So far, both sides have gotten about the same number of kills and destroyed towers. I don't know if Kid can use 3 waves of Magic Dragon Army to destroy PvP's territory in one go. Jingyu, Brother Han, guard the top lane. Yiming, clear the minions in the bottom lane. Jingyu, they're coming. Gather in the middle lane and clear the minions. Don't pick anyone. Jingyu, bottom lane. Bottom lane. Bottom lane. Following Jingyu's command, PvP methodically cleared out the Magic Dragon Army and tenaciously resisted Kid's attacks. Kid's support wanted to lead 3 archers to cross the towers and kill them, but was forced back by Yihong's big move. In the end, after 3 waves of Magic Dragon Army, PvP only had 1 tower left in the top lane and 1 tower in the bottom lane. At dawn, Jingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They made it. Tangua, PvP made it. Aban, PvP is really skilled at clearing out the Magic Dragon Army. Tangua, however, after this round, Kid's economy crushed PvP's. PvP will have a hard time in the next round. Aban, yeah. Kid has 3 archers. When they're all developed, it'll be very difficult for PvP to win as a team. At the 31st minute, Underworld Phoenix respawned. Kid's 3 archers each shot 1 arrow and took it down at a frightening speed, not giving PvP a chance to react at all. After the 5 of them obtained Fire of Nirvana, they aggressively rushed to PvP's top lane and killed Hanlung's Golan, taking down the last tower in PvP's top lane. Yihong's Heijiao escaped with only a sliver of health left and had to return to the city to recover. With the buff from Fire of Nirvana, Kid and the others actually blocked the spring and killed Luo Yiming's Maha. Jingyu's Sword Burial blocked Peacock Plume's big move. Xianxia Satan took Peacock Plume's head, but the 3 archers beat him until he couldn't fight back. In the end, Sword Burial died, Satan escaped with only a sliver of health left, and PvP's territory was lost. After Yihong's Heijiao recovered, he attacked Kid's archer with a set of skills, but the mermaid's shield blocked it. Then, Kid's archers rushed over like crazy and killed him almost effortlessly. At the 33rd minute, Jingyu's Sword Burial revived and silently left the spring. He rushed back to his own territory, but as soon as he took a step, the scene of his territory being destroyed appeared on the screen. Then, the word fail appeared on the screen. They lost. In the end, they lost. They struggled for too long and did everything they could, but in the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of losing. At the 33rd minute, this was the longest match that PvP had ever played since the preliminaries. Until the end of the match, Yihong and Luo Yiming didn't make any obvious mistakes, which showed that it was useful to drag out the later stages of the match. But unfortunately, they met a team that specialized in the later stages of the match. It was too difficult to beat Kid with no mistakes in the later stages of the match. PvP's side was silent. Xianxia was the first to take off his headphones. He took a deep breath and said, "How should I put it? It wasn't unexpected." Yihong was the second to take off his headphones. "Our opponent is the champion of this season's invitational tournament. We're lucky that we didn't get swept 2-0, right? You should be content with what you have." Luo Yiming was the first to disagree. "So what if we're the champion?" "We're going to be the champion." Hanlung, "Oh, you still remember that we're going to be the champion? I see that you're having a good time." Luo Yiming, "We're going to have fun, but we're also going to be the champion." Xianxia picked up the bottle of mineral water next to him. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. "In the first match, we lost 1-2 to Kid, so we got -1 point. That's not too bad. It's a point competition. After 7 matches, the final score will speak. As long as we get into the top 2, we'll be able to participate in the finals. We can still think about becoming the champion." "That's true," Yihong said. Then he suddenly realized that Jingyu hadn't said anything. Jingyu had remained silent since the end of the last match. He stared at his computer screen without saying a word. The MVP of the match quickly appeared on the screen. In the end, it was Kid's archer, LLY. Yihong stared at Jingyu for a while. He couldn't help but ask, little Jingyu?" He tried to comfort him, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only try to find something to say. I've never seen you drink water. Is your mouth not dry? Jingyu replied absent-mindedly. He picked up the bottle of mineral water next to him, unscrewed the cap, raised his head, and drank half the bottle in one go. Yi Hong, F***ck, slow down. Jingyu ignored him. After drinking half the bottle of water, he lowered his head to rest for a while. Then, he suddenly poured the remaining half of the bottle over his head. Jingyu? Yi Hong exclaimed. He scrambled to grab the bottle from Jingyu's hand. However, he was one step too late. The bottle was already empty by the time he grabbed it. Luo Yiming was shocked by Jingyu's sudden action. He froze in his seat. Han Leng was also stunned. He quickly reacted and looked around for a towel to help Jingyu wipe his head. However, before he could find it, Qin Fei had already stood up from his seat. He took off his team uniform and covered Jingyu's head with it. Jingyu sighed and closed his eyes as his vision was blocked by the clothes. Then, he felt a hand touch his head through the clothes. Qin Fei used his own clothes to wipe the water off Jingyu's body. He said calmly, "What are you doing?" "It's just a loss. It's not like it's the first time." Then, he softly spat out 2 words. "Idiot." As a professional player, it was good to have a desire to win. However, the stronger the desire to win, the more painful it would be to lose a match. Especially in this match, they had worked so hard. After a while, Luo Yiming seemed to come back to his senses. He wanted to say something, but Han Leng covered his mouth. He struggled to get rid of Han Leng's hand and whispered, "I want to say that in this match, Kid and his group of bastards were obviously targeting Jingyu. Jingyu must have had a hard time, right?" Han Leng, "Okay, stop talking." Qin Fei gave Yi Hong a look. "You guys go first. I'll accompany him for a while." Yi Hong immediately glared back. "What do you mean? You don't treat us as teammates? If you want to accompany him, of course we'll accompany him." At this moment, Jingyu took a deep breath and poked his head out of Qin Fei's clothes. "Let's go back to the club." His tone was normal, his posture was normal, and when he turned his head, his expression was normal. He didn't look like he had suffered a blow. Transparent water slid down his soft cheeks and left a shallow watermark on his clothes. The corners of his lips lifted into a smile. The match isn't over yet. Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Han Leng saw him like this. Although they were still worried, they were secretly relieved. Only Qin Fei knew how much Jingyu's hand was shaking. Qin Fei silently looked at his back for a while. Then, he naturally reached out and hooked his arm around his neck. "Okay, let's go. We can talk when we get back. Candy, let's congratulate the kid for winning the first round of the competition." Kid's 3-shooters lineup is simply unbeatable in the later stages. In fact, PG had no chance of winning in the later stages of the game, but they still persevered until the end. None of them gave up. This kind of competitive spirit is worthy of recognition. Tanghua, yes, PG, who just came out of the official competition, didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against Kid, who was a candidate for the championship. Although Kid won the game in the end, I believe no one will doubt PG's ability. Especially Jingyu's appearance. It must have left a deep impression on everyone. The 2 commentators went back and forth, concluding the first game between PG and Kid. Then the host's voice, "Let's welcome the members of the 2 teams back to the stage with applause." Kid and the other 4 took the lead to walk down the stairs to the host's side. However, PG's team didn't move for a long time. The host waited patiently for a while, but couldn't wait any longer. Just as he was about to ask them to go up and take a look, he saw PG's Luo Yiming take the lead to walk down the stairs, followed by Yi Hong and Han Leng. Qin Fei and Jingyu were last. Qin Fei used his uniform to dry Jingyu's hair and put it back on. PG's uniform was mainly black, so from a distance, there was no difference between wet and dry. After the 5 went downstairs, they stood side by side next to the host. Their well-behaved appearance was completely different from their usual style. Everyone else thought that they were scared witless by Kid, but only they knew, they were scared witless by Jingyu. Last season, PG was crushed by 7 teams in succession and didn't get a single point. The atmosphere wasn't as tense as it was now. Luo Yiming wasn't very sensitive to winning or losing, and Yi Hong and Han Lung weren't the type to show their emotions. Most of the time, they would even laugh to hide their disappointment. But this season, they had Jingyu on their team. Emotions were contagious. Even though Jingyu's expression was normal, the pain of losing the game was transmitted to everyone in PG through his actions just now. As Jingyu's teammates, none of them wanted to joke around in this situation. Even Luo Yiming, who had a negative EQ, was thinking about how to comfort Jingyu. However, just as the host was about to pass the microphone to PG, Luo Yiming grabbed the microphone and shouted at PG, "We will win next time." Kid's mid laner was the first to disagree. "When is the next time? Did you hear what we just said?" Just now, Kid's acceptance speech was, "We are determined to win this season's championship. Defeating PG is just the first step." It was as if she didn't care about PG at all. Luo Yiming replied to Kid's mid laner, "I won't wait until next season. I'll see you in the finals. As long as you can make it to the finals." As soon as he said this, the audience sighed. Some people appreciated PG's courage, but more people thought PG was too arrogant. After all, Kid was the first in this season's qualifier and had defeated last season's champion team. It was very likely that he would be this season's champion. But PG doubted whether Kid could make it to the finals. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the host quickly grabbed the microphone back from Luo Yiming. "Haha, PG's goal is really high. I'm looking forward to their performance." Jingyu didn't say anything. He looked up at the 5 players with an expressionless face. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat, but he couldn't accept that this result would continue. He would get back the score sooner or later, he couldn't wait until next season. He would make it to the finals this season. He had to make it to the finals. After the 5 players left the venue, Yi Hong, Luo Yiming and Han Lung got on the subway. Qin Fei took Jingyu back to the club in a taxi. The taxi was half an hour faster than the subway. When they got back to the club, the first thing they did was take a shower and change into clean clothes. No, only Qin Fei changed into clean clothes. Qin Fei was sitting on the edge of his bed in casual clothes, drying his hair with a towel. Before he dried his hair, someone knocked on his door. At this time, there was only Jingyu in the club. So, it could only be Jingyu. Qin Fei said without hesitation, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Jingyu walked in. Jingyu, who had just taken a shower, was wrapped in a soft bathrobe. He stepped into Qin Fei's room with his head down and closed the door without saying a word. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused by his actions. He stopped drying his hair and asked him, "What's the matter?" Jingyu still didn't say anything. He stood at the door in silence for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and took off the loose belt around his waist. The unrestrained bathrobe opened, revealing a large area of his fair skin. Qin Fei stared at him blankly. His gaze slid across his chest and moved down along his firm and compact abdominal muscles. His eyes were straight. "No, what's going on?" Qin Fei forced himself to look up. Just as he was about to ask Jingyu what he was doing, he saw Jingyu grab the sides of the bathrobe and lift it. The loose bathrobe immediately slid down his body and fell at his feet. Very well, now his whole person was exposed to Qin Fei's sight. From head to toe, there was only the red rope with the ring on it, hanging alone on his white neck. "Qin Fei, you, Jingyu, punishment," the two of them spoke at almost the same time. Qin Fei was slightly stunned. He roughly understood what Jingyu was going to do. Before the competition, they had agreed that if Jingyu lost, he would have to accept his punishment. Originally, he had just said it casually. He didn't expect him to really deliver himself to his doorstep. Qin Fei sighed. He suddenly got up, grabbed the blanket on the bed, and threw it directly at Jingyu. The blanket tightly covered Jingyu's body, including his head. Where was Jingyu? He just let himself be covered by the blanket and stood there motionless. Qin Fei was convinced. He walked in front of Jingyu, lifted the blanket, and revealed his head. He gently pinched his chin with one hand. Jingyu's face was exposed under the light. There was no sense of loss or pain like Qin Fei had imagined. He was very calm, even calm. However, his eyes were slanted to the side. He obviously didn't dare to look him in the eye. I'm convinced. I've never seen anyone so eager to be punished. Xianxia couldn't help but complain. I'm starting to wonder if you lost the competition on purpose. Sorry, that's impossible. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Xianxia hurriedly stopped and straightforwardly apologized. Even so, Jingyu was still somewhat dissatisfied and looked at him accusingly. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Then, he pulled Jingyu into his arms through the blanket. You. Sigh, I don't know how to comfort people. I only know how to be fierce. And I don't think you want to be comforted. Anyway, I only have one thing to say, a loss is a loss. We'll win it back next time. Yes, I know. Jingyu said. He lowered his long eyelashes and pursed his lips. He let Xianxia hug him and felt his heartbeat. His own heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Isn't it just a loss? It's not the first time. Don't think of me as weak. The promised punishment has to be fulfilled. He paused and said firmly, I won't lose again tomorrow. Yes, we won't lose again tomorrow. Xianxia corrected him, emphasizing the word we. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The punishment has to be fulfilled. But I don't remember saying that I wanted you to strip naked. What are you thinking, huh? Jingyu imagined all kinds of punishments. His face turned red and he didn't say anything. Xianxia said, why don't you tell me directly, how do you want to be punished? Jingyu couldn't help but lower his head and answer. Touch me? Okay, Xianxia could see that Jingyu was very horny. He wasn't a gentleman. If the person he liked stripped naked and delivered himself to his door, he couldn't be indifferent. Hearing these two words, he unceremoniously touched Jingyu through the quilt and lowered his head to kiss him. This kiss was more intense than the first time. Jingyu closed his eyes and responded with all his heart. The haze in his heart was quickly dissolved by Xianxia's gentleness and passion. Now, he just wanted to indulge in it and completely forget the pain of losing the game. However, after the kiss, Xianxia didn't continue. He carried the panting Jingyu to the edge of the bed, held his waist, and let him lean in his arms. He patted his head and said, punishment or whatever, forget it. Jingyu looked up in confusion. Xianxia said, I regret it. I shouldn't have pressured you. This was the truth. You wanted to win so much, why should I pressure you? TSK, so stupid. These words made Jingyu's heart beat wildly. He couldn't tell if he was more moved or disappointed. However, Xianxia's next sentence was, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't think about it, there's still a game tomorrow. Jingyu's eyelashes fluttered. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly asked, you've really decided on me, right? Jingyu nodded without hesitation. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch the ring hanging around his neck. Yes, I like you. Xianxia, then I'll comfort you for the sake that you've been targeted so miserably today. Jingyu blinked. Before he could react to Xianxia's words, he felt a corner of the blanket on his body being lifted. Not long after, Jingyu moaned and fell into Xianxia's arms. 10 minutes later, Yihong and the others came back. Before they came back, Xianxia and Jingyu cleaned up all the evidence. Jingyu also put on a clean set of clothes. Before Yihong and the others came back, they were still thinking about how to comfort Jingyu. However, when they came back, they saw Jingyu sitting alone in the training room, quietly playing a game. Yihong leaned over to take a look. Huh? Archer jungler? What are you doing? He asked, even though he already knew the answer. Jingyu answered without turning his head, I'm thinking about how to beat the kid. Yihong was stunned. At this moment, he really admired Jingyu's tenacity and persistence. How long have you been practicing? He couldn't help but ask. Jingyu recalled what happened 10 minutes ago. His ears turned red, but his tone was still calm. A while. Actually, this was only the first round. Yihong didn't think much of it. Where's Brother Fei? Jingyu, sleeping upstairs. Yihong, tisk, he's really good. Sleeping as soon as he came back? Not eating lunch? After I finish this round, let's go out and eat together. We'll bring some back for him after we eat, Jingyu said. He seemed to have thought of something and the corners of his lips curled up. Okay, that's the only way. Yi Hong said as he sat down next to Jingyu. After watching him practice for a while, he took out his phone and looked at the competition schedule in the group chat. The first match in the afternoon is between Ain and Mai. Do you want to watch? Before Jingyu could reply, Luo Yiming walked in and happily raised his hand. I want to go, I want to go. I want to see Ain get swept by Mai 2-0. Han Leng slapped the back of his head. Watch my ass. You're playing like this today and you're still not practicing. Do you want to be scolded by the coach? Luo Yiming rubbed the back of his head. I played pretty well today, Han Leng. We'll know how well you played when the coach comes back. Yi Hong looked at the two helplessly before turning to Jingyu. Little Jingyu, do you want to watch? Jingyu didn't even turn his head as he replied, no, I want to practice. Yi Hong couldn't help but sigh. See, that's what a professional player should be like. Yiming, you should learn from him. Luo Yiming made a face. On Jingyu's screen, his Maha had just completed a double kill. He suddenly asked, who's our opponent tomorrow? Yi Hong, let me see. SKR1, first match in the afternoon. Jingyu, oh, how's that team? Yi Hong, last season 6th place. How should I put it? They're pretty reckless. Luo Yiming, yeah, they're even more reckless than me. You know you're reckless? Han Leng couldn't help but ridicule him. Then he said, SKR1's lineup is quite changeable. They've used all kinds of messy lineups. They always win when you're not paying attention, and lose when you're not paying attention. Yi Hong, ha ha ha, a team that's known for causing trouble. That's my favorite style. We'll talk about it when the coach comes back. Okay. Almost as soon as Jingyu replied, his Maha got a pentakill and destroyed the enemy's territory. The word victory appeared on the screen in gold. Then, the screen jumped to the post-battle data. Jingyu quickly glanced at it, exited the game, and stood up. Let's go eat. He exited the game quickly, but Luo Yiming, who was standing behind him, still saw his record with a glance. 19 kills, 2 deaths, 5 assists. MVP. This, Luo Yiming couldn't help but gulp. He felt like he couldn't keep his position. Qin Fei didn't sleep for long and quickly woke up. Around 1 in the afternoon was when he was the most sleepy. However, at this moment, his mind was extremely clear. Probably because he was hungry. He thought. His hand still felt the warmth and touch of Jingyu. His thoughts drifted over, causing him to feel numb. At this moment, the door opened. There was no knock on the door, only the crisp sound of the door opening. Qin Fei almost reflexively closed his eyes and unconsciously frowned. He didn't like people entering his room without permission. However, when he thought about the fact that Jingyu was probably the only person in the entire club who had the guts to do so, his frown suddenly relaxed. Sure enough, after the door closed, there was a burst of food aroma. It was Jingyu softly probing, Brother Fei? Qin Fei didn't respond. Jingyu put the takeout box in his hand on Qin Fei's desk and then walked to the bedside. He leaned close to Qin Fei and called out again, Brother Fei? He moved very close to him. Feeling his breath, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. As he opened his eyes, he grabbed his waist and pulled him into his arms. Jingyu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. He almost rolled into his arms and then used his arm as a pillow. He blinked and said, You're awake? Qin Fei looked at him. Why are you sneaking around? Jingyu, I brought you lunch. If you're hungry, get up and eat it. Qin Fei made a sound of acknowledgement. Then, he looked at the person who was so close to him and became absent-minded. They had clearly confessed to each other, they had clearly put on rings with each other's names, and even Jingyu had indulged in his arms. However, he still couldn't believe it, he was no longer single, his boyfriend was good-looking, obedient, and good at gaming. He was simply the ideal. How unrealistic. With that in mind, Qin Fei leaned over and kissed Jingyu on the forehead, as if to verify something. Jingyu enjoyed his gentle kiss and couldn't help but laugh. She rubbed her head against his chest as if trying to please him. Touch me again? Qin Fei, The only problem was that this boyfriend of hers was always asking for her flirting, and he was always so explicit about it. Get lost. You just finished shooting and you're King flirting with me again. Be careful not to become impotent. Qin Fei scolded, but gently pulled his arm out from under Jingyu's head and patted his head. Get up. I'm going to eat. Okay, Jingyu replied obediently and got off the bed. Qin Fei looked at his back as he turned around. His gaze fell on his buttocks, and his fingertips trembled slightly. He clenched his fists and warned himself in his heart, don't just worry about Jingyu's condition. You have to maintain your own condition. You can't be affected by some random thoughts. After Qin Fei got off the bed and sat down at the desk, he heard Jingyu say, You eat. I'm going to train. Qin Fei nodded, picked up the disposable chopsticks, and broke them open. Jingyu took 2 steps away and turned back. Are you coming down later? Qin Fei, come down. I have to train too. After getting the answer he wanted, Jingyu smiled and said, okay. After saying that, he left the room without any hesitation. Qin Fei couldn't help but smile, this feeling of being relied on was really strange. However, he didn't hate it. Fang Luofan came back around 8 in the evening. As soon as he came back, he sent all of PG to the conference room. First, he reviewed the 3 games with Kid. To everyone's surprise, he didn't go into too much detail. Instead, he just skimmed over a lot of things. This was because he knew that at this stage, PG was almost guaranteed to lose against Kid, especially against their 3 shooters lineup. Kid was very strong. This team's cruel training method had nurtured a large number of excellent players. The 5 players in the starting lineup were the best of the best. Not to mention, their late-game playstyle was a perfect counter to PG's style. To be honest, when PG and Kid were drawn together, Fang Luofan's heart skipped a beat. He was prepared for PG to be defeated 2-0 by Kid. He believed that most of the audience in the stadium had the same thought. Who would have thought that PG would rely on Jingyu's shadow glimpse to quickly turn the tables, which made everyone's jaws drop. However, this wasn't enough. Jingyu alone wouldn't be able to suppress Kid. We have to change to a new lineup to fight Kid. Fang Luofan said, however, let's not rush to practice this lineup. After all, the match with Kid is already over. Now, the focus isn't on revenge, but on tomorrow's match with SKR. 1. Fang Luofan, SKR. 1 appeared in the 2nd season. I've calculated their lineup in the matches, and there are almost no repetitions. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. Devil Lord was a new game, so there weren't many demons that could be used. Now that it was the 4th season, there were only a few demons that could be seen in the matches. There were even fewer demons in the 2nd season. Under this premise, almost no repetitions was very thought-provoking. Fang Luofan, SKR. 1 starting 5 can basically play any position, and they can use any type of demon. Last season, they even used 5 tanks. I don't know what they're thinking, so even I can't predict their lineup tomorrow. Fang Luofan, but that doesn't mean that we can't do anything, there's still some time today, so each of you should familiarize yourself with all the demons that have appeared in LD so far. Then, I've made a list of which demons can suppress which ones. It's very clear. Memorize it, and tomorrow you'll be able to adapt to the situation. After a pause, he looked at Jingyu. Jingyu, can you memorize it? Jingyu, who was called out, looked at the densely packed list of words on the screen, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I'll remember it. For the sake of victory, forget memorizing a list, he would even memorize the biographies of all the demons. After the meeting, Fang Luofan left the club. Luo Yiming looked at the list in the group and felt a headache coming on. As he looked at it, he used his phone to search for something else. As expected, ANE was swept by my 2-0. Just one word, miserable. Yi Heng glared at him, exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. We didn't do any better against the Kid, right? You're the pot calling the kettle black. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Jingyu with some worry. However, he saw that his expression was normal, as if he didn't care at all. Or rather, at this moment, Jingyu's attention was all on the list, and he didn't hear what they were saying at all. After Han Leng insisted on going through the list, he also started to daydream. Today, SKR1 played against Jock, and they lost to Jock 1-2. Luo Yiming, they actually managed to turn the tables on Jock, amazing. What kind of lineup did they use? Han Leng, double archers, with a sorcerer as support. Luo Yiming, he had a headache when he heard the words double archers. Double archers? Jingyu was also attracted by these three words. He looked away from the list and looked at the two players. There's another archer. Is he a top laner or jungler? Han Leng, jungler. I see. Jingyu thought for a while and suddenly said, if they use double archers again tomorrow, can I use the archer to jungler? There was a moment of silence. Everyone was thinking about the feasibility of Jingyu using archers as junglers. Luo Yiming had seen Jingyu use archers as junglers before. Before he could say anything, Qin Fei said first, if you think it's possible, then give it a try. His words were full of trust for Jingyu. After he said this, Luo Yiming immediately shut his mouth. Yi Hong raised his eyebrows and looked a little confused. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. That's right. Qin Fei must have been sleeping when Jingyu used the archer in the jungle, right? He had never seen Jingyu use archers as junglers before. Shouldn't he watch a game before making a decision? Qin Fei looked back calmly at Yi Hong's inquisitive gaze. He didn't back down in the slightest. In the end, Yi Hong lost. He looked away and said, then let's play a game. Jingyu, okay. Therefore, the 5 players returned to the practice room and played a few ranked games with different lineups. They actually experienced the power of SKR1. It had to be said that it felt pretty good to win a game with an unexpected lineup. That night, Jingyu was lying in bed. His brain was overloaded and he finally memorized Feng Luofan's list. He felt a little sleepy, but he didn't want to sleep right away, so he browsed Weibo for a while. When he saw the official game audio, he hesitated for a moment but still clicked on it to listen. The audio had been filtered and edited. The periods when no one was talking were deleted and the profanities were censored. Kids dissing of Luo Yiming had all been cut off. In the end, every team's audio was basically shouting excitedly during a team fight. How should he put it? Sure enough, everyone was the same. After getting high, they all became recording machines. I can win, I can win, I can win, sword burial, kill sword burial, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. As Jingyu listened, he couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt a lot better. He took off his headphones and exited Weibo. Then, he stared at the photo of himself and Qin Fei on his phone screen for a while before he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Good night, Brother Fei. The next day's match was at 1 p.m. As the commentator, Feng Luofan had arrived at the competition venue early and waited backstage. Through the screen, he quietly watched his own team enter the competition room as the host introduced them. After a nap, Jingyu felt a lot better. When he was adjusting his equipment, he even took the initiative to mention the match between Mai and Ball C in the morning. I heard that Mai lost? Han Leng, yeah, 1-2 to Ball C. Luo Yiming, Ball C? The team that the number 1 jungler is in? Yi Hong, yes, that's the team. They're really amazing to be able to beat the champion team. Han Leng, amazing my ass. In the 3rd round, they used Moonshade Spider and Flower in the mirror. They used Jingyu's playstyle. Yi Hong, F*CK. Luo Yiming, wow, shameless. As they chatted, they logged into their respective accounts. Soon, all the members of the 2 teams were in position. They started to roll the dice to determine their sides. Yo, the results are out. SKR. 1 is the blue team first. Seeing the results, Feng Luofan's forehead twitched. PG's luck isn't very good these 2 days. Yesterday and today were the last 2 games. Yo, haha, as the saying goes, luck is also a kind of strength. Both teams have started to ban monsters. Let's see what SKR 1 will ban first. A few minutes later, both teams' bans were out. PG banned Azrael, Hejiao, and Kamal. SKR. 1 banned Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Moonshade Spider. Seeing the results, Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. Oh, they didn't ban Plunder Shadow? Luo Yiming, Jingyu, use Plunder Shadow. Jingyu was silent for a while before he calmly replied, there's no hurry. Let's see what the other team will fight for first. If there were more squishy monsters, he would have liked to use Plunder Shadow again. From yesterday's match with Kid, it could be seen that even though the professional players knew about Plunder Shadow beforehand, they were still unfamiliar with it in an official match. However, the match against SKR. 1 was destined to make everyone's jaws drop. A few seconds later, SKR. 1 locked onto the first monster. It was none other than Plunder Shadow, Yo-Yo exclaimed, SKR. 1 locked onto Plunder Shadow? Fong Luofan, this is, really unexpected. SKR. 1's Plunder Shadow shocked the commentators, the audience, and of course, the entire PG team. Luo Yiming, what the F*** CK? Qin Fei, interesting. Yi Hong, SKR. 1's jungler can use Plunder Shadow? I don't believe it. Han Ling, Jingyu, kill him. Hearing his teammates' shouts in his earpiece, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Plunder Shadow was very strong. When he used it, it seemed very strong, so strong that it was impossible to counter. But in reality, Plunder Shadow had a very serious flaw. As someone who knew how to play Plunder Shadow, Jingyu obviously knew where its flaw was. This flaw couldn't be fixed at the current stage. Thinking of this, he felt that this match was in the bag. Help me get Heart of Ice. Heh, I can't kill him. As soon as Jingyu's flirtatious voice came out, it was as if PG's team had been injected with chicken blood. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and was itching to give it a try. It was as if they were playing a game of bullying noobs instead of a point competition. Qin Fei looked at his teammates' excited expressions with amusement. His gaze fell on Jingyu's face and he couldn't help but sigh. As the captain of PG, as long as it was his command, his teammates would absolutely obey it. They trusted him wholeheartedly and believed that he could lead them to victory. However, Jingyu only needed to raise his voice and it was enough to calm the entire team down. He had become PG's spiritual pillar. Qin Fei turned his gaze back to his computer screen. The corners of his lips were raised for a long time. He suddenly felt a strange sense of pride. How should he put it, as expected of one of his players? After SKR. 1 locked onto Plunder Shadow, PG quickly locked onto Heart of Ice and Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming, who had gotten his life item, couldn't be any happier. It's time for me to carry the team with 5 kills again. Speaking of which, I feel like my chances of getting my life item are getting higher and higher. Yi Hong, who told you to be the noob? Luo Yiming, huh? Yi Hong didn't have the nerve to continue. Although it was annoying to have your life item banned, it was also a form of recognition and respect from the opponent. SKR. 1's 3 bans were given to him, Qin Fei, and Jingyu. This already spoke volumes. For SKR. 1, Luo Yiming wasn't as big of a threat as they were. After all, he was one of PG's biggest uncertainties. When he was in a good state, he could carry the team with 5 kills. When he wasn't in a good state, he could 1v4. He was like a ticking time bomb, either exploding his enemies or his teammates. However, Luo Yiming, who had Dark Cupid, still managed to explode his enemies more often. PG's decision to lock up Heart of Ice caused a burst of discussion in the audience. Some people wanted to see the country's #1 Heart of Ice achieve a pentakill, while others questioned whether it was wise for PG to lock up a jungler when the opponent had already locked up a jungler. Before they could come to a conclusion, SKR. 1 quickly selected the second and third demons, Satan and Quangu. Satan and Quangu? Yo-Yo was a little confused. Quangu should be top laner, right? What is Satan? Didn't SKR. 1 already lock the glimpse jungler? Fong Luofan couldn't help but chuckle. SKR1's lineup is something that no one but themselves can understand before the match begins. However, I personally feel that Satan is more likely to be the support, or perhaps the Quangu will be the support, and Satan will be the support. Right after that, PG locked up Sword Burial and Scarlet Fury, causing another round of discussion among the audience. Sword Burial is going to go up? Wow, this match is going to be interesting. Zhang Jian was a warrior-type top laner demon. He was rarely used to go up. Most of the time, people used him as a jungler. Since PG had locked up Heart of Ice, Sword Burial was the top laner. It was SKR. One's turn again. They hesitated for a while before locking down Centaur and Wanmi Liuhua. This, Yo-Yo was convinced. A tank, a warrior, an assassin, 2 archers, and no sorcerers? Fang Luofan, hahaha, SKR. One's lineup is really bold. Even though Jingyu was prepared for PG's lineup, he was still surprised by it. Are they that reckless? Yi Hong laughed. This is SKR. One's lineup. Sometimes, I really don't know if they're reckless or just reckless. Han Leng, they're just messing around. Luo Yiming, don't think that they're the only ones who know how to mess around. Old Han, you're taking Soul this round. Han Leng, hee, that's exactly what I was thinking. And so, PG locked up Soul for the last position. Han Leng had been training Soul for the past few days so that he could work with Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. But even without the Moonshade Spider in the lineup, the strengthened Soul was still a force to be reckoned with. Jingyu didn't stop his teammates from choosing. Instead, he swapped monsters with them and said, with this lineup, our frontline can be ignored, but our backline can deal a lot of damage. As long as we can control Soul, we'll be able to wipe them out. Brother Han, we're counting on you. Han Leng, okay, leave it to me. As they spoke, the countdown ended, and both teams entered the battlefield. The camera was focused on SKR-1. Their players, Quangu, and Fleeting Shadow went to the bottom of the jungle, while Satan and Wanmi Liuhua went to the top of the jungle. It was finally clear which monsters were going to play which positions. Fang Luofan, Wanmi Liuhua is the mid laner. Yo, this is the first time I've seen an archer in a mid laner. Fang Luofan, it's not unusual for archers to play mid laner. Last season, Kid tried to play archer as a mid laner, but because he didn't have a sorcerer and the opponent only used physical defense, it was very difficult. After that, very few teams used archers in the mid laner. Almost at the same time that Fang Luofan said this, Jingyu gave an order. The opponent doesn't have a sorcerer, so don't use magic defense. Just use physical defense. His teammates agreed. Then, Jingyu used Heart of Ice to clear out all the junglers in the bottom of the jungle. He had not used Heart of Ice for a long time. Because he thought that it would be banned, he had been training with Fleeting Shadow and Flower Petal of Datura. However, Heart of Ice was the monster he was most familiar with, and it was still very handy even after so many days. He cleared the junglers with ease. At this moment, the camera cut to Heart of Ice. Then, both the live audience and the livestream audience were stunned by his jungler. Displacement, Ice Blade, Positioning, and AoE, Jingyu's Heart of Ice moved nimbly in the jungle, fully displaying his hand speed and control. This was the Heart of Ice that only he knew how to use. No one else could copy it. At 5 minutes, Heart of Ice reached level 6 and gained an ultimate skill. It ganked the mid lane, but Wanmi Liuhua escaped with a sliver of health. At 6 minutes, the enemy's Fleeting Shadow also reached level 6 and gained an ultimate skill. Jingyu looked at the level and economy of both sides. Even though he felt that the enemy's Fleeting Shadow was worse than he thought, he was still prepared. Fleeting Shadow has an ultimate skill. Lane, don't push too deep. Return to the city with sliver health. As he spoke, he sent his Heart of Ice to the bottom lane. After all, in this match, their support was the elemental soul, Brittleskin. He could help the archer chase down the enemy demons, but he couldn't protect his own archer when the enemy archer chased after him. Sure enough, when Jingyu rushed to the bottom lane, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid and Han Lung's Soul were both at sliver health. However, the enemy Quangu was also at half health. Behind them was a Minotaur with 2/3 health. Jingyu estimated his own damage and decisively connected his Heart of Ice to Mad Bone. Once he was done, he would be able to deal a huge blow. The blizzard howled and engulfed the Quangu and the Minotaur, freezing the two monsters. Luo Yiming immediately moved his Dark Cupid forward and attacked the Quangu, Hanlung's soul could not catch up to Dark Cupid. He decisively used Blink and used inextricable threads on the Minotaur. It was not easy to get rid of the control, so it was controlled again. Chain control, the Minotaur was controlled to the point that it could not move at all. It was quickly buried under Heart of Ice's ice blade. The Kwanggu was shot to sliver health by Dark Cupid. After it got rid of the control, it immediately used Blink to escape to the bottom of the tower. However, Heart of Ice, who had refreshed his teleportation skill, chased after it with a whoosh and took its head. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Minotaur has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, the enemy's Kwanggu has been killed. The interval between the double kills was less than a second. The audience cheered, as expected of the number 1 player in the country. Heart of Ice, Luo Yiming, who had obtained 2 assists, had a resentful look on his face. They didn't leave a single kill for me. Jingyu smiled, but did not respond to him. Instead, he urged, Fleeting Shadow is coming. You guys hurry up and retreat. Don't click return town. Just run back. Hearing this, Luo Yiming was still resentful. However, he obediently moved to the bottom of his own tower and ran in the direction of his territory. At this moment, a silver light flashed. Whoosh, it flashed into the tower. Fleeting Shadow was coming, SKR. One's jungler, Fleeting Shadow, appeared in the bottom lane of the PG tower in a very handsome manner. He was only 2 steps away from the low-health Dark Cupid. Compared to Jingyu, who had directly appeared behind the enemy's monster, being 2 steps away from Fleeting Shadow was already quite good. It could be seen that SKR. One's jungler was quite skilled. His prediction and control of his ultimates were quite good. However, because of this 2-step distance, he could not instantly kill Dark Cupid. Just as he was about to move and chase after Dark Cupid, Hanlung's soul backhanded him with a crowd control. Fleeting Shadow was crowd controlled under the tower. The tower struck him with a thunderbolt, instantly reducing his health by more than half. Then, Jingyu, who was already prepared, connected his Heart of Ice to Fleeting Shadow and pulled him over. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy's Fleeting Shadow has been killed, just like that, SKR. Once Fleeting Shadow, who had just used his ultimates to cross half of the map and appear at the bottom lane, was instantly killed before he could do anything. Death details, soul damage 1%, Heart of Ice damage 22%, tower damage 77%. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yiming laughed so hard that he could not catch his breath. As he returned to the city, he admired Fleeting Shadow's corpse at the bottom of the tower. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Hanlung also couldn't help but laugh a few times. F*CK, I'm dying of laughter. Brother, are you here to be funny? He had also used Fleeting Shadow to catch people, but the outcome was so miserable. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also sent himself to death. SKR. One's jungler shut himself up. Jingyu shrugged and continued to farm without restraint in the lower reaches of the jungle. Only then did he click on the return key in satisfaction. That's Shadow Plunder's ultimate. The slightest mistake can lead to a huge error. If I'm not careful, I'll be killed instead. That's how it is. This was the huge flaw of Fleeting Shadow. The enemy jungler had probably discovered it before, but he didn't expect Hanlung to react so quickly. There was a price to pay for underestimating a PG. He felt that he could win today. He didn't know what reward Brother Fei would give him after he won. Jingyu thought happily as he let his Heart of Ice drift to the top lane. Sword Burial was supposed to be at a disadvantage against Satan. Sword Burial was supposed to be the one at a disadvantage. However, Qin Fei Sword Burial forced Satan to retreat to the bottom of the tower as he dealt more damage. When the livestream switched to the top lane, Feng Luofan could not help but laugh. PG Sword Burial forced SKR. One Satan to retreat to the bottom of the tower. Qin Fei is really good at everything he plays. On the huge screen, Sword Burial would occasionally rush into the tower to attack Satan. Then, he would block the tower's damage with block and return to deal more damage. Satan's health had been reduced to less than half. On the other side, Jingyu seemed to have smelled the scent of blood. He let his healed Heart of Ice drift straight to the top lane. He even used Blink to rush to the top lane. Then, just as Heart of Ice reached the top lane tower, Xianxia's Sword Burial teleported into the tower and used a skill to attack Satan. Jingyu quickly followed up with Sword Burial and aggroed Satan to the bottom of the tower. Ice Blade and normal attacks intertwined, and the combo was smooth. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. The kill isn't mine? Jingyu was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw a silver flash. It was Plunder's shadow. Just as he was about to remind Xianxia to pay attention to dodge, before he could speak, he saw Zhang Jianyu's block on the screen. The block was meant to block the tower's damage, but it coincidentally blocked Plunder's shadow's skill. Then, Jingyu quickly linked Heart of Ice to Plunder's shadow and used the new ultimate skill. A blizzard swept past, and Plunder's shadow was frozen to the bottom of the tower. Sword Burial and Heart of Ice took the opportunity to attack. System, Sword Burial, double kill. System, the enemy's shadow Plunder has been killed. The head wasn't even his. Jingyu pursed his lips and connected his Heart of Ice to Sword Burial. The two of them then sped out of the tower. Just as he was about to head to the jungle to clear the jungle, he saw Sword Burial teleport to the middle lane. Xianxia, let's see if we can get a pentakill. Jingyu, okay. Thus, Jingyu's Heart of Ice turned around and followed Sword Burial to the middle lane. What the two of them didn't know was that the big screen was currently replaying the scene of Sword Burial killing Glimp's shadow. The live audience was laughing like crazy. Feng Luofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sword Burial's block was to block the tower damage. The timing of the sweeping shadow is too bad. Yo-yo, using an ultimate move as a suicidal move, this reminds me of everyone's evaluation of Heart of Ice. Feng Luofan, yeah, Heart of Ice's teleportation and Sweeping Shadow's ultimate move both test the timing and angle of attack. One mistake and you'll be killed. In comparison, Sweeping Shadow's ultimate move is harder to control. If you can't appear right behind the enemy demon to deal the finishing blow, his ultimate move is no different from a suicidal move. Yo-yo, ha, is Luofan indirectly praising his own team's Jingyu? Feng Luofan's lips curled up. Jingyu's Sweeping Shadow is indeed stronger. I believe the audience can see that too. While the two were talking, Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Xianxia's Sword Burial successfully killed the enemy Wanmi Liuhua with the help of Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. This time, Jingyu took the initiative to give the kill to Xianxia. However, after taking another tower damage, Sword Burial's HP was very low. Xianxia could only return to the city to recover. Jingyu took the opportunity to steal Xianxia's minions from the top lane. Then, he happily went to the top lane to farm. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. The match had only started for less than 10 minutes, but PG's kill count and economy were already ahead of SKR1. They had a huge early game advantage. After Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid suppressed the enemy's minions and sent them back to the city, he quickly took down the magic wheel and helped Yi Hong take down the tower in the middle lane. SKR1 lost sight of the middle lane before the magic dragon respawned. The situation was very unfavorable for them. Jingyu would occasionally let his Heart of Ice wander around the dragon pit. At the 12th minute, he encountered the enemy's Sweeping Shadow. After fighting for a while, Sweeping Shadow used a big move to teleport 3 times in a row and disappeared without a trace. Yo-yo, wow, Sweeping Shadow's big move can be used like that. Feng Luofan, if you use it like that, it won't be easily interrupted. It's a good escape skill. He remembered that when Jingyu used Sweeping Shadow yesterday, he also used the big move as an escape skill. It was a short-distance teleportation followed by a long-distance teleportation. It was more technical than SKR1's Sweeping Shadow. Feng Luofan couldn't help but laugh. If he wasn't PG's coach, he might have become Jingyu's fanboy. To be able to play a new magical creature to such a high level in such a short period of time, Jingyu's talent, hand speed, mechanics, and reflexes were all amazing. Jingyu was undoubtedly very charming to players who liked this game. Just as he was thinking this, Yo-Yo suddenly started praising PG. PG's team is still very new and not very stable. However, I can see that all 5 of their players have a lot of potential. Brother Fei has never been suppressed in the top lane. No matter what kind of magical creature he uses, he can play very well. There's basically no way to deal with him in the early game. Yezi is a very smart strategist. His card pool is unfathomable and his skill combinations are flexible. His nine-tailed fox has beaten many people into submission. One's playstyle isn't favored by many, but his battle record is there for all to see. Before Goldfish joined PG, he was basically the MVP of PG. Every time he fought against an opponent, his supporters would break out in a cold sweat. However, he always managed to turn the situation around. His reflexes are really fast, and his mechanics are good too. His overall skill shouldn't be lower than Kid's marksman, right? In yesterday's match, he did indeed suppress Kid's LLY. Lastly, Jingyu. When he first joined PG, many people didn't think highly of him because he replaced Brother Faye's position. However, he used his skills to prove that he is a very capable jungler. He can definitely support PG. Yo-Yo's face didn't change at all. Feng Luofan felt like he was floating. He couldn't help but praise, yeah, after Jingyu joined PG, the entire team has changed. It's as if they'd been awakened. I'm looking forward to their performance. After a pause, he suddenly realized something and raised his eyebrows. Yo-Yo, you praised all of PG's players. Why did you leave out 3H, HHH, Hanleng? Yo-Yo's expression froze for a moment before he reacted quickly, 3H. He's PG's support. This season, he used a marksman and a top laner. It's obvious that he's very adaptable to any position. He provides PG with a lot of options. That's right. Feng Luofan smiled. When praising someone, of course, he had to go all out. Also, 3H's stability is very high. Some people get better the more they play. Some people get more confident the more they play. However, 3H's performance was very stable from the beginning to the end of the match. He doesn't seem to have a strong presence, but he can be considered PG's strongest support. At this point, Feng Luofan suddenly had an idea. He seemed to know how to save PG's late game. The first match between PG and SKR1 ended very quickly. At the 15-minute mark, the PvP team was discovered by SKR. The two teams fought the dragon while fighting it. In the end, Jingyu's Heart of Frost managed to snatch the magic dragon with a single retribution. After PG took down the magic dragon, they immediately cleaned up SKR1. In the end, it was a 2-for-4 trade. Heart of Ice and Scarlet Fury died on PG's side. Only SKR1's Fleeting Shadow managed to escape with his big move. SKR1's Fleeting Shadow. Ever since the 2 times he used his ultimate gank and was counter-killed, he had never used it again. He had basically used it to escape. Unfortunately, even if he escaped, it was useless. The magic dragon was taken down by PG. This fierce team followed the magic dragon army and attacked SKR1's 3 turrets from 3 different directions. In just a few minutes, SKR1's turrets were completely destroyed. At the same time, they also sent SKR1's 2 marksmen back to the respawn point. When SKR1's turrets were destroyed, Jingyu felt that it was unreal. Last season, you guys also had a 0-2 draw with SKR1? Yihong, wow, little Jingyu, you're questioning our ability. Jingyu, that's right. His reply to these 2 words was straightforward and frank, causing Yihong to not know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, it was Qin Fei who reminded him, you only won 1 round, don't get carried away. SKR1 isn't weak, they just like to play around. Okay. Jingyu obediently agreed, but he was still a little curious. Last season, what kind of lineup did they use against you guys? Hanleng was the one who answered, I can't remember clearly. I think there was 1 round where they had 4 tanks and 1 marksman. Last season, the tanks were very strong. They had high defense and high damage. They were quite difficult to deal with. Luo Yiming, in the other round, they had 3 mages. You can't even remember that? Hanleng, oh right, 3 mages. What about the other 2? Luo Yiming, I can't remember. Hanleng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fei was also speechless, the 3 mages weren't the main point. The main point was that they used 2 crowd control monsters, Flower in the Mirror and Soul. After the crowd control combo, they used 3 ultimates and directly wiped us out. Jingyu was dumbfounded. What kind of messed up lineup was this? Then, in the second round, he actually experienced SKR-1's double control lineup. After SKR-1 banned Snow Heart and Glimpse of Shadows, the first player to pick up the Elemental Soul, and the second player to pick up Mirror Image, the 2 main crowd control monsters were in SKR-1. Jingyu didn't dare to pick the Moonshade Spider. On their side, they had already picked Lilith and Dark Cupid. After thinking for a while, he let his teammates pick Scarlet Fury and Sarier, leaving his jungler spot empty. Before this, SKR-1 had picked 2 crowd control monsters and Wind of Condensation. The last 2 spots were Centaur and Wanmi Liuhua. 3 archers, Yo-Yo couldn't believe it, 3 archers? After Kid, SKR-1 also picked a 3-archer lineup. Fong Luofan's heart thumped, but he didn't say anything. However, Yo-Yo's next sentence directly expressed his worries. Up until now, PG has never won against a 3-archer lineup. I don't know if SKR-1 is deliberately copying Kid because of this. However, unlike Kid, SKR-1 also picked 2 crowd control monsters. It seems like they're planning to use 1 wave of crowd control. PG also had a headache when he saw the 3 archers. Luo Yiming cursed out loud, F***ck, they're doing this on purpose. Yi Hong shrugged, they probably want to play more seriously after losing 1 round. Jingyu was silent for a while as he looked at the 2 lineups. When he spoke again, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. I can pick the archer this round, right? He was the commander. Fong Luofan had warned PG to listen to his orders. Therefore, he could ignore his teammates' opinions and pick the archer. However, he still asked because he had never picked the archer in an official match. He wasn't sure if it was the right choice, especially when he was facing a 3-archer lineup. However, when his teammates heard this, they all agreed without hesitation. Luo Yiming, go ahead. You can take the center position. Hold on tight. Yi Hong, ha ha ha, if you want to take it, then take it. We're leading by 1 point anyway, it's fine to waste 1 round. Han Lung, waste my ass. Jingyu is picking the archer because he wants to win. Take it, I'll support you. Jingyu subconsciously tilted his head and looked at Qin Fei. When their eyes met, Qin Fei couldn't help but smile and reply with 2 words, up to you. Therefore, Jingyu didn't hesitate and instantly picked the Maha. Just like that, the Devil Lord Pro League ushered in the first match in history with 5 archers. For the second match between PG and SKR-1, the final lineups were as follows: PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Maha SKR-1, Sagittarius, Soul, Wind of Condensation, Flower in the Mirror, Wanmi Liuhua Yo-Yo, 2 shooters versus 3 shooters. I think it'll be interesting. Luo Fan, what do you think? Fong Luo Fan, with SKR-1's lineups, whether or not they can chain control is very important. PG is using Maha to jungling this time. It's quite rare. Yo-Yo, if I remember correctly, this is the first time Jingyu jungled with Maha, right? Fong Luofan, or rather, this is the first time he jungled with shooters in an official match. Yo-Yo, wow, I'm looking forward to it. The 2 commentators were full of anticipation for this match's lineups, but they didn't know that at this moment, the bullet screens on all the major live streaming platforms were sighing frowny face. It's a pity that Shadow Glimpse was banned. I really want to see Jingyu play another round of Shadow Glimpse. I want to hear Jingyu's dirty words when he uses Shadow Glimpse. I want to hear dirty words +1. Last night, Jingyu only listened to the recordings of the other team's matches. He didn't even click on the interface of his own team's recording, so he didn't know that he had accidentally become popular. No matter which platform it was, the comments under PG's recording were the most, and most of the comments were directed at Jingyu's dirty words. Frowny face. Jingyu is too cute. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing like crazy the whole time. Jingyu is too funny. I'm laughing so hard I'm looking for my head. There were even some big shots who took a screenshot of Jingyu's dirty words when he used Shadow Glimpse and combined it with the recording of the match to make a ghastly video. Your daddy is here again. Here it comes again, here it comes again, hee hee you can't hit me. Hee 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 you can't hit me, crispy skin, don't run don't run, don't run fleeting light and passing shadow. Understand, understand, understand. In just one night, the video was spread to every corner of every major platform. It even made it to Weibo's trending topic. For the time being, no one in PG knew about this. In the second match against SKR1, Luo Yiming did not get the red in the jungle. Instead, he gave it to Jingyu. After Jingyu used Maha to remove the red light, he started to farm monsters. Maha was the most frequently used demon among the archers because her movement speed and attack speed were the fastest among the archers. As long as she shot feathers at the monsters in the jungle, she would be done. Bayu bayu bayu, it was so satisfying. However, Jingyu couldn't help but be surprised as he fought. The jungler on the other side is Wang Miliuhua? Qin Fei nodded. Centaur also has retribution, but he's facing me right now. Yi Hong said as he dealt with Soul, since Centaur has retribution, he'll definitely go to the jungle. Wang Miliuhua is probably going to fight back. Jingyu, be careful. Jingyu, yes, I know. As soon as he saw Centaur and Wang Miliuhua both have retribution, Jingyu knew that SKR1 would definitely fight back. He was surprised because he thought, that's right, Wang Miliuhua can also fight in the jungle. Why didn't I think of that? In fact, it wasn't just him. Most people's first reaction when they heard that archers were going to fight in the jungle was Maha. After all, Wang Miliuhua was a new demon. Let alone fighting in the jungle, it was only after Kid tried it out that everyone accepted it. Wang Miliuhua was going to fight in the jungle. Jingyu recalled Wang Miliuhua's skills and suddenly felt that he could give it a try. Before the competition started, in order to help Luo Yiming study Wang Miliuhua's combo, he spent a lot of time training this demon. He was much more familiar with it than the Maha he was currently using. However, Maha's demon had simple skills and was easy to learn. It was a good choice for him, who hadn't used archers before. The first skill increased attack speed, the second skill increased damage, and the last skill was an AoE skill. This demon basically relied on normal attacks to deal damage. Unlike some older MOBA games, Devil Lord's demons didn't have auto-aiming settings, so it was a test of the player's skills. This was especially true for archers. Due to their distance advantage, their hit rate wasn't high. Although they could increase their hit rate by hitting the demon's face, archers were very fragile. They would often be killed before they could deal damage. Luo Yiming's fighting style wasn't something that anyone could master. Yo, you can see the player's skills better if you use archers. So far, Jingyu's Maha hasn't missed a shot. Feng Luo fan, the movements of wild monsters are predictable. With Jingyu's skills, it's normal for him to have a 100% hit rate. I just don't know how he'll fare when he fights against the demon. 7 minutes after the start of the match, Jingyu found Wang Miliuhua in his own jungle. He seized the opportunity to attack, but Wang Miliuhua's barrier blocked most of the damage. Then, Wang Miliuhua counterattacked. Jingyu's Maha was at a disadvantage and escaped with low HP. The enemy Wang Miliuhua didn't want to let him go. He flashed and chased after him. Jingyu had Maha dodge the attack with a zigzag move. He threw a feather at Wang Miliuhua, but it was also dodged. Then, Jingyu continued to escape, and Wang Miliuhua chased after him. At this moment, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury flashed between the two demons. He used 2 skills in a row and accurately controlled Wang Miliuhua. After a set of combo attacks, he threw out a big move. Wang Miliuhua was trapped in the blood pool purgatory, and his HP dropped rapidly. Jingyu's Maha had been hiding behind Scarlet Fury when Wang Miliuhua was controlled. Finally, System, Maha, 1 kill, System, Wang Miliuhua has died. Yi Hong, nice. Maha's counterattack with Scarlet Fury's help was quite spectacular. However, Jingyu wasn't happy, because he was horrified to find that it was over. He couldn't beat the enemy jungler one-on-one with his archer. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this, but he could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. At the 13th minute, a large group battle broke out in the middle lane. SKR. 1 found the right time to control the entire PG team, and 3 archers attacked the PG team crazily. When the first CC was thrown, Jingyu's Maha was circling around the back. When he finally entered the battlefield and started attacking, he was hit by the second CC. Even though he used CC immediately, he was still instantly killed by the 3 archers. Before he died, he quickly used his big move, but he only managed to kill the soul closest to him. SKR. 1 traded 1 for 5 and wiped out the PG team. Then, Flower and the Mirror tanked the magic dragon's damage, and the 3 archers attacked the magic dragon crazily. SKR. 1 relied on the magic dragon army to take down the PG team's tower in the middle lane. However, in the process of taking down the tower, they were wiped out by the PG team. However, at the 21st minute, another large group battle broke out in the middle lane. SKR. 1 traded 1 for 5 and wiped out the PG team. Even if 1 archer died, they still had 2 archers left. Once again, they took down the magic dragon with lightning speed. The second magic dragon army's attack was much fiercer than the first, and in the end, it destroyed 3 of the PG team's towers. Although the PG team managed to survive, they were completely overtaken by SKR. 1 in terms of economy. In the later stages of the game, SKR. 1's 3 archers were all developed, and the situation was very unfavorable for the PG team. Finally, at the 25th minute, near the bottom lane, the PG team was wiped out by SKR. 1 for the 3rd time, Jinyu looked at the death countdown on the screen and pursed his lips. Sorry, it's my fault for losing this game. Putting everything else aside, he didn't even win a single solo fight against SKR. 1's jungler. In the group battle, his coordination with his teammates was so stiff that even he couldn't bear to watch it. Xianxia said bluntly, "There's a problem with you using archers. You're too weak against a Jinyu, yeah. Xianxia, you're a skill-based jungler. If you have to use archers as junglers, don't use Maha or Centaur, which rely on a Tri-Wami Liuhua." Jinyu was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Xianxia. Feeling his gaze, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. What? Jinyu quickly looked away. No, it's just. I really want to try Wami Liuhua. Up until now, the players who used the 10,000 extinguishing wildfire had yet to use the combo he wanted. Even Luo Yiming, after learning the combo he had helped to research, could still use it however he wanted most of the time. Seeing this made him feel exasperated that Luo Yiming had failed to meet his expectations. Therefore, after realizing that Wami Liuhua could be used as a jungler, Jinyu couldn't wait to give it a try himself. In the second game against SKR. 1, SKR. 1-1. It was a 1-1 draw. However, PG's team wasn't too disheartened. They were already at their wits' end against 3 archers. Even Jinyu was optimistic. Don't worry, there's still 1 more game. We can win it, ban the archers. Thus, in the 3rd game, PG immediately banned the 3 archers. They were Kamal, Centaur, and Wind of Condensation. SKR. 1 was afraid of Jinyu's assassin jungler, so they continued to ban Shadow Glimpse, Heart of Ice, and Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, it was PG's turn to pick the monsters first. They instantly banned Wami Liuhua from their first position. Yo. Why didn't PG steal Dark Cupid in this game? Feng Luofan also found it strange. He raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Yo, SKR. 1 didn't steal Dark Cupid either. They banned Soul and Flower in the mirror. Feng Luofan, that's understandable. After all, they didn't ban Moonshade Spider. They were probably afraid that PG would use crowd control, so they stole both monsters. As soon as he finished his sentence, PG instantly banned Dark Cupid. Yo. Feng Luofan. In this game, after PG banned the 3 archers, he stole 2 more archers. This completely eliminated SKR. 1's possibility of using 3 archers. This was the best way to defeat SKR. 1 at this stage. We can't beat your 3 archers, but you can forget about using this formation to disgust us. After thinking it through, Feng Luofan laughed. Haha, as expected of PG. It looks like SKR. 1 won't be able to use 3 archers in this game. I wonder what they'll choose. After PG targeted Dark Cupid, he chose Azrael for the first time. After some hesitation, SKR. 1 chose Maha and Heijiao. PG chose Lilith and Scarlet Fury for the last 2 positions, while SKR. 1 chose Peacock Plume for the last position. At this point, the ban and pick segment was over. The audience was in an uproar. Two archers? F***CK. It's so exciting to watch these two teams play. Is SKR one going to use archers as junglers? Yo-Yo didn't expect the final lineup of both teams to be like this. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. With SKR one's lineup, who's going to be junglers? Two archers, and two archers. It had to be said that SKR one's lineup was too bold. It's impossible for archers to jungler. Fong Luofan couldn't help but laugh. As I said before, SKR one's lineup can only be understood by themselves before the official start of the game. Let's wait and see. PG was also surprised when he saw this lineup. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Jinyu smiled. I bet 50 cents that Maha junglers. Yi Hong, what goes around comes around. In the last game, he took Wanmi Liuhua and you took Maha. In this game, you take Wanmi Liuhua and he takes Maha. Luo Yiming, ha ha ha, love and hate. Hearing these words, Qin Fei's forehead twitched. He looked at Maha's profile picture and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Before entering the battlefield, Jinyu confirmed the lineups of the two teams one last time: PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Azrael, Wanmi Liuhua SKR. 1. Heijiao, Soul, Peacock Plume, Flower in the Mirror, Maha. There's no pressure in the top lane, but don't go too deep in the middle lane and bottom lane. Be careful of the jungler. Jinyu took a deep breath. It's the last round. You must win. His teammates responded. The morale of the PG team soared. Fong Luofan, the match has started. As we can see, SKR one's Maha is carrying retribution. He's the jungler. The two sorcerers are in the top lane and bottom lane respectively. Heijiao is in the top lane and Peacock Plume is in the bottom lane. Yo-Yo, with this lineup, the PG team still has an advantage in the early game? Fong Luofan, yes. The key is in the later game. Can SKR one perform a control wave rush? Control wave rush, Soul and Flower in the Mirror perform a control wave rush. The sorcerer uses two ultimates and Maha finishes him off with a wave of damage. Compared to the previous match where they had three archers, SKR1's weakness was very obvious in this match. The archers relied on normal A. They were monsters that dealt continuous damage, while the mages relied on burst damage. After one set of attacks, their skills would be on cooldown. Only after the cooldown was over could they use another set of skills. Therefore, as long as the PG team could dodge the sorcerer's ultimates, they would have a chance to counterattack. The problem was, how could they dodge the sorcerer's ultimates, or rather, how could they dodge the combo? Jinyu looked at Wanmi Liuhua on his screen and couldn't help but smile. Did they need to dodge? Wanmi Liuhua was said to be very good at protecting herself, but no archer dared to use her. Perhaps it was because they were shooters. To them, staying low until the end was the way to go. In comparison, Luo Yiming was truly a weirdo. Unfortunately, Wanmi Liuhua's skills were too complicated for him. Even though Wanmi Liuhua was a perfect match for him, he was unable to utilize Wanmi Liuhua's full strength. It didn't matter. If Luo Yiming couldn't use it, he could. Today, he was going to show everyone the true way to play Wanmi Liuhua. With that thought in mind, Jinyu could not wait to unlock all of Wanmi Liuhua's skills. He wanted to farm until he was flying. No matter how complicated Wanmi Liuhua's skills were, he was still an archer. Therefore, his normal attack damage was very high and his farming speed was very fast. In a short 5 minutes, Jinyu used Wanmi Liuhua to kill all the monsters in both the upper and lower zones. He reached level 6 and unlocked his ultimate skill. Almost at the same time, Qin Fei's Lilith reached level 6. He immediately activated his ultimate skill and rushed into the enemy's defense tower. He killed Heijiao in a few minutes with a combo and left the tower with a sliver of HP. System, Lilith, kill, system, enemy Heijiao has been killed. Seeing these two system notifications, before the commentators and audience could react, PG's teammates were the first to go. What the F***CK? Luo Yiming, what the F***CK? Brother Fei, you're so cruel. Yi Hong, what the F***CK? Do you have to be so fast? Han Leng, what the F asterisk CK? Jingyu, it's not good for a man to be so fast. Qin Fei, Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Jingyu, I respect you as a man. Han Leng, only Jingyu would dare to say something like that to Brother Fei, ha ha ha. Jingyu's mouth was too fast. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He could only straighten his neck and pretend to be, I'm just telling the truth, what's there to be afraid of? When Qin Fei returned to the city to recover, he turned his head and glanced at him. He couldn't help but laugh. What? Do you want to try? Jingyu didn't react. What? Qin Fei, didn't you say it's not good to be so fast? Do you want to try? As soon as he said this, Jingyu finally reacted. His ears instantly turned red. After a moment of silence, the others suddenly realized that something was wrong. Luo Yiming, what the F asterisk CK? Yi Hong, cough cough cough. We're recording, pay attention. Han Leng, Brother Fei, what are you talking about? Jingyu is still a child. Qin Fei, tisk, he's only a few months younger than me. Jingyu. Okay. Qin Fei, Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Han Leng? What did they just hear? Yi Hong, no, little Jingyu, what's wrong with you? Jingyu remained silent and didn't respond. Yi Hong was about to ask when Qin Fei impatiently interrupted him. Shut the F asterisk CK up. We're having a competition, do you still want to win? After shouting, he lowered his voice and said to Jingyu, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Jingyu clicked his tongue to express his dissatisfaction. Qin Fei finally understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. Fine, it was his fault. It was better not to tease than not to sleep with him. It seemed that he had to think of a way to coax Jingyu tonight. At this moment, Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua was crouching in the bushes near the middle lane. When Yi Hong saw him coming, he deliberately let his scarlet fury be controlled by the soul control. Sure enough, the enemy Maha rushed out of the bushes and charged straight at him. However, before the enemy Maha could shoot out the first feather, Jingyu had Wanmi Liuhua flash in front of Yi Hong's scarlet fury. He activated his flame shield to block the feather and then shot 2 consecutive flames at the Maha. The first, scorching heat, pushed the Maha away, the second, flowing fire, dealt damage and marked it, and then followed up with a flat attack, triggering an explosion. After this series of attacks, the Maha had lost half of its HP. Just as it was about to escape, Scarlet Fury used its 2 skills to control it and deal damage to it. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. The enemy soul wanted to control Wanmi Liuhua to create an opportunity for itself to escape. Unexpectedly, Wanmi Liuhua switched forms at this moment, turning from a lowly into a mature lady. Her entire body was covered in blood-red flames. Flame Realm, the flame wall formed a triangle around Wanmi Liuhua and Scarlet Fury behind it, blocking the soul skill. Then, Wanmi Liuhua used Heatwave Assault, pushing the soul away and immobilizing it. Soul control failed and was instead controlled. Just as he was feeling depressed, Wanmi Liuhua's flames and Scarlet Fury's ultimate skills came crashing down. One of Wanmi Liuhua's skills, Flowing Fire, became total annihilation when revealed. The targeted hit would be silenced and unable to use the skill. Scarlet Fury's Blood Pool Purgatory dealt continuous damage to the soul. Coupled with Wanmi Liuhua's normal attacks and the passive explosion, the brittle soul couldn't wait for the immobilizing effect to wear off and fell to the ground gloomily. System, Wanmi Liuhua, 1 kill. System, enemy soul has died, and so, the gank in the middle lane was a 0 for 2 PG, resulting in the victory. The battle was short, less than a minute, but Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua used a total of 7 skills. Without the replay, it was impossible to explain. Fong Luofan, from the replay, we can see that the order of Jingyu's skills was Flame Shield, Burning Fire, Flowing Fire, Reveal, Flame Realm, Heatwave Assault, Total Annihilation, followed by normal attacks. Yo, oh my god! He used so many skills in such a short time? Fong Luofan, yes, it was a very complete and smooth combo. This is something that no other player has done before. Yo, speaking of which, why do I feel like this combo looks a little familiar? Why do I feel like it's a little like the Moonshade Spider. Fong Luofan couldn't help but laugh. Yes, it's the Moonshade Spider. Wanmi Liuhua's skills were designed with reference to the Moonshade Spider, so the self-created combo can also be a reference to the Moonshade Spider. Yo, no wonder Wanmi Liuhua was immediately different in Jingyu's hands. Fong Luofan, yes, archers rely on normal attacks, so their skills were designed quite simply. This time, an archer with 2 sets of skills suddenly appeared. Many archers didn't react in time, but Jingyu used them quite smoothly. PG also gave Jingyu a very high evaluation. Yi Hong, nice, little Jingyu Luo Yiming, damn, I really can't keep my C position. Han Leng, you already lost your C position when Jingyu joined the team, okay? Look at how long it's been since you won the MVP award. Jingyu smiled. Sit down, everyone sit down. This is basic. Yi Hong, Han Leng, ha ha ha. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Even Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. He was being serious. They were just ganked the mid lane, they hadn't even fought a team battle yet. When they fought a team battle, they would know how good Wanmi Liuhua was. At this moment, Han Leng had his Azrael enter the tower. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid repositioned and rushed under the tower to face Peacock Plume. With a flick of his mouse, he dodged Flower in the Mirror's crowd control. Then, he attacked Peacock Plume and Flower in the Mirror like crazy. After using Split Bow, as long as he hit one of the monsters, he would automatically aim at the other nearby monster and deal additional damage. Soon, the 2 monsters fell to the ground. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, enemy Flower in the Mirror has died. Yo, wow. PG is too strong this round. SKR1's top, middle, and bottom lanes are completely suppressed by PG. Fong Luofan, PG is a team that fights in the early game. SKR1's lineup is at a disadvantage in the early game. It's normal for them to be suppressed in the mid lane. I believe SKR1 was prepared for this outcome. They were probably waiting for the team battle to make up for the difference in economy. Prepared for this? SKR1 was indeed prepared for this, but they didn't expect PG to be so strong in this round. Their original plan was to hide under the tower and gank the mid lane to attract Jingyu's attention so that he wouldn't gank the top lane. But what happened? Jingyu didn't gank the top lane, but PG's top laner and archer didn't need him at all. They just jumped over the tower and killed SKR1 without giving SKR1 a chance to react. Then, the mid lane was even more ridiculous. Scarlet Fury's Soul Control had taken the initiative, but he was instantly killed by PG. He didn't even have time to use Blink. F*CK, these people, are they crazy? SKR1's archer who had just died couldn't help but complain. The support replied, it's normal for a PG. Let's continue hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more system notifications appeared on the screen. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, Hejiao has died. SKR1? Yo, instant kill. Fong Luofan, SKR1's Hejiao had just returned to the bottom of the tower. Before he could do anything, Lilith rushed into the tower and killed him. Yo, Brother Fei is too cruel. SKR1's decision to send a sorcerer up was a mistake, wasn't it? Fong Luofan, yeah, sorcerers are too fragile. They can't tank Lilith's damage at all. Hejiao's magic damage is very high, but if he can't use his skills, he can only be one-shot. Yo, SKR1's top laner is too aggrieved. Qin Fei once again jumped over the tower and blinked out of the tower. This time, Lilith, who had reached level 8, had much more health than before. After killing Hejiao, she went straight through the enemy's tower and into the enemy's jungle. She activated Lifesteal and went straight for the jungle monsters. Yo, Lilith, counter jungle. Fong Luofan, SKR1's Maha is nearby. Will he notice? While Qin Fei's Lilith was fighting in the jungle, the enemy Maha was collecting mana in the jungle. Jingyu originally wanted to remind him to pull over the map, but he realized that he had been saving up his skills, so he kept quiet. Sure enough, after Qin Fei killed a monster, he went straight for Maha's face and stole his mana. Then, he used a combo and used all his skills. System, Lilith, double kill. System, enemy Maha has died, another player was killed, and SKR1's members went crazy. F*CK, this is too much. This year's PGs are even fiercer. Yeah, that bastard Qin Fei was already the top player in the jungle, and now he has the #1 assassin. Hey, they haven't used an assassin yet. F*CK, whose side are you on? After SKR1's mid-soul knew that Lilith was fighting in the jungle, he immediately retreated back to the base. However, he didn't expect Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury to use Blink and enter the tower, catching him off guard. After using both skills, Yi Hong immediately had Scarlet Fury retreat, and he zigzagged to avoid Soul's crowd control. He didn't use his ultimate, because his goal wasn't to kill Soul, but to stall for time. After a while, Qin Fei's Lilith arrived. She charged in from the back of the defense tower and ran over Soul while taking damage from the tower. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury took the opportunity to enter the tower and use Blood Pool Purgatory. With Lilith's lifesteal above and Scarlet Fury's blood pool below, Soul quickly fell to the ground. System, Scarlet Fury, double kill. System, enemy Soul has died. Yi Hong, I stole your triple kill. Qin Fei, it's fine. Yi Hong? If this was in the past, Qin Fei would have been scolded for having his kill stolen. Even if he didn't really care, he would still want to vent his anger. What's going on today? Qin Fei did not notice Yi Hong's surprise. His attention was not on this at all. Killing souls was just a matter of convenience to him. He only wanted to kill Maha as many times as he could. SKR1's jungler. In the previous round, he chased after Jinyu and killed him. In this round, he was exchanging with Jinyu. You want to show off your marksman's positioning? No way. Jinyu's mechanics were very good, but he didn't use the marksman often enough. Whether it was the Maha or the Wanmi Liuhua, there were certain problems. What Qin Fei wanted to do was to not give Jinyu a chance to fight the enemy jungler one-on-one. Want to kill Jinyu? You have to get past me first, yo. After Brother Fei's Lilith cooperated with Scarlet Fury to kill souls, he went to SKR1's jungler. His health is not very healthy now. Is it really okay to continue fighting? Fong Luofan narrowed his eyes. Lilith's blood-sucking ability is very strong. Among all the demons, she's the most suitable for a blood-sucking counterattack. However, I don't think it's wise for Qin Fei to continue fighting at this time. In the past, it was normal for Qin Fei to fight with retribution. When he was a jungler, his own jungler and the enemy jungler were all under his control. Even BALC's #1 jungler had to be wary of him. However, ever since he returned to the top laner position, he rarely went into the jungle. Even if he did, it was with Jinyu. Not to mention, Lilith, who he was using now, was not a demon suitable for jungling. What's going on? Fong Luofan was puzzled. Before he could react, he saw SKR1's archer and support rush into the jungler and attack Qin Fei's Lilith. Fong Luofan, Peacock Plume and Flower in the Mirror have entered the jungler. Flower in the Mirror has blinked. Lilith has been controlled. Qin Fei reacted quickly and immediately released the control. Peacock Plume has half of its health left. Lilith's health has increased. Can you fight back? At this moment, a red light flashed. Sparkling flames flew toward Peacock Plume and Flower in the Mirror one after another. Fong Luofan, Wanmi Liuhua. Jinyu's Wanmi Liuhua is here. When Peacock Plume and Flower in the Mirror entered the jungler, the livestream did not cut to Jinyu's Wanmi Liuhua. However, he had entered the jungler at the same time as them. Therefore, when Qin Fei's Lilith was attacked by the enemy, he arrived and attacked with a combo without hesitation. This time, he first changed forms. Then, he directly activated Flame Shield to protect Lilith, blocking some of Peacock Plume's big moves. Then, he followed up with Total Annihilation, hitting Flower in the Mirror and silencing her. After that, Heatwave hit Peacock Plume and blocked it. Qin Fei's Lilith was the first to kill it. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After Flower in the Mirror's paralysis effect disappeared, she saw that the situation was bad and turned to run. However, Wanmi Liuhua caught up to her and blocked it. Flower in the Mirror moved like a snake and dodged a few balls of fire. However, it also slowed down her escape speed. Lilith used lifesteal and pressed forward. Not only did she kill him, but she also increased her own HP. System, Lilith, double kill. System, enemy flower in the mirror has been killed. Lilith, double kill. She killed 2 people with a sliver of HP. Feng Luofan was so excited that his voice broke. I haven't seen such a fierce Qin Fei in a long time. Qin Fei had always been a fierce player. However, he hadn't killed 2 people with a sliver of HP in the enemy's jungler since he started playing solo. The 2 of them each found a bush and squatted in it before returning to the city. After a moment of silence, Jingyu couldn't help but say, "It's too risky." Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. "This is my style. I thought you knew it very well." Jingyu was silent for a moment before he spoke again. Finally, he straightened his neck and said what he really wanted to say. "Maha is mine." Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Fight with me if you can." In this round, Qin Fei made up his mind to not let Maha touch Jingyu. He knew very well that even if the 2 of them swapped monsters, Jingyu still wouldn't be able to beat her in a 1v1. "Qin Fei, if you really want to use the archer as a carry, go back and practice with Yiming after this round." "Huh?" Jingyu raised his eyebrows. "How do I practice?" "Qin Fei, 1v1. If you can beat him, you can do whatever you want in the future." Jingyu, "Okay." "Luo Yiming, huh? What are you guys talking about?" At the 15-minute mark, PG's economy was more than 2,000. He didn't even use the magic dragon's vision and went straight to the dragon pit. He was so arrogant that it was frightening. After PG opened the dragon pit, SKR1's members quickly came over. Flower in the mirror was the first to blink over and cast a crowd control spell. PG's members dispelled the crowd control spell and Soul cast another crowd control spell. Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua went up and used Flame Shield and Scorch to push Soul away while he was being crowd controlled. SKR1 seized the opportunity and cast 2 mages' ultimate skills. Hanling's Azrael hurriedly activated his shield, which blocked most of the damage. Wanmi Liuhua, who was at the center of the attack, only lost half of her health because of her flame shield. Then, Qin Fei's Lilith used her ultimate to get close to Maha's face and crippled her with a combo. Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua used Wildfire and an A. Finally, he activated his passive and killed Maha. System, Wanmi Liuhua, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. Soul, who was pushed away, wanted to come back and continue crowd control, but before she could use it, she was hooked by Hanling's Azrael and pulled into Luo Yiming's shooting range. She was shot dead by Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Soul has died. Flower in the mirror wanted to cast a crowd control spell to save her, but she was pushed away by Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua's heat wave. Then, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury rolled over and took her head. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Flower in the mirror has died. In just a short moment, SKR1 only had 2 mages left. One of them wanted to escape, but was killed by Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. The other mage knew that he couldn't escape, so he wanted to use his skills to steal the magic dragon. However, before he could use his skills, Wanmi Liuhua flashed in front of him and blocked his attack with Flame Barrier. Then, he used Total Annihilation to silence him and switched to Scorching Heat to push him away. Then, he used Wildfire to deal damage and mark him. Finally, he used Normal Attack to trigger an explosion. After throwing out the last normal attack, Jinyu didn't even look at the mage. Instead, he turned around and used Discipline on the magic dragon. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Heijiao has died. System, Wanmi Liuhua, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Wanmi Liuhua, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yo-Yo immediately exclaimed, "Ah!" PG0 for 5-hit SKR. 1. Team wipe. Feng Luofan also exclaimed, this wave of PGs was too exciting. SKR. 1 was very passive the whole time, they were almost completely led by the nose by PGs. On the replay screen, the audience saw the SKR-1 monster being pushed away, then pulled closer, and then pushed away again. It was being toyed with by the PG until its mentality exploded. Through the replay, Fang Luofan obviously noticed this as well. Azrael Scythe and Wami Liuhua's shockwave are too well coordinated. SKR. One was the one who had the control-type magical beast, but SKR. One was the one who was controlled the whole time and couldn't move. Yo, so that's why PG got Azrael's support. Pull it back and push it away, he's too good at playing. Fang Luofan, this time, Jingyu's combo sequence was changed, but it was still very smooth. It can be said that Jingyu's Wami Liuhua played a very important role in PG's team wiping out SKR. 1. Yo, yes, Wami Liuhua was the first to be controlled by Soul, and Azrael's shield was also very timely. Fang Luofan, SKR. One couldn't win against PGs in the early stages of the game, and in the team fight, they were beaten by PG's 0-for-5. There's no suspense in this match anymore. Indeed, after PGs got the Magic Dragon, they were basically steamrolling SKR. Won until they couldn't fight back at all. A few minutes later, the word victory appeared on PG's computer screen in gold. They won. Fang Luofan immediately stood up. Let's congratulate PG for winning this competition. The score is 2-1, PG gets 1 point. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Seeing Fang Luofan stand up, many of the audience members actually stood up as well. Were the commentators and audience members the ones who stood up? No, it was PG who stood up. This was the first point match that PG had won in the 2 seasons of the tournament. At this moment, they could finally shut the mouths of those who said that they were fake quarter-finalists. We won. Luo Yiming threw his headphones on the table and jumped up from his gaming chair. Qin Fei sneered. Happy my ass, we got -1 yesterday, and 1 today. Our total points are still 0. Yi Heng laughed. So what if it's 0? It's 14 points higher than last season. When Jingyu took off his headphones, the corners of his lips were raised, and he exuded a satisfied aura. We won. We finally won. We're one step closer to the finals. Qin Fei tilted his head and stared at him for a while. He couldn't help but laugh as he raised his hand and ruffled his hair. Happy today? Jingyu let him ruffle his hair. Thinking about his actions after losing the match yesterday, he coughed awkwardly. Before he could come back to his senses, he heard Qin Fei say, "Come to my room when you get back." In this match, Jingyu's Wami Liuhua didn't score many kills, and the MVP award wasn't given to him either. Instead, it was given to Qin Fei's Lilith. However, it was undeniable that his Wami Liuhua had amazed many people. The match had already ended, but the comments on the live stream didn't stop for a long time. Some people were praising him. Frownyface, a skill-based archer, is really suitable for Jingyu. I bet that no one can beat Jingyu when it comes to the fluency of his skills. Jingyu's Wami Liuhua is amazing. Putting everything else aside, no one can beat Jingyu's Wami Liuhua in terms of skill viewing. Of course, there were also people who criticized him. Frownyface stopped praising him. It's obvious that Jingyu isn't suited to be an archer. Jingyu's archer isn't even as good as one's. It's completely unpresentable. Hey, don't. Go. What's wrong with one's archer? Don't talk bad about my one. There were also other comments. Frownyface, but it's a pity that I didn't get to see Jingyu's shadow glimpse today. Yeah, I miss Jingyu's shadow glimpse now. Jingyu was oblivious to these comments. At this moment, all he could think about was Qin Fei's words, "Come to my room when you get back." What was Qin Fei trying to do by asking him to go to his room? Was he trying to reward him? What would he reward him for? Jingyu's mind filled in a lot of possibilities. He was practically floating as he followed Qin Fei down the stairs to the host's side. Then, the host directly handed the microphone to him. "Jingyu, your last Wanmi Liuhua was a 7-skill combo. It was really amazing. May I ask if you've trained this demon before the competition?" Jingyu, who had taken over the microphone, was still in a daze. It took him a while to come back to his senses. "Well, I practiced Wanmi Liuhua before the competition, but it's my first time using it in the jungle." He purposely did not mention that the reason he learned Wanmi Liuhua was to help Luo Yiming research combos. Unexpectedly, Luo Yiming snatched the microphone from him and exposed himself. "You might not believe me, but Jingyu learned Wanmi Liuhua to help me research combos. He never intended to use it in the competition." Since SKR1 wants to cause trouble, we'll play along with them. What do you think? Isn't our Jingyu super awesome? Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yihong directly raised his hand to cover his face. Luo Yiming's EQ was hopeless. However, his frankness and straightforwardness still won him a round of cheers. He didn't mind and continued, but I'm still the best marksman. Thus, the cheers turned into boos. Some of Jingyu's fans even gave Luo Yiming the middle finger. Yihong quickly snatched Luo Yiming's microphone and returned it to the host. The host also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took the microphone to the 5 members of SKR1. Last season, you won 2-0 against PG. This season, PG won 2-1. Do you have anything to say? SKR1's captain calmly took the microphone with an indifferent expression. So what if we lost? We'll win it back next time. The others also had an indifferent attitude. We went overboard this time. We'll be more careful next time. Hearing these words, Yihong couldn't help but sneer. That's what they say, but they're probably vomiting blood in their hearts. Hanleng, I bet a pack of spicy sticks that they'll burst into tears when they get back. Jingyu blinked. He didn't know whether to believe SKR1's attitude or his teammates' guesses. He decided to listen to SKR1's match recording tonight to see if they really didn't care about winning or losing. After the interview, the members of both teams left the stadium through 2 different entrances. Then, PG took the subway back to the club. On the way back, Yihong looked at the match schedule. Whoa, the next match is between ANE and Kid? Luo Yiming hurriedly went up to him. Oh. Good luck, ANE. Beat Kid. Hanleng's lips twitched. You're thinking too much. Most likely, ANE will be beaten up by Kid. Jingyu also curiously went up to take a look. Yesterday, ANE was beaten by my team? Hanleng, yes. Yesterday, he was taught a lesson by my team 2-0. Today, he's up against Kid. Miserable. Luo Yiming, so miserable. Yihong, too miserable. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't be like that. ANE and Kid haven't even started fighting yet. Before the results are out, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Qin Fei hooked his arm around Jingyu's neck. Makes sense. Yihong stared at Qin Fei's hand that was hooking around Jingyu's neck for a while. Then, he turned to look at Qin Fei. You guys, he had only said 2 words when he saw Jingyu's ears turn red. Yihong instantly understood and clicked his tongue. When did this happen? Qin Fei retracted his hand that was hooking around Jingyu's neck and glared at Yihong. Don't talk nonsense. Let's talk about it after the elimination round. Yihong instantly stopped talking. Luo Yiming, HM? What are you guys talking about? Qin Fei, nothing. After the 5 of them returned to the clubhouse, Jingyu said that he didn't want to take a shower for the time being. Luo Yiming and Hanleng went to take a shower first. Then, Jingyu entered Qin Fei's room. Right in front of Yihong. Yihong's mood was really complicated. When did these 2 people get together? Qin Fei, this bastard, was moving too fast. He immediately sent a message to Qin Fei. What's going on between you 2? You're already together? Qin Fei opened the message and glanced at it. He was too lazy to reply, so he casually threw his phone on the bed. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Jingyu, who had closed the door and turned around. He patted the empty space beside him with one hand. Jingyu swallowed hard and walked over to Qin Fei. He sat down beside him a little uneasily. Qin Fei gently hugged him. Why did I call you here if you don't want to ask me? Jingyu replied softly, I won today. The promised reward. Qin Fei couldn't help laughing. You remember it well. But, he hooked one hand around Jingyu's neck and gently lifted his chin with the back of his fingers. As my boyfriend, after the competition, you can do whatever you want me to do to you. You care so much about the reward I mentioned, but it makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Jingyu tilted his head and looked at him. He blinked his watery eyes and looked confused. Why? Qin Fei let go of his chin and leaned closer to him, explaining softly, because you are the person I like, not my accessory. It's okay to be a little more willful. The distance between the 2 of them was getting closer and closer. Before they even kissed, Jingyu's breathing had already quickened. However, he didn't forget to refute, you know what I want. You're the one who told me not to be willful. Yes, I can't do anything that will affect your condition for the competition for now. But other than that, there are many other things I can do, right? Jingyu's head was dizzy. He seemed to understand Qin Fei's words, but at the same time, he didn't. Without waiting for him to fully understand, Qin Fei opened his mouth and kissed him. After a mouthful, he said with a hoarse voice, "I'm asking you to kiss me first, you idiot." With that said, he continued the kiss. Jingyu closed his eyes. At first, he was just responding passively. Later on, he turned around and hooked his arms around Qin Fei's neck, taking the initiative. After the kiss, the two of them were a little unsteady. After Qin Fei calmed down, he chuckled and hugged Jingyu's body. He laughed and said in his ear, "Here, the reward you wanted." Jingyu was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he said tentatively, "Brother Fei, to be honest, I don't think I'm good enough for you. So, before I decided to be with you, I mentally prepared myself." Qin Fei didn't like Jingyu thinking so lowly of himself, but he was curious about what kind of mental preparation he had done. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "What kind of mental preparation?" "Jingyu, I can be your toy." As he said that, he saw Qin Fei's King retard expression. He was so scared that he shrank back. "I'm serious. As long as I can keep you by my side, you can do anything to me. I'm not afraid of pain. I can throw away my dignity." Okay, stop talking." Qin Fei interrupted him. He sounded a little angry. "You don't understand love at all." Jingyu was stunned. He stared blankly at Qin Fei, afraid that he would say in the next second, "I was wrong about you. Get lost." However, under his nervous gaze, Qin Fei didn't scold him. Instead, he gently hugged him and kissed him on the forehead. Then, he sighed in his ear and said softly, "If you like someone, even if he's willful, you still like him. If you don't like someone, even if he's obedient and lowers himself to dust, you still don't like him. Jingyu, I like you. That's why I'm willing to treat you well. There's no superior or inferior in love. We're equal." Qin Fei's words were like drumbeats beating on Jingyu's heart. Jingyu lowered his long eyelashes and bit his lower lip. "What are you doing?" Qin Fei's finger brushed his lips and easily made him let go. Jingyu sighed and turned his face away. "I want to cry, but I can't. I'm afraid you'll dislike me." Qin Fei, I'm not pouring cold water on your head this time." Jingyu closed his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't get over what happened yesterday. Qin Fei smiled and kissed his face again. "Okay, who are you being arrogant for? You can cry if you want. I don't dislike you." He paused and said softly, "I just want to tell you that in front of me. You can relax and be willful. What's yours is yours. No one can take it away from you." After that, he moved closer to Jingyu's ear and said in a hoarse voice, "Jingyu, I'm yours." Hearing this sentence, Jingyu's brain exploded and he couldn't react for a long time. Qin Fei left the bed and stood up. He took a black card and threw it in his hand. "Take this card and buy whatever you want." Jingyu looked at the card in front of his eyes in confusion. "Qin Fei, that was flirting. This is the reward. From tomorrow onwards, before and after the competition. I won't use our feelings and interactions as a reward." Jingyu held the card and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "Okay. Qin Fei, are you going to take a shower?" Jingyu nodded and then suddenly stretched on the bed. He said in a playful voice, "Brother Fei, help me take off my clothes, I'm lazy." Qin Fei. "You're King quick." Qin Fei had said this to Jingyu in hopes that he would be more relaxed in front of him in the future and stop acting like a yes-man who owed him money. However, he never expected that after Jingyu understood what he meant, he didn't even have a transition and went straight to the point. Who the CK could withstand this? Jingyu lay on the bed, completely relaxed. His hands were raised high above his head because he was stretching. His clothes were pulled up and his sexy belly button was exposed. His pants were barely hanging on, but they weren't zipped up. The front door was wide open as if to lure him in. Qin Fei heard himself gulping. After a while, he found his voice again. "If I help you take them off now, are you going to run naked to the bathroom after that?" Jingyu was discouraged by his words. He lay on the bed lazily with a "then what do you think we should do" look on his face. Xianxia really couldn't control himself when Jingyu was like this. He took a deep breath and gave in. Wait a minute. I'll go see if they're done showering. If they're done, you can go to the bathroom. I'll help you take them off in the bathroom. Hearing this, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. When he smiled, 2 dimples appeared. It was very good looking. Okay, it's a deal. No one would believe him if he said this. The captain of PG, Xianxia, was domineering, strong, and irresistible in front of his teammates. However, in front of the person he liked, he put away his sharp claws and teeth and turned from a lion into a big cat. He was a crazy wife-doting demon. Xianxia went out and walked around. After confirming that Luo Yiming and Han Leng were done showering, he went back to the room and said to Jingyu, "Go get your clothes." Jingyu obediently replied with an "oh" and reluctantly got up from Xianxia's bed. "Xianxia, put on your pants. What will they think if they see you like this?" Jingyu looked up. "You'll help me put it on?" Xianxia took a deep breath. Fine, he admitted defeat. "Do you know what it means to be insatiable?" Xianxia said as he helped Jingyu zip up, button up, and fasten his belt. "I'm talking about people like you." After putting on his belt, Xianxia rudely touched Jingyu through his pants. Jingyu looked at him carefully and blinked. "Then, do you hate me?" Xianxia smiled helplessly. "I don't hate you. You win." Jingyu also smiled. Then, Xianxia picked up the black card from the bed and handed it to Jingyu. "Keep the card. Don't lose it. The password is your birthday." Jingyu's eyelashes trembled. "Thank you, Brother Fei." "Xianxia, ask me again if it's not enough. I still have several cards." Jingyu blinked. He was a little afraid to ask the amount of money in the card. Brother Fei seemed to be richer than he had imagined. After a while, Jingyu went to his room to put away the card and came out with a change of clothes. Yihong was using the bathroom on the first floor, and the bathroom on the second floor was empty. So, he went to the bathroom on the second floor. Fortunately, Luo Yiming and the others were in the training room on the first floor and couldn't see them going into the bathroom together. When Jingyu stepped into the bathroom, his steps were a little unsteady. Xianxia supported him from behind. Then, Xianxia supported him with one hand and closed the door with the other. Because the previous person had just finished showering, the bathroom was warm and full of fog. Xianxia touched Jingyu's clothes in the haze. "Do you want to take off your clothes or pants first?" After putting away the change of clothes, Jingyu turned to face him and swallowed with difficulty. "Either is fine." "Scared?" Xianxia laughed. "No." Jingyu straightened his neck and replied. "That's good." Xianxia didn't expose him. He grabbed the hem of Jingyu's clothes and directly lifted them. Jingyu's body didn't look as weak as it did when he was wearing clothes. It was even sturdy. The lines of his abdominal muscles were soft and beautiful, but it also made the scar on his body more obvious. Seeing the scar, Xianxia's eyes darkened. Jingyu said that the scar was caused by a car accident, but he felt that it was more likely to have been stabbed. He desperately wanted to know who Jingyu's father was and who wanted to hurt Jingyu. However, if even his mother couldn't find out, he couldn't find out either. Now, he could only wait and see. Xianxia's gaze moved down, following Jingyu's beautiful mermaid line. He unbuckled his belt again, nimbly unbuttoned his pants with his fingers, and unzipped his pants. Jingyu was very cooperative the whole time. He didn't move at all, but he swallowed a few times and felt that his throat was a little hot. After Xianxia took off Jingyu's pants, he quickly discovered the reason. He looked up and raised his eyebrows. "Reaction again?" Jingyu almost instinctively turned his head to avoid his gaze. "Well, I'll do it myself this time. You can go out." Xianxia smiled. "You don't want me to help you?" Jingyu's face was burning. "No, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist." God knew how hard it was for Jingyu to resist. Right now, he really wanted to take off Xianxia's clothes, press him on top of him, and let him F*CK him to death, in the end, considering that he still had a game tomorrow, he chose to compromise. You can go out. Okay. Xianxia didn't tease him anymore. He turned around and walked out of the door, but before he left, he added, don't wash with cold water. Jingyu, don't worry, I won't. In the end, Yi Hong came out of the shower first, and Xianxia went to the first floor to shower. When Jingyu came out of the shower, he didn't see Xianxia. He was a little disappointed, but he quickly composed himself. After drying his hair, he went to the training room on the first floor. Fang Luofan wasn't there, and Xianxia was showering. Without any restrictions, the other members of PG were all free to do whatever they wanted. They were all gathered in the training room, but no one was training. Instead, they were all gathered in front of Yi Hong's computer screen. Jingyu curiously walked over and saw that the screen was playing a gory video. The main character seemed to be Shouying. He took a closer look and saw that Shouying's ID was PGGF. Wasn't that his ID? From time to time, some exaggerated text would pop up on the screen. Then, the three people in front of the screen would laugh like crazy. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Han Leng, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Jingyu, what are you guys watching? Finally, Jingyu couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Hearing his voice, Han Leng jumped up with a cry. What the F***ck, you scared me. Yi Hong hurriedly pressed the pause button, took off his headphones, and turned around. Aya, little Jingyu, you're done showering? You came just in time, come and listen to this. What? Jingyu had a confused look on his face. Before he could react, Yi Hong, who had stood up to give up his seat, pulled him to his seat and put on the headphones for him. Then, he watched as Yi Hong pulled the video to the beginning and clicked play. Soon, a familiar yet strange voice came from the headphones. It sounded like his own voice, but it didn't sound right. Your daddy is here again. Here it comes again, hee hee you can't hit me. Hee hee you can't hit me, crispy skin, don't run, flickering light passing shadow, understand? Understand, Jingyu was speechless, Jingyu was shocked. Jingyu didn't feel good. At that moment, Jingyu felt so ashamed that he almost reflexively took off his headphones, rolled off the gaming chair with a red face, and went back to his seat. Yi Hong, hey, aren't you going to continue watching? There's more. It's so exciting. Exciting my ass. Jingyu resisted the urge to curse and tried to speak as calmly as possible. Who made such a boring video? Your fan. Yi Hong laughed. It's pretty good. It has a strong rhythm and is super brainwashing. I feel like I can replay it 100 times in my head. Luo Yiming, ha ha ha, yes. It's too magical. Jingyu raised his hand to wipe his face. It's too embarrassing. Yi Hong, what's there to be embarrassed about? Do you know how popular this video is? It's everywhere. Don't say any more. Jingyu said as he turned his head to look at Yi Hong. His eyes were deep and didn't match his gentle appearance. Yi Hong saw the depth of his eyes and felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, like he was being stared at by a hunter. Suddenly, he couldn't make a sound. After a moment of silence, he shrugged helplessly and turned off the video. Okay, I won't mention it if you don't like it. But your fans did this because they like you. The bullet screen and comments are also praising you, so you don't have to worry too much. Jingyu nodded and turned his eyes to his computer screen. He clicked on the login screen of Devil Lord and entered his account password. He spoke again in his usual nonchalant and even innocent tone. Sorry, my reaction was a bit too much. I don't like being pranked like this. Oh, it's okay, I understand. Yi Hong replied casually as he turned on his phone. After searching for the video, he forwarded it to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia came out of the shower. He put on a bathrobe and walked directly to the training room. When he saw that only Jingyu was logged into the game, he frowned. What are you guys doing? You've already won the championship, right? The points competition is over, right? Hearing his voice, everyone sat up straight and logged into the game as quickly as possible to prepare for training. Luo Yiming was about to click on the leaderboard when Qin Fei suddenly patted his shoulder. Wait. Luo Yiming trembled as he turned his head. What's wrong, Brother Fei? Qin Fei, try playing 2 rounds with Jingyu. Huh? Luo Yiming didn't react. On the other side, when Jingyu heard his name, he looked over and blinked. Qin Fei had no choice but to explain in more detail. Didn't Jingyu want to use a marksman as a jungler? You and Jingyu both use marksman. Try playing 2 rounds 1v1 and let him get a feel for it. I see. Luo Yiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been scared to death. He had thought that Qin Fei wanted to make an example out of him because they were slacking off. Thus, Jingyu quickly received a request from Luo Yiming to spar and clicked accept. What should I use? Luo Yiming asked Qin Fei. On the other side, Jingyu had already locked up Wanmi Liuhua. Up to you. Use whatever you want, Qin Fei said indifferently. In any case, no matter what they used, the outcome would be the same. Qin Fei, you guys play. I'm going upstairs to change. Luo Yiming and Jingyu both agreed. Then, Jingyu looked at Wanmi Liuhua on his screen, his eyes flashing with excitement. What would happen if he sparred with Luo Yiming? Qin Fei told Luo Yiming to use whatever he wanted, so Luo Yiming chose his own Dark Cupid without any psychological pressure. Yi Hong's lips twitched. Aren't you embarrassed? Luo Yiming immediately retorted, what do you know? Using the demon your best at is a sign of respect to your opponent. Hanleng, you really don't want to leave yourself a way out? As the center of RPG, it'd be too embarrassing if you can't beat Jingyu with Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming immediately puffed up his cheeks. I'll bet my dignity as the center of the team. I won't lose to anyone when it comes to archers. Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. Anyone? Luo Yiming, anyone in PG. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jingyu, who was at the side, smiled indifferently. Then let's begin? Thus, the two of them locked onto their chosen demons and entered the battlefield. Luo Yiming used Dark Cupid, and Jingyu used Wanmi Liuhua. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the two of them charged straight for their respective towers in the middle lane. Then, Dark Cupid closed in on Wanmi Liuhua and hit it with an A. After that, it immediately teleported away. Jingyu, who had been hit by the A, was dumbfounded. The first skill is teleportation? Luo Yiming, you don't understand, do you? After teleportation, the damage will increase by 50% for 5 seconds. Jingyu. You attacked me first, then teleported. Luo Yiming, F*CK, I miscalculated. Jingyu. Was it really okay for this guy to be the center of the team? However, it was also a fact that Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua had been hit by the Dark Cupid. Fortunately, the battle had only just begun, so the Dark Cupid's damage wasn't high. It had only dealt a small amount of damage to Wanmi Liuhua. Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua's first skill was Flowing Fire. When the line of minions came, a flame whirlwind flew over and passed through the entire line of minions. All of the minions took a layer of damage. Then, Jingyu began to let Wanmi Liuhua clear out the enemy troops. The speed at which they killed the enemy troops was actually faster than Dark Cupid. After killing the last soldier, Wanmi Liuhua rose to level 2. For the second skill, Jingyu chose Scorch. Then, he decisively led his Wanmi Liuhua rush towards Dark Cupid, who was still killing minions. Flowing Fire followed up with an attack. Luo Yiming moved his mouse and Dark Cupid moved to dodge Flowing Fire. He teleported to dodge the attack and killed the last soldier. Then, he directly stuck close to Jingyu's face and used a slow. Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua used Scorch almost at the same time to push Dark Cupid away. However, he was still hit by the slow. He realized that he couldn't beat it and could only retreat. He didn't expect Luo Yiming to directly teleport over and attack him. Jingyu had no choice but to use Blink as well. He retreated into the tower and zigzagged, dodging Dark Cupid's attack. Jingyu, tisk, so fierce. Luo Yiming, hee, normal PG moves. Learn from Jingyu. Jingyu ignored him. He clicked the return button and recalled the battle just now. It looked like Luo Yiming counterattacked after dodging his attack. However, there were too many details involved in that counterattack. First, he moved and then teleported. Not only did he dodge Wan Miliuo's attack, but he also ran over the minions and killed the last soldier. He rose to level 2 and chose to add a point to his slow skill. Then, he took advantage of the fact that he was right in front of Wan Miliuo to use it. In just a short moment, there were so many details involved. If there was a mistake in any of them, it would have been impossible to create the situation just now. Was this a coincidence or a result of calculation? Jingyu was terrified as he pondered. When Wan Miliuo returned to the city to recover, Luo Yiming also clicked the return button. The two of them returned to the bottom of the tower almost at the same time, just as the second wave of minions arrived. In order to increase the speed of the minions, Jingyu used both skills. His fingers clattered on the keyboard. On the other side, Luo Yiming's keyboard was even louder. However, the speed of the minions was much slower than Jingyu's. In the end, Jingyu's Wan Miliuo rose to level 3 and unlocked the flame shield. This time, I won't be afraid of you. Jingyu once again had his Wan Miliuo rush towards Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. It was flowing fire again. Both times, his flowing fire was not in a straight line. Instead, it was at an angle. He had predicted Dark Cupid's movements and released it. However, Luo Yiming seemed to know what he was thinking. Once again, he moved and perfectly dodged the attack. At the same time, he was right in front of Lu Zilong's face and used slow. This time, Jingyu activated Flame Shield in advance. He didn't use Scorch. Instead, he used Scorch. The first hit, and the second hit missed. Luo Yiming once again moved and dodged his attack. Then, he crazily counterattacked and hit 3 times in a row. No matter how Jingyu moved, he seemed to be able to predict it. No, at such a close distance, is there a need to predict it? It's impossible to miss, but why can't I hit him? Jingyu didn't retreat in a fit of pique. After exchanging a few moves with Luo Yiming, he was naturally sent back to the city by Luo Yiming. Yi Hong sighed as he watched from behind the two of them. Don't worry, little Jingyu. Once you use all your skills, you'll beat him to death. Hanleng also said, yeah, take your time. When you reach level 6, you'll be able to switch forms. Then, you'll be able to beat him to the ground. Luo Yiming said, hey. Why isn't anyone supporting me? Do I still have human rights? Yi Hong said, you're a marksman who uses your life to bully others. You still have the nerve to ask for human rights? Hanleng said. Exactly. Jingyu pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Yi Hong and Hanleng seemed to be supporting him, but their words revealed a message. They felt that Luo Yiming's abuse of him was natural. Actually, they weren't wrong. Luo Yiming had been practicing marksmanship for at least half a year. What about him? A few days. Perhaps Luo Yiming's initial counterattack, which made him doubt his life, wasn't calculated at all, it was muscle memory. Besides, Jingyu had to admit that Luo Yiming's prediction was very accurate and his reaction was very fast. Was this his intuition? When watching the replay of the match, he heard the commentator bragging more than once. This player relied on his intuition to fight. Originally, as his teammate, Jingyu didn't feel it was real. Now, Jingyu experienced Luo Yiming's intuition firsthand. Luo Yiming seemed to be able to easily dodge the damage that he had carefully calculated. On the other hand, Luo Yiming's attacks were always so sudden that he couldn't parry them. A 2-player battle wasn't like a 5v5, where one person could be revived by the other. In a 2-player battle, if one person's level and economy fell behind, it was impossible to surpass the other person's level and economy unless one person counterattacked. Jingyu couldn't kill Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid even when his level and economy were about the same. When his level and economy fell behind, he was crushed by Luo Yiming to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. There was no doubt that Luo Yiming won the first battle. It was an overwhelming victory with 0 deaths. Jingyu was expressionless, again. This time, he wanted to wait for Wan Miliuo to use all of his skills before going against Luo Yiming. A few minutes later, Luo Yiming won. Again, he won with 0 deaths. Jingyu, again. This time, he brought retribution. If he didn't have enough economy, he could go to the jungle. 10 minutes later, Luo Yiming won. Jingyu, again, how was the match? Before Jingyu could say again, he heard Qin Fei's voice and was slightly surprised. After Qin Fei put on his clothes, he dawdled upstairs for a while before coming down. When he entered the door, Jingyu and Luo Yiming's third match had just ended. Hearing Qin Fei's voice, Jingyu's mind went blank and he forgot what he wanted to say. Before he could think of a response, he heard Luo Yiming proudly say, "I won 3 matches in a row." Qin Fei clicked his tongue. "It seems that I can't terminate your contract for a while." Luo Yiming, hey. On the other side, Yi Hong patted Jingyu's shoulder to comfort him. As the saying goes, there's a specialist in a profession. If you two were both assassins, he would just lie on the ground from head to toe. Do you believe me? I do. Jingyu replied with a word and smiled, "You don't have to comfort me. I'm not arrogant enough to think that I can win against a PG." He paused, however, "I seem to be playing a little bit better." Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. This was true. Although Luo Yiming won all 3 matches, Jingyu didn't get a single kill. However, he was killed by Luo Yiming 3 times in the first match and only died once in the second and third matches. The time taken for each of the 3 matches was also longer than the previous one. This showed that Luo Yiming was becoming more and more difficult to deal with Jingyu. At this time, Qin Fei came over and stood behind Jingyu. Although he didn't see the result of the match, he said faintly, "You can't win against Yiming right now. However, if you continue to fight, sooner or later he won't be able to keep his position." Luo Yiming wanted to vomit blood. "Hey. I heard it all. Why are you talking like I'm a boss that is destined to be defeated by players?" Yi Hong patted Luo Yiming's shoulder. "Accept your fate, boss." Han Leng also said, "Bosses are meant to be defeated." Luo Yiming, "Then let's do it again. Let's see when Jingyu can defeat me." He was about to invite Jingyu to fight with him again when Qin Fei stopped him. "Wait, you invite old Han for this match?" Ah? Luo Yiming was confused. Han Leng, who was called out, was also stunned. "The 2 of us?" "Yeah, you 2 try one match and let Jingyu watch," said Qin Fei as he subconsciously raised his hand and placed it on Jingyu's head. Jingyu's eyes suddenly widened. He then squinted slightly and enjoyed Qin Fei's touch. "Qin Fei, Jingyu, pay attention to how old Han fights with Yiming. Even though he'll probably die more miserably than you, he's still a shooter for a while. He has more experience than you." Jingyu came back to his senses and nodded. He wanted to nod, but he held back. He was afraid that if he nodded, Qin Fei would react and take back his hand. Yi Hong noticed Qin Fei's hand and rolled his eyes. He looked down at his phone. When he saw it, he immediately screamed, F***CK. This F***CK was earth-shattering, soul-stirring, and shocking. It scared the hell out of all PG players. Luo Yiming was the first to complain, "What's going on? Did Sadako crawl out of the phone?" Yi Hong ignored him and went straight to the point. ANE and Kid finished playing. ANE beat Kid 2-1. Can you believe that? Luo Yiming, F***CK. ANE, the team that lost 1-3 to PG in the knockout round and barely made it to the points competition. Kid, yesterday, they crushed PG with 3 shooters and won 2-1 against PG's team. Now you're telling me that ANE beat Kid 2-1? Really? Han Leng immediately threw away his mouse and looked at Yi Hong's phone screen. Jingyu also forgot about Qin Fei's hand. He suddenly got up and walked behind Yi Hong. Yi Hong turned up the volume on his phone. Fang Luofan's voice penetrated the screen and echoed throughout the training room. It was filled with unprecedented excitement. "Let's congratulate ANE for beating Kid 2-1. Their team had won the first match of the competition. ANE is amazing." They thought that PG's 2-1 victory over SKR1 was the biggest comeback of the season, but ANE's 2-1 victory over Kid came right after. Last season's second-to-last team had defeated the champion team. This wasn't a comeback, it was an upset. Hearing this news, the most excited one was PG, ANE's archenemy. No one would believe it. But PG's members were so excited that they couldn't wait to have a party to celebrate. Especially Fang Luofan and Luo Yiming. Nothing made them happier than seeing Kid suffer. of course, after the excitement, they were more concerned about how Ane won. What formation did he use to win? Can we follow suit? Yi Hong immediately clicked on the livestream video of the first 2 games to replay. In the 3 games, Ane's support was a shooter. Early on, Ane was suppressed by Kid, but in the late game, he fought Kid as a team. There were wins and losses. If he lost the whole game. If he won, he turned the tables. And Ane, after losing the first game, actually won 2 consecutive games at the most crucial moment, turning the tables in one go and taking the final victory. PG's members were silent. Late game, it was the late game again. In the video, Yo-Yo's voice carried a hint of ridicule. Today's Ane is so tough. Is it because you've been fighting too many PGs that you've become tough? Yi Hong couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it easy to be tough? You just have to suppress your opponent in terms of momentum and mechanics. Late game, you really have to practice. Hanlin looked at the video and didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Qin Fei tyrannically snatched Yi Hong's phone and put it on the table. Okay, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, go train. Yezi, train your stamina. You can't rest after 1 game. If your win rate is lower than 70%, get ready to leave. Yiming and Old Han are fighting. You, come here. The word you made Jingyu quiver. He instinctively walked in front of Qin Fei and looked at him. Qin Fei turned his head and looked at him. He couldn't help but laugh. Why are you looking at me? Look at Old Han's screen. Oh. Jingyu stared blankly at Hanling's screen. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, what did you just call me? Qin Fei, what do you want me to call you? Jingyu, anything is fine. Qin Fei, yes. The topic ended. But now was indeed not the right time to talk about this. While the 2 of them were talking, Luo Yiming and Han Ling had already chosen their respective fiendish demons and the battle began. Luo Yiming still used Dark Cupid, while Han Ling used Wind of Condensation. A few minutes later, without any suspense, Han Ling's Wind of Condensation was crushed to death by Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. Then, Dark Cupid destroyed the territory and won the battle. Han Ling's Wind of Condensation died 4 times. Looking at the battle record, it was indeed not as good as Jingyu's. However, Jingyu, who had watched the whole process, had a thoughtful look on his face. Qin Fei looked at him with interest and asked, what do you think? Jingyu stared at the post-battle data displayed on Han Ling's screen. Without turning his head, he replied, it's distance. If the opponent wants to come close, then retreat and increase the distance. Compared to predicting the opponent's position, it's more important to predict the opponent's attack. 2 archers against an A. The key to victory is not how many times the A can hit the opponent, but how many times the A can dodge the opponent's attack. Every time you dodge an attack, you have a chance to counterattack. In this, distance is very important. Every archer has a different shooting range, so the distance they need to control is also different. If you control the distance well, you can control the situation. When it came to the game, Jingyu was like a different person. He was calm and rational, like an emotionless machine that only knew how to process data. He was a very sensitive person, whether it was his body or his heart. He looked strong, but he was actually very weak. He rarely brought his emotions into the game. Whether it was excitement or disappointment, no matter what kind of emotions he had before entering the game, once he entered the game, there was only one word left in his heart, win. He would say something flirtatious while he was at it, but he didn't realize it at all. Flirtatious with his words, steady with his hands, this was Jingyu. After hearing his words, Luo Yiming was dumbfounded. He turned his head mechanically to look at Han Ling. What is he saying? Han Ling's face was expressionless. I don't know. Luo Yiming turned his head to Yi Hong. Do you understand? Yi Hong shrugged. He played while saying, I don't play archer. Qin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked at Jingyu and said, yes, and you rely too much on your skills. Assassins rely on their skills to deal damage. They can use their skills to take out a weak HP, but archers are different. Archers rely on their A. It's impossible to take out an opponent with just one set of skills. No matter how complicated an archer's skills are, they're just support. Take Wanmi Liuhua for example. Whether it's Qi Wave or Shield, they're all used to increase the demon's survivability. They're more useful in a team battle than in a 1v1. Okay. Jingyu replied. While digesting Qin Fei's words, he walked towards his gaming chair. Yiming, let me play with you again. Just like that, Jingyu and Luo Yiming's fourth match began. The two used the same demons as the previous 3 matches. Luo Yiming used Dark Cupid, and Jingyu used Wanmi Liuhua. When they entered the battlefield, Yi Hong had just finished a match. Seeing that Qin Fei was still watching Jingyu from behind, with no intention of training, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He picked up his phone and sent him a series of messages. Yi Hong, what are you doing? You want us to train? Yi Hong, speaking of which, what did Jingyu mean by that? Yi Hong, controlling the distance is easy to say. How do you do it? Qin Fei looked at the message. He hesitated for a moment before replying. Qin Fei, I don't know. Yi Hong. Then why did you say right just now? Qin Fei, who cares? Just say right and that's it. Yi Hong, tisk, I thought you would say something else. My wife is always right. Qin Fei, get lost. Yi Hong, so, how far have you progressed? Qin Fei, are you very free? Yi Hong, aren't you curious? You're suddenly together. I'm not mentally prepared at all. Qin Fei snatched Yi Hong's phone. You're still playing? You're not training anymore? Yi Hong quickly snatched it back. Give it back. One last message, I'll send one last message. Yi Hong, did you watch the video I sent you? Qin Fei, I watched it. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha, isn't it super magical? Your little Jingyu is too cute. Then, Qin Fei snatched Yi Hong's phone for the nth time and threw it directly into the trash can. Yi Hong. Brother Fei, I was wrong. Yi Hong dug out his phone from the trash can, wiped it clean, put it away, and continued training. At this time, Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua had just finished killing a wave of soldiers and was now level 2. Then, just like the previous few games, he charged straight at Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. This time, he stopped at a certain point and began to move vertically. He tried to release a flat attack at Dark Cupid. After Dark Cupid dodged it, he used another displacement to get close to Wanmi Liuhua's face. However, just as he moved in front of Wanmi Liuhua, he was pushed away by a heat before he could release a skill. Qin Fei saw that Dark Cupid was pushed back to his original position as soon as he used the displacement skill. It was indescribable how frustrated he was. Then, while he was still frozen, Wanmi Liuhua instantly released a flowing fire followed by a flat attack. Both attacks hit. Jingyu predicted Luo Yiming's movement and released the next flat attack. As expected, Luo Yiming dodged it. After dodging, he immediately counterattacked with a flat attack. Jingyu's Wanmi Liuhua stood motionless. The pitch-black arrow shot directly at Wanmi Liuhua and dissipated into thin air the moment it was about to hit. It did not cause any damage to Wanmi Liuhua. Qin Fei's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly remembered Yi Hong's question. It was easy to say that he could control the distance, but how could he do it? Others might not be able to do it, but Jingyu did not dodge just now. It meant that he knew very well that Dark Cupid's arrow could not hit him. He could actually control the shooting range of the archer to this extent. However, after the arrow missed, Luo Yiming decisively flashed to Jingyu's face and seized the opportunity to attack. Jingyu was caught off guard. After flashing away, he immediately counterattacked. However, Luo Yiming dodged all of his attacks with his immortal movement. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. Wanmi Liuhua's HP was lower than Dark Cupid's. Soon, the second wave of troops came. Jingyu missed the best opportunity to return to the city, so he could only continue to clear the troops. After clearing another wave of troops, he rose to level 3 and had a shield. He let Wanmi Liuhua attack Dark Cupid again. Once again, he pushed him away when he moved over. Then, he released a flowing fire and continuously attacked Dark Cupid. Dark Cupid was hit twice and successfully dodged the third one. He dodged while closing in on Wanmi Liuhua. Jingyu let his Wanmi Liuhua retreat while attacking Dark Cupid. He always kept a distance from Dark Cupid. At the same time, he calculated the time it would take for Dark Cupid to respawn. Wanmi was Scorch did not respawn as fast as Dark Cupid's displacement. Therefore, when Dark Cupid moved over to Jingyu's face again, Jingyu could only let Wanmi Liuhua activate the flame shield to block his attacks while retreating into the tower. However, Luo Yiming had no intention of letting him go. He chased him all the way to the bottom of the tower. Soon, Wanmi Liuhua's flame shield disappeared. The two of them were fighting under the tower. Their HP dropped at a frightening rate. Jingyu wanted to continue retreating, but he could not widen the distance between him and Dark Cupid. In the end, he was killed under the tower. However, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid could not avoid the last tower attack and fell under the tower. The two of them fell face to face, like a husband and wife bowing to each other. Qin Fei frowned when he saw this. Jingyu, a tower kill, so ruthless. Luo Yiming, I told you, it's a normal PG move, that's right. Whether it was the commentators or the players, the first two classic moves that came to mind when talking about PGs were a tower kill and a low HP counterattack. Jingyu looked at the death countdown on his screen and sighed inwardly. He still could not beat Luo Yiming. However, at least he managed to kill him once. In the end, the fourth match between the two of them ended with Luo Yiming's victory. However, Jingyu's improvement was obvious. He managed to kill Luo Yiming twice and the match lasted longer than the previous one. After losing, he was about to say again, but Qin Fei stopped him in time. That's it for today. You can practice Fleeting Shadow for the rest of the time. Huh? Jingyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. I thought that with Fleeting Shadow, I wouldn't be able to get a ban. Pfft. Yi Hong's hand trembled and he missed a soldier. The little goldfish was really so arrogant that it was refreshing. Qin Fei could not help but laugh. He patted his head and said, "Don't be arrogant. Your Fleeting Shadow is good, but it's not flawless." After a pause, he said, "I'm letting you practice Fleeting Shadow because our opponent tomorrow is Rule." Jingyu, Rule? Qin Fei, yes. Do you have an impression of them? Jingyu thought for a moment. I heard that their lineup is very fixed. They're the polar opposite of SKR. Qin Fei, yes. This team's ban position and lineup are basically the same. Therefore, I think that they'll ban Satan, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid, and release Fleeting Shadow and Heart of Ice tomorrow. After hearing this, Jingyu's eyes lit up. Good. Watch me crush them with Fleeting Shadow. Yi Hong immediately saying, "Your daddy is back again, Jingyu. Can I beat up my teammates?" After the match with Luo Yiming, Jingyu practiced Fleeting Shadows for the entire afternoon. At 9 p.m., he hesitated for a moment before turning on the stream. "Long time no see," he said to his fans. Soon, a bunch of comments appeared on the screen. Sob sob sob, long time no see. Jingyu, you're finally on the stream. I didn't wait for you for so long in vain. 9 p.m., so late. Will it be the same time tomorrow? Jingyu sighed helplessly. I won't be streaming tomorrow. The match is at 5 p.m. tomorrow. After the match, I'll have to practice after the match, so I don't have time. I know, I'll watch the match live. How long will you be streaming today? Are you going to use Fleeting Shadows? Jingyu, use Fleeting Shadows. Jingyu thought about it. He had already used Fleeting Shadows in yesterday's match, so it didn't matter if he used it a few more times. Okay, I'll use Fleeting Shadows for 2 games today. Great. I can finally listen to Jingyu's dirty talk again. Jingyu's dirty talk when he uses Fleeting Shadows is too good. Jingyu, if that's what you want, then I won't say anything anymore, Jingyu said proudly. You make it sound like you can control it. Accept your fate, Jingyu. You'll definitely say it. Jingyu, a few minutes later, Jingyu, hey, how can you not bring me to play mahjong in the bottom lane? Good thing I have Big Xiao, Jingyu, why aren't you playing anymore? Keep playing Aya, I won Jingyu, you want to play mid lane too? Come, let's play mahjong for 2 Jingyu, F*CK, Sorry for bothering you, Dad, I'm sorry, Dad. On the screen, after Jingyu's fleeting shadows got a triple kill, he wanted to gank mid lane, but was swept away by the enemy mage. The comments frowny face ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Utterly ruined. Ha 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 ha. Very good, we have more material for the video. Taking advantage of his death, Jingyu opened the bullet screen and almost vomited blood. What did I just say? You found yourself a father. Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging a father. Jingyu coughed. You're lying to me. I don't believe you. You called for Brother Fei. Yes, you said that you like Brother Fei. Jingyu was stunned when he saw the two comments, which were obviously just for fun. He didn't know how to react for a long time. Why aren't you talking? Jingyu, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry? Jingyu, don't be angry. Everyone is just talking nonsense. Jingyu snapped out of his daze when he saw the comments. He sent his revived fleeting shadow into the jungle as he replied, nothing, I was just thinking about something. What are you thinking? I'm curious about what you're thinking about. I'm thinking. Jingyu was bitten by a monster when he was distracted. He quickly refocused on the game, but he instinctively wanted to reply to the comments. Almost subconsciously, he asked, what do you guys think of Brother Fei? Why did you suddenly mention Brother Fei? I think he's pretty good. I love watching Brother Fei play the game. It's so cool. When will Brother Fei's livestream be arranged? Jingyu only realized what he had asked when he saw the comments. He coughed awkwardly, closed the bullet screen, and continued playing the game. In the end, he scored 12 kills, 1 death, and 7 assists. He was the MVP of the winning team. After destroying the enemy's territory in one breath, he reopened the bullet screen and found that it was all. No one mentioned Xin Fei anymore. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and switched back to his coquettish voice. I'll start another round. This time I won't die again, I'll use fleeting shadow. Not to mention other things, the survival rate is so high that even I'm afraid of it. As soon as he said that, the comments changed. I'm from the forums. I just want to ask, are you Quir? Say it. Is Quir your sock puppet? Tell me loudly, how many alt accounts do you have? Jingyu was stunned. He looked at the number of viewers in his live stream. There were more viewers than before the tournament started. Quir is my alt account. Why are there so many people today? Aren't you guys going to watch Jock and Rule's match? At this time, Team Jock and Team Rule were fighting fiercely in the points competition. You can watch the match replays. Jingyu's livestream can't be missed. Jingyu, why don't you stream Jock and Rule's match? We want to hear your commentary. Want to hear Jingyu's commentary +1, +2, +3. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't know how to commentate. Besides, the coach's commentating is pretty good. I don't care. I just want to hear your commentary. You can say whatever you want. We'll listen to whatever you say. I'm alone. I want to hear Jingyu's commentary. Hey, don't run. You're not alone. Jingyu sighed inwardly. He was easily persuaded. In the end, he chose to compromise. Okay, I'll just say a few words. As he said that, he found Jock and Rule's live stream. He lowered the volume and looked at the situation of the two teams. At this time, the first round of the two teams had reached the end. The score was 28-17, with Jock in the lead. Among them, 19 of the kills were taken by Jock's mid laner. He used Scarlet Fury. Jock's mid laner is so good. Jingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he saw Scarlet Fury with Jock XD on top of his head circle around Rule's backline and continuously use his control skills. 1 kill, double kill, triple kill, quadruple kill, there was only one top laner left. XD flashed over and used 2 skills. Pentakill. F***CK. So good. Jingyu was stunned. Circle around and sneak attack, kill in one move. Jock's mid laner has the potential to play as an assassin. Ha ha ha, Jingyu's commentary is so easy to understand. Simple and crude. Generous. Jingyu ignored the bullet screen and continued to commentate. Jock's team has won. They can fight the dragon now. This magic dragon won't be a problem. I feel like it's going to be a wave. A few minutes later, Jock indeed did it. They destroyed Rule's territory in one go and won. Jingyu, good, good. Ha 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 ha. It's so fun to listen to Jingyu's commentary. He's not joking, but why is it so funny? Jingyu was very happy to be praised. Just as he was about to continue commentating the second game, a hand appeared on his shoulder. Then, Qin Fei's voice sounded. You still have time to stream? Jingyu's body stiffened and he coughed. It's too boring to train all the time. I want to stream and take a break, ah. Is this Brother Fei's voice? Pfft, Brother Fei found out. Jingyu is scared. Ha 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 ha, Jingyu can't be arrogant anymore. Please turn on the camera. If you want to see Brother Fei, Jingyu, turn on the camera. Jingyu's little cutie threw down a deepwater torpedo. Jingyu's wife threw down a deepwater torpedo. Jingyu is mine. Don't fight with me for him. Threw down a deepwater torpedo. Jingyu was a little stunned by the pile of deepwater torpedoes. He secretly glanced at Qin Fei. Seeing that he was looking at him, he carefully moved the mouse and turned on the camera based on his memory and feelings. Ah. Brother Fei is so cool. Ah, I'm dead. In a short moment, countless AWSL flashed across the screen. Jingyu nervously swallowed. Before he could react, a hand appeared on his head. Qin Fei pressed Jingyu's head with one hand and looked at the screen. Yo, hello everyone. I'm PG Sleep, Qin Fei. Hello, Captain. Hello, Brother Fei. Hello, Sleeping God. Qin Fei smiled. Thank you for taking care of our Jingyu. You're welcome. You're welcome. Be nicer to Jingyu. Qin Fei, I will. Ah. Brother Fei replied to me. It's over. This couple is so cute. Brother Fei's smile is so cute. Jingyu's face is red. WOC, let's be together. Jingyu's face was indeed red. This was the first time he had turned on the camera since he started streaming. Moreover, he had secretly turned it on. He was a little shy to begin with. He did not expect Qin Fei to touch his head and interact with the bullet screen. Looking at the bullet screen, Qin Fei even chuckled. Do you think we're a good match? Perfect match. When joint competition. Don't be so dirty. Suddenly curious about the top and bottom? Is there a need to consider the top and bottom? Brother Fei is the top, Jingyu is the bottom. Jingyu coughed. He could not stand it anymore and decisively turned off the camera. You guys are too much. I'm clearly the top. Qin Fei, huh? Jingyu. I admit, in front of Brother Fei, you're what? Wow, Jingyu is too soft in front of Brother Fei. Very good, I'm definitely going to eat this couple. It's getting late. I'm going offline. Goodbye, everyone. Jingyu said this in a panic and immediately went offline. His hand trembled as he turned off the game. He looked back nervously and saw Qin Fei laughing mockingly. What are you panicking for? Do you think I'll eat you up? Jingyu leaned against the back of the chair and did not speak. Yi Hong could not help but ridicule them. Enough, you two. Flirt upstairs, okay? There are 3 single dogs here. Luo Yiming, flirt? Who's going with who? Yi Hong, I'll go with you, okay? Luo Yiming, get lost. Jingyu looked nervously at Hanling. Seeing that he was seriously training with his headphones on, he heaved a sigh of relief and stood up from the esports chair. Qin Fei looked at him in surprise. You're not training anymore? Jingyu, I'm a little tired. I want to go upstairs and rest. Qin Fei, okay, go ahead. He let him go just like that? Yi Hong's lips twitched. I'm tired too. I want to go upstairs and rest. Qin Fei, shut up and continue training. If you're not training, just cancel the contract and get lost. Yi Hong, tisk. Thus, other than Jingyu, everyone started another round after finishing one round. Qin Fei walked up with Wanmi Liuhua and crushed all the opponents with his defensive equipment. Then, he looked at the post-battle data on the screen and could not help but laugh. The archer's damage is not as high as mine. Noob. After saying that, he turned off the game and prepared to go upstairs and rest. Before he left, he saw a phone on the table. It seemed to be Jingyu's phone. He hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and pressed the screen. Immediately, a photo of himself and Jingyu was reflected in his eyes. He could not help but be stunned. It was the day when Jingyu grabbed his clothes and asked to take a photo. Thinking back to Jingyu's shy and expectant expression, Qin Fei could not help but laugh. He took out his phone from his pocket and changed his screen and lock screen to this photo. After Qin Fei finished setting the wallpaper on his phone, he took his and Jingyu's phones and went upstairs. Jingyu took off his clothes and lay on the bed for a while. He reached for his phone out of habit, but he didn't find it. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten to take his phone. He lifted the blanket and was about to put on his clothes when there was a knock on the door. Qin Fei's voice came from outside the door. "Can I come in?" When he heard Qin Fei's voice, Jingyu replied without thinking, "Come in." Thus, when Qin Fei pushed the door open and entered, he saw Jingyu sitting on the edge of the bed in only his underwear. Qin Fei said, "You're really sleeping? What time is it?" Jingyu blushed and retracted his legs onto the bed. He pulled the blanket over them and said, "I'll wake up early tomorrow to train." Qin Fei said, "Whatever." He casually said these two words and then casually tossed Jingyu's phone to him. "You forgot to take this." Jingyu picked it up in confusion. When he realized that it was his phone, his eyes lit up. "Thank you, Brother Fei. There's nothing else. If you're really tired, go to bed early." After Qin Fei finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, when he was closing the door, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Wake me up tomorrow when you wake up. Let's go buy breakfast together." "Okay," Jingyu smiled. The next day, Jingyu woke up at 7 o'clock. He said that he would wake up early to train, but considering that he would be sleepy in the afternoon, he eventually changed his alarm to 7 o'clock. After getting out of bed, he first brushed his teeth and washed his face. After tidying himself up, he sneaked into Qin Fei's room and shook him. "Wake up." Then, without any suspense, the two of them fought for a few rounds. Jingyu countered every move he made. He quickly caught Qin Fei's flaw and lifted his blanket. Finally, Qin Fei woke up after being tossed around. When he saw that the person beside him was Jingyu, he instantly put away all his sharpness and yawned as he lay on the bed. "Morning," Jingyu smiled. "Morning, Brother Fei." After Qin Fei finished washing up and putting on his clothes, the two of them went to a nearby bun shop. "Qin Fei, is there anything in particular you want to eat?" Jingyu, "Whatever." Qin Fei, "Okay." Qin Fei realized that when it came to food, Jingyu was really casual. He probably wouldn't have any complaints even if he fed them 2 steamed buns every day. Thus, he casually bought some food and brought it back to the club. After eating, the two of them went to train. When Yihang finished washing up and went downstairs, he was shocked to see a table full of breakfast. When he saw Qin Fei in the training room, he was shocked again. "Damn. Sure enough, it's different when you have a boyfriend." "Who has a boyfriend?" Luo Yiming walked down the stairs with his messy yellow hair. He yawned and saw the breakfast on the coffee table. "Wow. Jingyu is treating today?" Yihang shrugged and sat down on the sofa. "Brother Fei is treating, but it doesn't matter who treats." Luo Yiming, "Ha ha ha, I'm fine as long as there's something to eat." "Pfft, what did you say? Brother Fei is awake?" When Luo Yiming saw Qin Fei in the training room, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. "He didn't sleep last night, right?" Yihang shrugged again and mumbled with a steamed bun in his mouth, "Maybe." After that, Han Leng went downstairs to eat breakfast. When he found out that Qin Fei had woken up earlier than him, he was shocked too. "Damn, did the sun rise from the west?" Finally, Qin Fei said impatiently, "Why are you all so shocked? Hurry up and eat. After you're done, get over here and train." The 5 of them trained until 3 in the afternoon. Then, they set off for the points competition. Their third match was against Rule. On the way, Yihong couldn't help but pay attention to the other team's matches. Bala. C beat Jock 2-1. They have 4 points. Luo Yiming didn't react until Jingyu said, they won all 3 matches? Yihong, yes, they won all 3 matches. On the first day, they beat Rule 2-0. On the second day, they beat Mai 2-1. And today, they beat Jock 2-1. Luo Yiming finally reacted. Damn. That's amazing. Bala. C is going to fly. Hanlong couldn't help but sigh. The number 1 jungler is amazing. In the third match against Jock today, Li Yan took 20 kills. Li Yan was Bala. C's jungler. His ID was Bala. CN. The name was beautiful and he was a handsome young man. He was younger than Jingyu by a year and the same age as Luo Yiming. However, Luo Yiming was more concerned. Where's the kid? What's his score? Yihong, don't worry, I'm watching. Got it, the kid beat Mai 2-1. He has 1 point. Ha ha ha, only 1 point? Luo Yiming gloated. He's not that good. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm afraid you forgot that we have 0 points. Jingyu, but if we win today, we won't have 0 points. We might even surpass the kid. Hanlong, that makes sense. Luo Yiming, we have to win. Yihong, Yiming, shut up. Don't raise flags. Qinfei couldn't help but laugh. We have to thank Ain. She pulled down the kid's score and gave us a chance to surpass him. Luo Yiming, let's treat Ain to a meal. Hanlong, good idea. Yihong, let's go. Jingyu looked up at the sky. He could already imagine Ain's reaction when she was invited. She would either be confused or alert. Luo Yiming, oh right, what's her score now? Yihong, she's -1 point. The match hasn't started yet. Hanlong, Ain's match today is at 9 p.m. She's going against SKR1. Luo Yiming, oh. They chatted along the way until they arrived at the venue of the elimination match. At 5 p.m., the host invited the 2 teams to the stage and greeted each other. On Rule's side, it was their captain who was playing in the support position. He said seriously and solemnly, we will try our best to win. Seeing how serious he was, Jingyu, who represented PG, was too embarrassed to say anything. He could only reply seriously, don't worry, that's impossible. Everyone laughed. The host also laughed for a long time before taking back the microphone. Then, let's invite the 2 teams to the competition room. As the 5 players went upstairs, Luo Yiming was still laughing. Ha 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 ha, Jingyu, you're really not polite. Yihong, however, if someone else said the same thing, it would be annoying. But when little Jingyu said it, it's actually a little cute. Hanlong, it's too natural. Jingyu, huh? Then, Qinfei patted him. Today's commentators were Aban and Tanghua. As Jingyu's little fan, Aban was very happy to be able to commentate on PG's match. Today is another day of waiting for Jingyu to get a pentakill. Candy said helplessly, then I'll just support the team that fights PG's every day. Today, PG's team is Rule. This team is quite old. It was founded in the first season and has always been in the top 5. It's a very strong team. Aban, yes, every player in this team is very strong. They believe that as long as they're strong enough, they don't need to worry about their opponent's lineup. Therefore, their lineup is very fixed. Unless they're banned, there won't be any changes. Tanghua, that's another kind of strength, ha ha ha. Aban, but this season, PG's team has changed a lot. I wonder if Rule will take some measures to deal with this change. Tanghua, for example? Aban, for example, banning assassin-type demons. Tanghua, if they're not banned, Aban, then we'll have a chance to see Heart of Ice pentakill or Shadow Plunder pentakill. Tanghua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I knew it. While the 2 were talking, the big screen showed that both teams had finished checking their equipment and logged into the game. The match had officially begun. Aban, okay, we can see that today's blue team is PG. Wow, it's really not easy. This is the first time PG has gotten the upper hand since the start of the competition. Tanghua, haha, it's not easy. But PG's performance this season is not bad. It's really good to get 1 point from a kid. PG got the upper hand. Before Jingyu could ask who was banned, Qingfei said directly, Azrael. And so, Jingyu decisively banned Azrael. A ban, PG got Azrael for the first ban. Rule's lineup is fixed, so there's no need to hesitate. I'm guessing Heijiao and Wind of Condensation are next. Tanghua, yes, Azrael, Heijiao, and Wind of Condensation are all very strong. After a pause, she said, Rule banned Nine-Tailed Fox. A ban, Rule's ban is fixed. I'm guessing Dark Cupid or Satan will be next. Sure enough, PG immediately banned Wind of Condensation, and Rule banned Dark Cupid. The last ban was given to Heijiao by PG, and Satan by Rule. Tanghua, both. A ban, ha ha ha, please call me the Prophet Emperor. In reality, no matter which team was playing against Rule, it was easy to guess which team's ban and final lineup would be. Even so, Yihong was still surprised. They actually didn't ban little Jingyu's Glimpse of Shadows? Hanleng, wow, this team is very confident. Luo Yiming, Jingyu, killed him with Glimpse of Shadows. Don't worry, I will. Jingyu smiled, then looked at Qingfei beside him. What should we pick? Even though Jingyu had checked Rule's usual lineup, this was his first time playing against Rule in an official match. He wanted to play it safe, so he asked for Qingfei's opinion. Qingfei yawned and replied casually, Wanmi Liuhua, then Lilith and Sarier, and finally Scarlet Fury and Glimpse of Shadows. Jingyu, got it. Qingfei, by the way, their lineup will be Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Mermaid, and Sword Burial. He paused, then sneered and gripped his mouse. Every version is a god. Now that the version is different, it's time for Rule to fall. It turned out that Aban's prediction and Qingfei's guess were both correct. Rule's lineup was still the same. The final lineups of both sides were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Wanmi Liuhua, Sarier, Plunder Shadow Rule, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Sagittarius, Mermaid, Sword Burial Aban. On one side is Rule who insists on using his old lineup, and on the other side is PG who has 2 new demons. How will the battle turn out? Tanghua, haha, let's wait and see the battle between the old and new lineups. Before entering the battlefield, Qingfei turned his head to look at Jingyu, only to see his fingers lightly tapping on the keyboard, making a da-da-da sound, as if he was eager to give it a try. Jingyu was indeed a little excited. He didn't think that he would be able to use Plunder Shadow in an official match. Although every time he used Plunder Shadow, he would say some dirty words, and he would be too ashamed to listen to it afterward, he had to admit that Plunder Shadow's big move was very cool. It was so cool to appear out of nowhere and take a kill. However, he was a very loyal person. In his heart, Heart of Ice was still the #1, he liked Heart of Ice's looks, he liked Plunder Shadow's big move, but it was a pity that he could only use one demon in each match. For this match, he would use Plunder Shadow first. A few minutes later, the demons were loaded, and both sides entered the battlefield. Jingyu immediately sat up straight and stared at the black-cloaked youth on the screen, letting him rush into the jungle. The new demon would definitely be strong as soon as it appeared. Plunder Shadow's movement speed and damage were superior to Heart of Ice. Therefore, Jingyu, who could use Heart of Ice to agilely farm in the jungle, could use Plunder Shadow with ease, and his farming speed was not inferior to Sword Burial's at all. PG's coach, Feng Luofan, had once asked Jingyu why he didn't like Sword Burial's jungler. Jingyu's answer was that it wasn't that he didn't like it, but that he didn't feel it. Jingyu could also play Sword Burial very well, sometimes even better than Heart of Ice. However, Sword Burial's HP was more than Heart of Ice's, but its damage was not as high as Heart of Ice's. It was too difficult to kill it in one move. Basically, it had to contend with of Ice for a while. In comparison, assassin-type demons like the Heart of Frost could appear and disappear unpredictably. They could launch sneak attacks from the back and finish off the enemy in one move, leaving no time for the enemy to react. Didn't that feel good? Jingyu liked this feeling, and Sweeping Shadow's ultimate move magnified this feeling infinitely, causing him to be unable to extricate himself from it. After clearing all the monsters in both the upper and lower regions, Jingyu's glimpse had a bigger effect. Kid and the other four had just finished their match for the day 4 hours ago. At this moment, they were watching the live broadcast in a nearby hotel. Everyone felt their scalps go numb the moment they saw the scene. "Why are we watching PG's match?" LLY, the team leader, replied, "Did you forget how we lost to ANE yesterday? Our 3 archers in the late game couldn't beat ANE. Our tempo was a mess, Shadow and I were faster than usual, the rest of you couldn't keep up." Shadow was the team's jungler. Hearing this, he shivered and agreed, "Yeah, that's how it was after the fight with PG. PG's jungler is a little too fast, so I'm not in a good state now. Their archer is messy, but he's not as bad as you say," LLY said. He tried to recall the archer's name. Luo Yiming, yes, his name is Luo Yiming. Who trained him? Why didn't he join the second team? The whole team was silent. No one dared to make a sound. LLY glared at the mid laner. "You know Luo Yiming?" The mid laner who had scolded Luo Yiming in front of the recording equipment shrunk his neck. He's too arrogant. He's only been training for a few days, and he's already complaining that he wants to compete. I wanted to beat the newbie a little, so I had the Shadow fight him, and the Shadow won." LLY, and then? And then? The mid laner was speechless. The top laner KKA sighed. Then, they humiliated the kid and locked him in the storage room, saying that he should reflect on his actions. But later, they were training, so they forgot about him. They only let him out the next morning. He sprained his ankle when he kicked the door, and then, LLY was getting angrier. Ka also shrunk his neck. Then the trainees from the same batch sent him to the hospital. LLY, why didn't you tell me? Ka, it's not a big deal. I just felt that there was no need to tell you. Okay, I knew about it but I didn't stop them. I'm sorry. LLY didn't want to talk anymore. Ka sighed. But after what happened, that kid didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stayed in the team to train. Maybe he really likes esports. Hearing this, the mid laner couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't he leave in the end? Ka frowned. I don't know exactly how he left. One day, he suddenly disappeared. I asked the trainees who were in the same batch as him and found out that he had joined a team that I had never heard of before. It was PG TSK. Who would have thought that this team would become so strong? While they were talking, Rule's mid laner was hit by Yi Hong's PG. He hurriedly retreated to the bottom of the tower. Just as he clicked on the return button, his progress bar hadn't even started moving when Jingyu's glimpse appeared behind him with a xiao, and dealt a final blow. System, glimpse, 1 kill, system, enemy peacock plume has been killed. LLY, in the future I'll personally pick the trainees to become official members. Fuck, such a good seedling, and you guys kicked him out just like that. On the screen, Luo Yiming's Wami Liuhua, under the protection of Sarier, jumped over the tower and killed Rule's players. At the same time, the mermaid was beaten to a critical level. At this moment, Jingyu's sweeping shadow came over with a whoosh and cleanly killed the mermaid. System, Wami Liuhua has been killed. System, enemy team has been killed. System, glimpse, 1 kill, system, enemy mermaid has been killed. Ka, by the way, what's up with PG's coach, Feng Luo Fan? I remember that he used to be in our team and played in my position? LLY, yes, he used to be our team's top laner. Then he got into a car accident and hurt his hand, so his contract was terminated. Ka, that's it? LLY, what else? Ka, TSK, we lost to Ian yesterday. When we went downstairs and heard his commentary, he was gloating, Shadow, I guess he still hates us. After all, the termination of his contract was quite sudden, LLY, it wasn't sudden. On one hand, he's not young anymore. On the other hand, the coach wants us to all be able to play marksman. Luo Fan is too reckless and can't play marksman well. On top of that, his contract was terminated. Ka shrugged and didn't say anything else. Fine, this was their captain. He only looked at strength and didn't care about feelings. In the past, Luo Yiming wasn't the only newbie they suppressed. Their captain had always turned a blind eye to it. But after a match with PG and being suppressed by Luo Yiming, he suddenly said he wanted to interfere. And then Fang Luofan, a teammate who had fought side by side for so long, terminated his contract just because he couldn't play anymore. And it was when he was hospitalized. What was the difference between that and kicking someone when they were down? Forget it, forget it. He didn't care. As long as he could win the game, why would he care so much? Not to mention, he was now replacing Fang Luofan's position. If Fang Luofan hadn't terminated his contract, he wouldn't have been able to join the first team. So he didn't need to pretend to be merciful. But there was one thing he could confirm. Ka looked at the battle situation on the screen and said calmly, PG is going to win. At 13 minutes, Rule's entire team crouched in the bushes near the dragon pit, waiting for PG to come over and catch them off guard. But PG seemed to know and surrounded the bushes from all directions. Then, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury directly zoomed in and threw a crowd control skill at Rule's marksman. After the crowd control skill, a complete combo was launched. Rule's marksman couldn't move and was finished off by Scarlet Fury. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, the enemy's team has been killed. After the enemy's team was killed, Qin Fei's Lilith activated Bloodsucker and entered the bushes, lowering the enemy's Peacock Plume's HP in minutes. Jing Yu's Shadow Sweep single-handedly finished off the magic disc and directly used his ultimate. His Shadow Sweep crossed half the map and rushed into the dragon pit. He teleported away Peacock Plume and then used his ultimate again, clashing head-on with Sword Burial who was coming from behind. Jing Yu, kill Sword Burial. Kill Sword Burial. Wait, I can do it. I can do it alone. Jing Yu flicked his mouse and moved to dodge Sword Burial's 2 attacks. He teleported behind Sword Burial and slashed back. Then, when Sword Burial turned around, he flashed behind him and attacked. Sword Burial only had a sliver of HP left. When he realized that he couldn't kill his Shadow Sweep, he decisively teleported and flashed over the wall to escape. Before the cooldown of his ultimate ended, Jing Yu skillfully clicked the mouse and pulled out a calculated angle. Release, on the big screen, the camera cut to Sword Burial's position. He found a bush and crouched down, as if he was waiting for the PG to attack the dragon. However, not long after he squatted down, a ghostly figure appeared behind him out of thin air and decisively stabbed him with a knife. System, Shadow Sweep, double kill. System, the enemy Sword Burial has been killed. On the other side, Luo Yiming's Wanmi Liuhua desperately chased after the enemy's Kuanggu and Mermaid. Double kill, PG 0 for 5. Aban was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. This group battle is too exciting. Whether it's Yezi's opening or Jing Yu's Shadow Sweep's timing and angle, it's all unbelievably perfect. One's double kill is too thrilling. Only one can pull off such a thrilling situation. Tanghua, Rule got wiped out and the PG started attacking the dragon. I feel like Rule's rhythm is a bit messy. Many of his skills are released at the wrong time. The jungler is too slow. Aban, it's better to say that the PG's rhythm is too fast. As soon as Yezi released his ultimate, the others followed up. Aban suddenly realized something. Oh right, Tanghua, did you notice that the PG's rhythm is getting faster and faster? Tanghua, What do you mean? Aban, whether it's today's match with Rule or the day before yesterday's match with Kid, even though PG lost to Kid, their rhythm, especially in the second round, was terrifyingly fast. I don't know if you remember, but in the second round, Jing Yu's Shadow Sweep used his ultimate 3 times in 5 seconds. In the end, he got a pentakill. Tanghua, now that you mention it, it's indeed unbelievably fast. Aban, this is the result of PG's teamwork. I don't know if it's because Jing Yu used Shadow Sweep or because PG's teamwork has improved. In any case, PG's rhythm is indeed getting faster. Tanghua, speaking of which, Jing Yu just joined PG this season. We've always overlooked a problem. When a new player joins, the team will have to adjust to each other. Not to mention, PG's coach said that PG's current commander is Jing Yu. With a new player, a new position, and a new commander, PG must have spent a lot of time adapting and adjusting to each other. Aban, hahaha. You're right. Looks like this battle team is more or less done with their training. They are also adapting well to the new demons. As the two of them spoke, PG took down the magic dragon and destroyed all of Rule's towers in one go. After Rules 5 resurrected, they stubbornly struggled for a while before they were all killed by PG in the end. When the two golden words victory appeared on the big screen, a band shouted at the top of his voice, PG defeated Rule, first point. Tanghua was relatively calm, PG's team is getting more and more mature. On the other hand, Rule's performance this season has been unsatisfactory. He's already lost to Ball C and Jock. Right now, the score is 1-0. PG is in the lead. Will Rule be able to turn the tables on PG? On PG's side, after winning the first round, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started chatting happily. After Jingyu took off his headphones, he bluntly said, last season's 5th place? You're not even as good as SKR. 1. Yiheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jingyu, you really dare to say that. Luo Yiming, ha ha ha, Jingyu is never a coward in the game. Xin Fei didn't care. What's there to be afraid of when you're so strong? Just do it. Hanleng also said, we're PGs. We always just do it when we don't like it. Jingyu smiled, here's the question. Will Rule ban my glimpse in the next round? Hanleng, let's bet on it. Luo Yiming, what happened to the fixed lineup? I bet it won't. Yiheng, it's hard to say. By the way, little Jingyu, why do you look like you really want your glimpse to be banned? Jingyu, well, if they ban my glimpse, one of you might be able to release your original life, and I still have Heart of Ice. Hanleng, touching. Really King touching. Yiheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you touched about? It's not like your original life is in the ban position. Jingyu, by the way, I haven't used the Moonshade Spider in a long time. Brother Yi, how about a Soul of the Night? Let's start with one wave flow. Yiheng, sure. Rule only has one set of lineups, while we have many. Let's just show them one set to broaden their horizons. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, just do one. How about Old Han support with Gulen? I'll take the Maha, Bayu Hanleng, totally OJBK. Xin Fei shrugged, if you guys do that, I'll go Sword Burial. Luo Yiming, do it. Yiheng, do it. Hanleng, then let's do it. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh, then let's do it every day. It's not PG if we don't do it. If it was before, Jingyu wouldn't have said something like that. But now that he had a better understanding of PG, he realized that being a troublemaker didn't mean that they didn't treat the competition as a competition. Sometimes, unexpected lineups could catch the opponent off guard and win the competition. SKR 1. A team that focused on causing trouble was a perfect example of this. Their performance this season wasn't bad. Even though they lost to PG, they beat JOK 2-1. A ban, okay, let's look at the second round between PG and Rule. Rule will go first and pick the devil. Tanghua, will they continue their ban from the last round? A ban, it's hard to say. After all, Rule was suppressed by PG in the last round. PG's lineups aren't something that Rule can beat even if he's strong. Not to mention, PG's player isn't weak. While the two of them were talking, Rule hesitantly chose their first ban position just before the countdown ended. The audience was in an uproar when they saw the black-clothed youth appear on the big screen. Shadow Glimpse. A ban exclaimed. Rule banned Jingyu's Shadow Glimpse. Tanghua's eyes widened in surprise. PG is amazing. There aren't many teams that can make Rule change their ban. On PG's side, no one was surprised by the result. They even wanted to laugh. Ban them as you wish. We have plenty of lineups to use. In the end, PG's ban continued from the last round, Azrael, Heijiao, Wind of Condensation. After Rule banned Jingyu's Shadow Glimpse, the remaining two bans continued from the last round, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid. Then, Rule's first devil locked the Centaur. It was PG's turn to pick the devil. Xin Fei locked Sword Burial, while Luo Yiming locked Maha. He pursed his lips. They didn't ban my Wanmi Liuhua. Yiheng, Brother Fei's Lilith wasn't banned either. Did you see what he said? Luo Yiming, but they released Brother Fei's Satan. That means that they realized that Brother Fei's Lilith is as good as his Satan, right? There's no point in banning Satan. Hanleng, you can think of it this way. They thought that brother face Satan wasn't as threatening as your Dark Cupid, so they still insisted on banning Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming, that makes sense. With this thought, Luo Yiming's mood instantly improved. The other teammates looked helpless, their own center position was really easy to coax. Candy, PG locked Buried Sword. Are you planning to use Buried Sword to jungler this round? Aban, it might not necessarily be PG. When Heart of Ice was released, Jinyu rarely used Sword Burial. On the other hand, Qin Fei's Sword Burial is pretty good, whether it's jungling or walking. When Rule saw Sword Burial, he hesitated for a moment before choosing Satan. On the other side, he chose Mermaid. When a team obtained a Centaur, many teams would prioritize the Mermaid. Centaurs were demons that had no displacement, slow firing speed, and risky big moves. Only the merfolk, who had the most shields, could protect them. Then PG followed up with a Moonshadow Spider and an Elemental Soul. When they saw these two monsters, the audience couldn't help but cheer. Ah! Moonshade Spider! We can finally see Jinyu's Moonshade Spider again. One Wave Rush! I'm looking forward to this game. Aban was also very excited. I haven't seen Jinyu play Moonshade Spider in a long time. Now, more and more people are playing Moonshade Spider, and it's all because of Jinyu's influence. However, if you ask me, the number one Moonshade Spider in the country is still Jinyu. Tanghua smiled, he's now the number one assassin in the country. Jinyu's assassin-type jungler, Heart of Ice, Moonshade Spider, Flower Petal of Datura, and now the Glimpse of Shadow, can carry the entire game. It's not a problem to say that he's the number one assassin in the country. Yes, the number one assassin in the country. Aban was really happy for Jinyu from the bottom of his heart. He played an assassin himself, so he knew how difficult it was to use an assassin. Seeing Jinyu's assassin being recognized by everyone was like being recognized himself. This kind of satisfaction was self-evident. Tanghua, speaking of which, PG's opponent tomorrow is Ball C? The number one jungler in the country. Aban was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect them to meet so soon. I also like Li Yan very much. Her movements are very flexible and her performance is very stable. Speaking of which, Ball C's team was originally built by Li Yan's fans. He's the absolute core of the team. It's hard to say who's better between Li Yan and Jinyu. As they spoke, PG and Rule had already chosen their monsters and entered the exchange round. The lineups for the second round were as follows: PG, Sword, Burial, Soul, Maha, Gulen, Moonshade Spider Rule, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Mermaid, Satan, ha. This lineups. Tanghua couldn't help but laugh. PG's lineups look like they're going to cause trouble. Did they get infected by SKR after fighting SKR? Aban also smiled. Actually, in a sense, PG and Rule are quite confident in their own strength. Rule is confident, so he won't change his lineups and will fight until the end. On the other hand, PG is confident that he can win no matter what lineups he uses, so he doesn't have a fixed lineups. Tanghua, how will this round turn out? Let's wait and see. Just as Tanghua finished her last sentence, the two teams entered the battlefield. In the first 5 minutes, the two teams were in a stalemate, but Rule was already showing signs of being suppressed by PG. In the top lane, no matter what monsters Qin Fei used, no matter who he played against, he was never suppressed. The only one who could suppress him was probably Azrael from my team. However, PG had never used Azrael's powerful monster against a strong team. Hence, in this round, he used Sword Burial to suppress Quangu without any suspense. In the middle lane, Yihong's unexpected playstyle made Soul, a control-type monster, fly into the air. Even if he didn't kill his opponent, he still managed to annoy him. The enemy jungler wanted to gank, but as soon as he reached Soul, he was controlled by Moonshade Spider and was barely able to escape under the cover of Peacock Plume. In the bottom lane, Luo Yiming's Maha played a 1v2, while Hanlung's Gulen walked slowly to the side, occasionally using slow spells to harass the enemy. Then, he slowly left, relying on Gulen's high HP and defense to do whatever he wanted. Finally, Luo Yiming's Maha was the first to reach level 6. He fiercely charged at the enemy jungler, forcing him to retreat into the tower. Then, Hanlung's Golan blinked into the tower, followed by Maha, who used 2 buffs to deal damage, frantically destroying the mermaid's shield. The enemy jungler had no choice but to blink away. Maha decisively blinked after him and used his ultimate skill, heaven-worshipping feathers. Countless feathers chased after the enemy jungler, successfully killing him at the bottom of the tower. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, the enemy jungler has been killed. Hanlung, I can still tank. Kill the mermaid, kill the mermaid. Luo Yiming, I'm still killing. Maha chased after the mermaid crazily. No matter where he moved, the feathers would hit him accurately, and the mermaid's HP dropped rapidly. Suddenly, he blinked behind Maha and spat out a bubble. It's under control. Tangwa watched anxiously. Gulen can't hold on much longer. Can Maha kill the mermaid? Maha probably can't kill her, but, following this a purple figure flashed into the tower from behind. Then, a white net covered the mermaid's face, trapping her at the edge of the tower. She was bitten by Gulen. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, the enemy mermaid has been killed. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is here. The mermaid has been killed. Tangwa, but Rule's jungler is here too. Brother Han, get out of the tower. Yiming, follow me. Jingyu shouted and moved his Moonshade Spider out of the tower. Luo Yiming's Maha followed closely behind. At this moment, the enemy Satan activated Demon King's Intimidation and rushed toward Maha. The Moonshade Spider had reached level 6 when it killed the mermaid. Now, it decisively changed its form. The spider grew larger and was dyed in blood. It predicted Satan's movements and released inescapable net. It was under control. Yiming, attack! Jingyu shouted, but his hands did not stop moving. He had trained his muscles to memorize the Moonshade Spider's combo. After releasing inescapable net, he followed up with Thousand Spiders Bite and Gluttony. Originally, he wanted to follow up with Spider Shadow Steps, but with Maha's attack, Satan did not last long. System, Moonshade Spider, double kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. Satan's kill was practically a free kill for PG. He didn't even have the time to do anything before he was killed in an instant. Peacock Plume wanted to come to the bottom lane to help, but it was controlled by Yi Hong's soul and missed the best opportunity. When it saw the notification that Satan had been killed, it immediately turned and fled back to its own tower. However, Jingyu, who had not completed his combo, felt uncomfortable all over. In order to kill Peacock Plume, he used Spider Shadow Steps followed by Blink and Shadow Flash to complete a super long distance displacement. He appeared behind Peacock Plume and tore at it. Peacock Plume was forced to move and was controlled by Yi Hong's soul. When it was finally freed from the control, it wanted to make a last-ditch effort to attack its soul. However, its soul also attacked in time. Damage was reflected, and Peacock Plume's HP dropped drastically. In the end, it was unwillingly killed by Moonshade Spider. System, Moonshade Spider, triple kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed, triple kill. Jingyu has scored a triple kill. Aban's blood was boiling as he watched. He wished he could sit in the audience and cheer for Jingyu. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is still so strong even after being weakened. So what if the cooldown of its skills has been extended? One set of skills is enough for a triple kill. Tangwa could not help but laugh. Jingyu is constantly proving to us that as long as he is strong enough, no matter what kind of creature he uses, he can carry the entire game. Aban, I think that a lot of times, the creatures that PvP uses look like they are messing around, but they are actually very creative. Moonshade Spider and Soul are very weak individually, but when combined, they can control one wave rush. Maha and Gulen in the bottom lane can be said to be two extremes in terms of movement speed. However, it is precisely because of the large difference in movement speed that the enemy archer's prediction is seriously affected. Then there is Qin Fei Sword Burial. On one hand, it prevents Rule's jungler from using Sword Burial. On the other hand, it also increases the overall damage of PvP. One wave rush is to deal the highest amount of damage in the shortest amount of time. As he spoke, Qin Fei Sword Burial chased the Quangu into the tower with low HP. With a big swipe, he took off the Quangu's head, blocked the tower's damage, and moved out of the tower. The whole process was very smooth and comfortable. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. system, enemy Quangu has been killed. At this point, Rule's top, middle, and bottom lanes had all collapsed, and PvP had forcefully pushed into the tower. After Qin Fei cleared the enemy's creeps with sword burial, he followed his own creeps into the tower. He could not help but look at the camera in front of him and calmly say, "Listen up, Rule's players. Teamwork is not as simple as you think." End of chapter 111. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.